forced to surrender. In this way, the two tribes can't even fight each other. Without a declaration of war, there would be no casualties. How can humans reap the benefits without any casualties? Snow Wolf, your plan is flawed. Immediately, Ye Bufan looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said in a deep voice. Defect. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. What are you referring to, Master? If the human race wants to reap the benefits, then the demon race and the demon race need to declare war, and the greater the casualties on both sides, the better. But the current situation is whether it is the demon race or the demon race, the two races may not fight to the death. It is even very likely that the demon race will be forced to submit to the demon race. In this case, how can the human race reap the benefits? Ye Bufan said slowly. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, Master, in fact, I already have a plan to deal with this. I will make them fight to the death. Even if that doesn't work, I can make them kill each other to the greatest extent possible and increase the casualties on both sides. Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned. Have you come up with a plan to deal with this? Yes, Master. Tell me about it. Yes. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, and then he told Ye Bufan his entire plan without reservation. After listening to this, Ye Bufan looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King with a shocked and confused expression. The corners of his mouth twitched instinctively. Is it really okay for you to be like this? Too vulgar, too treacherous, too sinister. This Snow Wolf Demon King has too many tricks up his sleeve. Damn, it's not enough that he tricked the Sky Demon clan once, he's going to trick them a second time in a row. Not only did he trick the Demon clan, he also plotted against the Monster clan. If he follows this approach, he can really make the Demon clan and the Devil clan fight to the death. Even if that is not possible, his casualties will definitely reach an unimaginable level. Too cruel. It's totally a spy within a spy, a plan within a plan. Ye Bufan felt inferior to him. At least, put yourself in his shoes. If you were the Snow Wolf Demon King, under the circumstances at that time, in such a short time, you would not have the ability to dig such a big hole or come up with such an ingenious layout with one thing linked to another. Snow Wolf Demon King. This guy is absolutely a born disaster. He was born to cheat and harm people. Damn, that's too insidious. Master, is this plan not feasible? Looking at Ye Bufan's strange expression, the Snow Wolf Demon King couldn't help but ask. Ye Bufan was stunned, then smiled and said, okay, why not? Just do as you say. Even if it fails, we can just maintain the status quo. It won't be a big loss for us, but after a pause, Ye Bufan continued, if you fail, your identity will be exposed. Then, you can take your people and evacuate the Wangyao Mountains directly into the human territory. I will cover you. I believe Han Feier will not fight me directly in order to slaughter your wolf tribe. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately expressed his gratitude. Just as Ye Bufan said, with the protection of the human saints, Han Feier would have to let her wolf clan leave the Wangyao Mountains even if her identity was exposed. In this way, he, the Snow Wolf Demon King, will no longer have any worries. As for betrayal, although the soul-controlling technique cannot control the souls of powerful saints, the Snow Wolf Demon King had already been controlled before he became a saint, so he would never betray Ye Bufan. It was for this reason that Ye Bufan believed in the Snow Wolf Demon King without reservation. Otherwise, with the way the Wolf King deceived the demons and the devils, Ye Bufan was really worried that he would be deceived by him as well. After discussing some details with the Snow Wolf Demon King, Ye Bufan cut off the connection between the mother and child True Essence stones and walked out of the room. What happened? What did the Wolf King say? After seeing Ye Bufan, Satu Nan immediately came up to him, looked at him with curiosity. The same is true for traveling around. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, good news. Good thing. Satu Nan and Zhou Yu were both stunned. Ye Bufan ignored him and spoke again. Old man, secretly recall all the saints of the human race who are away, and go to the barbarian tribe with me. Chapter 955 Brother, there is an ambush. Barbarians, the Forest of Kings. Ye Bufan came alone, and secretly met with the first barbarian lord. No one knew what happened during the meeting, not even the second barbarian lord. It was not until the next day that Ye Bufan got up and left the Forest of Kings. Not only that, the first barbarian lord ordered all barbarian members who knew that Ye Bufan had been to the Forest of Kings to keep it strictly confidential and not allow anyone to disclose the matter. Anyone who violates this rule will be killed. Because of this, not only did no one know what happened between Ye Bufan and the first barbarian lord, but only a handful of members of the entire barbarian tribe knew that Ye Bufan had been to the Forest of Kings. Even these barbarian members, who were less than a handful in number, were controlled by the first barbarian lord. And he was personally responsible for guarding it. The barbarians didn't know, and the monsters and demons naturally didn't know either. Of course, at this moment, whether it is the demon clan or the demon clan, they have no energy to care about the human clan and the barbarian clan, let alone know the unusual movements of these two clans, because they are all busy scheming against each other. The demons ambushed Han Faer. The demon clan took advantage of the situation and surrounded and killed the demon clan. This matter is of great importance and they cannot afford to be careless in the slightest, so they must be extremely careful and cautious. Deduction again and again. Analyze again and again. We strive to make every detail perfect and ensure that there won't be any mistakes when we start working. After all, there is only one chance. If you don't strike, then it's fine. But once you strike, you must hit the target with one strike and win. This is true for the demon clan and the devil clan as well. Time passes by inadvertently. The fight between the demon race and the human race is still going on, resulting in countless members of both races dying on the battlefield every day, and the human territory has long been littered with corpses. Lives are lost and blood is shed. However, both the human and demon races have become accustomed to all of this. Members of the two tribes spend their days fighting and killing each other. That is why, under such commonplace circumstances, the entire Shenwu continent seems to have become unusually peaceful. However, the apparent calm cannot erase the fact that there are turbulent events in secret. The demon tribe declared war. The battle in the Holy Realm is of great importance. On the 6th day after the Snow Wolf Demon King contacted Ye Bufan, all the Saint Realm powerhouses of the demon clan, except the Snow Wolf Demon King and Han Faer, had already entered the place agreed upon by the Snow Wolf Demon King and the Sky Demon clan to set up an ambush. Day 7. It is also the day agreed upon by the Snow Wolf Demon King and the demons, monsters, and humans. Wangyao Mountains, deep inside, southwest direction. Here, there are many mountains and the terrain is steep. There are many high mountains rising from the ground. Some are thousands of meters high, and even the shorter ones are hundreds of meters high. The air is filled with water vapor, making this place look like a paradise on earth. As the morning light rises, everything comes to life. Early in the morning, the Snow Wolf Demon King brought Han Faer from afar and arrived here in an instant. Is this the ancient ruins you mentioned? Standing proudly in the air, looking at the mountains shrouded in mist below, Han Faer asked. The importance of ancient ruins is unquestionable. Although not every ancient relic will bring huge gains, it is undeniable that the vast majority of ancient ruins contain amazing treasures. If anyone can monopolize a valuable ancient relic that has not yet been discovered, he can definitely rise to fame overnight and cultivate a superpower in a short period of time. Unfortunately, most of the ancient ruins on the Shenwu continent have been discovered and swept away. Nowadays, discovering an ancient ruin has become a luxury and is simply impossible. For this reason, if an undeveloped ancient relic appeared now and the news leaked, it would inevitably cause frantic snatching by the three tribes of humans, demons, and barbarians. Of course, the ancient ruins mentioned by the Snow Wolf Demon King do not exist. The so-called ancient ruins are just an excuse he made up after discussing with the Sky Demon clan, in order to lure Han Faer here. Han Faer was naturally very clear about this. The demon clan wanted to seduce me, and I also wanted to seduce the demon clan. Just take advantage of the opponent's strategy. Sir, it's just ahead. In response to Han Faer's question, the Snow Wolf Demon King pointed in the direction of the center of the place and spoke. When acting, you have to act the whole thing. Walk. Han Faer said this and flew out directly. The Snow Wolf Demon King followed closely behind. In an instant, the two of them had arrived above the center. Sir, the entrance to the ruins is at the foot of that mountain. Without any hesitation, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately pointed to a mountain road below that was more than 3,000 meters high. This is the highest mountain here. This is also the central location of this place. This is the location designated by the Snow Wolf Demon King. With this mountain as the center, the demon clan ambushed around it, and naturally, the monster clan did the same. It can be said that although this place looks unusually peaceful, it is actually fraught with danger. Han Faer was naturally clear about this. Without any hesitation, she had already landed as soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking. The Snow Wolf Demon King followed closely behind. At the foot of the mountain, Han Feier explored and did not find the so-called entrance to the ruins, so she looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and frowned. Where is the entrance to the ruins? This. The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated slightly. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, a mocking laugh came from afar. The entrance to the ruins. Tianyu, you are the supreme leader of the demon race, and you believe this. Brush. Hearing this, Han Feier's face changed. She looked in the direction of the sound. In the distance, the demon came rushing over and arrived in an instant. Not only that, dozens of powerful saints from the Sky Demon clan also showed up. In less than a breath, they had surrounded Han Feier from all directions, leaving her no chance to escape. The atmosphere was dead silent and depressing. Demon Envoy. Looking at the demon in front of her, Han Feier was shocked and her face changed drastically. Yes, it is this envoy. Facing Han Feier, the demon envoy smiled and said, Tianyu, you didn't expect me to be here, did you? You betrayed me. Ignoring the demon envoy, Han Feier glanced at the Snow Wolf Demon King and asked in a cold voice. Call out. The Snow Wolf Demon King did not answer Han Feier, but came directly to the demon envoy. You. Seeing this, Han Feier became even angrier. She stared at the Snow Wolf Demon King with cold eyes and asked angrily, I have treated you well, why did you betray me? Ha ha ha. Without waiting for the Snow Wolf Demon King to answer, the demon envoy laughed a few times, then he looked at Han Feier and sneered, why betray you? Isn't it simple? My brother is so outstanding, how can he be inferior to you? If he kills you, he can replace you, become the supreme demon clan, and rule the entire demon clan. One is second only to the emperor, and above all others. The other is the head of the clan, ruling over the entire clan. Tianyu, tell me, if it were you, what would you choose? What would you choose? In an instant, Han Feier's face became extremely gloomy. But at this moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King suddenly sent a message to the demon envoy. Brother, listen to me, you must remain calm. No matter what I say next, you must not get excited, and you must not let the Sky Fox Demon Lord see any abnormality, otherwise today you and I will both die. Hearing this, the demon was stunned. However, with the reminder from the Snow Wolf Demon King, he naturally did not dare to show any abnormality. The Snow Wolf Demon King did not even stop. He said in a heavy tone, Brother, things have changed. Our plan has been discovered by the Sky Fox. There is an ambush of the demon tribe here. Chapter 956 I want your Fox clan to be buried with you. Brother, things have changed. Our plan has been discovered by the Sky Fox. There is an ambush by the demon tribe here. What? The plan was exposed. Are there demons lying in ambush here? The simple words of the Snow Wolf Demon King made the demon's heart tremble. He felt completely unwell. Brother, don't get excited, don't get excited, don't get excited, otherwise both of us will be finished today. Seeing the magic messenger's strangeness, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately reminded him through voice transmission. How can I not be excited? The demon was confused. However, he also knew that he must not act rashly now, so he tried to calm himself down, looked at Han Feier and pretended to be confident and said, Tianyu, do you have anything else to say now? This envoy advises you to surrender obediently. Considering that my brother Snow Wolf is somewhat interested in you, as long as you surrender now, this deity can spare your life. Call. Looking at the reaction of the demon envoy, the Snow Wolf Demon King finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the demon cooperates with him and as long as he is not discovered by Han Feier, his plan will be half successful. Immediately, the Snow Wolf Demon King continued to transmit his voice to the demon envoy. Brother, the Sky Fox told me to use her trick to get close to you and then attack you. As long as I do as she says, she will not pursue the previous matter. Not only that, after killing my eldest brother, she will persuade the Sky Demon clan to surrender. Once you surrender, she will take the opportunity to kill all of you, leaving no one alive, and completely wipe out the Sky Demon clan. Oh shit. As the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke, the demon envoy became furious. Damn the Sky Fox Demon Lord, how could he be so insidious and vicious? The Snow Wolf Demon King continued to transmit his voice, but I definitely won't believe her, nor will I do what she says. After all, she is only saying this now because she needs me. Once you and your demon clan are eliminated, she will definitely not let me go. So our only choice now is to fight her to the death. Whether it's me or my brother, we have no choice. Here's what I think. I will still sneak attack you, but I will warn you before I do so. This way, you will be able to avoid my fatal blow. But this is not enough. After all, you will not be able to avoid my sneak attack. So, Big Brother must have an excuse, which is that Big Brother never completely trusted me from the beginning to the end, but was always on guard against me. In this way, it is natural that Big Brother was able to avoid my sneak attack. Not only that, but Big Brother will have to take advantage of the opportunity to hurt me, so that it will be reasonable. But don't worry, Big Brother. I am wearing the pseudo-divine armor you gave me. As long as you don't use your full strength, at most you will just knock me away, and you won't hurt me. After that, my sneak attack fails, the demon tribe will definitely take action, and the Sky Fox will definitely persuade you to surrender, but you absolutely cannot surrender. Not only can you not surrender, you must fight them to the death. Why do you want to do this? Brother, this is not to let you die, but to let you create opportunities for me. Once we fight to the death, the battle will be very intense. At that time, I can take the opportunity to sneak attack Tianyu. As long as I can seriously injure her, it will not be difficult to kill her. I can even sneak attack her to death directly. Once the Sky Fox dies, the demon tribe will surely be in chaos. At this time, Big Brother, you can persuade the demon tribe to surrender, and then I will lobby them again, and we will definitely be able to recapture the demon tribe. After all, only Tianyu knows that I betrayed the demon tribe. Once she dies, I am still the chief steward of the demon tribe. My words still carry a certain weight in the demon tribe. Of course, there are two prerequisites for success. First, the Sky Fox dies, and second, the Fox clan is destroyed. So when we start, Big Brother will have the brothers from the Sky Demon clan specifically kill the members of the Fox clan. The more Fox clan members die, the greater our chances of winning. Wonderful, wonderful. The Snow Wolf Demon King's words made the demon's eyes light up. If the Sky Fox is killed and the Fox clan is wiped out, the other demon clans and demon saints will be leaderless and will certainly not be a threat. Moreover, the Snow Wolf Demon King was originally a member of the demon clan, and he was also the chief steward of the demon clan and a peak saint. After Han Fire's death, it was inevitable that he would become the backbone of the demon clan. With the pressure from their own demon clan and the lobbying of the Snow Wolf Demon King, the possibility of persuading the demon clan to surrender must be very high. This is definitely a way to survive in a desperate situation. After all, things have come to this point, and the demon believes that he has no other choice. Surrender. Surrender means death. Instead of doing that, it's better to give it a try. If you lose, you die. If he wins, he will turn the tide and completely control the entire demon race. No choice. Why didn't the Snow Wolf Demon King tell the demon envoy about this in advance? In order not to give him time to think, in order not to give him the opportunity to choose. There is no way to retreat. The demon envoy could only do as he was told, and the Sky Demon clan gave it their all. Everything seems long, but it only takes a few breaths. The demon envoy cooperates with the Snow Wolf Demon King, and so does Han Feier. Demon envoy, do you think you can keep me here or even kill me like this? Looking at the demon envoy, Han Feier said coldly. Ha ha ha. The demon laughed. Tianyu, now that things have come to this, do you think you still have a chance to turn the tables? Snort. Han Feier snorted coldly. Just as she was about to speak, the Snow Wolf Demon King had already transmitted a message to the demon envoy. Brother, I'm taking action. The demon was shocked. Call. The Snow Wolf Demon King did not hesitate at all. He turned his palms into claws and instantly slapped the demon messenger with his sharp claws. Fast, fierce and fierce. That claw was like a sharp arrow, shooting straight at the demon. Snort. The demon envoy snorted coldly, and he turned his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack of the Snow Wolf Demon King. The Snow Wolf Demon King's attack missed, and his body was unstable, and he was exposed to the demon envoy. The demon envoy slapped out with one palm. Boom. With a muffled sound, the Snow Wolf Demon King's body immediately fell towards Han Feier. The pseudo-divine soldier armor has already appeared. Just as the Snow Wolf Demon King had said to the demon envoy before, he was wearing a pseudo-divine armor, and as long as the demon envoy did not use his full strength, he would not be hurt at all. All the demons were shocked by the sudden change. The demon envoy angrily said in a cold voice, You bastard wolf, do you think I will really believe you? People who are not of my race must have different hearts. I have always been on guard against you, and it turns out to be true. Kill. Before the demon emissary could finish his words, Han Fire's angry shout came out before him. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, rocks flew between the surrounding mountains, and one demon saint after another broke out of the mountains and rushed straight towards the demons. After a series of unexpected events, especially when they saw the demon saints coming from the mountains on all sides, all the members of the heavenly demon side except the demon envoy were stunned. Damn it, there really is an ambush. Seeing this scene, the demon became furious. Originally, he only half believed the words of the Snow Wolf Demon King, but now, there was no need to say anything. The facts were before him and he had no choice but to believe it. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the saints of the demon clan had already arrived in front of the demon clan. They attacked with the force of thunder and killed the demon clan by surprise with just one encounter. The demon clan is in even greater chaos. Tianyu, you actually ambushed us. Seeing this, the demon shouted angrily, and then roared, stop making trouble, kill them, they are just monsters, what do we, the great demon clan, have to fear? As he spoke, the demon envoy looked at Han Fair and angrily said, Sky Fox, I didn't expect you to have an ambush. However, if you don't let us have an easy life, you can't expect to live in peace either. All the great demons listen to my order, and attack the members of the Fox clan. Even if you die today, you must drag the Fox clan with you to be buried with you. Hearing this, Han Fair frowned. The Snow Wolf Demon King sneered. Kill. The members of the Sky Demon clan no longer hesitated, and they locked onto the members of the Fox clan and fought back. The demon has an order. Even if I die, I will bury you, the Fox clan, with me. Chapter 957 Sir, I am here to help you. Even if I die, I will bury you, the Fox clan, with me. At the command of the demon envoy, all members of the Sky Demon clan ignored the other demon saints around them and madly attacked the members of the Fox clan. If you want me to die, I won't let you live easily either. Every member of the Sky Demon clan seemed to be crazy, and their attack was reckless. Murderous intent, anger. This moment completely exploded. After all, the Sky Demon clan is very clear that in the current situation, if they do not resist, they will only die. The magician doesn't need to say more about this. If you want to survive, you have no choice but to fight to the death. On the other hand, the demon clan. More than 100 demon saints surrounded the demon clan, which was almost half the number of the demon clan. Under such circumstances, the demon clan was almost invincible. For this reason, the members of the demon clan could not be as crazy as the demon clan. After all, they will definitely win this battle. If that's the case, why bother fighting and dying together with the demon clan? Because of this, they were reserved in their siege and did not use their full strength. One gains while the other loses. Under this situation, although the demon clan had more people and more power, they were able to tie with the demon clan. The battle between the saints was earth-shattering. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying energy swept across the entire world. Sonic booms continued to sound, the surrounding mountains collapsed, and debris flew everywhere, and the whole world seemed like it was about to end. In the melee, almost every celestial demon was besieged by two members of the demon clan, and there were rarely one-on-one situations. Even so, the members of the demon clan are still crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent, and they were surrounded by black mist. At this moment, they are the real demons, heavenly demons. Kill, kill, kill. The battle had just begun, and before there was even any progress, it had already entered the climax. Han Fair and the demon envoy looked at each other. They did not attack, and the members of the two tribes did not attack them, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. Looking at Han Fair, the demon envoy had a ferocious and angry face. Tianyu, you dare to plot against my Tianmo clan, aren't you afraid of being retaliated by my Tianmo clan in the future? Hearing this, Han Fair sneered. Calculation. Who is scheming against whom? I, the demon clan, am just taking advantage of the situation. As for revenge, do you think I will be afraid? Do you even think that after today, your heavenly demon clan will still have the opportunity and ability to retaliate against my demon clan? No. From today onwards, the heavenly demon clan will withdraw from the historical stage of the Shenwu continent. Feeling the disdain in Han Fire's eyes, the demon became even angrier. He secretly glanced at the Snow Wolf Demon King. At this moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King and other demons were frantically attacking members of the Heavenly Demon Group. But although it seems crazy, he holds back everywhere. After all, the Demon Master knew very well in his heart that the Snow Wolf Demon King was not just at the initial stage of entering the Holy Realm. Reach the peak of the Holy Realm. This is the true cultivation level of the Snow Wolf Demon King. If he uses his full strength, his combat power will be far more than this. It was obvious that the Snow Wolf Demon King was hiding his strength and waiting for an opportunity. He was looking for a chance to sneak attack Han Fei and then give her a fatal blow. In this case, I will create this opportunity for you. Tianyu, since you want to fight, I will fight with you. Immediately, the demon roared angrily, and then he rushed out directly, but his target was not Han Fei, but a member of the Fox clan. Enter the peak of the Holy Realm. This is the cultivation level of a demon envoy, but his combat power is far beyond that of an average peak saint. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is half a step away from soul fusion. In contrast, the Fox clan member chosen by the demon envoy has only entered the initial stage of the Holy Realm. In other words, all the members of the Fox clan, except Han Fei, are at the initial stage of entering the Holy Realm. Boom! The demon's sudden attack landed on the Fox member who was participating in the battle, causing his body to tremble. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Then, the members of the Fox clan flew backwards. It was only a fraction of a second. The demon succeeded in his attack and without any pause, he immediately chased after the opponent. I'll kill you while you're sick. You're looking for death. Seeing this scene, Han Fei became furious and rushed straight towards the demon envoy. At this time, the demon had already arrived beside the Fox member who was flying backwards. The other party's body is not stable. The demon raised his right hand, and a black sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. The black long sword flashed with cold light. Yin. The moment the long sword appeared, the sound of a sword resounded throughout the world. Seeing this long sword, Han Fei's body shook violently, and her pupils shrank. She exclaimed, "Fake divine soldier." As soon as the three words Han Fei were uttered, the demon's sword had already fallen. Fast, fierce and violent. The long sword turned into a cold light. Puff! The black sword split the Fox clan member's body, splitting it in half with one stroke. Blood and internal organs fell from the air. From beginning to end, it took less than a second. The power of the devil and the might of the magic weapon. Demon Saint, fall. You. Seeing this scene, Han Fei immediately came back to her senses and became extremely furious. When saints fight, casualties are inevitable. It would be fine if it was a member of any other demon tribe, but it happened to be a member of her Fox tribe. You know, the Fox clan is Han Fei's own clan, and these powerful Fox saints are her own soldiers. To Han Fei, each of them is crucial. Other monsters can die, but foxes cannot. But unfortunately, the demon clan specifically targeted her Fox clan. Although it was understandable, Han Fei could not explain it no matter what, let alone tolerate it. What's more, the battle has just begun and some members of the Fox clan have already died. If this continues, by the time the battle is over, all the Fox clan will be killed or injured. Demon Envoy, you are seeking death. With an angry shout, Han Fei rushed straight towards the Demon Envoy, her speed reaching an extreme speed. Ha ha ha. The Demon Envoy laughed loudly and said, "Sky Fox, today I will slaughter your entire Fox clan." As he spoke, the demon emissary rushed out and charged towards another member of the Fox clan. He didn't even fight Han Fei head-on. Long sword, cold light. Puff! The demon was so strong and his magic weapon was so powerful that in an instant, he killed another member of the Fox clan with one sword. At this time, Han Fei also came to the demon envoy. You're looking for death. With an angry shout, Han Fei raised her right hand, and with a swish, a purple-red sword appeared out of thin air in her hand. Although the sword was not a divine weapon, it was also a top holy weapon. Facing the demon envoy, Han Fei did not hesitate, waved her sword, and killed him directly with one sword. Seeing this, the demon turned around and slashed out with his long sword in the same way. When the sound of metal clashing rang out between heaven and earth. When the swords collided, a tiny crack immediately appeared on the holy sword in Han Fei's hand, while the long sword in the demon's hand was completely intact. With one strike, the strong and the weak are immediately determined. Holy weapons, even the pinnacle holy weapons, cannot compare with pseudo-divine weapons. Kill. Han Feier didn't care at all that the magic weapon was damaged. She drew back her sword and then slashed out again. Her sword is fast, fierce and powerful. Her sword moves are sharp, tricky, and swift. Han Feier was like this, and the demon envoy was no worse. The long sword in his hand was shining with black light. Dang dang dang. In the melee, Han Feier and the demon master clashed again and again, and the weapons in their hands kept colliding. In just a moment, the holy sword in Han Feier's hand was already full of gaps, but there was no doubt that neither she nor the demon could do anything to the other. "Sir, let me help you." But at this moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King in the distance suddenly shouted angrily, "Damn demon envoy, today, none of you from the Sky Demon clan will survive. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King rushed out. "Here we come." Seeing this scene, the demon envoy couldn't help but think in his heart that he knew very well that the Snow Wolf Demon King said he was here to help Han Feier, but in fact he wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack Han Feier. As long as Han Feier was seriously injured, the demon was absolutely sure to kill her on the spot. "But I don't want to. You damned bastard wolf, you have received so many benefits from my heavenly demon clan, yet you still want to plot against us. You are so abominable, you deserve to die." A demon at the peak of the Holy Realm saw this scene. He roared angrily, then ignored the opponent in front of him, stood directly in front of the Snow Wolf Demon King, and attacked the Snow Wolf Demon King with swift force. It seemed as if he would not give up until the Snow Wolf Demon King was destroyed. "Your uncle." Seeing that the Snow Wolf Demon King who came to reinforce him was intercepted by members of his own heavenly demon clan, the demon envoy was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He really didn't know whether to praise the other party or scold him. This was simply making things worse. However, the demon envoy also knew that he could not blame the other party at all. After all, except for himself, the other demons had no idea about the plan between himself and the Snow Wolf Demon King. Most importantly, he couldn't say it clearly. After all, if Han Feier knew about his and the Wolf King's plan, the Wolf King would never have a chance to succeed. At this moment, the demon envoy felt so depressed. The Snow Wolf Demon King is different. Being intercepted by the members of the Sky Demon clan at this moment, he couldn't help but feel relieved and happy. "Good brother, good stop. If you don't stop Wolf Master, once he gets close to Sky Fox, I really don't know what to do. How nice it is now. It's not that Lord Wolf doesn't want to plot against Sky Fox, but he's been entangled by you guys and Lord Wolf has no chance to do anything. This is not Wolf Lord's fault. As long as Lord Wolf is not discovered, you demon envoys will not give up, let alone launch a sneak attack. That's enough. The longer it takes, the greater the casualties on both sides of you will suffer, and then my lord will be able to reap the benefits." Haha, Master Wolf is so awesome. There is nothing left to be done. Chapter 958 I'll defeat your sister. Crazy battle, fighting in the Holy Realm. Less than 5 minutes after the demons and devils declared war, the countless mountains where they were had collapsed and turned into huge rocks that were scattered everywhere. Crazy and messy. Even so, apart from the 2 fox members who were killed by the demon, no other powerful saints from the 2 tribes died. Of course, this is only temporary. Time passes by every second. Although no one on either side died, many members were injured, especially the Sky Demon clan. Almost every member of their clan was covered with scars. And the Demon clan. Although not all monsters were injured, all members of the Fox clan were injured. There was no way. During the battle, the members of the Sky Demon clan didn't pay much attention to the other demon clans. They only focused on attacking the Fox clan madly. Just as the demon envoy said, "Even if we die, your Fox clan will be buried with us. Demon, surrender." 20 minutes later, Han Feier and the demon envoy were still tied. During the battle, Han Feier persuaded the demon envoy to surrender. "Your Sky Demon clan is no match for my demon clan. It will not do you any good to continue fighting like this. As long as you submit to me, the Demon Lord, I promise that your Sky Demon clan will have a place on this Shenwu continent in the future. I surrender to you, sister." The demon couldn't help but curse in his heart. Just as Brother Wolf King said, "This bitch really wants to persuade my Sky Demon clan to surrender." Fortunately, Brother Wolf King had already informed us, otherwise my Sky Demon clan would have really fallen into your trap, and by then I'm afraid we wouldn't even know how we died, right? Although the demon knew it in his heart, he would never tell Han Feier. "Tianyu, you want me to surrender? You are dreaming. Immediately, the demon envoy said angrily, "Although you are more numerous than us, it is still uncertain who will win or lose in the end." After a pause, the demon envoy continued, "Now, I will return my original words. As long as your demon race surrenders and submits to my heavenly demon race, when my heavenly demon race unifies the Shenwu continent in the future, there will definitely be a place for your demon race. If not, when my heavenly demon clan's army enters the Shenwu continent, your demon clan will be exterminated." Stubborn. Hearing this, Han Feier snorted coldly and said, "Since you are looking for death, I will grant your wish. Come on, who's afraid of who?" The demon shouted loudly and slashed out with his long sword. Han Feier stepped back, and when she was 3 meters away from the demon envoy, she paused again. Then, the sword moved. She moved in one go, and her speed was extremely fast. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Han Feier waved her sword, and dozens of sword beams shot out from the sword in an instant, attacking the demon envoy in front. The space was frozen with murderous intent. The sword beams seemed to penetrate space and block time, and the endless murderous intent made people tremble and frightened. Most importantly, the demon felt that these dozens of sword beams were alive. They had locked onto him tightly, leaving him no way to avoid or hide. This is a fatal sword. Seeing this scene, the demon who had just missed his target with a knife couldn't help but tremble, and his pupils shrank. This is a martial art. No, this is a half-step magical power evolved from practicing martial arts to the extreme. Compared to martial arts, supernatural powers, even half-step supernatural powers, are more powerful. Han Feier has only reached the peak of the Saint Realm, but she is able to display half-step magical powers. The demon master feels that his worldview has been completely overturned by Han Feier. However, at this moment he had no time to think about anything else. Since you can't avoid it, then fight. The sword light has arrived. The demon was highly concentrated, and the pseudo-divine long sword in his hand was dancing even more rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. The long knife collided with the sword light, and the sword light disappeared instantly. Dozens of sword beams were all defeated by the demon envoy. Although it was only a moment, it seemed as long as tens of millions of years to the demon envoy. Fortunately, he finally blocked Han Feier's sword. However, before the demon master could think more, his mood, which had just relaxed, instantly tensed up again. It's completely instinctive. Because the moment the sword light dissipated, Han Feier had already arrived in front of him and slashed with the sword. The sword was fast, fierce and powerful, and it went straight to the demon's throat. Seeing this scene, the demon's heart trembled. How could he not understand that Han Feier's previous half-step magical sword was just a cover, and this was the fatal sword? There is no time to think too much. The demon moved his long sword, blocking it in front of himself, and leaned sideways to try to avoid the fatal sword. Unexpectedly, Han Feier's sword momentum suddenly changed. Brush. He swung his sword quickly from the demon's throat to his left shoulder. The demon was greatly shocked and anxious. But at this moment, his old strength had been exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated, so he could not dodge the sword at all. The long sword fell. Puff. Hot red blood spurted out, and Han Feier cut off the demon's entire right arm with one sword. Ah! The demon couldn't help but scream, but he didn't dare to hesitate at all, and retreated directly. You! Dozens of meters away, the demon looked at Han Feier with an extremely ferocious expression. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of bright red blood kept dripping from his left shoulder. Blood splattered on the ground. Han Feier ignored him. She waved her sword and said disdainfully, "I gave you a chance but you didn't want it. Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Han Feier changed the subject and said, "I'll cut off one of your arms as a warning. I'll ask you one last time, do you surrender or not? I'll defeat your sister." The demon envoy was furious, and then he roared, "Sky Fox, do you really think that your demon race has a sure win? If you don't let me live well, you won't live in peace either." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon envoy's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Moli, kill all the members of the Fox tribe, don't spare a single one." Hearing this, Han Feier frowned. Boom. The next second, in the melee between the two tribes, a violent momentum suddenly surged out. Bang, bang, bang. All the members of the demon clan were repelled around a demon who had reached the peak of the Holy Realm. At the same time, the demon's cultivation level reached the peak of the Holy Realm and broke through instantly. After becoming a saint, martial arts merge with the soul. Boom. In an instant, above the 9 heavens, the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation appeared. The situation is changing. Chapter 959, Ronghan falls, the demon race suffers heavy losses. The world changes, winds and clouds rise. In an instant, the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation enveloped the entire Shenwu continent. Above the 9 heavens, a ray of light descended and instantly locked onto the Soul Fusion Realm demon. The battlefield of the demon clan and the saints of the demon clan is thousands of meters away, somewhere in the Wangyao Mountains. The myriad formations of heaven slaying. It seems that the battle between the two tribes is very fierce, otherwise the Sky Demon tribe would not have mobilized the Soul Fusion Realm experts so quickly. But this is a good thing. The more intensely you fight, the more casualties you will suffer. This way, our human race can take advantage of the situation and destroy your demon and monster races. Ye Bufan stood with his hands behind his back, watching the changing situation in the distance and muttering softly. Everything is going according to plan. Battlefield place. A Soul Fusion Realm expert. Seeing the demon in front of them suddenly improve his cultivation and directly enter the Soul Fusion Realm from the peak of the Saint Realm, all the members of the demon clan were shocked and even horrified. The Soul Fusion Realm, even if it is only the initial stage of the Soul Fusion Realm, is an existence that transcends the Saint Realm. Absolutely invincible. At least in a one-on-one situation, the Soul Fusion Realm is absolutely invincible in the Shenwu continent. The demon clan never imagined that there was a powerful Soul Fusion Realm expert hidden among the heavenly demons. The sudden change caused the entire place to fall into silence, and even the battle situation came to an inexplicable standstill. Kill. The Soul Fusion Realm demon did not hesitate at all and instantly rushed towards a member of the Fox clan. He also wanted to kill Han Feier directly, but unfortunately, he could only stay in the Shenwu continent for 10 seconds. In such a short time, he might not be able to kill Han Feier. Instead of using these 10 seconds to fight for an unknown result, it is better to take the opportunity to weaken the demon race to the greatest extent. As a result, all members of the Fox clan became the targets of this Soul Fusion Realm demon. First, the Foxes are all at the initial stage of entering the Holy Realm, so it is relatively easy to kill them. Second, the Fox tribe is Han Feier's native tribe, and the demon envoy has ordered that this is revenge on Han Feier. Puff! With one charge, the Soul Fusion Realm demon instantly appeared behind a member of the Fox clan. His sharp right claw stabbed out like an arrow, piercing through her body without giving the Fox clan member any chance to react. Blood splattered. The Soul Fusion Realm demon pierced through the right arm of the Fox clan member, and then there was another violent shock. Bang! In an instant, a bloody hole exploded in the Fox clan member's chest, and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. Puff! Afterwards, the Soul Fusion Realm demon withdrew his claws, and the Fox clan members fell from midair. It was only a fraction of a second. The soul-melting attack killed and the saint fell. In that brief moment, the members of the demon and monster tribes on the battlefield also came back to their senses instantly. So what if the soul is fused? Han Feier shouted, "Do you think you are the fat man from the human race back then? Tell you, you are not. He is at the peak of soul fusion and is half a step away from flying. You are only at the initial stage of soul fusion. Kill him. We have 10 seconds. We don't need to kill him. We just need to entangle him and delay the time until he is expelled by the heaven-slaying formation." As soon as Han Feier finished speaking, the 4 peak saintly warriors from the demon clan rushed towards the Soul Fusion Realm demon without any hesitation or pause. Violent momentum and ferocious expression. Become a saint and merge your soul. Although the Soul Fusion Realm is a whole major level higher than the Sainthood Realm, the gap between the peak of the Sainthood Realm and the initial stage of the Soul Fusion Realm is not that big. Although 4 peak Saint Realm warriors might not be able to kill a Soul Fusion Realm beginner, it is not difficult for them to hold him back for just 10 seconds. Unfortunately, Demon Li, fight to the death. The moment the 4 powerful men who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm surrounded the Soul Fusion Realm's initial stage heavenly demon, the demon envoy shouted angrily. Roar! The Soul Fusion Realm initial stage demon listened to the order and let out a long roar. Then he ignored the 4 peak Saint Realm demons and rushed straight towards the next Fox clan member. Crazy, violent. Don't defend, just attack. In 10 seconds, life for life. As the demon envoy said, we will fight to the death for 10 seconds. Even if we die, we must weaken the demon race to the greatest extent possible. The crazy scene shocked all the monsters. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 demon tribes who had entered the Holy Realm were madly trying to intercept the Soul Fusion Realm demon, but the other party ignored them completely. Relying on the strength of the Soul Fusion Realm and the powerful body of the Heavenly Demon, he came in front of a member of the Fox tribe while resisting the attacks of the Demon tribe. No hesitation, no faltering. Kill. Puff. Tear. The Soul Fusion Realm demon tore the Fox clan member into 2 halves. Blood was flowing and internal organs were scattered. Another fox from the Holy Realm fell. The Soul Fusion Realm demon did not stop at all and rushed straight towards the next fox. Damn it! Seeing this, Han Feier shouted angrily. Her face was extremely ferocious. While madly attacking the demon envoy, she shouted again, except for those who have reached the peak of sainthood, all other tribesmen, disperse. Don't give him a chance to attack. Want to run? Can you run away? The Sky Demon clan naturally knew Han Feier's intention. In this case, how could she get what she wanted? Without waiting for the demon clan members below the peak of the Holy Realm to evacuate, the Heavenly Demon attacked blatantly. Change defense into offense. They had only one goal, which was to entangle these members of the demon clan and prevent them from escaping, thus giving their own Sky Demon clan's Soul Fusion Realm powerhouses the opportunity to kill them. The number of monsters far exceeds that of demons. As a result, those members who were not intercepted by the Sky Demon clan would naturally not stand idly by. They all took action and took the opportunity to attack the members of the Sky Demon clan. The members of the Sky Demon clan didn't care about this. They faced the attacks from the Demon tribe and tried desperately to intercept the Fox tribe members. Exchange injury for life. Absolutely crazy, absolutely bloody. The battle situation changed suddenly. The members of the Fox clan wanted to disperse, but they were stopped by the members of the Sky Demon clan. They could not escape no matter what, and the Sky Demon in the Soul Fusion realm was even more crazy. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a god of death, madly attacking the members of the Demon clan. The initial stage of Soul Fusion versus the initial stage of becoming a saint. There is a huge gap in realm, and there are other demons entangled with them. How can these foxes who have entered the initial stage of the Holy Realm be the opponents of the demons in the Soul Fusion realm? Almost without exception, every member of the Fox clan who was targeted by the Soul Fusion realm demon was killed instantly by him. Ruthless, cold, crazy, bloody. 1, 2, 3. In the demon camp, the casualties of the Fox clan soared sharply. The Sky Demon clan also began to suffer casualties. On the battlefield, the demons were dying, and the devils were also dying. It can be said that the battle was extremely brutal. Injure 800 enemies and lose 1,000 of your own. Of course, the Soul Fusion Realm demon was not feeling well either, as there were already 9 demon clan members attacking him at this moment. Although not all of these 9 powerful ones were at the peak of the Saint Realm, they were at least at the high level of the Saint Realm. 9 powerful men besieged. There was a trace of blood on the corner of the Soul Fusion Realm demon's mouth, and there were countless wounds on his body. The wound was so tight that the skin and flesh were rolled up. The wound was bleeding. It was obvious that the Soul Fusion Realm demon had been severely injured, but he didn't care at all. He still gritted his teeth and madly slaughtered the surrounding Fox clan members. His breath became weaker and weaker, and his offensive became abnormally slow. It could be said that after 5 seconds, this Soul Fusion Realm demon was fighting entirely on the basis of his own will. He was like a killing machine. 13, 14, 15. As more and more members of the Fox clan died, Han Feier felt that her heart was bleeding. 10 seconds seemed short, yet very long. Even for the Demon clan at this moment, these 10 seconds seemed as long as a century. It was torment, torture, and even destruction. It is so terrifying when the Soul Fusion realm bursts out with all its strength and fights to the death. 8th second. The number of members who died at the hands of the Soul Fusion realm demon has exceeded 20, reaching a terrifying 21. Also this second. Call out. The Soul Fusion realm demon, whose body was covered with wounds, could no longer hold on and fell from midair. Boom. With a loud bang, the Soul Fusion realm demon fell heavily to the ground. Call. Above the 9 heavens, the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation also disappeared after this second, hiding between heaven and earth. The Soul Fusion realm demon died prematurely before he could last 10 seconds before being expelled by the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation. In just 8 seconds, Ronghun fell. The demon tribe seemed to have won a great victory, but in reality they suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 960 Kill Han Faer at all costs. Crazy fighting, bloody battlefield. The Soul Fusion Realm Heavenly Demon fell, and in the 8 seconds before and after, more than 30 powerful saints from the demon and monster races fell. Among them, there were only a few from the Heavenly Demon race, and the rest were members of the Demon race, and they all belonged to the Fox race. It can be said that in this brief confrontation, the Demon clan suffered heavy losses, especially Han Faer's Fox clan. From the beginning of the battle to now, Han Faer has spent 3 years and destroyed more than half of the saint-level powerhouses cultivated by the entire Fox clan. What is more prosperous, one thing will decline while the other will gain. As more than 20 powerful Saint Realm warriors of the Demon clan were killed by the Soul Fusion Realm Heavenly Demon, the gap between the two clans was shortened a lot. At this moment, Han Faer's heart was bleeding, and her anger had reached its peak. Kill them all, leave no one alive. The angry roar was filled with murderous intent. At this point, both the Demon clan and the Devil clan have become bloodthirsty. If you let me die, I won't let you live. So Han Faer didn't need to say much, the offensive of the Demon clan members never stopped. However, compared to the Fox clan, the saint-level powerful people from other clans of the Demon clan obviously had reservations. After all, everyone can see that the Sky Demon clan is deliberately targeting the Fox clan, and they themselves are also very wary of the Fox clan and even dissatisfied with them. Who made Han Faer hide so many powerful Fox saints without telling them in advance? Everyone has selfish desires. The Demon race is naturally no exception, they need to consider the future of their own lineage. That is why, although their offensive seemed crazy, they had no intention of fighting to the death with the Sky Demon clan. The demons attack. A bloody battle between the Demon clan. Thousands of meters away from the battlefield, Ye Bufan frowned as he watched the 10,000 Things Heaven-slaying formation disappear above the 9 heavens. In 8 seconds, a Soul Fusion realm dies. It looks like the battle ahead is extremely brutal. However, with just this one blow, I'm afraid the Demon race will suffer a lot of losses, right? The Snow Wolf Demon King did not tell Han Faer about the fact that the Sky Demon clan had dispatched powerful Soul Fusion Realm warriors, but he did not hide it from Ye Bufan, so Ye Bufan had already expected this scene. After a moment, Ye Bufan groaned again, I don't know what the battle situation is like in the front. As he spoke, Ye Bufan glanced at the Mother and Child True Essence stones in his hand. This was the method of communication that he and the Snow Wolf Demon King had discussed in advance. Once the Mother and Child True Essence stones vibrated, it would mean that the human race could take action. However, the Mother and Child True Essence stones did not react at all, which naturally meant that the time was not right yet. In this case, Ye Bufan would naturally not act rashly, let alone approach the battlefield ahead. After all, if the demons and monsters find out, all previous plans will be wasted. Battlefield place. Seeing the death of more than 20 powerful saints of the Demon clan, the Demon envoy did not feel any joy. On the contrary, his expression became more and more deep and solemn. According to the current situation, if this continues, his Demon clan will undoubtedly be defeated. But he had no choice but to fight. Surrender. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Escape. Don't be ridiculous. According to the current situation, my side can't run away at all. Even if I want to run, the demons will chase me madly. And once I order a retreat, it will inevitably make my side's morale unstable, and the casualties will inevitably be greater. The most important thing is the demon still has a glimmer of hope for victory in his heart. This was because, as long as the Snow Wolf Demon King succeeded in his sneak attack on Han Faer, the situation on the battlefield would be reversed in an instant. Unfortunately, the Demon Envoy saw the Snow Wolf Demon King trying to approach Han Faer several times, but was blocked by his own demon members. Seeing this scene, the demon was filled with hatred. The most hateful thing is that he can't say it out loud. After all, if he says it out loud, the Snow Wolf Demon King will have no chance to launch a sneak attack or plot against Han Faer. So he could only endure and wait. As time went on, the war intensified and the casualties on both sides increased exponentially. The longer the battle, the greater the casualties. This is inevitable. After another hour, more than half of the casualties on both sides had occurred, with more than 70 saints killed, especially Han Faer's Fox clan, which were almost wiped out. Even the remaining saints of the two clans were more or less injured. The Demon clan is still struggling. While Han Faer was attacking, she finally couldn't help but say, Demon Envoy, stop now and surrender. This will not benefit either you or my clan. Isn't it good for your demon race? The demon sneered. You. Han Faer was furious. Do you really want to fight with my demon clan and both of us will suffer losses? It's not that I want to, but that you want to. Since it's a surrender, why must my heavenly demon clan surrender to your demon clan, instead of your demon clan surrendering to my heavenly demon clan? My demon clan is much stronger than your demon clan. Do you think it is possible for my demon clan to submit to the demon clan? Then there is nothing more to say. Let's fight. Today, either you die or I die. You are stubborn and recalcitrant. You are the one who is stubborn. The demon shouted angrily, then glanced at the Snow Wolf Demon King. A ferocious and crazy look flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, all tribesmen, listen to my order, now, immediately, besiege the Sky Fox and kill her at all costs. Brother, don't you have no chance to get close to the Sky Fox? Well then, I will create an opportunity for you. My Sky Demon clan is attacking the Sky Fox, and your monster clan will certainly come to reinforce. This way, you will have the opportunity to get close to the Sky Fox and launch a sneak attack on her. However, in this case, the casualties of our two tribes will inevitably increase exponentially, so we must not drag it out too long and must fight quickly and decisively. This is the last chance. Don't let your brother down. Boom. The demon's words made the members of both tribes tremble in their hearts, and Han Faer's face changed drastically. Both the good and the bad are destroyed. The demon wants to die together with me. Kill. Before Han Faer could think about it, all members of the demon clan, without exception, changed direction, ignored the members of the demon clan in front of them, and attacked Han Faer one after another. If he doesn't go crazy, he will turn into a demon. At this moment, all members of the Sky Demon clan fell into endless madness. They had only one goal, to kill the Sky Fox Demon Lord. Protect my lord. Seeing this scene, the Snow Wolf Demon King shouted loudly. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Han Faer. Other members of the Demon clan are no exception. The Demon clan attacks. The Demon tribe intercepted. In an instant, with Han Faer and the Demon Envoy as the center, the battle circle between the demons and monsters shrank rapidly. The reduction in the scope of the battle, coupled with the intensity of the attacks of the Saint Realm powerhouses, resulted in every member participating in the battle not only having to deal with the opponent in front of him, but also having to withstand the impact of the aftermath of the battle from other members around him. As a result, casualties will inevitably increase dramatically. Asshole, are you crazy? Seeing this scene, Han Faer roared at the Demon Envoy. Since we are all going to die, I will drag your Demon clan members to be buried with you. The Demon Envoy sneered. Of course, you can ask your Demon clan members to evacuate, but if you do that, you will definitely die. You. Han Faer was furious. Kill. The demon said with a crazy look on his face. The battle circle is shrinking, in a small space. Boom, boom, boom. Because of the madness of the Heavenly Demon Clan, the Demon Clan also had to fall into absolute madness. Injure 800 enemies, and lose 1,000 of your own. Chapter 961, the demon was captured, ready to take action. Tianyu, don't you want to fight? Then I will fight with you till the end. The Demon Envoy always believed that in today's battle, the final winner would definitely belong to his own Demon Clan. Because his side still has the Snow Wolf Demon King, which is its biggest killer move. It is easy to dodge a spear, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. As long as the Snow Wolf Demon King succeeds, then even if their own side suffers heavy losses, the Demon Clan will not be afraid. When the Sky Fox dies, the Demon Clan will be leaderless, and with the cooperation of the Snow Wolf Demon King, they will have no choice but to submit to the Sky Demon Clan. The demon firmly believed this. That was why the Demon Envoy was still holding on. Even though the demons were suffering heavy casualties today, he had no intention of surrendering or escaping. Although the demon emissary acted like this, Han Faer cursed his ancestors in her heart. According to the original plan, at this time, Han Faer believed that the demon would definitely surrender. But what is the result? Not only did the Demon Envoy not surrender, he even fought back like crazy, as if he was determined to die together with his own demon clan. This made Han Faer extremely angry and puzzled. In her opinion, the demon's behavior was too abnormal and totally out of character. How could Han Faer know that all this was caused by the Snow Wolf Demon King? If the Snow Wolf Demon King had not deceived the demon envoy in advance and told him that once the Sky Demon clan surrendered, Han Fair would take the opportunity to kill them all, the demon envoy would have surrendered at this moment, or at least temporarily. It's a pity that there is no if. What's more, the Snow Wolf Demon King also acted as a spy, and helped the demon envoy design a scenario in which he would personally launch a sneak attack, kill Han Fair and turn defeat into victory. In this way, the demon will not surrender. It can be said that the Snow Wolf Demon King, a double agent, not only deceived the demon envoy but also deceived Han Fair. The endless fighting between the two tribes was entirely caused by him. There is only one goal, which is to weaken the strength of the Demon Clan and the Devil Clan to the greatest extent. It's a pity that the demon didn't know, and Han Fair was still kept in the dark. As the battle area shrank, the frenzy of fighting between the two tribes became more and more intense. No one can stay out of the battlefield. If you don't kill the enemy, you will be killed by the enemy. For this reason, except for the remaining few members of the Fox clan, the other members of the Demon clan no longer held back. After all, things had come to this point, and if they continued to hold back, they would undoubtedly be playing with their own lives. The two sides fought to the death, and casualties soared rapidly. From time to time, powerful saints from both tribes would fall. The battle was extremely brutal. When the total number of Saint Realm Masters from both tribes was less than 100, Han Fair could no longer bear it and roared angrily, "Demon Envoy, this is it. How about we both stop fighting and leave? If the fight continues, they will really suffer serious injuries." In other words, at this moment, both the Demon Clan and the Devil Clan have been seriously injured. Han Fair never expected that this battle would have such an outcome. If she had known it would be like this, she would never have chosen to take advantage of the situation and ambush the Demon Clan. This loss was so huge that it was a little difficult for her to bear. Armistice. Facing Han Fair's proposal, the Demon Envoy angrily said, "You are dreaming. I have said that today I will fight to the death with your Demon Clan. Either you die or I die." "You." Hearing this, Han Fair was furious. "Are you brainless? If we continue to fight, it will not benefit you or me. There will be too many casualties, and it will only benefit the other two tribes. Don't you understand this?" "I understand your sister." The demon envoy yelled in his heart, ignoring Han Fair's reminder, and roared, "Kill them, kill all these demon bastards, don't leave any alive." Hearing this, Han Fair couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. "Devil, you bastard." She cursed the demon's ancestors in her heart, but she had no choice but to accept the challenge. The demon envoy didn't care at all. He glanced at the Snow Wolf Demon King from time to time, and kept hoping in his heart, "Brother, you should work harder. If you continue like this, I, your big brother, will be finished." There was no way. In his prime, he could at most fight Han Fair to a draw, not to mention that he had a broken arm now. If Han Fair had not taken into consideration the other demon clan members around her, he would have been killed by Han Fair long ago. Even so, the demon felt that he could not hold on for much longer. In half an hour at most, he would definitely be defeated. Once defeated, he would die. Not only the demon master himself, but other demons as well. Now, there are less than 100 Saint Realm powerhouses left in the two clans, and among them, the Sky Demon clan accounts for almost only 1/3, or even less than 1/3. If the Snow Wolf Demon King still fails to succeed, then his side will be completely wiped out. In this case, how could the demon not be anxious? The demon envoy didn't know that the Snow Wolf Demon King had no intention of launching a sneak attack on Han Fair. His repeated attempts to get close to Han Fair were just a false illusion for the demon envoy to see. The purpose is to leave a glimmer of hope and expectation in the demon's heart, so that he can fight the demons to the end. Another half hour later. Bang! Han Fair and the demon master clashed with swords. When the demon master was caught off guard, Han Fair suddenly kicked out. The powerful force hit the demon master, causing his body to tremble. Brush! Han Fair drew back her sword, and then immediately turned it into a beam of cold light and rushed out. The speed is extremely fast. In a flash. Brush! The sharp sword in Han Fair's hand was against the demon's neck. Where the blade touched the flesh, a blood mark appeared. If the sword moves forward one more inch, the demon will surely be beheaded. Feeling the chill on his neck, the demon couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He dared not move even a little bit. Stop it all. Han Feier ignored the demon envoy, scanned the entire place, and shouted sternly, "Listen carefully, members of the Heavenly Demon Clan. If you move again, I will kill your demon envoy immediately." Buzz. Due to the sudden change, the entire battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Both sides stopped fighting and immediately looked at Han Feier and the demon envoy. Master Demon. Seeing the demon envoy being captured, all the demons were shocked. The demon clan was overjoyed. Seeing this scene, the Snow Wolf Demon King frowned, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately secretly activated the Mother and Child True Essence stones on his body that were used to communicate with Ye Bufan. At the same time, he looked at the members of the Sky Demon clan present and shouted sternly, "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you surrender quickly? Lord Sky Fox is kind and righteous. As long as you are willing to submit to my demon clan, you will surely enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future. Otherwise, you will die today." As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, all the members of the Sky Demon clan looked at him and their expressions changed. It wasn't fear, but anger. This damned bastard wolf received so many benefits from my Sky Demon clan, but turned around and harmed my Sky Demon clan. If it weren't for him, would my Sky Demon clan have fallen to this point? This damn wolf really deserves to be killed. The Snow Wolf Demon King ignored her and flashed to Han Feier's side. After looking at the demon envoy, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked at Han Feier and suggested, "Sir, just kill him. I believe that as long as he dies, the other members of the Sky Demon clan will bow down to our demon clan. Otherwise keeping him will definitely be a disaster." Hearing this, the demon became very anxious. He stared at the Snow Wolf Demon King with anger in his eyes. What about the promised cooperation? What about the conspiracy? What the hell, what is this now? But at this moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King sent a message to the demon envoy, "Brother, I am ready to take action. You are ready. Let's join forces and try to kill her on the spot." Chapter 962. Damn, I was tricked by this bastard wolf. Brother, I'm ready to attack. Please get ready. Let's join forces and try to hit her with one strike and kill her on the spot. The Snow Wolf Demon King's sudden words stunned the demon envoy who was about to scold him. Swish, swish, swish. But at this moment, sounds of breaking through the air were heard in the distance, and countless afterimages rushed over. The speed was extremely fast, like a rushing beast from ancient times. What's going on? Who is this? The sudden change stunned everyone present, whether they were members of the demon clan or the demon clan. The devil is like this. The same is true for Han Feier. Before they could think about it, those afterimages had already arrived at the periphery of the battle circle between the two tribes. There was no hesitation, no delay. Even before the members of the demon and monster tribes could see clearly the owners of these afterimages, they had already taken the lead in attacking. And without exception, the owners of these afterimages all used killing moves. Fast, fierce and fierce. The killing move was launched in a split second, giving the members of the two demon tribes no chance to react or dodge. Puff puff puff. Boom. Bang. Bang. In a flash, at the first encounter, more than a dozen members on the outermost edge of the battle circle of the demons and monsters were attacked by the crowd. Without even a chance to react, they were killed and died instantly. The sudden change shocked all members of the Yao and Mo tribes. Enemy attack. By the time they reacted and prepared to fight back, these people had already retreated. Not only that, after these people retreated, they did not leave, but dispersed and surrounded the remaining members of the demon and monster tribes. Once the attack is successful, withdraw immediately. After retreating, they surrounded him instantly. It was obvious that these people came prepared. A lightning-fast confrontation. Humans. Barbarians. When the members of the demon and monster tribes saw the true faces of the people in front of them, they couldn't help but be stunned. The demon was stunned. Han Feier was also dumbfounded. How did the human race and the barbarian race suddenly appear? And why did they appear together? Could it be that the human race and the barbarians have joined forces? Impossible. A few days ago, the first barbarian lord had made it clear in front of them that from now on, he would no longer participate in the melee among the three tribes. How could he possibly cooperate with the human race now? But, if they didn't join forces, why would they appear here together? Also, the demons and monsters had just fought each other and suffered heavy losses, and then the human race and the barbarians suddenly appeared. Isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Is there such a coincidence in the world? Impossible. What is going on? One question after another troubled Han Fei and the Demon Master, leaving their minds blank. Looking at the scene in front of them, they didn't know how to respond for a moment. The demon envoy and Han Fei stood there in a daze, but they did not notice that at this moment, an extremely obscure cold light flashed in the eyes of the Snow Wolf Demon King beside them. At the same time, the Snow Wolf Demon King stretched out his right claw, and on his right claw, sharp claws like blades appeared. The next second, the Snow Wolf Demon King slapped out with one claw. This claw was fast, fierce and powerful, like a sharp sword, attacking Han Fei in front of him. Buzz! The sudden chill brought Han Fei back to her senses instantly. Her heart trembled and her body dodged instinctively. It was a pity that the Snow Wolf Demon King was unintentional and was obviously 1 point faster than her. Puff! Although Han Fei dodged suddenly, the Snow Wolf King did not hit her vitals, but the claw left several hideous wounds on her chest. The wounds were bloody and deep enough to see the bones. The blood instantly dyed Han Fei's shirt red. At the same time, Han Fei had retreated several meters away from the Snow Wolf Demon King. She lowered her head to look at the wound on her chest, then raised her head to look at the Snow Wolf Demon King. Han Fei looked ferocious and asked in a deep voice, "Why?" Hearing this, the demon was stunned, and he looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King in surprise. According to their original plan, the Snow Wolf Demon King was indeed going to launch a sneak attack on Han Fei. But, different times, different circumstances. Now that the humans and barbarians are attacking, and the demons and monsters have already suffered heavy casualties, it is time for the demons and monsters to put aside their past grudges and unite to face the outside world. But, dead silent space, eerie atmosphere. What a shame, it was just a little bit short. Feeling the strange looks from the people around him, the Snow Wolf Demon King shook his head with a look of regret. Hearing this, Han Fei became even angrier. Isn't that strange? The Snow Wolf Demon King looked at Han Fei and smiled slightly, then glanced at the demon envoy and said with a playful and mocking look on his face, "You two idiots, you wanted to use Master Wolf to plot against each other, but you didn't expect that Master Wolf would plot against both of you, right? What about the Sky Demon Clan taking over the Demon Clan, and what about the Demon Clan annexing the Sky Demon Clan? It's all bullshit. In fact, Lord Wolf is helping my lord to weaken your strength, and then he will wipe you out at once." After a pause, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked at Han Fei and said with a smile, "Master Tianyu, are you wondering why my demon brother refused to accept the sneak attack and instead wanted to fight you to the end? It's actually very simple. Just now, I secretly told him that you had discovered our plan and that all the Saint Realm experts of the demon race were ambushing here. I also told him that you planned to trick them into surrendering first, and then take the opportunity to annihilate them in one fell swoop. In this case, my demon brother will naturally not surrender. Of course, this alone is not enough. In addition to telling him about the crisis facing the Sky Demon Clan, I also gave him a suggestion, which is I will find a way to sneak attack you. As long as I can kill you and wipe out the Fox Clan, I will be able to replace you and subdue the Demon Clan. The result is obvious. The demon envoy did not surrender, and both of you have fought to a loss." Now the Snow Wolf Demon King said with a smile, sweeping the demon and monster members present, "With your strength, how can you compete with my lord? Haha, surrender, you are finished." Puff. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Han Fei, who was already seriously injured by him, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This is totally out of anger. Snow Wolf Demon King, the chief steward of the Demon Clan. How could he be so shameless? How could he be so treacherous? How could he be such a jerk? I trusted him so much and relied on him so much, but in the end, he actually helped the human race to plot against me and the entire demon race. It was really hateful and he deserved to die. Why are you doing this? After a moment, Han Fei suppressed the anger in her heart, looked directly at the Snow Wolf Demon King, and asked in a cold voice. "Why?" The Snow Wolf Demon King sneered. "Do you think that a mere title of the Demon Clan's chief steward can buy you off? Let me tell you, let alone the title of the Demon Clan's chief steward, even if you want me to be the Demon Clan's supreme, I will not even bother to look at you. Master Wolf is my lord's most loyal servant. How could he be used by you?" Hearing this, Han Fei was stunned. "Your master? Who?" "I." In the human camp, Ye Bufan took a step forward, looked at Han Fei and smiled. When she glanced at Ye Bufan, Han Feier was stunned, and then her anger grew even more. Didn't expect that. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, back then, you, the supreme leader of the demon race, were willing to give up your demon body in order to lurk among our human race. Now, why can't I cultivate a few confidants in your demon race? After a pause, Ye Bufan smiled and said, however, I really have to thank you for training a full 100,000 godly martial realm wolf gods for me. Thank you, Sister Feier. Puff. Hearing this, Han Feier spurted out another mouthful of blood. I trained 100,000 wolf gods for you. I was that trained for you. Han Feier was furious, and the demon envoy was not much better. He looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King with an extremely ferocious expression. Damn it, this bastard, it would have been fine if he didn't help me after receiving so many benefits from me, but in the end, he actually cheated me time and time again. Does he really think of himself as a fool? The most hateful thing is that I was really cheated by him time and time again. Damn it, damn it. It is true that my uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt cannot. Han Feier and the demon envoy were filled with rage, but the other members of the demon and monster tribes around them were completely stunned. At this moment, they understood that today's battle, where they fought to the death, was all arranged by this shameless demon Snow Wolf. Damn it, they were tricked by a mean wolf. Chapter 963, The Wolf King persuades people to surrender, kill them. In the dead silent space and oppressive atmosphere, the eyes of the 4 tribes members present were all fixed on the Snow Wolf Demon King. At this moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King is the focus of everyone's attention. The demon was furious. Han Feier was furious. The members of both the heavenly and demonic tribes were filled with rage and murderous intent. Except for Ye Bufan and Satu Nan, all the members of the human and barbarian tribes were stunned. Snow Wolf Demon King, chief steward of the demon clan. After 3 years, they were all aware of the identity of the Snow Wolf Demon King, but they did not expect that this chief steward of the demon clan, who was second only to the other demons and above all other demons, was actually a human spy and claimed to be Ye Bufan's servant. What a irony! What an incredible fact! Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. The Snow Wolf Demon King did not hesitate at all. He glanced at all the members of the demon clan and said in a deep voice, a wise bird chooses a tree to roost in, and a warrior fights for his confidant. Brothers and sisters of the demon clan is doomed. You, surrender. After a pause, the Snow Wolf Demon King continued, my lord has promised me, Master Wolf, that as long as you surrender, my lord will not pursue the past. As long as you assist Master Wolf in managing the demon race, you will still enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future. Wow! As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke, a commotion broke out. The demon race is moving unusually. Han Feier glared at the Snow Wolf Demon King and almost roared, shut up, my lord. Shut up. The Snow Wolf Demon King glanced at Han Feier with disdain, ignored her directly, and said again, everyone, think about it carefully, you have followed the Sky Fox Demon Lord for all these years, but what did you get in the end? You got nothing. Not only that, she doesn't even have the most basic trust in you. This can be easily seen from the fact that she concealed the existence of dozens of Saint Realm experts from the Fox clan. Wake up. Following the Sky Fox Demon Lord, you are completely irresponsible to yourselves. Only following my lord is your best choice. In the future my lord will be able to lead you into a higher realm and towards greater glory. Son of a bitch. When the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, Han Feier could no longer suppress her anger, and the same was true for the demon envoy. Especially the demons. Weaken the demon clan, and then the Snow Wolf Demon King will come forward to lobby other members of the demon clan. That's true, and the Snow Wolf Demon King did exactly as he was told, but damn, he wasn't trying to persuade the Sky Demon clan to surrender, but to subdue the demon clan for the human race. How can you be so shameless, you wolf? How can a wolf's heart be so sinister? With the Snow Wolf Demon King doing this, weren't all the sacrifices and everything his own demon clan had done before just to help others? My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. You're looking for death. Accept your fate. In an instant, Han Feier and the demon envoy shouted angrily, and without any hesitation, they immediately rushed towards the Snow Wolf Demon King. Damn this damn wolf. Unfortunately, the Snow Wolf Demon King would never let them get their wish. He had already been prepared, and he rushed out the moment Han Feier and the demon envoy started fighting. Han Feier's attack missed. The demon failed in one move. The Snow Wolf Demon King had already come to Ye Bufan's side. Looking at Han Feier and the demon envoy, his face darkened and he shouted angrily, "You are at the end of your strength, yet you still dare to resist. Sky Fox, demon envoy, even if you don't consider yourselves, you should at least think about the brothers and sisters of your two tribes, right?" After saying this, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked directly at the two tribe members who were surrounded by Ye Bufan's party, and said with great sorrow, "Brothers and sisters, you see it, right? These two guys are selfish and have never thought about your safety. In this case, do you still want to follow them? Wake up, and stop being stubborn. You are so." The Snow Wolf Demon King's words made Han Feier and the demon envoy so angry that they almost vomited blood. Is this a blatant attempt to sow discord, or is it an attempt to undermine their base right in front of them? Damn, bastard, outrageous. How can there be such shameless people in this world? Han Feier and the demon envoy were furious, but the demon clan members couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although the Snow Wolf Demon King betrayed the demon clan, we have to admit that he was right. A wise bird chooses a tree to roost in, and a wise man fights for his friend. For them, following someone is not following. What's more, the current situation is that the human race is powerful. If they don't surrender, they will probably die. It must be said that the Snow Wolf Demon King's persuasion has played some role, and the demon clan has already started to move. Han Feier saw all this and became very anxious. In the previous battle with the demon clan, almost all the Fox clan members were killed or injured, and now there are only 5 or 6 foxes left. If the other demon clan members surrender to the human race, there will be no need to continue the fight, and their side will definitely lose and die. Han Feier would never allow such a thing to happen. Immediately, she roared at the Snow Wolf Demon King, "As a demon, you betrayed my demon race and joined the human race. You really deserve to die." After saying that, Han Feier waved her arm and said, "All the saints of the demon race, listen to my order and follow me to kill. Even if you die, we will make the human race pay the price. Call out." As soon as she finished speaking, Han Feier rushed out immediately. It's a pity that the members of the demon tribe did not follow her to fight at the first moment. Seeing this scene, Han Feier was stunned. The Snow Wolf Demon King immediately said, Look, Master Wolf said that the Sky Fox doesn't care about your life or death. Otherwise why would she let you fight to the death knowing that you would die? It's stupid. This is throwing your lives away in vain." After a pause, the Snow Wolf Demon King changed the subject and said earnestly, "Brothers and sisters of the demon clan, wake up and stop being stubborn. My lord has already said that he will not interfere in the affairs of the demon clan in the future. Everything will be decided by me, the Wolf Lord. Now brothers and sisters who are willing to submit to the Wolf Lord, please stand up as soon as possible and gather on the right. Otherwise, my lord will issue a killing order and you will surely die." You are so. After hearing this, Han Feier went completely berserk. The members of the demon tribe could not help but look at each other, seeming to be hesitant and even more hesitant. Seeing this, Han Feier looked at the demon envoy. Her eyes seemed to say, "Demon envoy, let's join forces. The morale of our demon clan is already in chaos. If we don't take action, and wait for our demon clan members to surrender, we will no longer have the strength to fight, and we will all die in the end." The demon envoy understood, a murderous look flashed in his eyes, and he said, "All demons, follow me and kill them. The human race is treacherous. If we surrender, we will only die. Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon rushed out. The same is true for Han Feier. The remaining powerful saints of the heavenly demon clan did not hesitate or stop at all. Han Feier rushed out with the Sky Demon clan and several Fox clan members, but Ye Bufan sneered and shouted, "The members of the demon clan have 10 seconds to consider whether to surrender or not. As for the other members, kill them all without leaving a single one alive." Son of a bitch. Ye Bufan's words made Han Feier and the demon envoy extremely angry. The Snow Wolf Demon King was cunning, but he didn't expect that Ye Bufan was even more sinister than him. Give the demon clan members 10 seconds to think. Damn, are you considering them? Maybe, but more likely, Ye Bufan wanted to use these 10 seconds to restrain the demon clan members. After all, there are still 10 seconds of consideration time, and the members of the demon clan will not take action immediately. This is equivalent to dividing the power of their two clans into 2 parts. On one side are Han Feier and the Sky Demon clan, and on the other side are the hesitant members of the demon clan. There are more than 200 powerful saints in the human and barbarian tribes, and the demon and monster tribes are not as good as them. In this situation, the power of the demons and monsters is divided into two parts. How can they compete with humans and barbarians? It's not as good as before, let's have another one that increases while the other decreases. 10 seconds may seem short, but it is enough for the human race to inflict heavy damage on their own side. Kill half of them first, then kill all of them. The human race is going to be defeated one by one. Despicable, shameless, and hateful. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. When two armies fight, conquering the heart is the most important thing. As long as you can reduce your own side's losses, nothing else matters. The winner takes it all. Kill. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the first barbarian lord roared angrily and rushed out first. The barbarian members did not stop, but followed closely and killed Han Faer and the demons. For no other reason than the first barbarian lord has issued an order that today, the barbarians are the vanguard of the human race and cannot be spared, they must all fight to the death. If not, a great catastrophe will surely come to the barbarians. Kill. Led by the first barbarian lord, dozens of powerful saints from the barbarian tribe rushed out with great momentum and murderous intent. Han Faer and the demon envoy were furious and confused when they saw this scene. They really couldn't figure out what had happened to the first barbarian lord. It would have been fine if he had joined forces with the human race, but looking at the current situation, it seemed that the first barbarian lord wanted the barbarians to serve as cannon fodder for the human race. The first barbarian. This guy is absolutely crazy. Base. The moment the barbarians rushed out, Hao Peng's magic sword was unsheathed. Kill. With a loud shout, Fat Hao rushed out with a knife in hand. More than 157 killing saints, together with the only dozen or so saints of the human race, were all killed in an instant. More than 200 saints, covering the sky and the earth, filled with chilling coldness and murderous intent. Chapter 964. You are not worthy of my attack. After a bloody battle between the demons and monsters, there were less than 100 powerful saints left, of which 2/3 were from the demon clan and 1/3 were from the demon clan. Currently, Han Faer, the Sky Demon clan, and 5 or 6 members of the Fox clan together make up only about 40 saints. On the other hand, Ye Bufan is on the side. There are 150 to 160 saints in the 7 killing army, and the human race has 18 saints excluding Hao Peng. Together with Manzi, the number of saints on their side has exceeded 230. 230 vs 40. On average, 6 people from Ye Bufan's side besieged one demon or monster. 6 to 1, absolute numerical suppression. What's more, the members of the 7 killing army all possess the inheritance of the heavenly palace, and their combat power is not only extraordinary but also superb. Under such circumstances, Han Faer's side was completely crushed and could only defend. Ye Bufan stood in the void, just watching the battle in front of him quietly without taking any action. After a moment, Ye Bufan shifted his gaze from the battle situation to the dozens of undecided demon members and said, "You still have 8 seconds to think about it." "No, now it's 7 seconds. Buzz." Hearing this, the hearts of the powerful demon clan saints could not help but tremble. They looked at Ye Bufan, then at the fierce battle in front of them. The human race is powerful and the barbarians are fierce and brave. Right now, the Sky Fox Demon Lord was completely suppressed by Ye Bufan's group. If this continues, we will eventually fail and perish. This scene stimulated the eyes of the demon clan members and even shocked their hearts. Asshole. But at this moment, Han Faer roared, "You bunch of stupid trash, can't you see that he is deliberately restraining you so that he can defeat us one by one? The dog is cooked after the rabbit dies. Once we lose, do you think he will let you go? When the time comes, you will all die." Buzz. Hearing this, the hearts of all the demon clan members couldn't help but tremble again. Ye Bufan shook his head. "If I really want to kill you all, is it necessary to go through so much trouble? I have more than 230 Saint Realm experts under my command, and no less than 50 of them have reached the peak of the Saint Realm. It would be easy for me to kill you." All the demon clan members were stunned. Yes, if the other party really wants to wipe out all of our people, why would we go to so much trouble? Han Faer was also stunned. For a moment, she was a little confused about Ye Bufan's real intention. Of course Ye Bufan wouldn't be stupid enough to tell her that he was doing this to reduce casualties on his side. Ignoring Han Faer, Ye Bufan looked at the demon clan members and said again, there are only 5 seconds left. Upon hearing this, the powerful saints of the demon clan were shocked and anxious, and many of them even couldn't help but sweating profusely on their foreheads. After all, this is a matter of life and death, and they have no choice but to be extremely careful and think again and again. 4 seconds. Ye Bufan continued to count down. Puff. But at this moment, during the fight between the two sides, a demon finally couldn't hold on any longer and was besieged and killed by 5 powerful saints from Ye Bufan's side. This scene deeply stimulated the group of hesitant saint-level powerful men from the demon clan. I am willing to submit to you. Finally, a demon who had entered the initial stage of the saint realm could no longer bear the double pressure from the outside world. He looked at Ye Bufan tremblingly and finally chose to surrender. Asshole, trash. Seeing this scene, Han Feier became furious, and her offensive increased sharply. Unfortunately, under the siege of Hao Peng, Yilong and other 6 peak saint-level powerhouses, all this was destined to be in vain. What's worse, with her outburst, the blood from her chest, which had been severely injured by the Snow Wolf King's sneak attack, began to flow out uncontrollably again. The blood-red coat made Han Feier look even more hideous and embarrassed. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. He looked at the Saint Realm initial stage demon who surrendered first, smiled slightly, and said, "Congratulations on making a wise choice. Since you are the first to surrender to me, I hereby declare that you will be the demon lord in the future." Boom. Hearing this, the demon beast that had just entered the holy realm couldn't help but tremble. Looking at Ye Bufan, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. The other demon clan members were also shocked. The position of the demon lord. In the demon clan, the demon lord is the leader and has the right to command other demons. But there doesn't have to be only one demon lord. Just like before, the demon clan had 10 demon lords. But after Han Feier's strong rise, there was only one demon lord left in the demon clan, and she led the entire demon clan. Therefore, the number of demon lords is not constant, but depends on the strength of the demon saints. However, it is undeniable that if one wants to become a demon lord of the demon clan, one must be a strong man who has reached the peak of the saint realm. But what about now? Looking at the monster that had entered the initial stage of the holy realm, all the other monsters in the holy realm were extremely envious. With Ye Bufan's recognition, even if he has only entered the initial stage of the saint realm, he can definitely become the demon lord of the demon clan. At the same time as they were envious, all the demon saints felt infinite regret. They regretted why they were not the first to choose to surrender and submit to Ye Bufan. But no matter what, the hearts of these demon saints have been shaken at this moment. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. Once there is 1, there will naturally be 2, 3, and 4. I surrender too. I am willing to submit to you. I surrender too. At the last second, dozens of demon saints spoke one by one and chose to surrender. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. If you die, there is nothing left. Only when you are alive do you have hope and a future. Puff. On the battlefield, Han Feier, who was besieged by Hao Peng and others, was so furious after hearing the surrender of these demon saints that she could no longer bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Owner. But at this moment, the demon saint who had surrendered first suddenly spoke up. He looked at Ye Bufan and suggested, "Since we have surrendered to the master, we are his subordinates. Now that the master wants to annihilate these traitors, how can we stay out of it? Master, why don't you let us join the battle and try to kill these traitors as soon as possible?" Well, Ye Bufan and the other demon saints were all stunned by the words of the demon saint who had just entered the saint realm. Holy shit. In an instant, all the demon saints regretted again. Why didn't I think of such a good opportunity to perform? Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "Sure. I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. If you can kill one of them, I will definitely reward you after the battle." Swish, swish, swish. Before Ye Bufan finished speaking, dozens of demon saints had already rushed to the battlefield. Han Feier, Demon Envoy, Sky Demon Clan, Fox Clan. These traitors and villains should be executed. At this moment, Han Feier and others seemed to have become the murderers of these demon saints, causing them to attack frantically. As a result, Han Feier and others, who were already struggling to hold on, were beaten back in an instant, and they didn't even have the ability to fight back. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Han Feier was furious. This group of ungrateful wolves, as members of the demon race, would have surrendered to the human race, but now they are actually attacking me just to please Ye Bufan and to make meritorious services for him. Damn it, it's really damn bad. In a rage, Han Feier shouted, Ye Bufan, do you dare to fight me? One-on-one, until death. Buzz. Han Feier's sudden words made the entire battlefield fall into silence. Ye Bufan glanced at Han Feier and said, one-on-one, fight with me. Yes, do you dare? Han Feier asked sternly. Han Feier, do you still think you are my opponent today? Ye Bufan said this, then shook his head and said disdainfully, to tell you the truth, right now, you are not worthy of me taking action at all. After saying this, Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, quick battle, quick decision, annihilate them all. Chapter 965, Han Feier, Soul Fusion Realm High Level. Quick victory, annihilate them all. At Ye Bufan's command, his side's originally fierce offensive instantly increased by another 3 points. Like a tidal wave, like a wild beast attacking. Bang, bang, bang. In the space of a breath, 3 celestial demons were killed, and endless death enveloped the entire space. Human brothers, I surrender and am willing to lead my demon clan to submit to you. Please stop your men. Seeing that defeat was inevitable, the demon envoy could not help but said hurriedly. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. Save your life first, and then make long-term plans. It's a pity that Ye Bufan ignored it. Surrender your sister. Satu Nan and other Saint Realm experts who were besieging the demon envoy roared at him angrily, saying, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Not to mention that you are doomed to fail, even if you are in your prime, our human race will not accept the surrender of the heavenly demon clan. 100,000 years ago, our ancestors left us the instruction that when we encounter the heavenly demon, we must fight to the death. Otherwise, our race will perish. Hearing this, the demon was furious, but he could not refute it. Surrender is no longer possible. There is no chance of winning in a fight to the death. If you want me to die, you will have to pay the price for it. Immediately, the demon roared angrily. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce aura surged out from the demon's body. Violent and cruel. Above the 9 heavens, the all-seeing heaven-destroying array instantly appeared. After becoming a saint, martial arts merge with the soul. Seeing this scene, Satu Nan and others were shocked. Undoubtedly, the demon envoy also suppressed his cultivation. Get out of the way. But at this moment, an angry shout suddenly rang out. Swish, swish, swish. Satu Nan and the others who were besieging the demon envoy dispersed immediately without any hesitation. Chant. At this time, a dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth, shaking the entire space and resounding throughout the world. Then another roar sounded. So what if the martial arts soul merges? Die. Ye who held a purple spear in his hand, like a killing god, and attacked the demon envoy directly. This shot was as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder. A purple dragon rushed out from the spear, with such vast and ferocious power that the heaven and earth shook. This. Seeing this scene, the demon envoy was shocked, his soul trembling. Earth-level divine weapon, dragon soul weapon spirit, how can it be? Before the demon envoy finished speaking, Ye Long had already arrived in front of him. Puff. As the spear attacked, the purple dragon phantom instantly pierced through the demon's body along with the spear. One shot, fast, fierce and powerful. In an instant, space solidified and time stagnated. The demon instinctively lowered his head and looked at the purple spear that pierced his chest. He was shocked and unbelievable. Earth god weapon, impossible, impossible. Bang. The next second, there was a loud bang, and the demon's body exploded into countless pieces of flesh, scattered between heaven and earth. The soul fell and no body was left. Before and after. Less than a second. Until the moment of his death, the demon envoy could not understand why a second divine weapon appeared in the hands of human beings in the Shenwu continent. He was even more surprised why a warrior who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm could control the spirit of a divine weapon. Puff. Yehu pulled back his spear, but couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of hot blood. Having reached the peak of the Saint Realm and driven the spirit of a divine weapon, it was obvious that he also suffered backlash. But it's no big deal. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Fatty Hao, who was besieging Han Feier, couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is unfair. Xiao Hu can even control the spirit of the magic weapon, why can't I, Fatty?" The same inheritance of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, the same Earth-level magic weapon, but Fat Hao can only use the power of inheritance to use the magic weapon 3 times, and the 3 opportunities have been exhausted over the years. Now the Earth-level magic weapon in his hand can only be regarded as an ordinary magic weapon. At least that was the case before he had the absolute strength to control the Earth Divine weapon. As for the spirit, haha, Fat Hao has never seen it until now. He doesn't even know what the weapon spirit inside his magic weapon is, let alone how to use the weapon spirit in battle. But what about Ye Hu? But no matter what, the demon envoy died, and he was killed instantly by Ye Hu's shot after he burst into the Soul Fusion realm. This scene shook the entire battlefield. This scene made the remaining demons and foxes tremble with fear. Even Ye Bufan's side, except for the members of the 7 killers, all looked horrified. Kill Ronghan with 1 shot. This strength is already outrageous. Han Feier was also stunned. But after just a moment, she came back to her senses, and she didn't care at all about the death of the demon envoy. She looked at Ye Bufan and shouted, "Ye Bufan, do you not want to fight, or do you dare not fight? Whatever you think." Ye Bufan smiled calmly and didn't argue with Han Feier at all. "You." Han Feier was furious. "Coward." After spitting, she continued to mock. "You are the leader of the human race, but you don't even have the courage to fight me. It's ridiculous that you threatened to kill me before. With you, even 10 of you are not enough for me to kill." Puff. After hearing this, Hao Peng and others who were besieging Han Feier finally couldn't help laughing out loud even though they were in the middle of a battle. "Young Master Yi can't defeat you. You're a fool, a moron. Do you think Yi Xiao's Zhodian realm cultivation can represent his own strength? Let me tell you, cultivation level doesn't mean anything. Just before, I have experienced it myself. Even if young Master Yi stood there and let me attack, without using the earth magic weapon, I couldn't hurt him at all. Just you. If young Master Yi takes action, he would be bullying you by taking advantage of his strength." Han Feier naturally had no way of knowing all this. At this moment, facing Ye Bufan's contempt, she was angry, hateful, and anxious, and the rage in her heart reached its peak. "Mr. Yi, since you don't dare to accept the challenge, I will have to do it myself." Seeing that Ye Bufan was unmoved, Han Feier roared angrily, "Today you have ruined my plan, I will destroy you both physically and spiritually." Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Feier's aura surged and increased dramatically like a demon. Above the 9 heavens, the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation that had just disappeared also appeared in an instant. Han Feier's cultivation level soared. The initial stage of Soul Fusion Realm, the middle stage of Soul Fusion Realm, the advanced stage of Soul Fusion Realm. 3 small realms were instantly promoted, and Han Feier's cultivation level remained at the advanced level of Soul Fusion Realm. Powerful cultivation and fierce momentum. Bang, bang, bang. Around Han Feier, Hao Peng and others were instantly pushed back by her. At the same time, a trace of blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they had been injured by Han Feier. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. No one expected that Han Feier had hidden so deeply. Not only had she entered the Soul Fusion realm, but she had also reached the terrifying high level of the Soul Fusion realm. Die. Without any hesitation, Han Feier shouted loudly and rushed straight towards Ye Bufan in an instant. Fierce momentum and chilling murderous intent. At this moment, everyone present could see that Han Feier's previous invitation to fight Ye Bufan was fake, and her real intention was to take the opportunity to kill him. After all, after unlocking her cultivation, Han Feier could only stay in the Shenwu continent for 10 seconds, and she didn't know Ye Bufan's strength, so she had to be careful. Inviting a fight is just an excuse. One-on-one, the goal is to take the opportunity to kill. It was a pity that Ye Bufan did not take her seriously and did not respond to the challenge. In desperation, Han Feier chose to take the initiative. Master Yi. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. Unfortunately, everything happened too suddenly and Han Feier was too fast, so no one had time to intercept her. Call out. In less than a breath, Han Feier was already 6 meters away from Ye Bufan. At this moment, looking at Ye Bufan, a hint of fierceness and disdain flashed in her eyes, as if Ye Bufan was just an ant in her eyes. Die. With a roar, Han Feier moved the sword in her hand and slashed out. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless sword beams rushed out and attacked Ye Bufan with unstoppable force. High level of Soul Fusion Realm, half a step to supernatural power. Han Feier unleashed her strongest attack, hoping to kill Ye Bufan with one blow and cut him off with her sword. Chapter 966 Ye Xiao vs Fei. The cold sword light and the vast ferocity. Han Fei used her high-level soul fusion realm cultivation to perform a half-step magical power, the power of which changed the entire world. This is her strongest attack yet. No hesitation, no reservation, endless hatred, just to kill with one strike. Kachaka. The moment Han Fei swung her sword, the holy sword in her hand, which was already full of gaps, finally couldn't withstand the power of the sword and turned into countless pieces in an instant. One sword, shaking the world. Seeing this scene, especially feeling the endless murderous intent in the sword beams, everyone around was shocked. They wanted to reinforce Ye Bufan, but unfortunately, it all happened too suddenly, and Han Fei was too fast, so they had no time to reinforce. The cold sword light arrived in an instant. Dozens of sword beams were locking and surrounding Ye Bufan from all directions, just like the demon envoy before. At this moment, Ye Bufan had nowhere to hide and no way to avoid. Not only that, when Han Fei used the half-step magical power before, she was only at the peak of the Saint realm, but at this moment, she was using this sword at the high level of the soul fusion realm. Enter the pinnacle of sainthood. Advanced level of soul fusion. It's almost a gap of one major realm. It is conceivable how terrifying this sword is at this moment. Even when everyone saw the sword light passing by, a slight crack appeared in the space. An ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating its own capabilities. But at this moment, Ye Bufan shouted with disdain, "I have already said that to this day, you are no match for me at all." This is true for the peak of the Saint realm, and it is also true for the high-level soul fusion realm. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, purple flames shot up into the sky around Ye Bufan. Chaos heart refining flame. Divine flame devouring heaven. The terrifying purple fire, centered on Ye Bufan, permeated the entire space, as if to devour everything. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but be stunned, and so were Hao Peng, Satu Nan and others. At this moment, Ye Bufan had completely turned into a burning fireman in their eyes. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. The sword light is coming. But in the next second, it came into contact with the chaos heart refining flame around Ye Bufan. Strange fire from heaven and earth. Heaven defying martial arts. Compared to the Tianyan Gai Ju, the Shenyan Shishan Ju, which is based on the strange fire of heaven and earth, is undoubtedly more terrifying. Everything in the world can be used by me, let alone a mere sword blade. Huff, huff, huff. The moment the sword light touched the chaos heart refining flame, the sword light was instantly swallowed up and reduced by at least half. The reduction in size naturally means that the power has been weakened. A momentary confrontation. Before the people around could see what was happening, dozens of sword beams had already landed on Ye Bufan. Puff, puff, puff. Ye Bufan's outer clothes were instantly covered with sword marks. In the end, dozens of sword beams all fell on Ye Bufan's flesh. It's a pity that the seemingly powerful sword light fell on Ye Bufan, but did not hurt him at all, it just left a few white marks on his skin. The Supreme Divine Body is immortal and indestructible. Even if it is only the initial stage of the Supreme Divine Body, its defense is comparable to that of a secondary divine weapon, and can even be compared with an earthly divine weapon. In this way, how could the sword light weakened by the chaos refining heart possibly hurt Ye Bufan? A fatal blow. In Ye Bufan's opinion, this is a joke. With the divine flame devouring heaven art and the Supreme Divine Body, even if he didn't defeat Han Fei in seconds, he had already been invincible. Impossible. Seeing that her strongest attack failed to kill Ye Bufan, and couldn't even hurt him, Han Fei seemed unable to accept it. She finally couldn't help but exclaimed. The look in her eyes when she looked at Ye Bufan was even more shocked and incredible. High level of soul fusion realm, half a step to supernatural power. This extremely powerful attack could kill even an ordinary soul fusion realm initial or intermediate warrior in one blow, let alone a mere Jodian warrior. But what is the result? Ye Bufan actually blocked it head-on with his Jodian realm cultivation, and he was not wearing any armor. In other words, Ye Bufan blocked her strongest attack with his physical strength alone. How powerful is his body? And how terrifying is his body? Han Fei was shocked and even more frightened. Han Fei is like this, and others are no exception. They were originally worried that Ye Bufan would be killed by Han Fei's sword. After all, that sword was too strong. But in the end Ye Bufan actually faced the enemy head-on and remained unscathed. While I was relieved, I was more shocked. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly spoke, looking at Han Fair with disdain. I have already said that to this day, you are not worthy of my attack at all. Buzz. Hearing this, Han Fire's body trembled, and she suddenly came back to her senses, or rather woke up with a start. Run. Without any hesitation, she turned around and wanted to run away. Even her strongest attack couldn't hurt Ye Bufan. Han Fair knew that with her current strength, it was nothing but a pipe dream to want to kill Ye Bufan. It was simply a luxury. If you don't leave now, you will die. 3 seconds had passed since she unsealed her cultivation. If she could hold on for another 7 seconds, she would be expelled from the Shenwu continent by the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation. As long as she leaves the Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan will no longer be able to do anything to her. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. There is ample time. Han Fair believed that with the Tianyan Gai Ju, sooner or later Ye Bufan would die in her hands. It's a pity that Ye Bufan would never let her leave easily. The moment Han Fair turned around, Ye Bufan immediately mobilized all his skills and even used the strength of his physical body to take a step forward under the 9 steps of Tanglong. Call out. His body immediately turned into a shadow and stood in front of Han Fair in an instant. You. Seeing this scene, Han Fair was shocked. You want to run, can you run? Ye Bufan shouted loudly, then punched Han Fair. Violent and ferocious. One punch, like a pounce from a ferocious beast. Han Fair instinctively slapped out with her palm. Fists collide. Boom. With a loud bang, the earth and sky shook, and everyone around felt their ears buzzing. Ye Bufan took 5 steps back and Han Fair took 3 steps back. After the brief confrontation, Han Fair seemed to be stronger, but she did not show any joy at all. Not only that, her mind could not help but tremble at this moment. You know, she is a high-level expert in the soul fusion realm, while Ye Bufan is only at the Jodian level. Circulation of the Qi and fusion of the soul. There is a gap of 3 major realms between the two. But the power of Ye Bufan's attack was actually comparable to hers. It's unbelievable. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the shock in Han Fire's heart was far more than that. After the blow, she felt a sharp pain in the palm of her hand. She couldn't help but take a look, only to find that there were burn marks on the palm of her hand. The purple flame. The first thing Han Fair thought of was the chaos heart-refining flame surrounding Ye Bufan. What kind of fire could burn a high-level soul fusion realm warrior with just a moment's touch? Han Fair couldn't even imagine it. At this moment, she no longer doubted Ye Bufan's previous arrogant words. Because that is not nonsense, but the fact. In 3 years, relying on the powerful Tianyan Gai Ju, she not only restored her cultivation to its former peak, but also went a step further and reached the high level of soul fusion realm. This speed is already terrifying. But Ye Bufan's improvement speed was even faster and more terrifying than hers. This huge impact further strengthened Han Fire's determination to escape. If you stay, you will die. Bang! It was also at this time that the last demon on Han Fire's side was surrounded and killed by everyone. At this point, the Demon Alliance, except for Han Fire, was completely wiped out. Surround them. At the moment when the last demon fell, Hao Pengli shouted. At this moment, anyone could see that Han Fair had already given up and wanted to run away. In this case, how could everyone let her get her wish? As soon as Fat Hao finished speaking, more than 200 powerful saints from the 3 tribes of humans, demons, and barbarians, as well as Ye Bufan's side, instantly surrounded Ye Bufan and Han Fair. Although they cannot participate in the soul fusion realm level battle, Han Fair should not even think of breaking out of their encirclement. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Han Fair became furious. There were more than 200 Saint Realm experts, and even he, who was at a high level in the Soul Fusion realm, did not dare to fight head-on. If you don't dare to fight head-on, then you can't force your way in. The only thing left is to fight Ye Bufan one-on-one. At least this way, she will be under a lot less pressure. 6 seconds. There are still 6 seconds before the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation will forcibly expel her. As long as she can hold on, she will win. At this moment, Han Fair felt so aggrieved and helpless. At the same time, she hoped that the time limit of the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation was not 10 seconds, but 1 second. No, preferably not even a second. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned, and the 10-second time limit of the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation will not change. Before Han Fair could think more, Ye Bufan rushed towards her again. The momentum is like a rainbow and the murderous intent is chilling. The supreme divine body. Chaos heart refining flame. Crazy. Kill. Chapter 967 Han Fair must die. The cold murderous intent pounced like a ferocious beast. Seeing Ye Bufan rushing towards her, and looking at the purple flames surrounding him, and recalling the burn marks on the palms of her hands, Han Fair really didn't want to confront Ye Bufan head-on at this moment. Unfortunately, she had no choice. More than 200 powerful saints were waiting in all directions. If she did not fight with Ye Bufan but chose to escape, she would be besieged by more than 200 powerful saints. Even though she was a high-level soul fusion realm expert, she could not bear this. The last 5.5 seconds. We must fight, and we can only fight. There is no other choice. Han Fair felt so aggrieved that a high-level soul fusion realm expert was forced into this situation. Without any hesitation, she immediately threw a punch at Ye Bufan who was rushing towards her. Fist to fist. Boom. A dull and heavy sound was heard. The space shook as the two men struck each other. Ye Bufan did not pause at all. The moment one punch landed, another punch was thrown out. Under the madness, the attack speed increased dramatically. Punch after punch. Ye Bufan was like a mad beast. He stuck to Han Fair, entangled her, and launched a violent attack on her. The speed was so fast that people could only see a series of afterimages. Ye Bufan is like this, and so is Han Fair. The only difference is that Ye Bufan is attacking while Han Fair is defending. Of course, this was not what Han Fair wanted. If possible, she naturally hoped to be the attacking party, and even wanted to kill Ye Bufan. It's a pity that as a person at the high level of soul fusion realm, she felt helpless and aggrieved at this moment. Because of the supreme divine body, the gap between Ye Bufan and Han Fair has been narrowed a lot. But the gap between the two still exists. In terms of cultivation, Ye Bufan is not as good as Han Fair. In terms of strength, Ye Bufan is not as good as Han Fair. In terms of speed, Ye Bufan is still not as good as Han Fair. It can be said that except for physical strength, Han Fair is stronger than Ye Bufan in all aspects. But Han Fair was still beaten by Ye Bufan. All this is thanks to the chaos heart refining flame. As a strange fire from heaven and earth, even if it has been refined, its power is still strong. Although Han Fair is at a high level of the soul fusion realm, her physical body is totally incomparable to Ye Bufan's supreme divine body, and she is even more unable to resist the chaos heart refining flame. Therefore, when Ye Bufan activated the divine flame devouring heaven art, Han Fair would be burned, or in other words, swallowed, every time she came into contact with the chaos heart refining flame. It just turned into a burn because the swallowing time was too short. Han Fair did not fight with Ye Bufan because she did not dare to come into contact with the chaos refining heart flame. That's why she could only defend herself. But even so, her hands and arms were already red. Ye Bufan, I've remembered today's grudge. Just wait, one day, I will cut you into pieces. With only 4 seconds left before the Senluo Wanxiang Zutian formation would forcibly expel her, Han Fair could no longer bear it and let out an angry roar. Do you think you still have a chance? Ye Bufan shouted, today, you must die, and you can only die. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan attacked with a punch. A punch, full of force. With one punch, the power surges. Shenwu Bawang the third level of power. Boom. As Ye Bufan threw a violent punch, the chaos heart refining flame around his body pounced towards Han Fair like a ferocious beast, with raging flames and steaming vital energy. Seeing this scene, Han Fair's pupils shrank. Swish, swish. She instinctively crossed her arms in front of her. Fists and arms collide. Boom. Ye Bufan's punch was like a meteorite hitting the ground, and a sonic boom sounded. At the same time, the fire was raging. Puff, puff, puff. Han Fair put on her clothes, which instantly turned into ashes, leaving only her green underwear. The snow-white skin is fully revealed. However, at this moment, facing this embarrassing scene, Han Fair had no time to think about it, because the stabbing pain and huge force on her arms made Han Fair's body fly backwards instinctively. In an instant, it was dozens of meters. Kill. Seeing Han Fair flying backwards, the people on Ye Bufan's side behind her didn't hesitate at all and instantly attacked Han Fair with their weapons. The sharp claws of the demons and wild beasts also rushed out instantly. I will kill you while you are sick. More than a dozen powerful saints joined forces to attack, and the force was so strong that the space even distorted. Han Fire's heart trembled violently. Not daring to hesitate or slack off, she used all her strength to retreat. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen powerful saints joined forces to attack, but the attack missed, and Han Fair retreated more than 10 meters away. Call. Seeing that she had narrowly avoided the fatal blow, Han Fair couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of her. Without waiting for Han Fair to think about it, Ye Bufan punched her directly to death. A punch, fast, fierce and powerful. Han Fair was shocked, but had no time to dodge. Boom! Ye Bufan landed a violent punch on Han Fair. Han Fire's body trembled and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Ye Bufan, you are looking for death. After being hurt again and filled with rage, Han Fair finally couldn't help but let out a roar. After she finished speaking, she did not retreat but instead advanced and went straight towards Ye Bufan. Angry, furious, and therefore crazy. Bring it on. Seeing Han Fair taking the initiative to attack, Ye Bufan naturally would not retreat. After a loud shout, he instantly engaged in battle with Han Fair. Boom boom boom. Strong men clash and space distorts. Relying on the power of the Supreme Divine Body, Ye Bufan and Han Fair fought for dozens of rounds in an instant without being defeated, and he even had the upper hand. But that's not enough. In other words, Ye Bu was not satisfied. According to the current situation, Ye Bufan was confident that he could defeat Han Fair and finally kill her. But this takes time. It just so happens that Ye Bufan doesn't have much time left now. Last 3 seconds. When the time comes, Han Fair will be expelled from the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation, and no one will be able to stop her then. Ye Bu knew that it was impossible for him to kill Han Fair within 3 seconds. Although Dao Wuya's inheritance is powerful, it only includes the Supreme Divine Body, Chaos Heart Refining Flame and Divine Flame Devouring Heaven Art, at least for now. Although these three are extraordinary, they obviously do not have strong lethality. If Dao Wuya's inheritance contained a killing move like Hao Peng and others, Han Fair would have died by now. It's a pity that there are no ifs in this world. Are we just going to let Han Fair go like this? No. Han Fair must die. If you don't remove the roots of the trouble, there will be endless disasters. Han Fair possesses the Tianyan Gai Ju. If she is allowed to escape today, it will be a disaster for him in the future. Even if she cannot threaten him, she will threaten the people around him. Ye Bufan would never allow this. Such people cannot be kept. Any threat should be nipped in the bud. Last 2 seconds. Boom. After fighting with Han Fair, Ye Bufan retreated violently, and at the same time he shouted, Ye Long, Ye Shi, Ye Lang, Ye Hua, bring out your magic weapons, and kill her at all costs. Ye Long, Ye Hu, Ye Shi, Ye Lang of the 10 people in the Ye family, except Ye Wu, the other 9 have inherited the title of the 108 flag masters of the Heavenly Palace. Whenever a flag owner inherits a piece of equipment, there must be a magic weapon. Secondary divine soldiers, or earthly divine soldiers. Any magical weapon must be endowed with the power of inheritance, and there is an opportunity to use the magical weapon before entering the divine realm. At least once, at most 3 times. Originally, Ye Bufan didn't want Ye Long and others to use their magic weapons unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, once these opportunities are exhausted, before Ye Long and others advance to the divine realm, whether it is the sub-divine weapons or the earthly divine weapons, they will become ordinary divine weapons, which are no different from holy weapons except for being tough and sharp. But at this moment, Ye Bufan couldn't care less. Han Fair must die. Chapter 968 Fair died, and the human race disappeared. If you don't remove the roots of the trouble, there will be endless disasters. Kill. Following Ye Bufan's loud shout, Ye Long, Ye Shi and 9 other people, except Ye Hu, all took a step forward, stood at the forefront of the encirclement, and instantly locked onto Han Fair. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, 8 magical weapons appeared instantly and hovered in front of them. Knife, sword, gun, hammer, bow. 2 great divine weapons and 6 lesser divine weapons. Buzz buzz buzz. The divine weapon roared loudly, causing the entire space to tremble, and its powerful aura swept across heaven and earth. Upon seeing this scene, except for the 7 killers, everyone present, whether human, demon or barbarian, could not help but be stunned. Han Fire's heart trembled even more. 8 magical weapons. Together with the previous 2, that's a total of 10 magical weapons. Where do all these magical weapons come from in Shenwu continent? Where do humans get so many magical weapons? Before Han Feier could think about it, Yi Long, Yi Shi and the other 8 people no longer hesitated or stopped. Kill. Fierce momentum and overwhelming murderous intent. Yi Long's long sword shook. The leaf lion danced with its silver hammer. Yi Hua grasped the longbow. The 8 most powerful men of the Yi family who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm stood proudly in the void, like 8 gods, and at the same time, they drove their divine weapons to launch the strongest attack on Han Feier from 8 directions. Swish, swish, swish. Sword chi, hammer shadow, sharp arrow. 8 of the most powerful attacks came towards Han Feier from 8 different directions, like a fishing net, completely blocking all of Han Feier's routes and leaving her no chance to escape. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Seeing this scene, Han Feier's pupils shrank, and her soul couldn't help but tremble again and again. Last second. Fight. She gritted her teeth, concentrated her mind, and used all her strength to avoid the fatal siege. Unfortunately, looking at Han Feier's actions, Ye Bufan sneered. If you don't enter the realm of God, you will always be immortal. How can the power of mortals compete with divine weapons? What's more, the 8 great divine soldiers appeared together. The reason why Ye Bufan did not hesitate to let Yi Long and 8 others attack together was because she did not want to give Han Feier any chance, nor did she allow any accidents to happen. Otherwise, the 2 or 3 magical weapons could easily kill Han Feier, so why would there be so much trouble like now? With the 8 magical weapons all out, Han Feier has no chance of survival. Puff. Before Han Feier could move, the arrow shot by Yi Hua had already pierced her abdomen. For a moment, blood splattered. Han Feier's body and even her soul couldn't help but tremble. Time seemed to stand still. The space seemed to condense. Looking at Ye Bufan in the distance, Han Feier's face turned pale, but her eyes were filled with endless hatred. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Looking at her, Ye Bufan said calmly. Puff. Immediately afterwards, Yi Long's icy blade slashed across Han Feier's left shoulder again. Afterwards, the sword energy penetrated the body and the spear broke the skull. In less than a breath, Han Feier's delicate body was torn into pieces and blood was splattered everywhere. High level of soul fusion, no vitality at all. Instantly, the expelling force of the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation arrived without any order, and forcibly expelled Han Feier in an instant. It's a pity that Han Feier has now become a corpse, and the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation is going to expel just a lifeless corpse. Call. But at this moment, Yi Hu's magic silver hammer struck, and the heavy hammer shadow finally arrived. Boom! A hammer penetrated the expelling force of the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation and fell on Han Feier's dead body. Powerful force impacted Han Feier's flesh and blood gradually disappeared, and her bones shattered into pieces. Until finally, total annihilation. It took less than a breath. Call out. The expelling power of the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation dissipated, and in the end, it took nothing away. The world was dead silent. A cold wind blew on my face. Gurgle. Except for the 7 killers, all the powerful saints present, including the human, demon, and wild beast races, could not help swallowing their saliva, their souls trembling. A high-level soul fusion realm cultivator just died like that. In the end, not even a corpse was left behind. The most terrifying thing was Yi Shi's hammer, which, under the expelling power of the formation, actually destroyed Han Feier's body and completely annihilated her. This hammer was so terrifying that it could destroy the world. Call. Everyone was in great shock, but Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Han Feier almost ran away, but fortunately, she was kept in the Shenwu continent forever in the end. Although the price paid was not small, at least the trouble was solved forever. Otherwise Ye Bufan couldn't imagine how much trouble Han Feier would bring him in the future. The 2 tribes of demons were either killed or surrendered. Now that Han Feier is dead, it also declares the complete end of this war. From now on, there will be no more wars between the 3 races of humans, demons and barbarians in the Shenwu continent. Of course, the so-called no more war is nothing more than a large-scale racial fight. In the future, the human race will inevitably enter the Wangyao Mountains and the 10 Forbidden Forests. As a result, there will inevitably be friction and fighting among the 3 races. This is inevitable. After all, the strong prey on the weak, the fittest survive, and there is growth only when there is competition. Moreover, if we don't kill the monsters and barbarians, what will humans eat? Will they just be vegetarians? That's simply impossible. Of course, humans can kill demons and wild beasts by entering the Wangyao Mountains and the Forbidden Forest, but they also run the risk of being killed by demons and wild beasts. After all, those who kill will be killed. However, as Ye Bufan had said to the first barbarian lord before, the divine warriors and saints of the human race would never set foot in the lands of the demons and barbarians in the future. Similarly, the divine warriors and saints of the demon and barbarian tribes would naturally not be able to take action. In addition, large-scale fighting between the three tribes will never happen and will not be allowed to happen again. This is a good thing for the three tribes. Relative peace and sustainable development. After a moment, Ye Bufan looked at Satu Nan and the other 18 saints and the demon saints and said, "Old Satu, take the saints and the demon saints to the battlefield immediately and ask both sides to stop fighting. All the demons will withdraw to the Wangyao mountain range. Now that the battle between the saints has been decided, there is no need to continue the fight between the two races." Good. Satu Nan and his party immediately took the order and left. This war has been going on for 3 years and is finally coming to an end. This is good news for both the human race and the demon race, especially for the demon race. After all, the demon clan was defeated in the battle with the saint. If Ye Bufan doesn't give up, I'm afraid that at worst the entire demon clan will not be able to escape the tragic fate of being exterminated. Fortunately, Ye Bufan did not do so. After Satu Nan and the other 18 saints and a group of demon saints left, Ye Bufan looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, "Let's go first, release the humans imprisoned in the Wangyao mountain range. We'll talk about other things in detail later." "Yes, Master. Wangyao mountain range, where humans are imprisoned. What on earth is going on here?" Looking at the prison in front of him, which was filled with bloody wolf corpses but no human members, the Snow Wolf Demon King was filled with shock and confusion. Then, he looked at Ye Bufan and said tremblingly, "Master, I really don't know what's going on. Before, those humans were indeed gathered and detained here." Ignoring the Snow Wolf Demon King, Ye Bufan frowned as he looked at the empty area in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. A moment later, several figures came up to Ye Bufan from below. Fat Hao looked solemn, and said in a deep voice as he looked at Ye Bufan, "Young Master Yi, these wolf tribe members were all killed in one blow. It should be the saint who did it, and they died not long ago, no more than 2 hours ago." Call. When Hao Peng said this, everyone held their breath. 2 hours. Isn't that almost the same time as the declaration of war between the demon clan and the devil? Are you sure that all the demons arrived when the two demon tribes declared war just now? Suddenly, Ye Bufan looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and asked in a deep voice. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned and said, "Master, I am sure that all the demons are here. I even secretly counted them at that time, and there is definitely not one missing." Just as he was halfway through his words, the Snow Wolf Demon King suddenly trembled, as if he had thought of something, and said, "Oh, right, in the Shenwu continent, there seems to be a demon with a higher status than the demon envoy, but this is just a feeling and guess of my subordinates, and I have not confirmed it, so. Are there demons in the Shenwu continent with a higher status than the demon envoy?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Ye Bufan shouted even more sternly. "Whether they are demons, monsters, or anyone else, they can't go far in 2 hours with billions of people, and they have nowhere to hide. Find them for me. No matter who they are, I'll find them even if I have to dig deep into the ground." Chapter 969 The Escaped Demon. Find it for me. At Ye Bufan's command, all the powerful saints present, except for Satu Nan and his group and the monsters who had already left, scattered and began a carpet search of the surroundings. It is impossible for billions of human beings to disappear out of thin air, and even in the endless Wangyao mountains, it is absolutely impossible to hide so many people completely. After everyone left, Ye Bufan still stayed where he was, looking at the many corpses of Wolf Clan members in front of him. He frowned, as if thinking about something. 10 minutes later, a wild beast rushed over from a distance. He looked at Ye Bufan and said in a trembling voice, "Master Yi, there's something going on over there." He was absolutely respectful to Ye Bufan. Not only him, but other barbarian members as well, because before this, the first barbarian lord had already issued an iron order to them. Any barbarian member must follow Ye Bufan. If not, Ye Bufan would not have to do anything, as he, the first barbarian lord, would kill the barbarians who were disrespectful to Ye Bufan. No mercy, no exceptions. It can be said that the first barbarian lord has now become Ye Bufan's die-hard fan. As for why, no one knows. The first barbarian lord only said one thing: everything is for the barbarians. Lead the way. After taking a look at the wild beast in front of him, Ye Bufan said in a deep voice. Yes. The beast responded and immediately turned back in the direction he had previously explored. Ye Bufan followed closely. Somewhere in the Wangyao Mountains. Following the wild beast, however, the scene before him shocked Ye Bufan and made him even more angry. He couldn't help but burst out with the murderous intent in his body. Dead silent space. A hideous picture. In front of Ye Bufan, on the ground, there were a number of shriveled corpses lying. The corpses were lying all over the ground, so densely packed that one couldn't even see the end of them at a glance. There is no doubt that these are the billions of disappeared humans that Ye Bufan is looking for. Unfortunately, they all died. Not only did they die, but these billions of human beings were all turned into mummies. The flesh and blood are dried up, and all vitality is gone. Undoubtedly, they had been forcibly drained of all their blood and energy. Strong visual impact. The scene was tragic to the extreme. Devil. Two words suddenly appeared in Ye Bufan's mind. Who else but the devil could drain all the blood and energy of billions of people in such a short period of time? Only the heavenly demon clan would resort to such cruel and inhumane means, and only they would need such cruel and inhumane means. They need the blood of the human race to offer a blood sacrifice to the eternal abyss. Damn it! In an instant, Ye Bufan's anger and murderous intent reached its peak. Beside him, the bodies and even souls of the wild beasts couldn't help but tremble and shudder. Boom! But at this moment, a roar sounded between heaven and earth, and then the sky and earth changed color. Wind and clouds surged, and above the 9 heavens, the all-seeing heaven-slaying array suddenly appeared. The barbarian beast was stunned by the sudden change. Ye Bufan also raised his head and looked at the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation above the 9 heavens, frowning. Above the 9 heavens, there is the heaven-slaying array that covers all things in the universe. The existence of this super formation is no longer a secret nowadays, but it has always been hidden between heaven and earth and will never appear under normal circumstances. There are only 2 situations in which the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation can be revealed. First, members of the human race communicate with their own essence and blood, and their cultivation cannot be too weak. Second, a strong person who has surpassed the initial stage of entering the Holy Realm appeared in the Shenwu continent. The scene before us clearly wasn't the human race communicating with the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation, so there was only one possibility: a powerful being who had surpassed the Saint Realm had appeared on the Shenwu continent, and this was the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation forcibly expelling the other party. Han Feier is dead. The demon is dead. The human race does not have warriors in the Soul Fusion realm. The barbarians also don't have any warriors in the Soul Fusion realm. As for the demon clan nowadays, the demon clan is probably the weakest clan, so where would they find powerful soul-melting masters? Then only the heavenly demon clan is left. The rolling clouds and the vast and ferocious power. As far as the eye can see, at an unknown distance, there is a purple light covering the place. There is no doubt that this is where the powerful man who has transcended the Saint Realm appeared. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan dodged and immediately rushed towards that location. Above becoming a saint, martial arts merge with the soul. It is even possible that he could fly or even become a demigod. The sudden appearance of a strong person of this level means that something big must have happened. Watching Ye Bufan leave, the wild beast beside him hesitated for a moment, then followed him. At this moment, not only Ye Bufan, but also other powerful saints who were searching for billions of human beings in the Wangyao Mountains were attracted by this sudden change. The myriad formations of heaven slaying. What's going on here? Is there another Soul Fusion realm expert showing up? Who is it? A soul melting expert. What on earth happened? Why did another Soul Fusion realm expert appear? Damn it, where do so many powerful Soul Fusion masters come from? Chaotic voices continued to ring out, but without exception, all the powerful saints rushed towards the place where the purple light was immersed at the first opportunity. For a time, strong men gathered together and the storm arose again. In the place stained by purple light, 2 demons stood in midair, their powerful aura was unreserved. A mid-level Soul Fusion realm figure. A high-level Soul Fusion realm cultivator. Compared with the previous demon envoys, the cultivation of these 2 heavenly demons is undoubtedly stronger. 10 seconds. At this moment, there were less than 3 seconds left for them to be expelled from the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation. Call out. But at this moment, a shadow came rushing from afar, and the first barbarian lord arrived first. 2 great soul fusion level demons. Looking at the 2 great demons in front of him, the first barbarian lord was stunned and his soul trembled. Roll. Seeing the demon envoy coming, one of the demons roared at him angrily. There was even a hint of anxiety on his face. The same was true for the other celestial demon. Seeing this scene, the first barbarian lord was stunned. Swish, swish, swish. But at this moment, figures came rushing towards us from afar. In the blink of an eye, dozens of powerful saints gathered around the first barbarian lord. And the number is increasing rapidly. The 2 demons were terrified. The same is true for dozens of powerful saints. Demon. Or are they 2 demons in the soul fusion realm? This. A series of chaotic voices rang out. It was you who drained the blood of billions of human beings. But at this moment, Ye Bufan arrived late. He looked directly at the 2 demons and asked in a stern voice. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Are all those billions of disappeared humans dead? Were they drained of their essence and blood by these 2 great demons? Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone looked at the 2 demons again, with a hint of strangeness in their eyes. Especially the human race, their eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent when they looked at the 2 demons. Snort. The 2 demons did not answer, but just looked at Ye Bufan and snorted coldly. So, you guys did it. Ye Bufan's expression turned cold, and he asked again, where are the other demons? Buzz. Hearing this, the 2 great demons trembled, and one of them said, I don't know what you are talking about. Do you think that you 2 can transfer billions of people and drain their blood in such a short time? Ye Bufan said coldly, and then a fierce look flashed in his eyes, saying, to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. The more obvious it is, the more you make such a big fuss. It should be to help cover up for the other demons so that we will not track down their whereabouts. Hearing this, the demon at the middle level of Soul Fusion realm was shocked. The high-level demon in the Soul Fusion realm immediately said, whatever you say, there is only 1 second left. Now, it is impossible for you to stay with us. Leave. Ye Bufan sneered, why should I keep you here? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, beyond the myriad phenomena, there is the divine martial world. Do you think that if you 2 heavenly demons enter the world, will you have a chance to survive? Middle soul fusion, high soul fusion. In the outer heaven, your level of cultivation is nothing but scum. Once you enter the outer heaven, you will inevitably be besieged by our human race and will eventually die. I know this, and I'm sure you all know it too. There is still a glimmer of hope if you hide in Shenwu, but there is only death if you enter Tianweishan. If that's the case, why do you still do this? Openly repair the plank road, secretly cross the Chenkang Pass. And you're still saying that you're not covering up for the other demons who are staying in Shenwu continent. Chapter 970 The Devil Disappears. Repairing the plank road in public and marching to Chenkang in secret. In Ye Bufan's opinion, there is no point at all for the 2 demons to escape from the Shenwu continent. After all, they are not Han Feier and do not have human bodies. As demons, once they enter the heaven beyond heaven, they will only die. If that's the case, why did they want to flee from the Shenwu continent? This is totally unnecessary and even a dead end. The devil is not stupid. Do something even though you know it is impossible. Then, the only explanation is that there are other demons in the Shenwu continent. What these 2 demons did was nothing more than an attempt to cover up the truth and protect the remaining demons. Ye Bufan's words stunned everyone present, and the 2 demons were even more shocked. A look of anger and unwillingness instantly appeared on the face of the middle-level demon in the Soul Fusion realm. Call out. The next second, before they could say or think more, the expelling power of the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation descended, and the 2 great demons disappeared directly on the spot. Ye Bufan ignored him. He glanced at all the Saint Realm experts present and said, everyone, continue searching. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find the remaining demons. How can you feel at peace if you don't get rid of the demons? At Ye Bufan's command, all the powerful Saint Realm warriors dispersed instantly without any hesitation. They also knew that if all the demons were not eliminated, they would sooner or later threaten the Shenwu continent. To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. Ye Bufan and his party were searching for traces of the heavenly demon in the Wangyao Mountains, while Satu Nan and his party and a group of demon saints had already arrived in the human territory. Originally, the Shenwu continent could have been notified through the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian Formation, but unfortunately, the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian Formation could only be used by the human race, and the demon army might not believe what the human race said, or they might not believe it at all. That is why only the great demon saints can personally step in to stop the demon army. The human race wins and the demon race loses. The two tribes ceased fighting and the demon tribe surrendered completely. This sudden news shocked all the warring members from both the human and demon races. What followed was that the human race cheered and the demon race mourned. But no matter what, the war between the human and demon races was gradually subsiding until a complete ceasefire. It's the third day since the demon clan was defeated. Human race, Kangchong Martial Academy. Hasn't found any trace of the Sky Demon clan yet. Looking at Fat Hao in front of him, Ye Bufan frowned and asked in a deep voice. In 3 days, more than 200 powerful saints from the 3 tribes went out in full force, but still failed to find the remaining demons. Ye Bufan was very dissatisfied with this result. Yes. After answering, Fatty Hao thought for a moment and said hesitantly, Young Master Yi, could it be that there are no more demons in the Shenwu continent? Is there no more demon? Ye Bufan frowned. Maybe. However, it is better to kill someone by mistake than to let them go. Ye Bufan dare not be careless towards the Sky Demon clan. Even if his guess is wrong and there are really no remaining members of the Sky Demon clan in the Shenwu continent, what does it matter? Try to find. As soon as the word sounded, Ye Bufan said with a stern expression, even if there are really no members of the Heavenly Demon clan in the Shenwu continent, we can't stop searching, at least not now. Unless we search every corner of the Shenwu continent, otherwise I will never give up. So, after a pause, Ye Bufan continued, you should now send a message to the 3 tribes, and have all members of the 3 tribes conduct a carpet search of the entire Shenwu continent. If anyone can find traces of the Heavenly Demon tribe, then, no matter if he is a human, a demon, or a wild beast, I will help him become a saint. The Shenwu continent is so huge that if we only rely on Saint Realm experts to search for possible demons, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. In this case, we will mobilize all members of the 3 tribes. As long as they really exist, we must find them even if it means looking for a needle in a haystack. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Fat Hao couldn't help but be shocked. Ye Bufan is going to mobilize the strength of the 3 tribes to conduct a comprehensive search for the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon tribe. The most important thing is the reward. If anyone finds the trace of the Heavenly Demon clan, Ye Bufan will help him become a saint. Hao Peng believed that once this news spread, all members of the 3 races of humans, demons, and barbarians below the Saint Realm on the Shenwu continent would go crazy about it. As for whether Ye Bufan has the ability to help others become saints, Fat Hao had no doubt at all. There are nearly 300,000 inheritances in the cemetery of gods and demons. As long as you can enter it, it is not difficult to become a saint. Even if you cannot obtain the inheritance in the end, it doesn't matter. Don't forget, there is also a powerful gravekeeper in the cemetery of gods and demons. Helping others to become saints is not a difficult task for him at all. At most, it just consumes some divine power. If he can help the human race to become a saint, then naturally he can also help other members of the demon and barbarian races to become saints. I see. Immediately, Fat Hao responded. In addition, Ye Bufan spoke again. Now that the 3 tribes have ceased fighting, it has become impossible for members of our human race to continue to earn merits, but the recruitment of the 7 killing army cannot be stopped. So, gather all the people who are currently ranked 10,000 in the 6 realms of Transcendent, Condensation, Return to Origin, Divine Origin, Jodian, and Divine Martial Arts, and give them the opportunity to join the 7 killing army. Of course, everything is voluntary. In addition, as long as the former members of the 81 War Department are still alive and willing, they will be given the opportunity to join the 7 killing army. There are nearly 300,000 inheritances in the cemetery of gods and demons, but he only has more than 2,000 members of the 7 killers. If he wants to open all the inheritances, this number of people is far from enough. What's more, not all of the more than 2,000 people can obtain the Heavenly Palace inheritance. Therefore, Ye Bufan urgently needed to expand the 7 killing army because he was short of people. Of course, it is better to have nothing than to have someone who is not qualified. Not everyone is qualified to join the 7 killing army. Whether they are ranked within 10,000 in the 6 realms or former members of the combat department, this is a way and means for Ye Bufan to select members of the 7 killers. Fat Hao naturally knew all this. Yes, he responded immediately. By the way, where is that old gambler now? As soon as Fat Hao finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly asked. Old gambler. Fat Hao couldn't help but be stunned. It's that old fellow Satu Nan. Ye Bufan said something. Fatty Hao said, he should still be searching for traces of the Sky Demon clan in the Wangyao Mountains. Let him come back. He will be in charge of the human race during this period. I believe that with his ability, this will not be a problem for him. You will be responsible for recruiting soldiers for the 7 killing army. Ye Bufan said calmly. Fat Hao was stunned. What about you, Master Yi? I plan to stay in seclusion for a while and concentrate on improving my cultivation and martial arts. The battle with Han Feier made Ye Bufan deeply aware of his own shortcomings. The Supreme Divine Body. Chaos Heart Refining Flame. Divine Flame Devouring Heaven Art. The combination of these 3 makes him strong enough to fight against Soul Fusion without being defeated, but he is only undefeated. For Ye Bufan, this is far from enough. He currently lacks strong attack power. If you want to improve your attack, you have to improve your cultivation, martial arts, and weapons. Although there are magical weapons in the treasury of the inner palace of the Heavenly Palace, he cannot use them now. The holy weapons of the Shenwu continent are already the limit. Ye Bufan cannot get any significant improvement in all aspects of weapons and armor. So now, he can only rely on improving his cultivation and martial arts to enhance his lethality. Especially martial arts. Ye Bufan was originally practicing divine-level martial arts. If he could cultivate it into a half-step divine power, Ye Bufan was confident that his combat effectiveness would definitely increase by more than double. Without waiting for Hao Peng to speak, Ye Bufan threw a Zumi ring to him and said, take this. This is. Fat Hao took the Zumi ring and looked at Ye Bufan with a puzzled look on his face. There are some divine crystals in here. Ye Bufan said, the red one is the fire god crystal, which contains the pure fire element. Similarly, the blue one is the water god crystal, and the green one is take these god crystals and distribute them to the brothers and sisters of the 7 killing army. I believe that with the help of the god crystals in your cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Divine crystals, elements, rapid progress in cultivation. Listening to Ye Bufan's words and looking at the Sumeru ring in his hand, Fat Hao's heart couldn't help but tremble. Good stuff. Chapter 971 Girls, Tremble. The divine crystal contains extremely pure elements of heaven and earth, and is an auxiliary training item for warriors in the divine realm. Relying on divine crystals, the training speed of divine realm warriors can be improved. This is just like when a warrior is in the saint realm, he can rely on Yuanxi to assist and improve his training speed. Warriors in the saint realm have already condensed their souls and can absorb the elements of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. Naturally, they can use divine crystals to assist and increase the speed of their own cultivation. However, the effect of the elements absorbed from the divine crystal by the saint realm warriors cannot be compared with that of the divine realm warriors. Of course, compared to directly absorbing elements from heaven and earth, the speed of practicing using divine crystals is naturally faster. Ye Bufan believed that with the help of divine crystals in their training, the more than 100 saints of the 7 killing army could definitely reach the peak of the saintly realm in the shortest possible time, and even enter the stage of soul fusion. As for the consumption of divine crystals, Ye Bufan didn't care at all. After all, divine crystals were originally used for cultivation, not to mention that there was nothing more important than improving strength. After Hao Peng left with the divine crystal, Ye Bufan went directly into the cemetery of gods and demons. In the cemetery of gods and demons, the members of the 7 kills army are still trying to refine the inheritance crystals. However, since it takes time for the inheritance crystals to condense, the members of the 7 kills army are waiting most of the time. There are still 6 days left before the next inheritance crystal is reshaped. Of course, what will be condensed after 6 days is just the ordinary inheritance of the Heavenly Palace members. After all, only the ordinary Heavenly Palace inheritance can be condensed once a month. For others, even the 108 flag masters, it will take 3 months to reunite the inheritance crystal. Cemetery of Gods and Demons, 7 Killings Camp. Daddy, can the baby really go out? The little brat Yi Zhe looked at Ye Bufan with big eyes and asked with anticipation and excitement. Ye Bufan smiled and nodded. Originally, when leaving the cemetery of gods and demons, Ye Bufan was planning to bring Langning Shang, Yi Jingxuan, Luo Qinmo and Yi Zhe back to the Shenwu continent. After all, they had stayed in the cemetery of gods and demons long enough. Especially Langning Shang and Yi Jingxuan, the two of them had nothing to do in the cemetery of gods and demons. It was just that because of the melee among the four tribes, Ye Bufan did not take the four people out of concern for their safety, but left them in the cemetery of gods and demons. Nowadays, the demons have surrendered, the barbarians have submitted, the demons have been wiped out, and the war in the Shenwu continent has basically ended. Although there may still be demons lurking in the Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan believes that as long as Langning Shang and the other four stay in Kangchong Wucheng, there will be no accidents and there will be no worries about their lives. In this way, there is no need for them to continue staying in the cemetery of gods and demons. Great, the baby can finally go out. After getting Ye Bufan's affirmative answer, Xiao Yeji's excited voice rang out. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Then, he looked at Ye Bufan again and asked impatiently, "Dad, when are we going out?" "Get out now." Ye Bufan smiled slightly, and then said, "But before that, you must agree to 2 conditions of Daddy." "What conditions?" Xiao Yizhe was stunned and said reluctantly. "First, after you have been outside for a month, you must return to the cemetery of gods and demons and study with Grandpa Feng for a month before you can go out again. The same applies after that. In other words, for every month you stay outside, you must come back and study for a month." "Is there any problem?" Looking at Xiao Yizhe, Ye Bufan asked with a smile. "This." Xiao Yizhe hesitated slightly. "Why, you don't want to?" Ye Bufan pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "If you don't want to, then you can only stay in the god and demon cemetery." I do. When Xiao Yezh heard that he had to stay in the cemetery of gods and demons, he immediately became anxious and nodded in agreement. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "Second, you cannot sneak out by yourself, and you cannot leave Kangchong Wucheng. Otherwise once you are discovered, even just once, you will stay here forever to accompany your Grandpa Feng." "Ah!" Xiao Yizhe exclaimed. It was obvious that he was very resistant to the idea of staying in the cemetery of gods and demons forever. Then, he rolled his eyes and stretched out his hand to Ye Bufan and said, "Deal." Bang! Ye Bufan reached out his hand and lightly touched the little guy's palm, and said, "Deal." Looking at Ye Bufan and Xiao Yezh, Langning Shang and the other 2 girls couldn't help but smile. At this time, Ye Bufan looked at Langning Shang and said, "Are you really not going to try to refine the inheritance here?" "No." Langning Shang glanced at Xiao Yezh, shook her head, and said, "Let's talk about it later." Ye Bufan knew that she was worried about Xiao Yizhe, so he didn't say anything more. "In that case, let's go." As he spoke, Ye Bufan directly summoned the Heaven Burial Palace, and then took the 4 people away from the cemetery of gods and demons. After arranging the 4 people in the Kangchong Martial Academy, Ye Bufan gave them some instructions and then entered the cemetery of gods and demons again. Where the gravekeeper's wind mark is. Looking at the old man Yi in front of him, who was surrounded by black air, Ye Bufan frowned and said slowly, "How long will it take for the old man to wake up?" "Soon, just in the next few days." The gravekeeper Feng Hen said calmly. "Just these few days." Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. "That's good." As he spoke, he looked at the gravekeeper and changed the subject. "By the way, is there any way to find the demon hiding in the Shenwu continent?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan told the gravekeeper about the situation of the Shenwu continent and his own guesses. The gravekeeper frowned slightly and said, "If they really want to hide, you will never be able to find them with your strength. There is no other way except to try your luck." "Is there really no other way?" Ye Bufan frowned, somewhat unwillingly. The gravekeeper shook his head. "There is no other way, unless I leave the god and demon cemetery, but you also know that once I descend on the Shenwu continent, it will only bring greater disaster to the Shenwu continent." After a pause, the gravekeeper continued, "In fact, you don't have to care about these demons at all. No matter where they hide and what they want to do, as long as you are strong enough, do you still need to be afraid of them?" Ye Bufan frowned. This is indeed the case. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trickery is meaningless. But he was still a little worried. Of course, since the gravekeeper said there was nothing that could be done, we could only let nature take its course. Can find the best. If you can't find them, just wait for them to show up automatically. No longer dwelling on the question of the heavenly demon, Ye Bufan looked at the gravekeeper and said again, "Speaking of strength, I have another question to ask you. You say." When the word gravekeeper came out, Ye Bufan frowned and asked, "Is there any way to speed up the condensation of inheritance crystals in the god and demon cemetery?" Kangchong Wucheng, inside the Wuyuan. Is this the world outside? Looking at the countless buildings in front of him, and the scene that was completely different from the cemetery of gods and demons, Xiaoyej was full of curiosity. Not long after Ye Bufan left, he couldn't help but rang out excitedly. "Ha ha ha ha, the young master finally came out. Girls, tremble." Chapter 972, Methods to Accelerate the Condensation of Inheritance Crystals. Girls, tremble. Bang. As soon as Xiaoyej finished speaking, Yi Jingxuan patted him on the head and said viciously, "You little brat, you act like a hooligan as soon as you come out, right? Be careful or your father will lock you back in the cemetery of gods and demons and never let you out for the rest of your life." Buzz. Hearing this, Xiaoyej suddenly became aware of something. Lock me up in the cemetery of gods and demons. This is too much. Ahem. He immediately pretended to cough lightly, then looked at Yi Jingxuan and said seriously, "Aunt, please don't frame me. I am just expressing my feelings. How can I be a hooligan? Besides, I am only 2 years old. In Daddy's words, my hair hasn't even grown out yet. How can I be a hooligan? It's you, Aunt Humph, you are a little girl with impure thoughts. Be careful or I will tell Daddy about you. My thoughts are impure. My thoughts are not pure, your sister. Who has impure thoughts?" Looking at Yi Zhe who was confusing right and wrong in front of her, Yi Jingxuan widened her eyes and looked confused. Seeing this scene, Luo Qinmo covered her mouth and smiled. Lang Ningshang couldn't help but glare at Xiaoyej fiercely. This little brat has become quite clever. At this time, Xiao Yizhe took Lang Ningshang's hand, raised his head, looked at her and said, "Mom, my aunt has impure thoughts. Let's ignore her. Let's go shopping, okay?" Qinmo's mother said there are a lot of delicious food outside. While speaking, Yi Zhe did not forget to give Yi Jingxuan a very provocative look. "You little bastard, wait and see how I'm going to deal with you." Yi Jingxuan was very angry, and after a loud scolding, she pounced directly on Xiao Yizhe. Seeing this, Xiaoyej was very anxious. He let go of Lang Ningshang's hand and ran out, shouting as he ran, "Help, my aunt is being a hooligan, help." Lang Ningshang, Luo Qinmo, Yi Jingxuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. In the god and demon cemetery, Ye Bufan was unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he looked at the gravekeeper with excitement and expectation and said, "Uncle Feng, do you mean is there a way to increase the condensation speed of the inheritance crystal?" Feng Hen did not hide it and said, "It is indeed possible to use external forces to speed up the condensation of inheritance crystals." "What is the solution?" Ye Bufan was shocked. "This." After hesitating for a moment, Feng Hen said, "The condensation of inheritance crystals is actually the process of the heroic spirit's self-recovery. If we can ensure that each consumption of the heroic spirit can be replenished instantly, then the inheritance crystals will not dissipate. To put it bluntly, it can be refined continuously until the inheritance is successful. And if we want the heroic spirits to recover quickly, we need to let them absorb a large amount of essence, energy, and spirit." Ye Bufan was puzzled. Essence, energy, spirit. The gravekeeper said, "In fact, it is the essence and root of life." After a pause, the gravekeeper continued, "If a large number of lives die in the god and demon cemetery, their life essence will be absorbed and devoured by the heroic spirits. In this way, the heroic spirits will not fall into a weak state, and it can be ensured that the inheritance crystal will not dissipate." Ye Bufan's body trembled. "You mean as long as we carry out a large-scale massacre in the god and demon cemetery, we can ensure that the inheritance crystal will not dissipate. We can continue to refine it until the inheritance is successful. That's about it." Ye Bufan was instantly confused. Kill living beings to ensure the continued existence of the inheritance crystal. This method is absolutely cruel. But if you think about it, it's actually nothing. After all, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. What's more, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The previous fighting among the 4 tribes in Shenwu continent and the countless lives lost every day were the best proof. Since they are all going to die, I might as well send them to the cemetery of gods and demons to fulfill my wish. If it were before, Ye Bufan would definitely do this. He would mercilessly send the monsters to the cemetery of gods and demons, and then kill them to maintain the consumption of heroic spirits. But now, the demons submitted and the barbarians capitulated. In this situation, if I do this again, it will become absolutely unreasonable, and it may even cause the war that has just been settled to break out again. Although the human race is not afraid of the two races of monsters and barbarians, Ye Bufan is not so cold-blooded as to plunge the creatures of the Shenwu continent into endless war again for his own selfish reasons. In other words, the monsters cannot be caught, the wild beasts cannot be captured, and it is even more impossible to consume the human race. In this case, if Ye Bufan really wants to do this, there is only one choice left. Devil. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. The human race and the demons are mortal enemies, so it is absolutely reasonable to use them to support the consumption of the cemetery of gods and demons, just like the demons using human blood to sacrifice to the eternal abyss. It's a pity that there are no heavenly demons in the Shenwu continent. Even if there are, there won't be too many. If one wants to capture a large number of heavenly demons, there are only two places that meet the requirements. First, the other side of the eternal abyss. Second, there is heaven beyond heaven. However, these two places are beyond Ye Bufan's reach now. Take Tianweishan for example. In Tianweitian, there is no shortage of strong people who have entered the Saint Realm. Not only have they entered the Saint Realm, but there are also soul fusion, flying, and even demigods. With Ye Bufan's current strength and power, let alone going to Tianweitian to capture the demon, it is still a question whether he can survive after going there. There is no heaven beyond heaven, so the only thing left is the eternal abyss. According to Satu Nan, the ancient books of the Martial Academy recorded that the eternal abyss was a sealing barrier set up by a powerful human race 100,000 years ago to isolate the advanced troops of the Sky Demon clan that rushed into the Shenwu continent during the war between the two races. Ye Bufan certainly knew that the powerful human being that Satu Nan was talking about was Shi Feishuan. But that's not the point. The point is, as the vanguard of the demon army back then, these demons could not compare with the demon army of the outer world in terms of strength or number. After 100,000 years of recuperation, even though the vanguard troops of the heavenly demon have grown a lot, compared to the heaven beyond heaven, this is still Ye Bufan's best choice. But Ye Bufan had no idea how powerful the demon clan was on the other side of the eternal abyss. If the power of the demons completely surpasses that of humans, wouldn't it be tantamount to seeking death to rush in? Of course, this is secondary. The most important thing is that there is a seal of the eternal abyss, and neither the demons nor the humans can pass through. Therefore, entering the eternal abyss to capture the demon has become a luxury. At least for now. Why? Thinking of this, Ye Bufan sighed helplessly. To put it bluntly, he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he could directly charge into the heaven outer heaven. At that time he could easily capture members of the heavenly demon clan. Since it is not possible for the time being, Ye Bufan will not think about it anymore. After all, that doesn't make any sense. Instead of pondering such meaningless questions, it would be more practical to improve your strength. Ye Bufan immediately looked at Feng Hen and said, Uncle Feng, in the next period of time, I plan to improve my cultivation and practice martial arts. As for martial arts, I'll leave it to Uncle Feng. Martial arts are divided into 5 levels. Entry, minor success, major success, perfection, and artistic conception. Previously, Ye Bufan possessed the inheritance of Shi Feishuan. As long as he had enough merits, he could practice any martial art to the perfect level in the shortest time. Unfortunately, now, after his body was reshaped, Dao Wuya helped Ye Bufan break the seal of Shi Feishuan's inheritance. Although he was no longer restricted by the seal, he also lost his previous inheritance. Therefore, if Ye Bufan wants to improve his martial arts, he can only rely on himself and can no longer cheat, like before. But it doesn't matter. Feng Hen is a super powerful man of the first level of the Divine Lord, who is many times stronger than Shi Feishuan. With his guidance, Ye Bufan can also practice his martial arts to the perfect level in the shortest time. And no merit is required. Of course, it can only be the perfect level. To achieve the state of mind in martial arts, although you can still ask Feng Hen for guidance, you still have to rely on yourself more. As for the half-step magical power, after the artistic conception, martial arts can evolve into supernatural powers. Even if it is only half a step to supernatural power, one can only rely on oneself. Outsiders can't help at all, and even the advice from outsiders will only be counterproductive. Chapter 973 Artistic Concept. In the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Ye Bufan forgot everything and began to focus on improving his cultivation and strength. Cultivation is easy. With the help of the divine flame devouring heaven art and the divine crystal, there will be no problem at all. As long as Ye Bufan is given a certain amount of time, it is only a matter of time before he enters the holy realm, and it won't take too long. The difficulty lies in martial arts. The martial arts that Ye Bufan is practicing now include Hunyuan Sword and Shield, Zudian Sword, Zonggang Sword Qi, Lingshu Armor, Crazy Demon, Shenwu 8 Desolate Force, Tanglong 9 Steps, Fengming 9 Days, Storm Arrow Rain, and Soul Control. Apart from the soul controlling technique, which is a secret technique, and the sword energy, which is an earth level martial art, the others are all heaven level or even god level martial arts, with more than half of them being god level. Martial arts are divided into entry level, minor success, major success, perfection, and the final state of mind. The vast majority of warriors will never be able to practice a martial art to perfection in their entire lifetime. Moreover, this is a human level and mysterious level martial art. It is conceivable how difficult it is to achieve perfection and artistic conception in martial arts. This is the case for low-level martial arts, let alone high-level ones. But this is nothing to Ye Bufan. Possessing the supreme divine body, not only does his physical body seem amazing, but his talent and comprehension have also been significantly improved. What's more, he had previously used Shi Feishuan's inheritance to cultivate every martial art he mastered to the great success level, and 2 of them had even reached perfection. Now, with the guidance of Feng Hen, a super powerful god of the first level, the speed of advancement is even more astonishing, even faster than Shi Feishuan's inheritance. During the 7 days, Ye Bufan did not improve his cultivation, but instead continued to practice martial arts. The harvest during this period was extraordinary. On the first day, with Feng Hen's guidance and help, Ye Bufan practiced the 2 martial arts of Zonggang Daoqi and Hunyuan Sword and Shield to perfection. On the second day, the heaven-killing sword and storm of arrows were completed. On the third day, Fengming's 9 days was complete. Day 4. Within 7 days, all the martial arts that Ye Bufan practiced reached the perfection level without exception. The speed was absolutely terrifying. Of course, Feng Hen played an indispensable role in this. As a warrior in the god realm, and a super strong warrior at the god level, martial arts are just child's play for Feng Hen. In Feng Hen's words, at his level, if he wants to practice martial arts, then, no matter whether it is human level or god level, he can practice to the artistic conception in minutes. Day 8. Now that all martial arts have been perfected, Ye Bufan began to prepare to impact the state of mind. The first martial art he chose to impact the state of mind was also the first martial art he practiced, madness. The madman is born from the infinite, with form and intention as the secondary and heart as the mother. The speed is extreme, the power is at its peak, the form moves with the will, the intention moves with the heart, like crazy, like a madman, without moves, without form. Slow movement is also fast, fast movement is even faster. This is a martial art that pursues extreme speed, and it is also a martial art that has both offensive and defensive capabilities. However, if you want to achieve perfection in martial arts and enter the realm of artistic conception, you can't just rely on practicing blindly. The most important thing is one word: enlightenment. So Ye Bufan did not rush to practice, but looked at Feng Hen and listened to him slowly narrating. What is artistic conception? Intention is the highest form of martial arts. It can also be called soul, the soul of martial arts. Humans have souls. The demon has a soul. The devil also has a soul. Everything in the world has its soul, and martial arts are no exception. The so-called soul is the root of everything. If a human being loses his soul, it is equivalent to losing his life, and he will naturally become a walking corpse. The same is true for the demons, wild beasts, and demons. Martial arts are no exception. Martial arts without souls are like creatures without life, only the body remains, with nothing but a hollow appearance. That's why, cultivating a martial skill from perfection to artistic conception is actually the process of giving life to this martial skill. If you want to give life to this martial skill, you need to give it a core, or in other words give it a soul. People have different personalities. There are naturally thousands of core martial arts, some fast, some hard, some soft. The core spirit of martial arts is speed, so this is a martial art that pursues speed. The core spirit of martial arts is strength, so this is a martial art that pursues strength and ferocity. Nothing is absolute. Just remember that martial arts are just skills. The person who performs them, that is, you, is the foundation. You are the master, and it is the skill. Whatever you give it, it just has to take it. What this martial art eventually evolves into ultimately depends on you. This is also why it is said that you can only rely on yourself to develop a martial skill from perfection to artistic conception, and outsiders cannot help. Because in the process of giving life to a martial skill, everything depends on you. It depends on what you really need and what kind of form you need this martial skill to eventually evolve into. If 1,000 people practice the same martial art to the state of mind, they may eventually develop 1,000 completely different, brand new martial arts. Ultimately, everything depends on the person performing the martial art. Of course, although the soul of a martial art is given by the performer, it has to be appropriate. Otherwise, after a divine-level martial art enters the realm of artistic conception, it may end up being worse than a human-level martial art at the entry level. For example, a martial art that originally pursues strength and ferocity, but the practitioner ends up giving it a soft soul, which goes against the grain and conflicts with each other. In this way, doesn't it mean that this martial art is useless? The foundation of martial arts is form. The soul you give is intention. First ask about the form, then give it meaning, and finally the combination of form and meaning is the artistic conception. At the same time, only the most perfect fusion of form and intention can bring out the strongest power of martial arts itself. As the gravekeeper spoke, Ye Bufan had already begun practicing his martial arts madly. Practice again and again. Ye Bufan closed his eyes and immersed himself in it. What is the core of madness? What do you want? The madman is born from the infinite, with form and intention as the secondary and heart as the mother. The speed is extreme, the power is at its peak, the form moves with the will, the intention moves with the heart, like crazy, like a madman, without moves, without form. Slow movement is also fast, fast movement is even faster. Crazy, pursuing speed. No. The shortest distance between 2 points is always a straight line. If what one is pursuing is the speed limit, then there is no need for so many other factors. Instead, the simpler the better, and everything should be focused on the word speed. Obviously, that's not the case with madness. If it's not speed, then what is it? Crazy. Apparently not much. Although he is crazy, he is not really crazy. He is just as crazy as a demon. What exactly is that? Ye Bufan performed his martial arts again and again, and gained insights again and again. The ultimate in speed and power. Form and intention are secondary, and heart is the mother. No moves, no form. Buzz. 2 hours later, with continuous practice and understanding, Ye Bufan's body suddenly shook. In his opinion, what the madman wanted was not speed, and even less crazy and insane feints. But just follow your heart. This is not a martial art at all, but just a combat awareness. Focus on one thing and do what you want. In this way, without any constraints, you can naturally give full play to your abilities. Be fast as I can. If I want to be ruthless, I can be the most ruthless. If I want to be fierce, I can be the fiercest. There are no moves or styles. But it is the limit of performance. Brush. Suddenly, Ye Bufan opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Feng, attack me." Chapter 974, Wangyao Mountain Range, blood-red light rising to the sky. Uncle Feng, attack me. Hearing this, Feng Hen smiled slightly. He naturally knew what Ye Bufan wanted to do. Without any hesitation, he flashed and appeared directly in front of Ye Bufan, and threw a punch. At the moment of attack, Feng Hen deliberately suppressed his own cultivation. Otherwise, with his cultivation of the first level of Divine Lord, he could kill Ye Bufan with just a single palm strike. Feng Hen not only suppressed his cultivation, but also directly suppressed it to the level of the Divine Realm. Since this is for Ye Bufan to practice with, he naturally needs to be given a period of adaptation. Feng Hen slapped him with his palm, and Ye Bufan met it with his fist. The speed is extremely fast. Boom! The two of them struck each other, and a loud bang was heard. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng Hen attacked with all his strength using his Divine Yuan Realm cultivation level, one palm after another. His attacks were continuous, like a violent storm. Although he has the cultivation level of Divine Yuan, his combat power is comparable to Zhou Tian. However, each of his attacks seems fierce, but they are just right, and even have some intention of guiding Ye Bufan. Feng Hen's attack was fierce, so Ye Bufan naturally did not give in. Not only that, under Feng Hen's deliberate guidance, Ye Bufan was completely immersed in it. He was focused and undivided attention. Attack, attack, attack. Be fast as I can. If I want to be ruthless, I can be the most ruthless. If I want to be fierce, I can be the fiercest. Gradually. Forget about love, forget about things, forget about yourself. Immerse yourself in it. Although this madness is a martial art, it can cultivate and strengthen the combat awareness of the user. Anticipate the enemy's moves and defeat them to win. Fast and slow in order, dominate the battle. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed by inadvertently, and Feng Hen's suppression skills were constantly improving. 1-star Divine Essence, 2-star Divine Essence, 3-star Divine Essence, 1 revolution of the Heavenly Cycle, 2 revolutions of the Heavenly Cycle. Every time when Feng Hen saw Ye Bufan was about to adapt to the rhythm of the battle between them, he would improve his own cultivation and increase the pressure on Ye Bufan. For nearly a month, Ye Bufan spent all his time fighting with Feng Hen except for resting for 2 hours every day. Although he felt that he had touched the bottleneck of artistic conception, he still felt that something was missing. For a month, Ye Bufan comprehended the artistic conception in the cemetery of gods and demons. Outside the cemetery, the 3 tribes of humans, demons, and barbarians almost went out in full force within this month and searched every corner of the entire Shenwu continent, but they did not find any trace of the heavenly demon. Except underground, of course. After all, it is impossible for the 3 tribes to dig deep into the Shenwu continent in order to search for the whereabouts of the heavenly demon tribe. That's not realistic and it's not possible. Human race, Kangchong Martial Academy. Little Fatty, what do you think about asking all 3 tribes to stop searching now? After all, it's been a month. I believe there will be no results even if we continue searching. Looking at Fat Hao in front of him, Satu Nan frowned and said helplessly. In a month, the 3 tribes have been out in full force. If they could find it, they would have found it long ago. Since there is no trace of the Sky Demon tribe yet, it means that even if they continue to search, there will be no results. Instead of searching aimlessly, it would be better for each of us to seize the time and improve our strength. Hearing this, Fatty Hao rolled his eyes at Satu Nan and said, "You have the final say on this matter, why are you asking me?" During this month, Satu Nan was responsible for finding the heavenly demon, while he was dealing with the problems of the 7 killing army. Now, a month has passed. In the previous battle, the top 60,000 people who won the top 10,000 merits in the 6 realms of Tufan, Ningyuan, Guiyuan, Shenyuan, Zhodian, and Shenwu have all gathered in Kangchong Wuchang. As for how to arrange these people, we will have to wait until Ye Bufan comes out of isolation. That is why Fat Hao did not participate in the search for the demon and did not want to ask about it. That's it. Boom. Satu Nan had just said half of his words when the space around him suddenly shook violently. What's going on? Satu Nan was shocked. Fat Hao's face also darkened. The 2 men stood up suddenly. Boom 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 boom. There was no sign of the earth shaking stopping at all, and the space was also shaking continuously. The sky trembles and the earth shakes. The whole world seemed to have been hit violently and became extremely agitated. Swish, swish. Hao Peng and Satu Nan looked at each other, and then rushed out again. At this moment, not only Hao Peng and Satu Nan, but all members of the 3 tribes of humans, demons, and barbarians in the entire Shenwu continent have felt the trembling of the heaven and earth. Above the 9 heavens, the all-seeing heaven-slaying array appeared. Not only that, at this moment everyone clearly saw that the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation was vibrating buzzing buzz buzz. It can be said that this situation has occurred for the first time in history. Feeling the strangeness of the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation, all members of the Shenwu continent were shocked. This kind of situation had never happened before, and for that reason, no one was sure what was going on for a moment. What happened? Why did the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation suddenly tremble? There must be a reason for everything being unusual. Although I don't know what exactly happened, this situation is definitely not a good thing. Buzz. But at this moment, Satu Nan, who had just rushed out of the hall with Hao Peng, suddenly felt a shock. He paused, and a mother and child true essence stone instantly appeared in his hand. Call out. The mother and child true essence stones were activated, and a light curtain appeared instantly. Before Satu Nan could speak, the Snow Wolf Demon King said in a hurry, "Quick, get all the Saint Realm experts to rush to the Wangyao mountain range. Something has happened. It's a big deal." As they were talking, both Satu Nan and Hao Peng saw clearly that the Snow Wolf Demon King was moving rapidly. Hearing this and seeing this, the two of them were stunned. Satu Nan asked anxiously, "What happened?" "Have no idea," the Snow Wolf Demon King said anxiously. "I can't explain the specific situation, but suddenly a bloody light shot up into the sky from the location of the previous Sky Demon Clan camp, and then the whole world began to tremble, and the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation suddenly appeared. I have already led the demon tribe's saints there. You should also come quickly. Don't forget to inform the barbarians." Brush. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Satu Nan and Hao Peng's faces changed drastically. Wangyao Mountain Range. The demon camp. Bloody light rising into the sky. The all-seeing heaven-slaying formation appears, and the heaven and earth tremble. An ominous premonition suddenly emerged from the hearts of the two people, and it could not be shaken off. Chapter 975, The Abyss Shatters, The Devil Descends 1. Wangyao Mountain Range. The demon camp. Bloody light rising into the sky. The all-seeing heaven-slaying formation appears, and the heaven and earth tremble. An ominous premonition suddenly emerged from Hao Peng and Satu Nan's hearts, and it could not be shaken off. The two of them even thought of one possibility at the first moment, the devil. Who else could it be except the heavenly demon clan that could cause such a big commotion in the Wangyao Mountain Range and even affect the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation above the nine heavens? What did they want to do? What did they do again? Damn it! There was no time to think about these things. Hao Peng and Satu Nan looked at each other and took action immediately. Inform the barbarians and mobilize the human race. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. No matter what happened in Wangyao Mountains, they must rush there as soon as possible. All of a sudden, all the powerful saints from both the human and barbarian tribes rushed to the Wangyao Mountains at an extremely fast speed. When the powerful saints from the human and barbarian tribes set out, the Snow Wolf Demon King had already set out with the saints from the demon tribe. After all, the incident happened in Wangyao Mountain Range, which is the base camp of their demon clan. Deep in the Wangyao Mountains. The former camp of the demon clan. Huff, huff, huff. The blood light that shot up into the sky gushed out from the ground, filling the entire sky and earth, turning the surrounding space into a blood-red color that was both enchanting and even more hideous. If it were just that, it would be fine. Blood light rising into the sky. The earth shook and the space trembled. As the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation above the nine heavens was shaking, layers of blood-colored ripples actually appeared on the barrier in the area of the eternal abyss before his eyes. These layers of ripples came from the ground, spreading around the barrier until they disappeared. It was as if pieces of stones were thrown into the lake again and again. The sky trembles and the earth shakes. The wind rises and the clouds roll. The whole world seemed to be about to end, and the endless pressure seemed so oppressive. Swish, swish, swish. The Snow Wolf Demon King and a group of demon saints rushed over from afar and arrived in an instant. Seeing the scene before them, the faces of the demon saints changed drastically. Asshole! The Snow Wolf Demon King roared angrily, they must be hiding underground. Dig them out for me, Lord Wolf. Why would there be such a surge of blood from underground for no reason, and why would there be such a big commotion? It's impossible. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. The only explanation is that there is someone underground. No, there is a demon. Because apart from the heavenly demon, the Snow Wolf Demon King really couldn't think of anyone else who would cause such a big commotion. These damn demons. The Snow Wolf Demon King never imagined that the members of the Sky Demon clan, who had been searched for by humans, demons, and barbarians for a month, were actually hiding underground in the Sky Demon clan's former camp. Are more dangerous places safer? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The Snow Wolf Demon King howled in anger in his heart, and his expression became extremely ferocious. Of course, this is just his guess, and whether it is true or not remains to be verified. But no matter what, whether it is a demon or something else, just because of the sudden appearance of blood light, we must dig this place up to find out what's going on. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the three demon saints did not hesitate at all. They flashed out and attacked at the same time, bombarding the ground where the blood light was. Boom! Boom, boom. The attacks of the three powerful Saint Realm Masters were accompanied by a thunderous sound. The earth shook and dust flew everywhere. Buzz. But at this moment, a black light curtain suddenly appeared above the ground. This light curtain was close to the ground and even blocked the attacks of the three powerful saints. Barrier. Seeing this scene, all the demon saints were shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. The Snow Wolf Demon King was even more furious. Asshole, those damn demons must be hiding underneath here. Break the ground at all costs, quickly, quickly, quickly. The blood light rising into the sky and the shaking heaven and earth, this is definitely not a good sign. The Snow Wolf Demon King has an ominous premonition in his heart. This premonition tells him that he must stop all this as soon as possible, otherwise a catastrophe will come. At the command of the Snow Wolf Demon King, all the demon saints naturally realized the urgency of the situation. Immediately, they acted without any hesitation. In an instant, the only 20 or 30 remaining saint-level powerful men of the demon clan attacked at the same time, and the Snow Wolf Demon King was no exception. If dozens of powerful saints joined forces to attack, how terrifying will the power be? I'm afraid that even a strong man in the Soul Fusion realm would be torn into pieces in an instant if he was caught off guard. A blast out. The violent force rushed straight to the ground like a ferocious beast from ancient times. Boom. There was a loud bang and the earth shook. Kachaka. Spider web-like cracks instantly appeared on the black barrier on the ground, and quickly spread around. In one breath. Bang. The entire barrier shattered in an instant, like a fragile mirror. However, the combined attack of the saints did not destroy it, and at the moment the barrier was broken, this violent force instantly struck the earth with the force of thunder. Boom. There was another loud bang, dust flew everywhere, huge rocks flew everywhere, and the entire ground was broken in an instant. A pitch black hole appeared before our eyes, and at the same time, a large area of land around it sank. Seeing this scene, the Snow Wolf Demon King and a group of demon saints couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Underground entrance. The ground is sunken. There is no doubt that there is an underground space underneath. Continue. Immediately, the Snow Wolf Demon King roared angrily. The demon saints attacked again. There was no hesitation. There was no hesitation. There is no reservation. Boom. With the violent impact of the force and a loud bang, the originally sunken ground collapsed instantly. For a moment, dust was flying. Looking at the huge deep pit in front of them, the Snow Wolf Demon King and his group looked extremely ferocious. Underground space. There is no doubt that during this period of time, the demons have been hiding here, right under their noses. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Whether it was the Snow Wolf Demon King or other demon saints, they all suddenly felt like they were being fooled. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, a raging laugh suddenly rang out from the collapsed pit. Finally found it. But don't you think it's a little late? Just as he finished his words, a shadow suddenly broke through the soil in the deep pit below and rushed over. Call out. In an instant, this afterimage appeared in front of the Snow Wolf Demon King and his entourage. It was a red demon. You guys are hiding here. Looking at the red demon in front of him, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked stern and said, "Tell me, what on earth did you do here? What's going on with this blood light?" Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the demon laughed loudly, then looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, "Want to know? Hurry up and tell me." The Snow Wolf Demon King howled angrily. "It's nothing, actually." The red demon smiled calmly and said, "It's just that I opened a gap in the barrier of the Eternal Abyss, which is equivalent to establishing a passage between the Shenwu continent and the Eternal Abyss." Boom. Never stop until your words shock people. The Red Sky Demon's words made the Snow Wolf Demon King and his entourage tremble in their souls. A gap was opened in the barrier of the Eternal Abyss. An entrance and exit passage between the Shenwu continent and the Eternal Abyss was constructed. This. Doesn't this mean that the demons in the Eternal Abyss will be able to enter and exit the Shenwu continent at will? Chapter 976, The Abyss Shattered, The Devil Descends 2. The Snow Wolf Demon King was shocked, and all the demon saints present turned pale in an instant. Why did the Heavenly Demon Clan cooperate with the Demon Clan and the Barbarian Clan before? Because of being too weak? No. In terms of true strength, the Sky Demon Clan is far superior to the Monster Clan and the Barbarian Clan. It's just that the members of the Heavenly Demon Clan are all at the other side of the Eternal Abyss. The reason why they cooperated with the Demon and Barbarian tribes was to summon the members of the Heavenly Demon tribe to the Shenwu continent. However, whether it is the first barbarian lord or Han Feier, they are all on guard against the Sky Demon clan, or suppressing them, preventing them from increasing their power too much in the Shenwu continent. It is also for this reason that the Sky Demon clan is controlled everywhere in the Shenwu continent. But what about now? A breach has been opened in the Eternal Abyss. Have the channels between the two places been opened? In this way, wouldn't the Demon clan be able to enter the Shenwu continent at will? Hiss. When they thought of this, the Snow Wolf Demon King and others couldn't help but take a breath. The entire Sky Demon clan is attacking, how can the Shenwu continent fight against them? You. Looking at the High Priest of the Sky Demon clan in front of him, the Snow Wolf Demon King was frightened, and even more angry and furious. He clenched his fists instinctively. He never expected that things would develop to this point. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, there will be endless troubles. But there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they had never stopped searching for the traces of the Sky Demon clan during this month, but unfortunately they had not found any. Besides, it doesn't make any sense to say this now. Time cannot be reversed. The past cannot be repeated. Hee. Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King in front of him, the High Priest smiled calmly and said, "The arrival of my Heavenly Demon clan's army is a foregone conclusion, and the Shenwu continent is in my hands. How about submitting to my Heavenly Demon clan? As long as you submit now, I promise that you will have a place on the Shenwu continent in the future." Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. He looked at the High Priest with a surprised look on his face and asked, "You want to surrender to me? Would you like to?" The High Priest smiled calmly. "Kill you, you bastard." But at this moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King howled angrily. In an instant, the High Priest's face changed. He looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" "What's the meaning?" The Snow Wolf Demon King sneered. "Don't I know what kind of morals your Heavenly Demon clan is? You are so cruel to your own people. Will you tolerate the existence of other races in the Shenwu continent? Do you think Master Wolf is a 3-year-old child? Damn it, you didn't even know where you were when Master Wolf was fooling people. You want to trick me? You should practice for another 1,000 years." Seeing this scene and hearing these words, the High Priest was stunned. The Snow Wolf Demon King continued, "What a bullshit surrender. In my opinion, you are just stalling for time, and you are stalling very deliberately. Why are you stalling for time? There is only one explanation, that is your so-called channel is not yet complete. You still need a little more time, so you have to delay." Buzz. Hearing this, the High Priest couldn't help but be shocked. "What are you still standing there for?" The Snow Wolf Demon King shouted angrily, "Juyu, Minghu, the rest of you, hold him back. The rest of you blow up this pit for me. I want to see what's hidden underneath." You. Instantly, the High Priest became extremely anxious and furious. He looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, "You are seeking death. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, the High Priest rushed towards the Snow Wolf Demon King. "Are you anxious?" It seems that Master Wolf guessed right. The Snow Wolf Demon King's face darkened. "If that's the case, let's fight. Do you really think Master Wolf is afraid of you? Minghu, you guys stay here and help Master Wolf to deal with this guy. The rest of you, dig this pit. If you encounter any demons, kill them on the spot." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King and the High Priest collided with each other. Kill. The group of demon saints did not stop either. Some of them followed the Snow Wolf Demon King to kill the High Priest, while the rest rushed straight into the deep pit on the ground. Court death. Seeing this scene, the High Priest became very anxious and angry. Call out. He ignored the Snow Wolf Demon King and his entourage and rushed straight into the deep pit below. Unfortunately, the Snow Wolf Demon King would not let him have his wish. He immediately blocked his way and said, "Where are you going? We are your opponent." You. The High Priest was furious. "You are playing with fire and getting burned. When my demon army arrives, I will kill all of your demons. Let's talk about it after your demon tribe arrives." The Snow Wolf Demon King shouted angrily, and together with the other 10 demon saints, besieged the High Priest. Son of a bitch. Anger rose in the High Priest's heart. Below, in the deep pit. Swish, swish, swish. More than 10 powerful saints from the demon clan arrived. Without any hesitation, they bombarded the rocks under their feet in an instant. Wherever they attacked, rocks flew and the earth shook. In just a moment, the 4 celestial demons appeared in their sight near the abyss barrier. At this moment, the four celestial demons were drawing some strange runes on the barrier, and the bloodlight rising from the surrounding area was precisely from these strange runes. As they drew more and more runes, the bloodlight rising into the sky became more and more intense. Kill. Seeing this scene, more than 10 demon saints of the demon clan rushed out instantly without any hesitation. Stop them. Among the four celestial demons, one of them immediately shouted loudly. Kill. The three great demons immediately gave up drawing runes and turned to fight the attacking monsters. However, they did not rush out, but instead formed a triangle to firmly guard the only demon who was still drawing runes with the essence and blood of humans. The two sides started fighting. Boom. Among the three great demons, the one in the middle did not hesitate at all, and his momentum suddenly increased. After becoming a saint, martial arts merge with the soul. Call out. The expelling force of the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation fell and locked him in an instant. Unfortunately, the demon ignored it. Bang, bang, bang. His violent attack instantly repelled the three demon saints, but he still did not attack. He just guarded the demon who drew the runes and did not let the demons get close to him. Kill. After the three demon saints were repelled, they rushed forward again without any hesitation. At this moment, they all knew that they could not retreat and could only fight to the death. Because, the fact is very clear, once the Sky Demon clan completes this so-called passage between the two places, then when the time comes, when the Sky Demon clan's army arrives, they still will not survive and will still have to die. Moreover, not only will they die, but the three races of humans, demons, and barbarians on the Shenwu continent will also be slaughtered. They may not care about the human race, and they may not care about the barbarians, but they have to care about the demon race. After all, their descendants are among the demon clan. Blood is thicker than water. If not for yourself, you should also consider your own family lineage. Fight, fight to the death. The demons attacked frantically, but the three great demons did not retreat a single step and defended themselves to the death. Time passes by every second. In mid-air, the Snow Wolf Demon King and 11 other demon saints besieged the High Priest, but for a while they were unable to do anything to him. This scene made the Snow Wolf Demon King furious. But what he cared about was not these, but the passage between the two places that the demon clan below was building. Once the channel is completed, it will be too late, and he has no idea how long it will take for the demon clan to complete the channel. 1 minute, 2 minutes. It may be completed in the next second. The Sky Demon clan can afford it, but he, the Snow Wolf Demon King, cannot, and the Shenwu continent cannot afford it either. Suddenly, the Snow Wolf Demon King roared, "Scaled Ape, you have lived the longest among us. Even if you don't die today, you won't live much longer. Now, Lord Wolf orders you to self-destruct in front of these four bastards. Now, immediately, right now. Boom. Never stop until your words shock people." At the command of the Snow Wolf Demon King, members of both sides present could not help but tremble. The demon saint Scaled Ape was even more frightened. But at this moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King roared again, "Don't worry, Master Wolf will not let your death be in vain. From now on, your grandson will be the third demon lord of my demon clan. Moreover, Master Wolf will report to my master and ask him to help your grandson become a saint." Good. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the demon saint Scaled Ape responded with one word. Call. In an instant, the demon saint Scaled Ape stopped participating in the battle, but took a step back, and his body expanded rapidly. Violent force. Fierce momentum. The faces of the three guardian demons changed drastically. During the battle, the High Priest glared at the Snow Wolf Demon King with a ferocious and angry look. The Snow Wolf Demon King sneered, "Aren't you going to defend to the death? Then I will give you a chance. A strong man who has entered the peak of the Saint Realm self-destructed. Lord Wolf wants to see how tough the skin of you, the Sky Demon clan, is and whether you can withstand the impact of the self-destruction with your flesh. Of course, you can also run away. If Lord Wolf doesn't stop you, then you will think that my demon Scaly Ape died in vain. Run away." As the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the High Priest roared angrily in his heart. The three great demons wanted to kill the Scaly Ape, but they were stopped by more than a dozen demon saints, and they also had to guard the demon who drew the runes, so they were completely helpless. In a brief moment, the Scaly Ape, whose body swelled up like a ball, suddenly roared. "Quickly retreat, everyone disperse." Chapter 977, The Abyss Shatters, The Devil Descends 3. Quickly retreat, everyone disperse. As the scaly ape's cry rang out, more than a dozen demon saints of the demon clan gave up attacking the three great demons without the slightest hesitation and fled quickly into the distance. Seeing this scene, the three great demons couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, especially when they saw the scaly ape in front of them whose body had expanded several times. Their faces became extremely ferocious. At the same time, a drop of cold sweat rolled down their foreheads uncontrollably. If a powerful person who has reached the peak of the Saint Realm self-destructs, how terrifying will the power be? It is definitely comparable to a full-strength attack from the Soul Fusion realm. Under normal circumstances, for a Saint Realm expert, especially a Soul Fusion expert, it would be easy to avoid self-destruction. That is why Saint Realm experts would not choose self-destruction under normal circumstances, because it would not have much effect. But what about now? Run. Can they run? The three great demons can escape, but what about the demon who drew the runes? Did he run away too? If he also ran away, who would draw the runes? Who would complete the passage between the two places? Wouldn't all the efforts be wasted by then? You can't run or hide, you can only fight with all your strength. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, the three great demons roared towards the sky, and the remaining two demons also raised their cultivation to the Soul Fusion level. Moreover, their bodies grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters until their bodies reached a huge size of 8 meters. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. The three heavenly demons in the Soul Fusion realm, with bodies 8 meters tall, were like 3 mountains, forming a triangle, firmly guarding the heavenly demon who was drawing runes. Originally, with the strength of the 3 Soul Fusion realm masters, they could definitely kill the scaled ape in seconds after joining forces. However, the 3 great demons did not do so, because it was impossible for them to succeed. Or, since the scaly ape had chosen to self-destruct, how could it give them the chance to kill it? Everything is ready and can explode at any time. Kill him. It's a joke, it's too late. That was why the 3 great demons could only defend with all their might, using their flesh and blood to protect their companion who was drawing the runes. Die. The moment the 3 demons transformed into 8 meters tall, the scaly ape let out a long roar. No hesitation. No hesitation. Boom. A loud thunderous sound rang out between heaven and earth. A powerful person who has reached the peak of the Saint Realm self-destructs. Call. With the scaly ape as the center, the terrifying energy instantly rushed and spread in all directions. The heaven and earth shook. The space shattered. The 3 great demons were less than 5 meters away from the scaly ape, and they were the first to bear the brunt of the attack at this moment. Stop him. At any cost. Seeing this scene, one of the demons roared angrily towards the sky. Stop him. The remaining 2 demons did not slack off at all. Roar, roar, roar. Between heaven and earth, the 3 great demons roared, and they defended with all their flesh and blood. Boom, boom, boom. The force of the self-explosion shook the bodies of the 3 demons, and without exception, they all spurted out blood. At the same time, in front of them, a burst of blood mist splashed, and the huge flesh was instantly blown into a bloody mess, and even the white bones were visible. How terrifying it would be for a powerful person who has reached the peak of the Saint Realm to self-destruct, especially at such a close distance. Call. The energy of self-destruction swept across. 100 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. Without exception, all of the Snow Wolf Demon King and his entourage who were fighting with the High Priest were blown away by the impact caused by the self-explosion, and the High Priest was naturally no exception. The 12 Saint Realm powerhouses were knocked dozens of meters away, and those with poor cultivation even had blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. Damn it! The High Priest roared to the sky. Outside the Wangyao Mountains. Swish, swish, swish. The bodies of the powerful saints from the human and barbarian tribes who were rushing over suddenly froze. What's going on? Hearing the deafening roar coming from deep within the Wangyao Mountains and feeling the slight vibration in the space around them, all the saint-level powerhouses of the 2 tribes, without exception, had expressions of horror. Something happened. In an instant, 3 words instinctively emerged in the minds of all the powerful saints. With such a big commotion, something must have happened in the Wangyao Mountains, and it must be a big thing. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Immediately, Fat Hao shouted 3 times. At the same time, his figure had already rushed out, and the other powerful saints did not hesitate anymore. Full-speed reinforcements. Wangyao Mountain Range, the demon tribe's camp. Strong winds swept across, sweeping with energy. The impact brought by the world-destroying self-detonation of a powerful master at the peak of the Saint Realm only lasted for a moment. In a breath, everything returned to calm. However, the deep pit on the ground had spread outward again to hundreds of meters. The surrounding vegetation was destroyed and the mountains were covered with rocks. This is absolutely devastating. The three Soul Fusion Realm demons stood proudly with bodies as big as mountains. Their flesh and blood were blurred and their bones were visible. They looked bloody and miserable to the extreme, and even their bodies could not help shaking and trembling. The last gasp of a spent force. But there is no doubt that they are still alive and they were not killed by the previous self-explosion. The fusion of martial arts and soul is so terrifying. Behind them, the demon who was drawing runes was unharmed by this attack. At this moment, he was still concentrating on drawing runes and constructing the passage. There was a brief silence. Kill. Seeing this scene, the Snow Wolf Demon King's eyes turned red, he roared angrily, and rushed out directly. The powerful saints of the demon clan did not stop either, especially the more than 10 demon saints who had previously besieged the three great demons. I will kill you while you are sick. Faced with the three demons who were already at the end of their strength, their attack was like that of prehistoric beasts. Court death. The three great demons roared in pain. Call out. But at this moment, the expelling power of the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation was activated, and 10 seconds were up. The demon who had first entered the Soul Fusion realm disappeared on the spot in an instant. Martial arts merges the soul and expels. The three great demons were already at the end of their strength, and now that they lost one more, the situation became even more unfavorable. One gains while the other loses. The demon clan was full of vigor and momentum. Kill. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the high priest was extremely angry. However, faced with the harassment from the Snow Wolf Demon King and his entanglement, he was helpless. Quick, quick, quick. While he was angry, he was also constantly expecting something in his heart. At this moment, for the High Priest and the Sky Demon clan, nothing else is important. Only the rune channel between the two places is everything. No one noticed that at this moment, beads of sweat the size of beans were constantly rolling down the forehead of the demon who was drawing runes. The High Priest was anxious, and he was even more anxious than the High Priest. Because victory or defeat depends entirely on him. If the channel is successfully opened, it will be worth it even if our side is completely wiped out. But if they failed, then all their efforts, all their sacrifices, and 3 years of hard work would all be wasted. And from now on, their lineage would never have the chance to enter the Shenwu continent again. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. Quick, quick, quick. The passage is still missing a few runes, but this demon is feeling more nervous and solemn than ever before. Boom boom boom. Behind him, the two great demons had once again started fighting with more than 10 powerful saints from the demon clan. Crazy and violent. The demons are fighting desperately. The demons are fighting desperately. Both sides are doing it at all costs. Especially the two great demons. Roar, roar, roar. There were roars and neighs one after another. They roared to the sky, not only because of the pain, but also because they wanted to use this method to remind themselves to persevere. At this moment, they were covered in blood and were undoubtedly at the end of their strength, but they were still struggling to hold on, even though they were just taking the beating. But no matter what, they did not take a single step back, no matter how injured or in pain they were. They were like two indestructible barriers, guarding the demon who was drawing the runes and preventing the demon saints from crossing the line. Chapter 978. Today, Lord Wolf is going to slaughter this martial arts flying god. Son of a bitch. Seeing that there were only 2 demons left, and both were at the end of their strength, and his side still couldn't defeat them for a long time, the Snow Wolf Demon King was very anxious and even furious. After a loud shout, he said, "Who will self-destruct? The conditions are the same as those of the scaled ape." Boom. Never stop until your words shock people. When the Snow Wolf King responded, all the members of the 2 demon tribes present were trembling in their hearts. Especially the 2 great demons. They looked terrified and desperate. In their current state, they would not be able to stop another self-destruction of a Saint Realm expert, and they would only die. If they die, the 2 great demons simply didn't dare to think about it. I'll do it. But at this moment, a demon saint who had entered the middle stage of the Saint Realm shouted. Madman. Seeing this scene, the demon high priest could no longer hold back and uttered an angry curse. He was angry and even more anxious. However, before the demon saint of the demon clan could self-destruct, a murderous voice suddenly sounded in the distance, "Kill." More than 200 powerful saints from the human and barbarian tribes rushed over like ferocious beasts from ancient times. The demon clan was shocked. The demons were overjoyed. The Snow Wolf Demon King did not hesitate at all and let out a long howl, saying, "Fat Master, quickly kill the heavenly demon who has entered the Saint Realm. He is currently constructing a passage between the Shenwu continent and the Eternal Abyss. Once completed, the heavenly demons will be able to enter the Shenwu continent at will." Boom. Never stop until your words shock people. The simple words of the Snow Wolf Demon King made the two tribes' newly arrived Holy Realm strongmen tremble in their hearts, and even their original offensive was slightly paused. The passage between the Shenwu continent and the Eternal Abyss. Once completed, the Demon Clan will be able to enter and exit the Shenwu continent at will. Damn it! Looking at the demon who was drawing runes, murderous intent surged in the eyes of the two races, powerful saints. "Kill!" Fat House shouted. "Kill!" All the powerful saints of the two tribes rushed towards the three heavenly demons below. As for the high priest of the heavenly demon tribe, they simply ignored him. Things have their priorities. The most important thing right now is to stop the demon clan from completing the passage between the two places. More than 200 powerful saints rushed over to kill them. They were overwhelming and their momentum was like a rainbow. Ling Lai's murderous intent seemed to purify the heaven and earth. Buzz buzz buzz. The two demons in charge of guarding couldn't help but tremble in their hearts at this moment. How can they stop more than 2 million powerful saints? It's impossible to stop it. High Priest. But at this moment, the demon who was building the passage couldn't help but let out an urgent cry. Court death. The High Priest shouted angrily and ran straight down. No doubt, he wanted to reinforce the people below. Master Wolf has already said that your opponent is us. Seeing this scene, the Snow Wolf Demon King would never let him get his wish and immediately intercepted him. Roll. The High Priest roared. Boom. The next second, a violent and almost terrifying aura surged out of his body. Bang. The Snow Wolf Demon King was caught off guard and was knocked away by the sudden surge in momentum. Puff. At the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 demon saints who besieged the High Priest together with the Snow Wolf Demon King were no exception and were also knocked away. Soul Fusion Realm, Peak. No, is this the Fatian Realm? Feeling the cultivation level of the High Priest in front of him, the Snow Wolf Demon King's pupils shrank and he screamed in surprise. When Qian Duoduo descended on the Wangyao mountain range, the Snow Wolf Demon King didn't see him, but he could sense his terrifying aura. But now, the aura of the heavenly demon high priest in front of him was obviously stronger than Qian Duoduo's. The peak of soul fusion, half a step into the sky. Qian Duoduo is half a step away from flying, so doesn't that mean the high priest in front of him is a powerful person in the flying realm? The high priest ignored the Snow Wolf Demon King's shock and rushed straight down. His speed was so fast that he disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already between the two great demons. Buzz. The next second, the spirit of the high priest appeared, and then he shouted at the more than 200 Saint Realm experts who were rushing towards him, "Get out." At the same time, he slapped out with one palm. Bang. In an instant, in front of him, a demon saint who had just entered the initial stage of the Saint Realm was beaten into a ball of blood mist by him. Puff, puff, puff. At this time, the dozen or so demon saints who had been besieging the two great demons all vomited blood and flew backwards, and the more than 200 powerful saints who were rushing towards them were all repelled. Not only that, all the members who had entered the initial stage of the Saint Realm had blood coming out of the corners of their mouths and were injured. The power of a roar is shocking. The sudden change in a breath caused the whole place to be in dead silence. Looking at the high priest with red eyes in front of them, everyone couldn't help but tremble in their souls. There is no doubt that the high priest before him is a powerful warrior in the flying sky realm who has surpassed the soul fusion realm. In the Shenwu continent, Ronghun is already invincible, but what about Fei Tian? Although he can only stay here for 10 seconds, these 10 seconds are probably enough for the high priest to kill more than half of the holy realm powerhouses of the three tribes in front of him, right? But the high priest did not do so. Looking at the more than 200 Saint Realm experts in front of him, the high priest was furious and said disdainfully, "You are like an ant trying to shake a tree. You think you can compete with me? You are totally ignorant. If you don't want to die, get out of here." The terrifying momentum and the earth-shaking roar. Under normal circumstances, the high priest would definitely take the initiative to attack, but now, for him, nothing is more important than the passage between the two places. As long as the channel is completed, nothing else matters. As for the powerful saints of the three tribes, when the passage is completed and the demon army arrives, none of them will survive. If that's the case, why bother? Moreover, the high priest did not want any accidents to happen. If he took the initiative to attack, the demon who was drawing runes would be ambushed, which would be bad. The powerful saints present knew what the high priest was thinking. At this moment, everyone knows that the key point is the passage between the two places that is being built. The sky demons want to break into the eternal abyss, so they must not be allowed to succeed at any cost. Kill. Whatever it takes. Immediately, Hao Pengli shouted. The same goes for others. At this moment, we must fight even if we are like moths to a flame. Otherwise, when the heavenly demons break through the eternal abyss, then the Shenwu continent will really have no chance of winning. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment, the earth trembled, and a dull, heavy sound suddenly came from afar. Everyone was stunned. Bang, bang, bang. 1,000 meters away, a huge pack of wolves came rushing over and arrived in an instant. Looking at the wolves in front of them, everyone was stunned again. Lord Wolf. The 100,000 wolves did not hesitate at all. They faced the Snow Wolf Demon King and shouted in unison. Previously, there was a burst of blood in the Wangyao Mountains. When the Snow Wolf Demon King set out, he ordered 100,000 wolves to go together. However, the speed of the divine martial realm could not be compared with that of the saint, and since 100,000 wolves were dispatched at the same time, it was naturally much slower. At this moment, 100,000 wolf gods in the divine martial realm finally arrived. Good to come. Seeing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King yelled, then looked at the high priest of the Flying Sky Realm and angrily said, "Fuck, is the Flying Sky Realm so awesome?" Lord Wolf doesn't believe it. Today, Lord Wolf wants to see how powerful and awesome you are in the Fatian realm, and see if you can stop the self-destruction of 100,000 divine warriors of my wolf clan. Call. When the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, all the powerful saints from the 4 tribes of humans, demons, barbarians, and monsters present couldn't help but hold their breath. Never stop until your words shock people. 100,000 wolf gods collectively self-destruct. This guy is crazy. The high priest was also terrified. The Snow Wolf Demon King ignored him and said directly, "All Saint Realm experts, disperse. If this bastard dares to take even a step away, charge at him. Whether it's a sneak attack or a siege, you must kill the demon that built the passage." As soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked directly at the 100,000 godly martial realm wolf gods and said in a loud voice, "Wolf clan, listen to my order. Now, 100 wolves in a group, rush over and explode. Today, Lord Wolf is going to slaughter this martial Dao Fatian." Chapter 979, The Abyss Shattered, The Devil Descends 4. All Saint Realm experts, disperse. If this bastard dares to take even a step away, charge at him. Whether it's a sneak attack or a siege, you must kill the demon that built the passage. Wolves, listen up. Now, 100 wolves in a group, charge forward and explode. Today, Lord Wolf is going to kill this Wu Dao Fei Tian. The cold voice echoed between heaven and earth, and all the members of the 4 tribes present were stunned. The Snow Wolf Demon King's meaning was very clear. If you, a Flying Sky Realm cultivator, dare to attack us, our Saint Realm cultivators will rush forward and kill the demon who drew the runes. If you don't come out, you will have to endure the self-explosion of 100,000 godly martial realms. If you can hold on, you're lucky. If you can't hold on, then you deserve it. This was a blatant conspiracy, and the high priest of the demon clan had no choice at all. He could only withstand the self-explosion of 100,000 divine warriors. You are so fucking. The high priest roared angrily at the Snow Wolf Demon King with flaming eyes. He really didn't know what to say, so he could only say, "Can you be a little more shameless?" Stupid X, when 2 armies fight, the winner is the king. As long as I can kill you, I don't care if it's shameless or not. The Snow Wolf Demon King shouted angrily, and then shouted, "All the Saint Realm experts, disperse." Swish, swish, swish. Without any hesitation, the powerful saints from the 3 tribes of humans, demons and barbarians all scattered. Seeing this scene, the high priest gritted his teeth. He couldn't move or not move. As a powerful person in the flying sky realm, he felt very aggrieved at this moment. Wolf tribe, get ready. The Snow Wolf Demon King ignored him and spoke directly, shouting in a cold voice. Although he felt sad, he had no choice. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, 100 Wolf Clan members instantly stepped out. Huff, huff, huff. They frantically devoured the energy of heaven and earth around them, causing their bodies to expand rapidly. In the Wolf Clan, the Snow Wolf is the most respected. The Snow Wolf Demon King is the sky and the earth of the Wolf Clan. His orders are everything, and no member of the Wolf Clan will disobey him, even if it means death. In that brief moment, the bodies of the 100 wolf gods had expanded several times. The Snow Wolf Demon King shouted, "Brothers, you are great. The demon race will remember you, the Shenwu continent will remember you, and my lord will remember you too. Now, kill, kill." The 100 wolves rushed straight towards the demon high priest in front of them without any hesitation. The wind is whistling and the Yi River is cold, the hero will never return once he leaves. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Prepare for the second round. The Snow Wolf Demon King did not hesitate at all. He looked at the wolves rushing out and shouted loudly. 100 wolf gods prepare for the second round. Swish, swish, swish. The first round of 100 wolf gods have already approached and arrived in front of the high priest. The high priest's mouth twitched. Court death. Then, he shouted loudly, and then grabbed with both hands, and in an instant caught the two seriously injured Soul Fusion Realm heavenly demons on his left and right. The two demons were shocked. Great, great priest. The high priest ignored them and threw the two demons out. No. The two demons screamed. In an instant, their mountain-like bodies were thrown out, blocking the high priest, and at the same time collided with the 100 wolf gods in the self-destructive state who were rushing towards them. 100 wolf gods self-destructed. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, a deafening sound rang out, the heaven and earth shook, and terrifying energy rushed everywhere. The power of 100 wolf gods self-destructing at the same time far exceeded the self-destruction of the previous Peak Saint Realm powerhouse. Puff, puff, puff. The two great demons instantly spurted out blood. Their flesh and blood, which were already a bloody mess, were immediately blown away, and their life force was instantly gone. At the same time, their bodies rapidly fell towards the high priest of the Sky Demon Clan under the impact of the force of self-explosion. Puff! The high priest waved his hands and instantly knocked the two demons away. Bang! The force of the self-destruction hit him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. But at this moment, before the high priest could think about it, the cold voice of the Snow Wolf Demon King sounded again. Prepare for the third round, and for the second round, kill. Swish, swish, swish. In the second round, 100 wolf gods attacked again. You are so. The high priest was furious, and he cursed the Snow Wolf Demon King's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. This damn wolf, it would be fine if he didn't help the Sky Demon Clan after receiving so many benefits from them, but now he is actually using this method to deal with me, he deserves to die. However, the high priest knew very well that now was not the time to consider these things. Although the self-detonation of 100 divine martial realm warriors could not seriously injure him, what about 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000? Just thinking about it made the high priest feel his scalp tingling. Call. His soul appeared, and water elements gathered around him madly, instantly building a blue water element barrier in front of him. Boom. 100 divine warriors self-destructed, causing ripples on the elemental barrier. The high priest's body shook, and the water element barrier dimmed in an instant. What is this? Looking at the indifferent water element barrier, the Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. But it was only for a moment. Then, he shouted, "You are really strong, aren't you? Wolf Clan, listen up. In the third round, 100 becomes 1,000. Give me 1,000 divine warriors that will explode at the same time." You. Hearing this, the high priest was furious and his mind could not help but tremble. He even asked the demon who was drawing runes behind him, "How long will it take you?" Even a strong person in the flying sky realm cannot withstand such crazy destruction. 1,000 divine warriors self-destructed. The high priest simply didn't dare to think about it. Almost. In response to the high priest's question, Tianmo spoke anxiously, his whole body soaked with sweat. In fact, the passage between the two places had only one step left, otherwise the blood light would not have been triggered to expose them. But this last step was precisely the most critical step in the whole process, because if it went wrong, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Boom boom boom. Before the high priest could think more, 1,000 wolf gods in the divine martial realm had already self-destructed in front of him. A terrifying force impact. Bang! In front of the high priest, the light blue water element barrier instantly shattered. Puff! The high priest spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Kill him in one go. This round, 10,000 clansmen explode. But at this moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King's almost hoarse roar rang out. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, he definitely didn't want his wolf clan members to sacrifice in vain. But now that things have come to this, he has no other choice. Because the high priest heard the devil's response, the Snow Wolf Demon King also heard it. Now, we have to race against time. After all, the channel between the two places may be completed in the next second. At that time, it's unimaginable. In this way, the only way is to kill the opponent in one go. The Snow Wolf King believed that under the current situation, the high priest would definitely not be able to stop the self-destruction of 10,000 wolf gods. You are so fucking. Hearing the words of the Snow Wolf Demon King, the high priest couldn't help but roar in anger. 10,000 divine warriors self-destruct at the same time. His body was shaking. His soul shuddered again. Done. But at this moment, the excited voice of the demon behind the high priest suddenly sounded. Buzz. A sudden change. These two simple words Tianmo, made all the members present tremble in their souls. The 10,000 wolf gods in the divine martial realm who were preparing to self-destruct also stopped instantly. The whole place was dead silent. Huff, huff, huff. The blood light that was rising into the sky around them seemed to be summoned, and they all rushed madly towards the rune pattern on the eternal abyss barrier. Rune patterns, shining with blood. At this second, the wind and clouds are surging. At this second, the abyss barrier vibrated. At this moment, the passage between Shenwu continent and eternal abyss was established. Chapter 980. In this battle, we will give our all, and if we don't win, we will die. Huff, huff, huff. The bloodlight that shot up into the sky quickly gathered and rushed towards the rune pattern at the abyss barrier below. The speed was so fast that it made the surrounding space vibrate. The abyss barrier was also constantly shaken by the gathering of blood light. The sudden change caused everyone to fall into endless silence. All members of the ninja, demon, and barbarian tribes stared at the rune pattern below with dazed expressions. The passages between Shenwu continent and eternal abyss have been opened. We failed. It seemed that the members of the three tribes present found it difficult to accept the sudden change. They were shocked. They are angry. They are unwilling. However, everything is set in stone and destined to never change. The bloodlight that shot up into the sky dissipated in an instant. At the barrier, the rune pattern shone with blood light, appearing extremely ferocious and enchanting. A moment later, call out. The blood-colored rune pattern twisted and instantly turned into a red dot the size of a thumbnail. The little red dot merged into the abyss barrier. Under the dull gaze of all members, the little red dot continued to grow and spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the little red dot spread, the abyss barrier was being eroded and dissolved inch by inch. In the eyes of everyone, at this moment, a gap was slowly opened in the eternal barrier that had existed for more than 100,000 years, and this gap was constantly getting bigger and bigger. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, the heavenly demon high priest laughed excitedly. 100,000 years of waiting, 100,000 years of destruction. Now, the passage between the two places has been opened. Let's see how your Shenwu continent can stop the invasion of my heavenly demon clan. Kill them all, burn them all, rob them all. On the Shenwu continent, humans, monsters, and barbarians, all three races leave no one alive. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon high priest glanced at the three tribes' strong men in front of him, and directly locked onto the Snow Wolf Demon King, saying coldly, "Aren't you going to kill me? Now, I'll give you a chance. An ant trying to shake a tree. Are you qualified to fight against me? Die." As soon as he finished speaking, the chief priest of the Sky Demon clan rushed out. Previously, he needed to protect the rune pattern, so he could only passively take the beating. But now it's different. The rune pattern has been completed, and the passage between the two places has been opened, so he no longer has to worry. Anger and murderous intent completely erupted at this moment. Buzz. Seeing the high priest of the Sky Demon clan coming to kill them, the strong men from the three clans present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. How terrifying would a Fatian realm expert be without his restraints? It's unimaginable. Everyone, at this point, we have no choice but to fight to the death. Suddenly, the Snow Wolf Demon King's stern voice sounded. The faces of the strong men from the three tribes, humans, demons and barbarians, also revealed a hint of firmness and determination. Just as the Snow Wolf Demon King said, at this point they have no choice but to fight. Fight to the death. You damned bitch, I'm going to kill you first. Hearing the words of the Snow Wolf Demon King, the High Priest became even angrier and a howl rang out. This damned wolf, he received so many benefits from the Demon Clan, but turned around and harmed the Demon Clan time and time again. His sins cannot be redeemed even if he dies 1,000 times. Kill. War. Be it the High Priest or the strong men from the three tribes, neither side gave in at all. Protect Master Wolf, fight to the death. An angry howl sounded among the 100,000 wolf gods in the divine martial realm, and then all the wolf clan members present rushed out instantly without any hesitation. How about the Fatian realm? So what if we are invincible? Even if I am a moth to a flame, I must fight. Even if I die, I have no regrets. With violent momentum and grand scene, all members of the three tribes present rushed towards the demon high priest. Since we are no match for you, we will just beat you up in a group. Swish, swish, swish. Hao Pang, Yi Long and others drew out their secondary divine weapons and earth divine weapons one after another. This battle will no longer be held back. Just an ant. The two sides collided in an instant, a sneer appeared on the corner of the high priest's mouth, and a disdainful voice sounded. Die. The next second, he struck out with one killing blow. The first blow was like a flood or a beast. One blow was like the collapse of heaven and earth. All members of the three tribes felt the horror of this attack, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. But no one was afraid, and no one backed down. If you want to fight, then fight. Even if we die, we will have no regrets. Not only that, the moment the high priest made his move, strong men from the three tribes also attacked. Buzz. But at this moment, the colorful light covering the high priest suddenly shot up into the sky. The sudden change stunned all the members of the three tribes who rushed over. The same is true of the high priest. Not only that, he also found that he could no longer move his body at all. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The high priest couldn't help but roar in anger in his heart. He was angry and unwilling. You give. Looking at the members of the three tribes, the high priest couldn't help but roar in anger. However, he only uttered 3 words. 10 seconds are up. The force of expulsion is activated. Call out. In an instant, the high priest disappeared from everyone's sight and was expelled. Call. Seeing this scene, the strong men from the three tribes couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they were all able to face death with equanimity, the pressure brought to them by the powerful people in the flying sky realm was not small. Now that the high priest had left, they naturally felt a lot more relaxed. But the crisis is not over yet. Swish, swish, swish. Almost at the moment when the high priest was expelled, all members of the three tribes looked at the only remaining demon. In their eyes, there was anger and murderous intent, without reservation or concealment. It's all because of him. If it weren't for this damn demon, would the passage between the two places be opened? Although he was a celestial demon, there was nothing wrong with doing so from the perspective of the celestial demon clan. But it's still unforgivable. Buzz. Feeling the anger of more than 200 Saint Realm powerhouses and nearly 100,000 Divine Martial Realm powerhouses, Tianmo's body couldn't help but tremble. He was not a high priest, let alone a flying sky realm powerhouse. If that was the case, how could he withstand such terrible anger? Tell me, is there any way to unlock or reseal this passage? But at this moment, Satu Nan looked at Tianmo with fiery eyes and asked in a cold voice. Everything else is not important, the only key is the channel between the two places. Hearing this, members of the three tribes were all stunned. Yes, killing this demon is easy, but the passage between the two places is the key. If the passages between these two places can be sealed again, it would not be impossible to spare this demon. The demon was also stunned instinctively. Ha ha ha. After a brief moment, the demon suddenly laughed loudly, then glanced at the three tribes' strong men present and said, "Want to seal the passage? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Even if a demigod comes in person, there is no way to break this blood spirit array. You just wait to die obediently. When my demon army enters the Shenwu continent, none of you humans, monsters, and barbarians will survive." Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Court death. Upon hearing this, the strong men from the three tribes became furious, and several strong men from the Saint realm rushed out instantly. Die. The demon sneered, if you sacrifice yourself for my demon master, why should we fear death? Huff, huff, huff. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon's body suddenly began to swell rapidly. Seeing this scene, members of the three tribes were shocked. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. Run. In an instant, the strong men of the three tribes did not hesitate at all. They stopped advancing and retreated one after another. Boom. After a moment, a loud bang was heard, and the last demon exploded, and the Shenwu continent was replaced by the demon again. However, no one felt relieved at this moment. On the contrary, everyone present felt extremely heavy-hearted. Above the abyss barrier, the blood-colored runes spread and formed a fist-sized gap, which was still spreading and getting bigger. If this continues, the demon clan will definitely be able to enter the Shenwu continent through this gap. What should we do? Who can seal this thing? Satu Nan, aren't you the deans of the martial arts academy? Don't you have any other options? How about trying to attack it? Looking at the gap that was expanding in front of them, the voices of the strong men from the three tribes continued to rise one after another. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment, the whole earth suddenly shook violently. What's going on? All members present were stunned. Look. As everyone was stunned, a member of the barbarian tribe pointed at the other end of the barrier and exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked sideways. Bang, bang, bang. The earth was shaking. Through the abyss barrier, the strong men of the three tribes clearly saw that at the other end of the barrier, a dark mass of demons were constantly approaching the abyss barrier. Ha ha ha, the high priest really lived up to expectations and finally opened the passage between the two places. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. I have spent enough time in this damn battlefield of death. Now I can finally leave. This time, I will kill him swiftly. According to the tradition passed down by our ancestors, there are three tribes in the Shenwu continent: humans, monsters, and barbarians. Although I don't know what they look like, they sound delicious, right? Ha ha ha, that's right. This time, I will definitely eat to my heart's content. 100,000 years ago, the great human race imprisoned our ancestors in this battlefield of death, hoping to trap them to death and weaken our strength. However, he never expected that our ancestors could pass on their skills through secret techniques. Although our current strength cannot be compared with that of our ancestors, we are definitely not something they can contend with. This time, we must avenge our ancestors and kill them all. Yes, kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. The deafening sound, the dense and countless demons are constantly approaching the eternal abyss. Call. Seeing this scene, all the members of the three tribes present couldn't help but gasp. They just felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Everyone, prepare for battle. Satu Nan glanced at all the members present and a helpless voice rang out. All the members nodded instinctively. At this point, they had no choice. The only option is to fight to the death. Brush. The next second, Satu Nan did not hesitate at all. He cut his palm, spilled blood, and communicated with the 10,000 things heaven-slaying formation above the 9 heavens, notifying the Shenwu continent. Shenwu continent, humans, monsters, and barbarians, all three tribes obey my orders. The eternal boundary has been broken, the army of the sky demons is about to enter the Shenwu continent, and catastrophe is coming. Now, all members of the three tribes above the transcendent realm, no, all members who are capable of fighting, please rush to the Wangyao mountain range as quickly as possible. In this battle, there are 3 racial divisions: human, demon, and barbarian. This battle is for the Shenwu continent and for ourselves. We have no other choice. In this battle, we will give it our all. If we don't win, we will die. Chapter 981: The Power of the Sky Demon Clan. Shenwu continent, humans, monsters, and barbarians, all 3 tribes obey my orders. The eternal boundary has been broken, the army of the sky demons is about to enter the Shenwu continent, and catastrophe is coming. Now, all members of the 3 tribes above the transcendent realm, no, all members who are capable of fighting, please rush to the Wangyao mountain range as quickly as possible. In this battle, there are 3 racial divisions: human, demon, and barbarian. This battle is for the Shenwu continent and for ourselves. We have no other choice. In this battle, we will give it our all. If we don't win, we will die. Shenwu continent, humans, monsters, and barbarians, all three tribes obey my orders. The eternal boundary has been broken, the army of the sky demons is about to enter the Shenwu continent, and catastrophe is coming. Now, all members of the three tribes above the transcendent realm, no, all members who are capable of fighting, please rush to the Wangyao mountain range as quickly as possible. In this battle, there are three racial divisions: human, demon, and barbarian. This battle is for the Shenwu continent and for ourselves. We have no other choice. In this battle, we will give it our all. If we don't win, we will die. Shenwu continent, humans, monsters, and barbarians, all three tribes obey my orders. The eternal boundary has been broken, the army of the sky demons is about to enter the Shenwu continent, and catastrophe is coming. Now, all members of the three tribes above the transcendent realm, no, all members who are capable of fighting, please rush to the Wangyao mountain range as quickly as possible. In this battle, there are three racial divisions: human, demon, and barbarian. This battle is for the Shenwu continent and for ourselves. We have no other choice. In this battle, we will give it our all. If we don't win, we will die. Satu Nan's solemn and resolute voice resounded again and again in the Shenwu continent, echoing between heaven and earth. In just a moment, the entire Shenwu continent was shaken. What's going on? The eternal abyss is shattered, the demon army is coming, and the catastrophe is coming. Are you kidding me? Bullshit, do you think this is a joke? What are you doing? Why are you still standing there? Let's go. Go. Where to? Damn it, didn't you hear what that person said just now? All members of the three tribes of humans, demons, and barbarians who are capable of fighting are rushing to the demon mountain range. Think about it, when the three tribes invaded, before the saints lost the war, the strong men of our human race didn't say anything. But now, since they said so, it means that it has really come to a point of life and death. If we can't win, our race will be exterminated. Oh what? Stop standing there like an idiot and go. Sounds like these can be heard not only among humans, but also among the monsters and barbarians. The eternal abyss is shattered. The demon army is coming. At this moment, nothing else matters anymore, the only key thing is to stop the demon. Just as Satu Nan said, if you don't win, you will perish. In order to survive, humans, demons, and barbarians must put aside their past grudges and unite to face the outside world. That is why, in just a brief moment, most members of the three tribes had already started heading for the Wangyao mountains. Although for some members who are not very strong, it may take several months, or even a year or two by the time they arrive at the Wangyao mountains, it does not matter. After all, such a war cannot be ended in a day or two. It is better to arrive than not to arrive. Satu Nan naturally meant the same thing. Everything happened too suddenly, and the Shenwu continent didn't even have the chance to prepare. Now, the only thing they could do was to try their best to stop the demon army first. For a moment, countless members of the three tribes rushed to the Wangyao mountains like a swarm of carp crossing the river. Humans, prepare for war. Demon clan, prepare for war. Barbarians, prepare for war. The three tribes worked together to fight against the demons. Human race, Kangchong Martial Academy. The eternal abyss is broken, and the army of the heavenly demons is coming. What happened? Ye Bufan had just left the cemetery of gods and demons when he heard Satu Nan's announcement. In an instant, his face changed drastically. Ye Bufan never imagined that such a big change had already happened in the Shenwu continent after he had only stayed in the cemetery of gods and demons for a month. What is the eternal abyss? That was the immortal barrier that Shi Feishuan used to prevent the demons from entering the Shenwu continent. Now, the barrier is broken. There is no doubt that this must have been the work of the demons that were left behind in the Shenwu continent. The barrier is broken, and the demon army arrives. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. However, since things have developed to this point, there is no point in thinking about it anymore. The most important thing now is to find a way to deal with it. However, Ye Bufan did not rush to the Wangyao mountain range immediately, but shouted towards Kangchong Wuchang. Lang Ning Shang. As a human being, you always have selfish desires, and Ye Bufan is no exception. Now that the devil has arrived, although he does not know the specific situation, he knows that for a long time to come, the Shenwu continent will be plunged into endless chaos. Ye Bufan didn't want Lang Ning Shang, or Ye Zhe, to encounter any accident at this time. After all, that was his own flesh and blood, and a little kid who was only a little over 2 years old, but had already become a smart kid. Who knew what he would do? The best way is to control him. Call out. A moment later, a figure rushed over from a distance and came in front of Ye Bufan. It was none other than Langning Shang. As for Ye Zhe, he was being held in Langning Shang's arms at the moment, but he kept struggling. "Mom, please let me go." The old man said that everyone has to go to the Wangyao mountain range. How can I not go? Besides, even my aunt's little girl and Chinmo's mother went. If I don't go, wouldn't I be worse than a little girl? How can I be successful in the love field in the future? Let me go now. Wow, mommy is a bad person. Baby is going to tell daddy that mommy doesn't want daddy anymore. She flirts with other men every day, intending to cheat on me. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Are you going to Wangyao Mountain too? What the hell are you doing in Wangyao Mountain range? Also, your mother is flirting with another man and trying to cheat on you. What does that mean? At such a young age, you still know how to gossip and threaten others. You are rebelling. Looking at Ye Bufan's expression, Langning Shang suddenly felt embarrassed. In a month's time, Ye Ji's actions in Kangchong Wucheng had almost driven Langning Shang to collapse, but she was helpless. After all, she simply couldn't bear to fight him, and as for other methods, they were completely ineffective against Ye Zhe. This child has really become a genius. Langning Shang was like this, but Ye Bufan didn't think too much about it. Why go to the Wangyao mountain range? The 1 month time is up. Now, you go to the God and Demon Cemetery obediently. Buzz. Hearing this, Ye Ji's body trembled violently, and then he turned his head. The moment he saw Ye Bufan, Ye Ji's face changed even more. He lowered his head and said weakly, Dad. If we were to ask who Xiao Ye Zhe fears the most in this world, it would undoubtedly be Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at Langning Shang and said, You spoil him too much. Langning Shang was helpless. She knew that she had spoiled Ye Zhe too much, but she was a mother after all. She couldn't be as strict as Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan naturally knew all this, so he didn't say anything more. Instead, he looked at Langning Shang and asked, Where are Chinmo and Xuaner? Have they gone to the Wangyao mountain range? Langning Shang nodded. Ye Bufan said, In that case, then you should take this kid to the God and Demon Cemetery first. When he heard that they had to go back to the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, Xiao Ye immediately became anxious, but when it came to Ye Bufan, he looked frustrated and helpless. Langning Shang hesitated for a moment and said, Can you promise me one thing? Well, hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Langning Shang with a look of surprise in his eyes. You know, for so long, Langning Shang had never made any requests to him. Ye Bufan immediately smiled calmly and said, Do we need to be so polite to each other? You know, as long as it's you who asks, let alone one, even if it's 10, 100, or 1,000, I won't refuse. If the Shenwu continent cannot be defended, can Qingshe and her child be taken to the God and Demon Cemetery as well? Langning Shang thought for a while and said, Qingshe. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned, then asked puzzledly, Who is she? Her name is Mu Qingshe, she is Qin Tian's wife and the current imperial concubine of the Qin Empire. Langning Shang said slowly. Ye Bufan was stunned again, then smiled and said, I understand. Anyway, I promise you that no matter what happens next, I will keep them safe. You should be careful too. Don't worry. If I can't win, I'll run away and no one will be able to stop me. Be careful then. Wangyao Mountains, the passage between the two places. At this moment, the army of the heavenly demons has arrived at the entrance to the other end of the passage, and the size of the passage has expanded to the size of a human head. Although the spread is not fast, but in the long run, in at most 1 hour, the Sky Demon clan will be able to pass through the channel through the Abyss Barrier and enter the Shenwu continent. At this moment, the two sides are in a state of confrontation with the Abyss Barrier as the boundary. The atmosphere on the Shenwu continent was heavy and depressing. The roars from the Sky Demon clan were heard again and again through the passage to the Shenwu continent. Is this the peak power of Shenwu continent? Are you kidding me? There are only more than 200 saints. Tisk tisk, if we had known earlier that we would have sent a few sky-flying realm experts when we sacrificed the blood to the eternal abyss. No, a few soul fusion realm experts would have been enough to deal with you all. There would have been no need to go through so much trouble. Don't forget, there is still a barrier set up by that human bitch above the Shenwu continent. A cultivator who has surpassed the soul fusion realm can only stay there for 10 seconds. It's ridiculous. Not to mention the experts in the flying sky realm. There are more than 100 experts in the soul fusion realm in our clan. So what if they can only stay for 10 seconds? In 10 seconds, can't more than 100 experts in the soul fusion realm slaughter these scums? Haha, stop talking, you've scared them so much that their faces are pale. It's better to be scared. This demon just likes to see them scared and terrified. The more scared they are, the more excited I am. Isn't it the same for you? Ha ha ha. Chapter 982 Let the Demon Lord come to see me. Looking at the army of demons on the other side of the barrier and listening to their wanton provocations and clamor, the faces of more than 200 Saint Realm powerhouses from the Shenwu continent turned ashen. Their hearts were boiling with rage, and they wished they could cross the eternal abyss right now and rush over to fight a decisive battle with the demons. Time passes by every second. The gap in the eternal abyss is getting bigger and bigger. When all the members of the Shenwu continent heard that the Sky Demon clan had more than 100 powerful men in the Soul Fusion realm alone, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Because of the 10,000 Things Heaven-slaying formation, the Shenwu continent does not allow the existence of strong men beyond the Saint realm, so once the more than 100 Soul Fusion realm strong men of the Heavenly Demon clan release all their cultivation, they can only stay in the Shenwu continent for 10 seconds at most. But even 10 seconds will be a nightmare for the Shenwu continent. After all, there are more than 100 Soul Fusion realm strong men. What's more, they can completely suppress their own cultivation. In that way, although their cultivation is only at the peak of the Saint realm, they will not be expelled by the formation. More than 100 peak Saint realm masters. The most important thing is that this is only a strong person in the Soul Fusion realm. Compared with the Soul Fusion realm, the Saint realm is a whole major level lower. In this case, the Soul Fusion realm has exceeded 100, so what about the strong people in the Saint realm? Within the Sky Demon clan, there must be more powerful people who have entered the Saint realm. A large number of powerful saints, more than 100 Soul Fusion masters, plus a few flying sky masters. It can be said that the strength of the Sky Demon clan far exceeds that of the Shenwu continent. No, it's not surpassing, but crushing, a complete crushing. Such a battle. How to fight? How to fight? There is simply no comparison between the two sides. Because of this, the mood of more than 200 Saint Realm powerhouses and a group of wolf gods in the Shenwu realm from the Shenwu continent present instantly fell to the lowest point, and their emotions were also extremely solemn. If we don't fight, we seem to have already lost. But no one retreated. On the contrary, no matter whether they were humans, demons, or wild beasts, every strong man present at this moment showed a trace of determination on his face. Because they have no way out. Escape. There is simply nowhere to escape. The eternal barrier has been opened, and the passage to the heaven beyond heaven has been completely blocked. Even if the eternal barrier is lifted now, how many people can escape from the Shenwu continent and escape to the heaven beyond heaven in such a short time? What's more, once the passage to TianYTN is opened, the demons here will also be able to go to TianYTN. Once they and the demon army stationed outside the domain attack from the front and back, TianYTN will probably fall. So there is no way to escape, and you can't escape. As for surrender, the Sky Demon clan obviously won't accept it. If the Shenwu continent surrenders, there will probably be only one outcome. Defeat without fighting. In the end they were all slaughtered by the Sky Demon clan. Therefore, the only option is to fight to the death. Suddenly, Satu Nan looked at the passage in front of him, looked at the demons in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, our only chance of winning now is to defend the exit of this passage. As long as the demon army cannot enter the Shenwu continent on a large scale, we still have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise." Although Satu Nan did not continue, everyone understood that once the Heavenly Demon clan entered the Shenwu continent on a large scale, the Shenwu continent would be defeated and destroyed. For this reason, more than 200 powerful saints nodded and stepped forward to surround the entrance of the passage. They are firm and resolute. Once the members of the Heavenly Demon clan enter the Shenwu continent through the two passages, they will definitely attack the other side at the first opportunity. More than 200 powerful saints will join forces to attack. They believed that as long as there were not many demons coming at a time, or even only one or two, they could definitely hold on, or even kill the other party instantly. Now, they just hope that the entrances to the passages in these two places will not spread too wide, otherwise they will be powerless, and even if they want to defend them, they will definitely not be able to do so. Time passes by every second. Behind more than 200 powerful Saint Realm warriors, nearly 100,000 divine martial realm demon gods of the Wolf clan were waiting solemnly. The atmosphere was dead silent, solemn, and even depressing. Ha ha ha. As if they understood the intention of the Shenwu continent, the army of the Sky Demon clan laughed loudly. Foolish race, do you think you can defend the Shenwu continent in this way? It's totally incomprehensible. Let me tell you, the entry of my heavenly demon clan into the Shenwu continent is a foregone conclusion and it is unstoppable. You just wait to die obediently, ha 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 ha. Faced with the clamor of the heavenly demon clan, the Shenwu continent ignored them. After all, at this moment, all the verbal disputes were meaningless, and it would be better to save their energy to deal with the next battle. As time went by, the entrances to the passages between the two places were constantly expanding. The whole process was simply a devastation and torture for the Shenwu continent, but they were helpless. When the passage expanded to a diameter of about 1 meter, Ye Bufan finally arrived at the confrontation between the two sides of the eternal abyss. During this period, Ye Jingxuan had already arrived, and even many members of the demon clan were already outside the barrier of the 100,000 wolf gods. The reason why Ye Bufan took so long to come here was that after leaving Kangchong Martial Academy, he went to the Great Qin Empire and sent Mu Qingshe and her child mentioned by Lang Ningshang to the cemetery of gods and demons. As for Qin Tian, Ye Bufan did not see him. It was said that he had gone to Wangyao Mountains. What's going on now? Standing next to Hao Peng, looking at the demon army in front of him, Ye Bufan asked in a deep voice. Fat Hao did not hesitate at all and immediately told Ye Bufan what had happened and the approximate strength of the Sky Demon clan. More than 100 soul fusion realm experts. Looking at the demon army in front of him, Ye Bufan frowned. Such strength is almost impossible for the Shenwu continent to contend with. As Situ Nan said, defending the passage is indeed the only chance for the Shenwu continent right now. It would be fine if we can hold it, but if we can't, the consequences are simply unbelievable. The most important thing is, even if we can hold it, how long can we hold it? Suddenly, Ye Bufan looked at Situ Nan and asked, can't this passage be resealed? Situ Nan shook his head. If he could seal it, why would he wait until now? He would have already done it before. Ye Bufan frowned. It is obviously not a good idea to fight the heavenly demon clan head-on. Once the war starts, the Shenwu continent will undoubtedly be defeated. At least that's the case for now. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan took a step forward, looked at the demon army in front of him and said, who is your leader? Ask him to come out and see me. Ye Bufan's words stunned not only the heavenly demons but also the powerful people of the Shenwu continent. What is Ye Shao going to do? Before they could think about it, a demon in front of the demon army angrily taunted, boy, who do you think you are? You want to see our demon lord. Do you think you can see the demon lord whenever you want? If you don't come, you will bear the consequences. Ye Bufan said in a cold voice. The demon was stunned, then looked at Ye Bufan and sneered, oh, you are a kid in the Jodian realm, and you dare to threaten us. This demon is so scared. Ha ha ha. As soon as Tianmo finished speaking, the other Tianmos in the surrounding Tianmo army couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ye Bufan frowned and said coldly, do you think you have already won? The demon was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, even if you conquer the Shenwu continent, I can still guarantee that you will never be able to leave here. What do you mean? Hearing this, the demon was shocked. What's the meaning? Ye Bufan sneered, since you are the descendants of the advance army of the Sky Demon clan, then you must know that your ancestors accidentally broke into the heaven-covering barrier outside the Shenwu continent and were eventually trapped here forever and could not leave. If you want to escape from the heaven-covering barrier and leave here, you must refine the world heart of the Shenwu continent. This is also the reason why your Sky Demon clan invaded the Shenwu continent at all costs. Am I right? The demon was shocked. All the members of the Shenwu continent looked at each other in bewilderment. They simply did not understand what Ye Bufan was saying. They knew about the heaven-slaying formation, but what was the heaven-covering barrier? What was the heart of the world? Ye Bufan ignored him, and did not explain. He looked at Tianmo and continued, but I can tell you very clearly that even if you conquer the Shenwu continent, you will not be able to obtain the heart of the world, because the heart of the world is in my hands. Boom. Hearing this, the demon's soul trembled, looking at Ye Bufan in disbelief and said, the heart of the world is in your hands. That's right. Impossible, how can a mere Jodian realm warrior like you control the heart of the world? Who told you that I control the heart of the world? I just said the heart of the world is in my hands. How ridiculous. The heart of the world is in the hands of a Jodian realm kid like you. Do you think I'm a fool? Or are all the people in your Shenwu continent dead? What's wrong with the Jodian realm? If I don't have the world heart, how do you think I know all this? How can I know the secrets of the past? Is the heart of the world really in your hands? It's absolutely true. Ha ha ha. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the demon laughed loudly. It's really a case of searching for something without any effort. My ancestors sneaked into the Shenwu continent but couldn't find the heart of the world. Now it's in the hands of a Jodian realm scum like you. In this case, this demon will not be polite. All demon warriors, listen up. When we enter the Shenwu continent, we must capture this guy alive. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan shook his head. Is this the IQ of your demon clan? It's really pathetic. Tianmo was stunned. What do you mean? Ye Bufan said, do you think that if I have no one to rely on, I will tell you the whereabouts of the heart of the world? Let me tell you this, as long as I don't want to, you will never be able to obtain the heart of the world of Shenwu continent. Snort. Tianmo snorted coldly. Whether you are willing or not is not something you can decide. When we enter the Shenwu continent, you will have to do it even if you don't want to. Call out. Tianmo had just said half of his words when Ye Bufan suddenly disappeared from the spot. The sudden scene stunned Tianmo, and his original words stopped instantly. Where are the people? Call out. But at this moment, Ye Bufan appeared at the original position again. You. The demon looked at him in horror. Ye Bufan smiled and said, how about it, do you believe it now? As long as I am willing, even if a demigod from your heavenly demon clan descends, you will never be able to catch me. After saying this, Ye Bufan's expression became serious, and he shouted, now, tell that damn demon lord of yours to come to see me immediately. I want to have a good talk with him. Otherwise I will leave this place immediately, and you will never get the heart of the world. Chapter 983 Negotiation. Now, tell your damn demon lord to come see me immediately. I want to have a good talk with him. Otherwise I will leave this place immediately, and you will never get the heart of the world. Ye Bufan's calm words stunned all the members of both parties, especially the members of the Heavenly Demon Party. In just a moment, they looked at Ye Bufan, and the anger and murderous intent in their eyes were revealed without any concealment. This kid is too arrogant. Not only did he threaten their great demon clan, he even dared to insult the demon lord. Damn it! Damn it! You! The demon who had been talking to Ye Bufan before looked at him with gritted teeth, extremely angry. He wished he could rush over and tear Ye Bufan to pieces right now. But he knew he couldn't do that. This concerns the heart of the world, and it is not a decision he can make lightly. Wait. After leaving these two words, Tianmo turned around and left. Hee hee. Seeing the sky demon leaving, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. He knew that the heart of the world was the sky demon's weak point. In this situation, he could only use the heart of the world as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the sky demon. After all, the current strength of the Shenwu continent was far inferior to that of the sky demon. It would be best not to fight if possible. Of course, it is absolutely impossible to hand over the heart of the world to the demon clan. At this time, Fat Hao turned his head and looked at Ye Bufan. Recalling the anger and helplessness when the demon left, he couldn't help but ask, young Master Yi, what is going on? What is the heart of the world? On the Shenwu continent side, members of the other three tribes also looked at Ye Bufan with stunned and bewildered expressions. Ye Bufan waved his hand, frowned and said, we'll talk about this later. Now everyone should be ready for battle. If the negotiations fail, the sky demons will surely attack in large numbers. Then we will have no choice but to fight. Although he had the heart of the world as a bargaining chip in his hand, Ye Bufan knew very well that the chances of getting the Heavenly Demon clan to compromise and never set foot on the Shenwu continent were slim, or even impossible. But he could only try. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, all the members of the Shenwu continent were stunned, and then they didn't say anything more. Time passes by every second. About half an hour later. Swish. The previous demon came back and appeared in Ye Bufan's sight again. Not only that, there was another red demon standing next to him. Are you the so-called Heavenly Demon Lord? Looking at the red demon, Ye Bufan asked directly. Tianmo ignored him. He looked at Ye Bufan and said, the heart of the world is in your hands. Out of courtesy, shouldn't you answer my question first? Can you see the Demon Lord whenever you want? I'm sorry, but you are too low ranking and not qualified to talk to me. Please call your Demon Lord. You. The red demon was furious and snorted coldly, saying, the Demon Lord is in retreat and has no time to see you. I am the chief priest of my tribe. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Retreat. Ye Bufan frowned and said, in that case, let's wait until your Demon Lord comes out of seclusion. You. The red demon suddenly became angry. Boy, don't think that you can be fearless just because you have the heart of the world in your hands. Let me tell you, if you want to talk, then talk. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. After saying this, the red demon waved his hand and said, prepare to attack. At this moment, the passage between the two places has expanded to a diameter of about 2 meters, which is enough for members of the demon clan to pass through. Seeing this, Ye Bufan frowned and said, if that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. Just continue your invasion. I won't play with you anymore. Goodbye. You. Hearing this, the red demon was stunned. Etc. Then he looked at Ye Bufan and immediately spoke. What's up? Ye Bufan glanced at him and said calmly. The red demon gnashed his teeth and said, what do you want? I told you to let your Demon Lord come and talk to me. You are not of high enough rank. The Demon Lord is really in seclusion, there is no way he can come out to see you. Then wait until he comes out of quarantine. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. The heart of the world is in my hands, so I have the final say. Don't you care about the lives of other people in your Shenwu continent? Whether they live or die is none of my business. Do you think I will really believe you if you say that? If you really don't care about the life and death of others, you wouldn't be here now. After a pause, the Red Sky Demon continued, I still say that as the High Priest of our clan, my status is second only to the Demon Lord. If you really want to talk, it's the same as talking to me. If you still insist on seeing the Demon Lord, then I can't do anything. Our negotiations can only end here, and my Sky Demon clan will immediately enter the Shenwu continent. You know this will not benefit either of us. The Shenwu continent will perish, and we will not be able to obtain the heart of the world. Ye Bufan frowned. He originally wanted to use the Demon Lord's retreat to delay time, but now it seems impossible. Ye Bufan had no idea that the Heavenly Demon clan was not unwilling, but unable to agree, because although the passage between the two places had been opened, it could not be maintained for long. If they agree to Ye Bufan now, and when the passage is closed, the Demon Lord still hasn't come out, what should the Heavenly Demon clan do? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the Red Sky Demon spoke again. Tell me, what do you want in exchange for handing over the heart of the world? It is impossible to surrender the heart of the world. So there's nothing to talk about. No, there is still room for discussion. It's ridiculous. If you don't even want to give up the heart of the world, what else can we talk about? Of course there is room for discussion. I want to ask you, why do you, the Sky Demon clan, want the heart of the world? The demon was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, you want the heart of the world just to leave the Shenwu continent. If that's the case, why do you have to hold the heart of the world in your own hands? I can promise you that after I refine the heart of the world, I will let you leave, but the premise is you can't set foot on the Shenwu continent. Wait for you to refine the heart of the world. That's right. Do you think that's possible? After you refine the heart of the world, we will be like fish on your chopping board. By then, it will be easy for you to kill us in your world. Will you let us go then? I'm afraid you will kill us right away. My words are as good as gold. I always keep my promises. Don't say these useless things. You know I won't believe you, but I can take a step back. How do I withdraw? My Tianmo clan will enter the Shenwu continent, and then go directly to the outer heaven through the Shenwu continent. I promise that I will never touch the Shenwu continent during this period. However, you and your relatives, that is, people who are related to you by blood, must go to the outer heaven with us, and these people must not be less than 1,000. In addition, before that, you must let us confirm that the heart of the world is in your hands. After you arrive at the outer heaven, you hand over the heart of the world to us, and I will let you go back to the Shenwu continent. How about it? I will bring 1,000 of my clansmen with you into the heaven beyond heaven. Let's not talk about whether I am willing to do so. Even if I am willing, how can you be sure that I can just find 1,000 people to pretend to be my clansmen? You don't have to worry about that. I naturally have a way to tell whether they are your blood relatives. Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned. If we could lead these demons to the heaven beyond the heaven, it would not be a bad thing. After all, although he had never been to TianYTN, Ye Bufan believed that with the strength of the human race in TianYTN, they could definitely defeat these demons. But where could Ye Bufan find 1,000 blood relatives? And even if he did, he would not agree. After all, it is impossible for Ye Bufan to hand over the heart of the world. When he goes to TianYTN, none of these people will survive. Ye Bufan immediately said, I can agree to your request, but I am alone and have no relatives. How can I bring 1,000 people with you to the heaven beyond heaven? How about this, I will go with you alone. Impossible. The Red Sky Demon immediately refused. With your ability to disappear out of thin air, when we go to the heaven beyond heaven and can no longer threaten the Shenwu continent, why don't you escape immediately? What can we do to you then? But I am really a lonely man. Do you think I will believe it? The Red Demon sneered and said, you can make me believe you. As he spoke, he pointed to Hao Peng who was beside Ye Bufan and said, let me search his soul. Impossible. Ye Bufan immediately refused. So there's nothing to talk about. Tianmo's voice sank. Ye Bufan frowned, then he stretched out his right hand, and the Burial Heaven Palace appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand. After taking a look at the Sky Demon, Ye Bufan looked at the Heaven Burial Palace in his palm and said, this thing is called the Heaven Burial Palace, and the heart of the world is sealed inside it. Tianmo's eyes lit up. Ye Bufan continued, I can give it to you, but the premise is you must seal the passage between the Shenwu continent and the eternal abyss. Chapter 984 Negotiations fail, demons invade. I can give it to you, but the premise is you must seal the passage between the Shenwu continent and the eternal abyss. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone on the Shenwu continent was shocked and tried to dissuade him. Master Yi, no. Master, this thing is so important, how can you give it to them? Master. Facing everyone's persuasion, Ye Bufan waved his hand and looked at the Red Demon and said, how about it? The Red Demon frowned and then asked, how do we trade? Ye Bufan smiled and said, it's very simple. I will enter the eternal abyss, and then you will seal the passage. In this way, you don't have to worry about me escaping, right? After the passage is sealed, I will give you the heart of the world. How about that? No. But Tianmo refused. Ye Bufan frowned and said, if you are worried, I can take everyone present as hostages and enter your eternal abyss together. Is that okay? With the biggest trump card, the cemetery of gods and demons, Ye Bufan is not afraid even if he enters the eternal barrier. As long as he can fight with the heavenly demon clan and wait until those people of the 7 killing army who have obtained the inheritance of the heavenly palace's imperial concubine, divine generals, and even the supreme being come out of seclusion, Ye Bufan will be able to directly sweep across the entire heavenly demon clan. Moreover, in the eternal abyss, Ye Bufan doesn't need to worry about casualties among the human race at all. At that time, the Sky Demon clan was like a group of turtles trapped in a jar. Can be destroyed at will. Unexpectedly, Tianmo still shook his head. Your suggestion is indeed very tempting, but I still cannot agree to it. Ye Bufan was stunned. Why? Tianmo said, first, the blood spirit rune array, which is what you call the passage between the two places, cannot be sealed until the rune essence and blood are exhausted. What? Hearing this, Ye Bufan was shocked. This passage cannot be sealed. He immediately asked, you mean only when the blood and essence used to carve the runes are completely consumed, will this passage be completely blocked? The demon smiled calmly, you don't need to test me indirectly. I can tell you clearly now that this passage can only last for about a year. About a year? Ye Bufan pondered in his heart and said, then I will wait until the channel is about to close, and then I will enter the eternal abyss to trade with you. In other words, I can enter the eternal abyss now and wait until the channel is closed to trade with you. Tianmo shook his head and said, don't be impatient. Listen to me slowly. Compared to the seal of the passage, there is another point that is more important, which is in order to refine the heart of the world, you need at least the cultivation of the peak of the demigod or god realm. In our lineage, there is no such strong man. In this case, even if we get the heart of the world, what does it matter? If we can't refine it, we still can't leave the Shenwu continent. Ye Bufan frowned. Tianmo continued, so, your conditions may seem tempting, but they are actually meaningless. That is why I cannot agree to it, but my previous conditions will not change. As long as you bring your people with us to the heaven beyond heaven and hand over the heart of the world afterwards, I will promise you to let your lineage on the Shenwu continent go. This is the bottom line. There is no room for negotiation. After a pause, Tianmo continued, in fact, if you think about it carefully, my request is not much different from your proposal. It's just that the eternal abyss is replaced by the heaven beyond heaven. With the existence of the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation, it's the same for your Shenwu continent lineage, isn't it? Same shit. As soon as Tianmo finished speaking, Ye Bufan scolded him in his heart. On the surface, there seems to be no difference between the eternal abyss and the heaven beyond heaven to the Shenwu continent. But what is the reality? There is no demon at the peak of the demigod realm in the eternal abyss, but there must be one in the heaven beyond heaven. It's okay if the heart of the world falls into the eternal abyss, Ye Bufan can still take it back. But once it falls into the hands of the demon from the outside world, things will be different. By then, when the strong men at the peak of the demigod realm among them have refined the heart of the world, how can the Shenwu continent contend with them? Wouldn't it be finished in a matter of minutes? Therefore, Ye Bufan would never agree to the Red Demon's conditions no matter what. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan sent a message to the members behind him, prepare for battle. All the members of the Shenwu continent were shocked. The Red Demon looked at Ye Bufan and said, what do you think? If you need to consider it, I can give you time, but it will be at most 3 days. If you still don't agree after 3 days, my demon army will directly enter the Shenwu continent. Don't even think about it. Ye Bufan yelled angrily in his heart. There is no need to consider this question at all. He will not agree to it no matter what. And there is no need to delay for 3 days because it is meaningless. On the contrary, it will only make the situation in Shenwu continent more severe and worse. After all, the passages between these two places are expanding all the time. Call out. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Ye Bufan flashed and instantly arrived at the passage between the two places. At this moment, the passage between the two places has expanded to a diameter of about 3 meters. Divine flame devouring heaven art. Boom. In an instant, the purple chaos heart refining flame surged out from Ye Bufan's body, covering the entire passage. The Red Demon said that the passage would only be closed when the essence and blood in the blood spirit talisman array were exhausted. In that case, then just refine it directly. The divine flame devours the sky and can refine all things. Ye Bufan believed that it would not be difficult for him to refine the blood spirit talisman array. As for the abyss barrier, Ye Bufan was not worried. This barrier spread over tens of millions of miles and was self-contained. It was impossible for Ye Bufan to refine it completely in a short period of time. As long as he refined the blood spirit talisman array and took back the chaos heart refining flame, Ye Bufan believed that the abyss barrier could be healed instantly and restored to its original state. This is the only chance at present and the last hope of Shenwu continent. Ye Bufan could only give it a try. Boom. As the chaos heart refining flame enveloped the blood spirit talisman formation, the entire abyss boundary trembled. In an instant, the so-called blood spirit talisman formation was slowly being melted and swallowed by the chaos heart refining flame, and even the abyss boundary was no exception. Feeling the changes in the blood spirit talisman array, the Red Demon was shocked and even more furious. Court death. As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed and came directly to the entrance of the passage, then punched Ye Bufan to kill him. Ye Bufan's pupils shrank. This punch made the hairs all over his body stand up and his mind couldn't help but tremble. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan threw out the same punch, meeting the attack with his own. Shenwu Bawang 4th level of strength. Martial arts perfection. Strength increased by 200%. This punch was 3 times Ye Bufan's own strength. Boom. In an instant, the two fists collided. Da. Ye Bufan quickly retreated 13 steps before he stopped, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, Tianmo was greatly shocked, and his heart was in turmoil. He is a powerful person in the Fatian realm, but what about Ye Bufan? Just the Jotian realm. Jotian, Shenwu, entering sainthood, soul fusion, flying to the sky, there are 3 major realms between the two. But despite the gap, he only managed to repel and injure the opponent with his angry attack. Moreover, judging by the severity of the injury, it was only a minor one. Where did this monster come from? The demon was shocked. However, when he saw the blood spirit talisman formation in front of him being partially devoured, the red sky demon instantly became furious. Assholes, all troops attack the Shenwu continent. Chapter 985, Stand firm and fight to the death. All troops, attack the Shenwu continent. At the high priest's command, the army of the sky demons rushed forward without hesitation. Unfortunately, there was an abyss barrier between the two sides, which prevented the sky demons from entering the Shenwu continent. The only passage that could enter the Shenwu continent was only about 3 meters in diameter, and at most 1 or 2 sky demons could pass through at a time. But it doesn't matter. Even if only 1 or 2 demons are allowed to pass at a time, it is still a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the demons, and they dare not disobey the high priest's order. In an instant, 2 demons in the soul fusion realm took the lead and rushed into the passage first. It was also at this time, when Ye Bufan was repelled and the 2 great demons were rushing towards him, Hao Peng, Ye Long, Ye Hu and 10 other people who had inherited the legacy of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace flag came directly to the entrance of the passage without any hesitation. Kill. The moment the 2 soul fusion realm demons just passed through the barrier and stepped into the Shenwu continent, Hao Peng and 10 other Peak Saint realm powerhouses instantly took action. The 3 earth divine weapons and 7 secondary divine weapons in their hands directly killed the 2 demons. Cold murderous intent. A terrifying aura. The power of the divine weapon shakes heaven and earth. Even though Hao Peng and others were unable to unleash the full power of their magic weapons due to their own cultivation levels, when the 10 magic weapons were deployed together, their sharpness still seemed to tear the heavens and the earth apart. Divine weapon. 10 divine weapons. Seeing this scene, the 2 soul fusion realm demons were shocked. Their pupils shrank and they let out a cry of surprise. The 10 magical weapons did not stop. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the 10 divine weapons fell on the 2 demons with unstoppable force. Blood splattered everywhere, and the 2 demons didn't even have the chance to scream. Their bodies were torn into pieces, and their lives were gone. A battle between breaths. The whole place was dead silent. The members of the Sky Demon clan looked at the bloody scene before them and all of them stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. The high priest was even more shocked. 10 magical weapons. It seemed as if he could never accept this fact, or rather, he could not imagine or understand how such a barren Shenwu continent could have so many magical weapons. You know, that is a divine weapon, and even their lineage only has 3 pseudo-divine weapons. Do you think Shenwu is an ant that you can bully at will? Suddenly, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. He came to the top of Hao Peng and the other 10 people, looked at the high priest at the other end of the abyss barrier and said coldly and decisively, "If you want to pass the barrier and enter the Shenwu, then you have to pay with your lives. The battle will not end until the blood is shed and the people die. If you offend my divine power, you will be killed." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, all the strong men from the Shenwu continent shouted in unison, with great momentum. The battle will not end until the blood is shed and the people die. If you offend my divine power, you shall be killed. The cold and resolute voice shook heaven and earth. Hao Peng, Ye Long, Ye Hu and 10 other people surrounded the entrance of the passage tightly. They held magical weapons and armor in their hands, like 10 peerless war gods, standing proudly between heaven and earth, waiting solemnly at the entrance of the passage. If you dare to come, I will kill you. The sudden change in the magnificent momentum of the Shenwu continent made the demonic side come back to their senses instantly. Looking at the scene in front of him and looking at Ye Bufan, the high priest's eyes turned red and he gritted his teeth. He was angry, anxious, and even more furious. An ant trying to shake a tree. The Shenwu continent, a mere continent, actually dared to challenge his great demon clan. It was simply courting death. After a moment, the high priest said angrily in a cold voice, "Charge, and kill your way into the Shenwu continent at all costs. Kill." No one dares to disobey the high priest's orders. The demons no longer hesitated and launched another charge towards the Shenwu continent. The 2 demons in the soul fusion realm took the lead and rushed directly into the passage between the 2 places. Kill. Hao Peng and his 10 men naturally did not stop. As soon as the 2 great demons set foot on the Shenwu continent, they had already raised the slaughter knives in their hands and then killed them in an instant. Unfortunately, on the side of the heavenly demons, the high priest had already made up his mind to rush into the Shenwu continent at all costs. That was why, before the 2 heavenly demons were killed, the 2 heavenly demons behind them had already rushed into the passage between the 2 places. Fill it with your life, bear it with your life. The Sky Demon clan spared no expense, using the soul fusion realm experts to open the way, vowing to break through the passage and enter the Shenwu continent. Although the heavenly demon clan would suffer heavy losses, the high priest had no choice. If the heavenly demons who have entered the Saint Realm or the heavenly demons who have entered the Divine Martial Realm were allowed to charge, then there would be no meaning even if they killed their way into the Divine Martial Continent. After all, behind Hao Peng and his 10 men, there were more than 200 powerful men who had entered the Saint Realm from the Divine Martial Continent. If you break in, you will die. But the Soul Fusion Realm is different. As long as the Soul Fusion Realm powerhouses break into the Shenwu Continent, with their strength they can definitely hold out for a while under the siege of the saintly powerhouses, and they can even attack Hao Peng and his 10 men from behind. At that time, these 10 men will be attacked from both sides, and the Sky Demon clan will definitely be able to tear a gap in their blockade. At that time, the Heavenly Demon clan will be able to enter the Shenwu Continent on a large scale. As long as a large number of Soul Fusion Realm powerhouses rush into the Shenwu Continent, then the Shenwu Continent will not be a threat, even to the 10 powerhouses holding the Earth Divine weapons. Can be destroyed easily. Kill. The magnificent momentum and the deafening shouts of killing. At the passage between the Shenwu Continent and the Eternal Abyss, the Sky Demon clan was charging madly. On the Shenwu Continent side, Hao Peng and his 10 men were frantically blocking, intercepting, and surrounding and killing them. The blood-dancing sky is never lonely, and the flying killings descend upon the world. Life is worthless at this moment. The Sky Demon clan charged forward like mad, and powerful Soul Fusion Realm masters continued to die. Except for the combatants, all other members of both sides fell into endless silence. The atmosphere is heavy and depressing. Whether it is the Shenwu Continent or the Tianmo side, there are no exceptions. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Seeing that in just a brief moment, more than a dozen Soul Fusion Realm warriors on his side had perished, the High Priest could not help but roar in anger. Although these were only at the initial stage of Soul Fusion Realm, the High Priest still felt his heart bleeding. Suddenly, he shouted, "Magic power, magic mystery, magic cube, magic shadow. Exist, 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 exist." The 4 great demons stepped out. The High Priest said angrily in a cold voice, "I don't believe that they can withstand the charge of the 4 peak Soul Fusion Realm masters. Charge, and kill into the Shenwu Continent at all costs." "Yes, High Priest." The 4 demons at the peak of the Soul Fusion Realm responded in unison. On the Shenwu Continent side, all members couldn't help but tremble in their hearts when they heard this. Ye Bufan shouted, "Fat Hao, you guys stay put, everyone else prepare to fight." Yes. On the Shenwu Continent side, all members responded in unison. The fight will not stop until the blood is shed and the people die. Fight. Kill. The 4 demons at the peak of the Soul Fusion Realm did not hesitate at all and rushed directly towards the passage between the 2 places. Seeing the demons rushing over, Ye Bufan shouted again, "Use all your strength to kill the first 2 demons, and leave the rest to us." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 2 great demons arrived. Fat Hao and the other 10 people understood. Without any hesitation, they madly attacked the 2 demons in front of them. The 10 great magical weapons appeared together. A faint light curtain appeared on the bodies of the 2 demons. There was no doubt that it was the power of elements. The peak of the Soul Fusion Realm is considered half a step toward flying into the sky, and one can already initially call upon the power of the elements. The 2 great demons defended with all their might. Boom 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 boom. The 10 divine weapons slammed down on them, and the violent force impacted, shattering the elemental spears instantly. Puff. The 2 great demons spat out a mouthful of blood, and blood flowed from the wounds on their bodies. However, the combined attack of Hao Peng and his 10 men failed to kill them. Kill. The moment they broke through the barrier, the 2 demons ignored their injuries and rushed straight towards Hao Peng and others. Above the 9 heavens, the expelling power of the all-seeing heaven-destroying formation locked onto them in an instant. But the 2 great demons didn't care at all. War. 2 against 10, the 2 soul-fused masters and 10 peak saintly realm powerhouses holding magical weapons clashed in an instant. Swish. At this time, the other 2 demons at the peak of the Soul Fusion Realm also rushed through the passage in an instant and entered the Shenwu Continent. They ignored Hao Peng and the other 10 people, and rushed directly behind them. Rampant laughter also rang out instantly. "Ha ha ha, you ants from the Shenwu Continent, die." Chapter 986, One shot to melt the soul in seconds. "Ha ha ha, you ants from the Shenwu Continent, die." With raging and rampant laughter, the 2 demons at the peak of the Soul Fusion Realm stood proudly between heaven and earth, as if the Shenwu Continent was already in their pocket. Moan. But at this moment, a phoenix cry sounded between heaven and earth, and then a sharp arrow attacked one of the demons from behind at an extremely fast speed. The blood-red phoenix shadow. Sharp and cold, murderous intent. The demon's mind was shocked and he dodged instinctively. Call out. The sharp arrow passed by his neck, and at the same time, with a puff sound, the sharp arrow cut through the flesh on the demon's neck, leaving a streak of blood. Due to the sudden change, although Tianmo narrowly avoided the arrow, his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. This arrow almost pierced his neck. The demonic heavenly being was caught off guard by this scene, and the same was true for the Shenwu continent, as everything happened too quickly and too suddenly, with not even a breath of air in between. Who? Suddenly, the demon roared angrily. Before he finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of him. It was none other than Ye Bufan. You. Seeing Ye Bufan suddenly appear, Tianmo was stunned. Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all. He looked at Tianmo with cold eyes, faced him, and punched him directly to death. The devil was furious. Court death. After the two words fell, he threw out the same punch. Zhou Tian confronts Rong Hun head-on. In Tianmo's view, Ye Bufan was simply seeking death. Call out. But at this moment, Ye Bufan disappeared in front of the demon out of thin air. The martial arts are perfected, the 9 steps of the soaring dragon. What? Seeing Ye Bufan suddenly disappear, Tianmo was shocked and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. At this moment, he understood that Ye Bufan's previous attacks, whether it was the arrow or the punch, were all feints. Unfortunately, it's too late. Behind Tianmo, Ye Bufan appeared out of nowhere. Not only that, he was holding a purple spear in his hand. On the spear, the 9-dragon pattern was faintly visible. The moment the spear appeared, even the temperature around it rose slightly. Kowloon Soul Snatcher. The top holy soldier who was once ranked first among the 3 major martial arts academies. Call out. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan faced the demon in front of him and shot it directly. One shot, fast, fierce and powerful. At the same time, the moment he drew his gun, his right hand shook violently again. Perfection Realm Martial Arts, the 4th level of divine power in the 8 Desolations. With the amplification of martial arts, Ye Bufan's strength instantly increased by 200%, reaching 3 times his original strength. And that's not all. Boom. As Ye Bufan fired his shot, the Chaos Heart Refining Flame suddenly surged out from his body, and the blazing flames instantly enveloped the entire gun body. The Pinnacle Holy Soldier. The 4th level of Shenwu 8 Desolations power. Chaos Heart Refining Flame. All 3 become one. This is definitely Ye Bufan's strongest attack at the moment. This was also a fatal blow. A shot was fired, and the gun body seemed to penetrate the space and shatter time. The endless murderous intent seemed to freeze the heaven and earth pure. Buzz. Feeling something strange behind him, the demon's soul couldn't help but tremble. He wanted to hide, he wanted to evade, but his old strength had just gone and his new strength had not yet been generated, so he had no time to dodge. Moreover, Ye Bufan was acting with all his might, so how could he let him evade easily? Puff. In a breath, Ye Bufan shot a bullet directly through the demon's neck. The demon's body trembled. Suddenly, blood gushed out from his neck. However, Ye Bufan still did not give up. Go! He shouted loudly, and the Chaos Heart Refining Flame in his body seemed to be an army under his command, rushing along the 9-dragon soul-snatching spear towards the wound on the demon's neck. The strange fire surged and attacked violently. Boom! In a brief moment, the demon's neck exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Afterwards, his body fell rapidly from mid-air, with no sign of life left. Kill the Peak Soul Fusion Master with one shot. So horrifying. Extremely powerful. Everything seemed long, but it took less than a second. Magic. Seeing his companion being killed instantly for unexplained reasons, the remaining demon couldn't help but let out a scream. He was shocked, horrified, and incredulous. The devil is like this, and so are the members of the Shenwu continent. Kill someone at the peak of Soul Fusion Realm with just one shot. Or is it the cultivation level of Jodian Realm? Ye Bufan's shot overturned all their previous understandings. Looking at the demon who was killed instantly by him, Ye Bufan sneered. The pinnacle holy weapon, the perfect level of the 4th level of the Shenwu 8 Desolations power, and the extremely terrifying heaven and earth alien fire Chaos Heart Refining Flame, the 3 combined into one, plus his own deliberate planning. If this demon does not die, then Ye Bufan's inheritance of Dao Wuya against the heavens will really be in vain. What's more, the two armies are facing off in a peak battle, a fight of life and death, but this demon still has the mood to talk nonsense there. If he doesn't die, who will die? Of course, Ye Bufan knew that the Heavenly Demon clan would never make the same mistake a second time, so it was impossible for him to kill another Heavenly Demon instantly like he did now. But so what? Kill. Without any hesitation, the moment he killed the Peak Soul Fusion Realm Heavenly Demon, Ye Bufan rushed towards the remaining Heavenly Demon. A battle of life and death, every second counts. Court death. Seeing Ye Bufan coming towards him, the remaining demon became furious and charged out directly. However, he was a little wary and fearful in his heart and no longer looked down on Ye Bufan, a Jodian realm warrior. After all, it was untrue that his companion, who was also at the peak of the Soul Wrong realm, died in his hands. Ye Bufan rushed out, and naturally the other powerful saints in the Shenwu continent did not stop, and they all rushed towards the remaining demon. Two armies fight against each other in a life and death struggle. No matter whether they are right or wrong, good or evil, shameless or not, as long as they can kill the other side, it's fine. Kill, surround and kill. The melee broke out again here, and on the other side of the abyss barrier, the army of the Sky Demon clan was also dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that a strong man at the peak of the Soul Fusion realm on their side was killed in an instant, and the one who did it was just a Jodian realm warrior. Is this a dream, or is he playing a trick on us? The demons could not accept it, but the high priest disagreed. When Ye Bufan fought him and remained undefeated, before, he had already realized that Ye Bufan was by no means an ordinary Jodian warrior. However, he never expected that one of his generals could be killed so easily in an instant. But none of that matters. The important thing is that even though the four strongest Soul Fusion Realm Masters on his side attacked at the same time, they still failed to break through the blockade of the Shenwu continent, let alone throw them into disarray. The High Priest could not accept this in any way. Puff. At this time, at the entrance of the passage between the two places, the two great demons who were besieged by Hao Peng and his 10 men, after struggling for a few seconds, they finally couldn't hold on any longer and were directly killed by the 10 men. When they fell to the ground, their bodies were covered with hideous wounds with blood gushing out. Two powerful men at the peak of the Soul Fusion realm were hacked to death by 10 people. The soul melts and falls. The world was dead silent. Xiao Hu, let's work together to help young Master Yi destroy the remaining demon. Fat Hao spoke immediately without any hesitation. No. But at this moment, Ye Bufan, who was besieging the remaining demon with others, said, "Your task is to guard the passage, don't worry about anything else." This was also the reason why Ye Bufan had Hao Peng and 10 other people fight to the death with 2 of the 2 demons, and completely ignored the 2 subsequent demons. After all, if Hao Peng and his 10 men had severely injured the 2 great demons that entered the Shenwu continent first and then allowed them to enter the Shenwu continent, and then defended the remaining 2 demons, it could indeed have reduced a lot of pressure on other people in the Shenwu continent, and they might have even killed the 2 great demons long ago. But in that case, the pressure on Hao Peng and his 10 men would increase dramatically when they faced 2 heavenly demons at the peak of the Soul Fusion realm in their prime. If the heavenly demons took the opportunity to attack them at this time, it would be easy for them to break through the blockade and fully enter the Shenwu continent. No matter what, the key point is to guard the passage. If anyone wants to guard the passage between the 2 places, it has to be Hao Peng and his 10 men. After all, they are the only ones with magical weapons and armor, so they can attack or defend. After Ye Bufan's words, Fatty Hao and the other 10 were stunned and didn't say anything more. The demons were furious. Especially the High Priest. In less than 10 seconds, 3 of the 4 peak Soul Fusion realm powerhouses on his side had been killed, and he didn't even gain any advantage. This is simply a great shame and humiliation for the demon clan. Moreover, they absolutely cannot go on like this. If not, all of their Soul Fusion realm warriors will perish, and they may not even be able to enter the Shenwu continent. It's okay to die, but it must be a meaningful death. With this thought in mind, the High Priest angrily said in a cold voice, "Mo Yu, Mo Ji Yu, Mo prepare to self-destruct, I want to see how they defend themselves and whether they dare to defend themselves." Chapter 987 The Ultimate Boss Hidden in Shenwu Continent. Mo Yu, Mo Ji Yu, Mo prepare to self-destruct. I want to see how they defend themselves and whether they dare to defend themselves. Don't stop until your words are shocking. The words of the demonic high priest made all members of the Shenwu continent tremble in their hearts. The Saint Realm Masters blew themselves up one after another. Who could resist the huge impact caused by that? Who dared to take on the responsibility? The Sky Demon clan is going to use the lives of the powerful saints to create a gap and break through the blockade of the Shenwu continent. Absolutely crazy, absolutely cruel. However, this is indeed an excellent solution. After all, the Demon clan has suffered heavy casualties but has not gained any advantage. Instead of doing that, it is better to do it in one go. Yes. As soon as the High Priest finished speaking, the 20 demons who had just entered the Holy Realm and were named by him responded in unison. This is a very slave-like race. The lower-level demons will never question or refuse the orders of the higher-level demons. Even if they are asked to kill their wives, children and entire clans, they will never show mercy. What's more, it's just a death. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, 20 demons took a few steps forward, came to the front of the army, stood at the entrance of the passage, and frantically devoured the vitality of heaven and earth, accumulating energy, preparing to self-destruct. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Fat Hao couldn't help but curse angrily with a ferocious look on his face. The same is true for everyone else. Although the self-detonation of a strong man who has entered the Saint Realm is not enough to take their lives directly, if they suffer such impact repeatedly, they will really be doomed to die. Unless they retreat to a safe distance now and avoid the self-destruction of the Demon clan. But if that happens, the Sky Demon clan will definitely take the opportunity to rush into the Shenwu continent, and then Fat Hao and his 10 companions simply didn't dare to think further. The 10 people led by Fat Hao were like this, as were the other members of the Shenwu continent, all with extremely ferocious expressions. If we don't defend it, we can only watch the Demon clan rush into the Shenwu continent. If we continue to defend, it means fighting with the Demon clan for our lives and dying together. In this way, there will be casualties among the Heavenly Demon clan, and there will also be casualties among the Shenwu continent, and the casualties on both sides will not be too different. But don't forget that the strength of the Sky Demon clan far exceeds that of the Shenwu continent. The Sky Demon clan can afford the consumption, but the Shenwu continent cannot. For example, there are more than 200 Saint Realm powerhouses in the Shenwu continent now. Even if there are 300 of them, the Sky Demon clan has 3 times as many Saint Realm powerhouses as the Shenwu continent, which means 900 Saint Realm powerhouses, and they will perish together with all the powerhouses of the Shenwu continent. But are 900 Saint Realm powerhouses considered a lot in the Demon clan? Not much at all. You know, there are more than 200 people in the Sky Demon clan who are in the Soul Fusion realm alone, let alone those who have entered the Saint realm. Even the loss of 900 powerful saints would not be enough to consume all of their subversive combat power. In this case, the Shenwu continent will no longer have any powerful saints, while the Sky Demon clan will still be powerful. At that time, can the Shenwu continent still withstand the attack of the Sky Demon clan? Absolutely cannot be defended. This is basically a dead end. In that brief moment, the Shenwu continent had no time to think, and the 20 demons were ready, and all of them had entered the state of self-destruction. Without any hesitation, the High Priest shouted coldly, 2 people in a group, kill them. Ah! But at this moment, a deafening dragon roar sounded in the distance. The dragon's roar shook the heaven and earth and made the minds of all the members of the 4 tribes present buzz. What? The demons were shocked. The Shenwu continent was equally shocked. Everyone looked sideways. In the distance, a huge golden dragon was rushing towards this place at an extremely fast speed. Call! In the blink of an eye, the giant dragon arrived, and everyone felt a strong wind blowing on their faces, causing pain on their cheeks. Looking at the giant dragon, everyone was horrified. Uncle Long, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Compared to a few years ago, Philong seemed to have become different. As for what was different, Ye Bufan couldn't explain it clearly, but the feeling was not wrong. Get out of the way. Philong did not hesitate at all. He looked at Ye Bufan and his group of more than 200 members of the Shenwu continent who were besieging the heavenly demon at the peak of the Soul Fusion realm, and shouted loudly. Everyone was stunned, but there was no hesitation at all, and they instinctively scattered in all directions in an instant. In an instant, the only demon at the peak of the Soul Fusion realm was left in the air. However, his condition at the moment was not very good. He had countless wounds all over his body and was bleeding profusely. The sudden change made Tianmo look at Philong in shock. An ant trying to shake a tree is simply courting death. Phylong looked at the sky demon at the peak of the soul fusion realm and scolded him coldly, then swept out with his tail like a dragon. Call. In midair, a huge dragon tail with an extremely powerful aura swept straight towards the demon. The demon was stunned for a moment, then became furious. You are only at the peak of the saint realm, who is the ant? After a roar, Tianmo was filled with anger and attacked with one strike. As a strong man at the peak of the soul fusion realm, he had never felt so aggrieved as today. At this moment, all his frustration and anger were concentrated on this one strike. In an instant, the two powers collided. The flying dragon's tail slapped down and the demon punched out. Boom! A sonic boom sounded between heaven and earth. Puff! The demon even spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then his body fell rapidly to the ground like a meteorite from outer space. In a brief moment, there was another boom, and the demon fell to the ground, the earth trembled, sank, and dust flew. Unbreakable. Phylong scolded him harshly, then said calmly, "Little wolf, go up and give him another blow, and kill him." Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King trembled, and then responded repeatedly, "Oh oh oh." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed directly towards the Soul Fusion Realm Peak Demon that was already embedded in the ground. Phylong ignored him and looked directly at the demon on the other side of the abyss barrier. He locked onto the High Priest and said disdainfully, "Flying Heaven Realm. Is that so powerful? Believe it or not, if you dare to come over, I will kill you in a minute." Gurgle. Hearing this, all members of the Shenwu continent couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Ye Bufan was no exception. He thought he was crazy enough, but he didn't expect that Phylong was even crazier than him. Flying Realm. Kill you in a minute. What the hell, Uncle Long, it seems like you have just reached the peak of the Holy Realm. You. Hearing this, the High Priest was also stunned, and then became furious. He looked at Phylong and said, "You, a sub-dragon, dare to challenge me? You are not worthy. Then come here." Phylong said calmly. "You." The High Priest was furious. "Coward." Phylong snorted with disdain and said, "Even someone like you, Lord Long, would not even bother to kill you. You are so fucking." The devil was furious. Phylong interrupted directly, "Little wolf, scold it over here." Beside the Soul Fusion Peak Sky Demon, the Snow Wolf Demon King had just bit off its neck. Upon hearing Fei Long's summon, it immediately raised its head and responded repeatedly, "Oh oh oh." After the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, he changed the subject and said, "Master Long, that's not right. This beast is obviously asexually reproducing. And seeing your majestic body and powerful strength, how could he dare to come over?" Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and the same was true for other members of the Shenwu continent. This bastard wolf doesn't even use the word dirty when he curses people. On the other side of the abyss barrier, the demon high priest was already seething with anger and hatred. In today's battle, the Sky Demon clan was confident of victory, but they did not expect to suffer a series of defeats. If it were just that, it would be fine, but he didn't expect that two ants who had entered the Saint Realm would dare to provoke him, a powerful person in the Flying Sky Realm, so unscrupulously. Angry. 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 If looks could kill, the Snow Wolf Demon King and the Flying Dragon would definitely be left with no remains. Kill him. Immediately, the demon roared, "Two people in a group, charge." Snort. After hearing this, Phylong snorted coldly and said, "It's just a self-destruction after entering the Saint Realm. What a thing." After saying that, Phylong looked at Hao Peng and the other 10 people and said, "You little guys, step aside and watch how Master Long destroys this bunch of trash." Chapter 988. Explode, keep on exploding. You little guys, step aside and watch how Lord Long kills these rubbish. Phylong's calm words stunned Hao Peng and the other 10 men. Then they responded with a few "oh" like the Snow Wolf Demon King and retreated to the back. There was no way. Phylong was being too strong, too overbearing, and too arrogant. He was simply insolent and didn't take the Sky Demon clan seriously at all. Since he can ignore the Heavenly Demon clan so much, it means that he must have the strength to ignore the Heavenly Demon clan. In this case, it would be most appropriate for him to stop the invasion of the Sky Demon clan. After all, facing the Sky Demon clan's impending crazy self-destruction, Fat Hao and his 10 men would be helpless. After Hao Peng and his 10 men retreated, the only thing left at the entrance of the passage was the flying dragon hovering in the air. Looking at the flying dragon, the high priest gritted his teeth and was furious. Too arrogant, too outrageous. This guy simply doesn't take his own demon clan seriously. Hateful. After angrily yelling in his heart, the high priest looked at the 20 bewildered demons and yelled, "What the hell are you still standing there for? Charge!" In an instant, the 20 demons came back to their senses. Yes, they responded, and 2 of the demons immediately rushed towards the passage between the 2 places. The energy around them is rampant, fierce and violent. Although they did not expand their bodies in order to pass through the passage smoothly, thus resulting in the power of the self-detonation not being able to be maximized, they are powerful people who have entered the Saint Realm after all, and the power of the self-detonation should not be underestimated. Seeing the 2 celestial demons rushing into the passage between the 2 places, everyone on the Shenwu continent felt nervous. They kept hoping in their hearts, block it, and you must block it. After all, if it cannot be stopped, the Shenwu continent will be in real danger. The demons on the other hand sneered. Especially the high priest. In his opinion, Filong was simply overestimating his own abilities and seeking his own death. After all, even if he could withstand the first self-explosion, what about the second, third, fourth, and fifth times? Over time, facing countless saint-level powerhouses self-exploding, even a flying sky powerhouse would fall. Idiot. Seeing the 2 demons rushing over, Filong simply mocked them. The next second, the dragon's tail is swinging. Call. He swept out with his dragon tail at an extremely fast speed, hitting the entrance of the passage between the 2 places. At this time, the 2 celestial demons just rushed into the passage between the 2 places and just entered the Shenwu continent. Boom! The flying dragon's tail hit them directly, impacting them with powerful force. Puff! The 2 demons who had entered the Holy Realm vomited blood wildly, and at the same time, their bodies flew backwards. They had not yet set foot on the Shenwu continent and were merely in the passage between the 2 places. Now that they were blown away by the flying dragon, they naturally fell towards the demon army behind them. For a moment, the world was dead silent. Looking at the 2 demons flying backwards, all the members of the demon clan were stunned. What's going on? What happened? All members of the Shenwu continent were also stunned. But at this moment, before the 2 sides could think about it, one of the demons shouted loudly, "Quick, run, I can't control myself anymore, I'm going to explode." What? Upon hearing this, all the members of the Sky Demon clan were shocked. Looking at the 2 companions who had reached the Saint Realm falling towards them, each of them felt their scalp tingling and cold sweat running down their body. The next second, run! The black mass of Sky Demon clan members fled in all directions without any hesitation. This was the self-detonation of a powerful person who had entered the Saint Realm, and it happened at such a close distance. With one blow, even a saint would be injured. What's more, the army of demons in front of him are not all in the Holy Realm. There are also Shenwu, Zhodian, and even countless demons who have not even reached the Shenyuan realm. The self-destruction of the 2 saints was a disaster for these weak demons. Run, run, run. At this moment, this one word was the only thing left in the minds of all the demons, even the high priest was no exception. Unfortunately, it's obviously too late. Boom, boom. The 2 demons who had entered the Holy Realm could not help themselves finally and exploded. A deafening sonic boom sounded and terrifying energy swept across the heaven and earth in all directions with a devastating force, as if it would completely annihilate and devour the world. Bang, bang, bang. Countless members of the Sky Demon clan were blown back by the saint's self-explosion, and some even died. There were broken limbs and arms, and blood flowed like a river. The loss of life is horrible. The 2 powerful saints self-destructed, creating 2 deep pits in the demon army. For the demon clan, this was simply a disaster. If it were just that, it would be fine. However, as the 2 great demons self-destructed and all the demons fled frantically, half of the 18 demons that were selected earlier seemed to have forgotten that they were in the process of self-destruction. They fled instinctively like everyone else, inadvertently activating their own energy. The result. Boom 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 boom. As their yuanli moved, they, who were already in a state of self-destruction, could no longer suppress their state of self-destruction and could not help but self-destruct one after another. The self-destruction of the 2 great demons who had entered the Holy Realm was already a disaster, not to mention the self-destruction of 7 or 8 more demons who had entered the Holy Realm out of thin air. That kind of horrific impact was simply earth-shattering. The most important thing is that all the demons were avoiding the self-destruction of the previous two demons, but they never expected that the demons around them would suddenly self-destruct. Being caught off guard, the result can be imagined. Puff, puff, puff. Countless low-powered demons died directly, and many holy-level demons were also severely injured and vomited blood. In that brief moment, the demon side suffered heavy losses. It was a horrific sight. Looking at the scene on the other side of the abyss barrier, all members of the Shenwu continent were stunned. What is going on? Self-destruction. Didn't the demon clan intend to break through the blockade of the Shenwu continent in this way? Why did they choose to self-destruct within their own camp now? After the confusion, all members quickly couldn't help but feel excited and thrilled. They all looked at the flying dragons above the entrances to the two places. It was obvious that Phylong had plotted against the demonic clan and dealt them a heavy blow. The current situation of the Sky Demon clan is tantamount to lifting a rock and shooting itself in the foot. In a brief moment, the self-explosion of nearly 10 demons who had entered the Holy Realm came quickly and went away quickly. When everything returned to calm, the other side of the abyss barrier, the other side of the demon clan was in a mess. Not only were there broken limbs and bloodstains on the ground, but there were also countless demons lying on the ground crying and wailing. Not only that, even many of the Holy Realm demons were in low spirits, with blood at the corners of their mouths. The Sky Demon clan was seriously injured by this attack. The High Priest was still in shock, looking at Phylong with a ferocious expression and even more angry. You! Ha ha ha! Without waiting for the High Priest to say anything, the Snow Wolf Demon King laughed and challenged, "Explode, keep on exploding. A bunch of idiots." Chapter 989 The Wolf King invites the High Priest to fight. Do you dare? A bunch of idiots. The Snow Wolf Demon King's rampant laughter made the Sky Demon army extremely angry, and the looks they gave the Snow Wolf Demon King were filled with endless cold murderous intent. The High Priest was also gritting his teeth in anger. You! After taking a look at the Snow Wolf Demon King, his gaze fell on the flying dragon again. Angry, hateful, furious, and anxious. He really wanted to eat the dragon alive. But there is nothing I can do. Let the remaining few demons who have entered the state of self-destruction continue to attack the Shenwu continent. That is totally meaningless. Not only is it meaningless, it may also cause massive casualties to the demon clan again. But apart from this, is there any other way to allow the Heavenly Demon clan to enter the Shenwu continent? For a moment, the High Priest didn't know what to do. Seeing the situation of the Heavenly Demon clan, all members of the Shenwu continent couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least for now, the Shenwu continent was still safe. Of course, this is only temporary. The two sides entered into a brief ceasefire, but the entrances to the two passages continued to expand. Ye Bufan flashed to the side of Phylong. Uncle Long. Looking at Phylong, Ye Bufan said something. Phylong nodded and said, as expected of my eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law's son. After 3 years, he was able to kill a peak soul fusion realm warrior with his Jodian realm cultivation. Although there was an element of sneak attack involved, it's still pretty good. But remember not to be arrogant because of this. After all, your current strength is far from enough. In the heaven beyond heaven, the demon you killed before, although he was at the peak of the soul fusion realm, he was not even second-rate among the peak soul fusion realm. His combat power was at most at the initial stage of soul fusion. It was obvious that although Phylong had just appeared, he had actually arrived a long time ago. Therefore, he was fully aware of everything that had happened before. Phylong's words stunned Ye Bufan. Compared with the strong men from the heaven beyond heaven, the combat power of the previous demon who was at the peak of soul fusion realm was at most equivalent to that of the initial stage of soul fusion realm. How powerful is the demon from the outer world? Ye Bufan was shocked, but didn't say much. After all, he believed that Phylong would not deceive him. Hearing Phylong's words, the heavenly demon high priest was stunned. Then he looked at Phylong and asked in surprise, "You sub-dragon, are you from the outer world?" Unfortunately, Phylong ignored it. Seeing this scene, the high priest became furious. Phylong glanced at him and said disdainfully, "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Just come on." The high priest became even more angry. He clenched his fists, gnashed his teeth, and the look in his eyes was as if he wanted to eat the flying dragon alive. "Little wolf." But at this moment, Phylong shouted loudly, "The little one is here." The Snow Wolf Demon King immediately responded and stood up. Scold him, said the word Phylong. In an instant, except for Phylong, all the members of the 4 tribes present could not help but twitch their lips. Ye Bufan was stunned. This scene was so familiar, so like déjà vu. When he thought about it, he had used this same trick to deal with Tianyao Tanlang. The same Snow Wolf Demon King, the same 2 words of curse. Sure enough, the next second, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked at the high priest and started to curse. You unfilial son, what are you still standing there for? Come and pay respect to Lord Long. Do you believe that I, your grandfather, can give you back the way you gave birth to me? Say it again, who is your grandson? Hearing this, the high priest was furious. A mere lowly wolf, how dare you humiliate me like this, you are simply courting death. What attitude? Ah, what attitude do you have? The Snow Wolf Demon King completely ignored the anger of the high priest. He just stared at the high priest and rebuked him wantonly. Think about it, your grandfather went through untold hardships to go to the eternal abyss to raise your grandmother, and then your father was born. Then your father raised your mother and you were born. Think about it, without your grandfather, would there be your father? Without your father, would you be who you are now? You have to admit it even if you don't want to. This is the fact. You are the cub of Master Wolf. Also, look at you, look at what you have become. Neither a human nor a demon. That's fine. After all, you are still Wolf Master's child. It's impossible for Wolf Master to deny you. But you have grown wings. Are you thinking of rebelling? You don't even recognize your grandfather. I damn it, if I had known this would happen, I would not have scolded you. If this had happened, how could you be who you are now? I'm so mad. I'm so mad. What are you still standing there for? Kneel down and kowtow to your grandfather and Lord Long and admit your mistakes. The Snow Wolf Demon King angrily rebuked the demon high priest with great anguish, but the members of the surrounding Shenwu continent broke into a cold sweat after hearing what they heard. This despicable wolf was too cruel and didn't even use a single dirty word when he cursed at people. You. The demonic high priest was extremely furious. You can tolerate this. But at this moment, Phylong said calmly. The high priest was stunned. The Snow Wolf Demon King immediately said, Don't blame me, Lord Long. Don't blame me, Lord Long. I, your unfilial grandson, have learned nothing but being thick-skinned. I'm sorry to embarrass you. Please don't argue with him. It's not worth it to make you angry. Besides, you are such a strong man that you can kill him with just one toe. It would be beneath your dignity to argue with him. Just shut up. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the heavenly demon high priest cursed him, then glared at him and said in a cold voice, If you dare to say another word, believe it or not, I will tear you apart. The Snow Wolf Demon King pretended to be stunned, then he became furious and said, You are so rebellious. You are trying to betray your master and destroy your ancestors. How could my wolf family produce a beast like you? Son of a bitch. The high priest cursed in his heart, and then roared, You are looking for death. What misfortune for our family, what misfortune for our family. The Snow Wolf Demon King completely ignored the high priest's anger, shook his head and sighed, his face full of grief. Then, the Snow Wolf Demon King seemed to have made a decision. He took a deep breath and said, Since it was Lord Wolf who committed the sin, Lord Wolf should take the final punishment. After he finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked at the high priest and said solemnly, Grandson, I am also responsible for your current situation. If I had killed your grandmother without the sun and left your father in the eternal abyss, you might not be like this now. This is all Grandpa's fault. But it's too late to say this now. Whether you are wrong or I am right, it doesn't matter anymore. What's important is this evil relationship must be ended today. Grandson, one-on-one, do you dare to fight your grandfather? It not only decides victory or defeat, but also decides life or death. Dare. Chapter 990 The colorful and exquisite soul-calming tower reappears, suppressing. Grandson, I am also responsible for your current situation. If I had killed your grandmother without the sun and left your father in the eternal abyss, you might not be like this now. This is all Grandpa's fault. But it's too late to say this now. Whether you are wrong or I am right, it doesn't matter anymore. What's important is this evil relationship must be ended today. Grandson, one-on-one, do you dare to fight your grandfather? It not only decides victory or defeat, but also decides life or death. Dare. The Snow Wolf Demon King's words made all the members of both sides present look at him in amazement. Reach the pinnacle of sainthood and challenge the powerful flying beings. Isn't this just seeking death? The high priest was also stunned. He looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and confirmed, "You challenge me." "That's right." The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, "Now, it depends on whether you dare or not. Do you take me for an idiot?" The demonic high priest cursed angrily, and then said in a cold voice, "Challenge me. You clearly want to lure me to your Shenwu continent so that you can beat me up, right?" Well, hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King pretended to be stunned. "You know all this?" Snort. The high priest snorted coldly, "Do you think I am as stupid as you? Idiot." However, he didn't expect that as soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately mocked him. "What do you mean?" The high priest was furious. The Snow Wolf Demon King said, "If we all come to besiege you, who will guard the passage? If no one is guarding the passage, wouldn't it be like letting you, the Sky Demon Clan, come in and out as you please? Do you think that everyone in my Shenwu continent is stupid? But you still have this idea. Tell me, if you are not an idiot, what are you?" The high priest was stunned. He had to admit that what the Snow Wolf Demon King said did make some sense. But if not, why would he, a warrior who has entered the Saint Realm, challenge himself? Without waiting for the high priest to think, the Snow Wolf Demon King shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you dare to fight your grandfather? If you don't dare, then get out of here as soon as possible." The high priest was stunned again. "You cheated me." Suddenly, he looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King. "Fraud you." The Snow Wolf Demon King sneered, "That's right, your grandfather is deceiving you. In this way, you will definitely have concerns and dare not set foot on the Shenwu continent. As long as you dare not set foot on the Shenwu continent, then after a long time, when the passage is closed, there will be no place for you, the Sky Demon Clan." Hearing this, the high priest's mouth twitched. "You fucking bastard, I said you were going to attack me, and you said I was a fool. I said you were deceiving me, and you just admitted it. What exactly do you want to do? False and true, real and fake?" For a moment, the high priest was completely confused and bewildered by the Snow Wolf Demon King. At this time, the Snow Wolf Demon King cursed again, "Are you going to fight or not? Even though you are not as good looking, you are still a descendant of my wolf family. Can you show some courage? I am not afraid of a Saint Realm Master like you, so why should I be afraid of you, a Flying Heaven Realm Master? You shut up." The high priest gritted his teeth and shouted. The Snow Wolf Demon King ignored it. "Grandson, you want Grandpa to shut up. Do you know what it means to respect the old and love the young? You son of a bitch, how could my wolf family produce a coward like you? Still flying in the sky. In my opinion, you have wasted all your training on a dog." "Grandpa, I already know. Does your father know? Does your mother know? Damn it, they must have known that, so they were pissed off to death by you. You are an unfilial son, and your family is unlucky." The Snow Wolf Demon King kept on provoking and insulting people, and his insults became more and more severe and more unpleasant. All the members of the Shenwu continent broke into a cold sweat after hearing it. The anger in the high priest's eyes grew more and more intense, reaching a point where it could no longer be suppressed. If looks could kill, the Snow Wolf Demon King would have been wiped out long ago. Finally, the high priest could no longer bear it. He stared at the Snow Wolf Demon King with his fiery and infinitely cold eyes and roared, "Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish." However, the high priest did not rush directly into the Shenwu continent. Instead, he looked at the army of the Sky Demon Clan behind him and said, "After I rush through the passage and break the blockade of the Shenwu continent, you must not hesitate at all. You must seize the opportunity and rush into the Shenwu continent in one go. Do you understand?" The high priest didn't know why the Snow Wolf Demon King wanted to challenge him, but he knew that under the current situation, his Heavenly Demon Clan had no way of entering the Shenwu continent. In this case, breaking through the blockade of the Shenwu continent by himself became the only option for the Heavenly Demon Clan. At least that's what it seems like for now. So, he had no choice. Yes. As soon as the high priest finished speaking, the demon army shouted in unison, "We understand. Kill." The high priest did not hesitate at all. He flashed and rushed into the passage between the two places in an instant. In a breath, the high priest had passed through the abyss barrier and arrived on the Shenwu continent. Intermediate level of the Flying Sky Realm. The terrifying aura and pressure from the high priest made all members of the Shenwu continent tremble. The high priest did not hesitate at all. He fixed his cold eyes on the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, "Don't you want to fight me? I will do as you wish. Come on, let me see what qualifications you have to challenge me. Cold anger. A murderous intent. The high priest had already determined to kill the Snow Wolf Demon King. Buzz. Hearing the words of the high priest, the Snow Wolf Demon King trembled and said tremblingly, "Grandson, Grandpa, I was just joking with you." Grandpa admits defeat. You win. Damn. The Snow Wolf Demon King's words stunned everyone, and they couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. It would be fine if you admitted defeat, but now that you have already admitted defeat, you still have the guts to call me your grandson. The high priest went berserk in an instant. In his opinion, the Snow Wolf Demon King was simply humiliating him. You're looking for death. The high priest roared angrily and charged directly at the Snow Wolf Demon King. This despicable wolf deserves to die and be killed. If he doesn't die, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Call out. But at this moment, in midair, a dragon's tail suddenly swept towards the high priest. The high priest was startled and dodged quickly. The dragon's tail swept past his body almost closely, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The high priest glanced at the flying dragon above. Your opponent is me, Phylong said coldly. The high priest was stunned for a moment, then sneered, do you really think I'm so stupid? Can't you see that you want to use that despicable wolf to lure me here? Yeah, Phylong sneered, then let's fight. After saying that, Phylong rushed towards the high priest and said, little fatty, you guys guard the passage and don't let any demons enter the Shenwu continent. Needless to say, Phylong's 10 men, Hao Pang, had already arrived at the entrance of the passage again. Just like before, they guarded the passage and intercepted the demon. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the high priest laughed. Intercept? Don't you think it's too late? Do you really think you are so smart? Humph, you are being too clever for your own good. I am just using your own trick against you. Now, I have entered the Shenwu continent. Do you think you can still guard the passages between these two places? Even if you are in the Fatian realm, the aftermath of the battle between you and me can kill all the people in your Shenwu continent. When the time comes, without the saint, I wonder how your Shenwu continent will be able to guard the passages between these two places. As soon as the high priest finished speaking, Phylong said in 2 words, stupid. What do you mean? The high priest was stunned. Call out. A cold light shot out from the mouth of the flying dragon and went straight towards the high priest. What? The high priest was stunned again. Without giving him any chance to react, the cold light had already reached above his head, and then with a bang, the cold light exploded, and an exquisite pagoda only 3 meters high appeared out of thin air, and the divine light above the pagoda illuminated the heaven and earth. Seal up. From the mouth of the flying dragon, a word rang out. Buzz. A stream of 7-colored light shot out from the exquisite pagoda and fell down in an instant, covering the demon high priest. The high priest's body trembled, and his horrified voice rang out at the same time. What is this thing? It can actually suppress the soul. Holy soldier, the 7-colored exquisite soul calming tower. Phylong replied coldly, his expression stern, and then blurted out, suppress. Chapter 991. The 4 Great Flying Gods, the Divine Martial Desperate Situation. Town. As soon as Phylong uttered the word, the colorful and exquisite soul calming tower suddenly fell down. The powerful force hit the high priest of the demonic world and he felt his body shaken, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. But he was also a powerful warrior in the flying sky realm. The colorful and exquisite soul tower did not suppress him directly, but fell into a stalemate with it. With a difficult expression, the demon high priest looked at the flying dragon with a ferocious look, and then roared angrily, you want a mere holy soldier to suppress me? You are too naive. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged out from the demon high priest. Bang, bang, bang. The colorful and exquisite soul calming tower was shaking violently, as if it was about to break free at any time. Seeing this scene, Phylong sneered, I, your Lord Long, have never thought of relying on the holy soldiers to suppress you. As long as I can restrain you, 1 second is enough. In an instant, the high priest's face changed drastically. Without waiting for the high priest to say more, Phylong shouted, evil beast, take the blow from your master Long. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, Phylong did not hesitate at all, and did not even stop. His huge dragon tail swept directly towards the demon high priest who was bound by the colorful exquisite soul-suppressing tower. The power of thunder. A tremendous force. This attack condensed all of Phylong's strength, and seemed to completely wipe out the demon high priest. Seeing this scene, the high priest's face turned pale. He did not stop at all and struggled frantically. Bang! With a muffled sound, the colorful and exquisite soul-calming tower was instantly suppressed and flew away by the heavenly demon high priest. It was at this time that the flying dragon attacked. No! The high priest screamed. Boom! The flying dragon's tail swept heavily on the high priest. The powerful force was so strong that it sounded like thunder between heaven and earth. The high priest spat out a mouthful of blood, and at the same time, his body flew backwards rapidly like a cannonball. The flying dragon knocked the high priest away with one blow. Without stopping at all, its huge body turned into a cold light and chased after the high priest like a sharp arrow. The high priest took the blow from the flying dragon. Even though he was at the flying heaven realm, he felt that his internal organs had shifted and blood was gushing out of his mouth. At the same time, his body flew backwards rapidly, and he could not control himself at all. 300 meters away, the flying dragon came to the high priest again, and the high priest's soul trembled instinctively. The flying dragon did not stop and showed no mercy. Its tail swept towards the demon high priest from midair again. I will kill you while you are sick. A heavy force impact. Boom! The dragon's tail swept down and thunderous sounds were heard. Puff! Blood spurted out of the high priest's mouth and his body fell rapidly from midair. Boom! In a breath, the high priest's body fell heavily to the ground. The earth shook and cracked. The high priest's entire body sank about 11 or 12 meters into the ground. The confrontation lasted only a breath, and the whole place was dead silent. Intermediate level of the flying sky realm. Did the high priest just fail like that? The Shenwu continent side found it a little hard to believe, and the Tianmo side was even more afraid to accept this fact. In midair, the flying dragon did not stop at all, and swept down with its tail again, attacking the high priest below with unstoppable force. But at this moment, the high priest rushed out from the ground. Seeing the dragon's tail coming at him, his pupils shrank. He had no choice but to punch out and collide with the dragon head-on. Boom! When two powers collide, heaven and earth shake. Puff! The already seriously injured high priest spat out another mouthful of blood, but he didn't care at all. He just roared with a ferocious look, "What are you waiting for? This damn Asian dragon is just bluffing. If I hadn't been tricked and ambushed by him, he would not be my opponent at all. Get started." The sudden angry roar of the high priest startled both the Shenwu continent and the Tianmo side. Phylong was even more shocked. Kill! Without any hesitation, Phylong roared angrily and attacked the demon high priest again. Ha ha ha! But at this moment, at the other end of the eternal abyss, among the army of demons, a rampant laughter rang out. Then, swish, swish, swish. 3 celestial demons rushed out from the army and arrived in front of the army in an instant. The red bodies seemed to highlight their identity. The high priest of the demon clan. A powerful person in the flying sky realm. Seeing the 3 powerful flying realm masters appear on the opposite side, all the members of the Shenwu continent were shocked. Ha ha ha! The high priest who was attacked and suppressed by the flying dragon laughed loudly. Evil beast, you have your calculations, and I have mine too. You have reached the peak of the Saint realm, yet you have the combat power of the middle or even high soul fusion realm. I have to admit that you are excellent and strong. But this is far from enough. With your strength, you can't stop the invasion of our clan. The Shenwu continent will always belong to us. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Facing the high priest shouting, Phylong's face became extremely ferocious. He had to admit that what the high priest said was right. He really did not have the ability to kill Fatian realm. That was why he planned to launch a sneak attack on the high priest, because only in this way could he gain the upper hand and suppress the high priest. As long as he could hold on for 10 seconds, the high priest would be expelled from the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation, and at that time the Sky Demon clan would no longer pose any threat. Unexpectedly, 3 powerful men in the flying sky realm appeared from the Sky Demon clan. Shocked and helpless. At this moment, Phylong didn't know what choice he should make. Unlock your cultivation. Yes, after unlocking his cultivation, he could indeed contend against the Fatian realm. But in that case, he would only be able to stay in the Shenwu continent for the last 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, he will also be expelled from the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation. What will happen to the Shenwu continent then? Don't forget that the demon lord of the Sky Demon clan has not yet appeared, and his strength must be even stronger. Kill. With nothing else to do, Filong stopped thinking and madly attacked the seriously injured high priest, trying to delay the situation as long as possible. Although Filong acted like this, all the members of Shenwu continent were terrified because the three flying demons were already attacking. Terrifying cultivation and fierce murderous intent. Bang, bang, bang. The three flying demons broke through the blockade of Hao Peng and his 10 men in an instant with an unstoppable force and entered the Shenwu continent. In a moment, the situation changed drastically. Three flying gods are coming, Shenwu, danger. Chapter 992 We surrender. A terrifying aura and endless pressure. The three powerful flying realm warriors of the Sky Demon clan broke through the blockade of Hao Peng and his 10 men and entered the Shenwu continent. They stood proudly in the air, like three insurmountable mountains, pressing all the members of the Shenwu continent to the point where they could hardly breathe, especially the nearly 100,000 Shenwu realm wolf gods. The pressure from the flying realm made their bodies tremble and shake uncontrollably. The atmosphere was dead silent and depressing. Ha ha ha. The three flying demons laughed loudly, and one of them even glanced at the whole place and said in a cold voice, "A group of ants dare to try to compete with our race. They are simply courting death. Xiaopeng, Xiaohu, Xiaolong, Xiaoxi, the four of you continue to guard the passage, and the rest of you, follow me, kill." As soon as the demon finished speaking, Ye Bufan shouted, and at the same time, he rushed towards one of the demons. Kill. On the Shenwu continent side, all the powerful Saint Realm warriors did not hesitate at all and rushed out to fight. At this point, they have no choice. The only solution is to fight to the death. You are like an ant trying to shake a tree. Do you think you are qualified to fight against us? Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Kill. In an instant, three flying demons rushed out. A man of great skill is bold. Facing more than 200 powerful saints from the Shenwu continent, they were not afraid at all. Boom. Ye Bufan rushed forward first and engaged in a duel with one of the flying sky demons. Although he activated the Divine Flame Devouring Heaven Art and the Divine Martial 8 Desolation's 4th level strength at the same time, he was still no match for the sky demon and was knocked back 3 meters by the attack. Just an ant. The demon shouted coldly, and before Ye Bufan could steady himself, he attacked him again, with his fierce murderous intent not concealed at all. Ye Bufan was in such a state, and the other members of the Shenwu continent were even more unbearable. Bang, bang, bang. In addition to dealing with Ye Bufan's demon, the other two flying realm demons faced the siege of more than 200 Saint Realm powerhouses, and they slapped out with one palm after another. It seemed random, but each palm would send a member of the Shenwu continent flying. The 7 killers were fine. After all, they had inherited the Heavenly Palace, and even the worst of them were wearing saint armor, which was enough to offset most of the attacks from the Fatian realm masters, and they were only severely injured. But the other members of the 3 clans were different. They had no saint armor to protect them, and a casual palm from the Fatian realm demons could severely injure them, or even kill them directly. The battle had just begun, and in just 1 second, 3 Saint Realm powerhouses from the Shenwu continent fell, and as many as 7 members were injured, of whom 4 had lost their combat effectiveness due to serious injuries. Within 1 second, the combat power loss is 7. This is the case when the 2 great demons have not used their full strength. One can imagine how terrifying they really are. At this moment, the power and tyranny of Fatian realm were displayed to the fullest by them. They are simply invincible. But the Shenwu continent had no choice. Even if I am a moth to a flame, I must fight. Fight to the death. There was crazy fighting, blood splattered, lives lost, and the scene was extremely tragic. The flying dragon in the distance was fighting with the first flying demon in the sky, and the battle was so fierce that the space was distorted. The battle with the 4 flying realm masters was like this, and the situation of Hao Peng and the other 4 people who were guarding the passage between the 2 places was not optimistic. Facing the continuous attacks from the Peak Soul Fusion Realm heavenly demons, their defense gradually became a little difficult. 3 seconds later, Fatty Hao shouted, "Master Yi, we can't hold on any longer." Bang! As soon as Hao Peng finished speaking, the 4 of them were repelled at the same time. 2 demons at the peak of the Soul Fusion Realm, who were covered in scars and even blood, took the opportunity to rush into the Shenwu continent. In an instant, Ye Bufan's heart trembled. He gritted his teeth, with blood at the corners of his mouth. Facing the playful attack of the flying sky demon in front of him, he couldn't help but glance at the battle situation between the 2 sides. Of the 4 flying demons, except for the one who fought with the flying dragon, the other 3 were unharmed. On the other hand, on the Shenwu continent side, the number of Saint Realm warriors who have died has exceeded 10, including 2 members of the 7 killers, and the number of injured is as high as dozens. You have to know that the members of both sides only fought for a short 3 seconds. Originally, Ye Bufan thought that as long as they could hold on for 10 seconds and wait until these flying sky realm demons were expelled by the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation, they would be able to achieve a temporary victory. But now it seems that they can't hold on for 10 seconds. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, the demon who attacked Ye Bufan laughed and said, "Human boy, are you very angry, very painful, and very helpless?" Snort. The next second, he snorted again and said, "You can't stand it. We are just playing with you for a while and haven't used our full strength yet. Otherwise, it would be too boring to kill you directly. Enjoy this feeling of death." Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. As soon as the demon finished speaking, the other 2 demons couldn't help but burst into laughter. They are arrogant, they are violent, and they are fearless. The faces of every member of the Shenwu continent were extremely ferocious, angry, yet helpless. Court death. Ye Bufan's expression also became stern. He shouted fiercely and roared, "Use your magic weapons, use your killing moves, and destroy these 2 flying heavenly demons for me. All the inheritances of the flag owners have magic weapons, and after obtaining the magic weapons, there are 3 more opportunities to activate the magic weapons before the divine realm. Except for Hao Peng, Yilong and others had activated the magic weapons before, but they only used them once, and they all have 2 more opportunities to use the magic weapons. Originally, Ye Bufan had no intention of using it. After all, this was the trump card of Yilong and others, and also the trump card of the Shenwu continent. Until the last moment, it would naturally be kept if possible. But now, Ye Bufan can no longer care about so many things. The Shenwu continent is about to fall. Once it falls, what is the point of keeping the opportunity to activate the magic weapon? Although due to the gap in realm between the 2 sides, even if Yilong and others used their magic weapons they might not be able to kill these flying realm demons, but Ye Bufan had no choice. Are we just going to sit there and wait for death without using our magic weapons? That's impossible. You can only give it a try. At least if you try, there is still a chance. If you don't try, then there will be no chance at all. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 4 flying sky realm and the 2 soul fusion realm heavenly demons all shook their bodies. They looked horrified. Even the other 2 heavenly demons who had just set foot in the passage between the 2 places could not help but pause. How could they not be afraid of the power of the divine weapons? The heavenly demons were doing this, but Ye Hu, Yilong and 9 others did not stop at all. They have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Yin, yin, yin. The long roars of divine weapons continued to sound between heaven and earth, 9 times in a row, and the space shook. In the hands of Yilong and the other 9 men, the seemingly ordinary weapons suddenly burst into 9-colored divine light. Sacred, majestic, powerful. Seeing this scene, all the demons couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They were shocked, no, they were terrified. The power of the divine weapon is enough to severely injure them even if it cannot kill them. Run. At that moment, the 4 flying demons had made up their minds that they must not fight them head-on. Yilong and his 9 companions did not stop. They sacrificed the divine weapons, destroyed Fei Tian, and killed, etc. But at this moment, Ye Bufan shouted again, "Put away the magic weapon." Well, Yilong and the other 9 were stunned. Although they didn't know why Ye Bufan suddenly changed his mind, they all did as he asked. Yilong and the other 9 were puzzled, and so were the other members present. The battle came to a brief stagnation. The 4 flying demons looked at each other. They were confused, stunned, curious and puzzled. But at this moment, Ye Bufan swept away the 4 flying demons and said, "We surrender." Chapter 993 Summoning the God's Tomb, Descending the Godly Martial Arts. We surrender. Ye Bufan's 4 simple words caused a dead silence around them. All members of both sides looked at him with shock and disbelief on their faces. Master Yi. Master. Xiaofan. Hao Peng, Filong and others spoke up one after another, but unfortunately they were stopped by Ye Bufan. Everything on Shenwu continent is now up to me. After saying this, Ye Bufan glanced at the 4 flying demons and repeated, "We surrender." The 4 great demons were stunned again. They gathered together in an instant and looked at Ye Bufan. One of them asked warily, "What are you trying to do?" Ye Bufan shook his head. "I am not playing tricks, I really want to surrender." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "The current situation is very clear. My Shenwu continent is simply unable to compete with you. Continuing to fight will only increase casualties. I don't want to, and I can't bear to see my brothers die because of this, so I surrender." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, all the members of the Shenwu continent spoke up. "Master Yi, you can't surrender." "Yes, Master Yi. Once we surrender, the Sky Demon clan will never let us go. Moreover, we are not afraid of death at all. Even if we die, we will drag him down with us." "Yes, Master Yi, we can't surrender. We have to fight them." "Shut up." Facing the voices of the crowd, Ye Bufan shouted, "I'll say it again. In Shenwu continent, I have the final say now. If anyone disagrees, stand up." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to them, but looked at the 4 flying demons again. "Although my Shenwu continent surrenders, you have also seen that with the magic weapons in hand, we may not be defeated by you. Therefore, we can surrender, but you must agree to a few conditions of this young master." The 4 great demons frowned, then looked at each other, and then looked at Ye Bufan again. One of the demons shouted sternly, "Do you want to delay time and wait for us to be expelled by the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation?" Ye Bufan was stunned. The demon continued, "If that's the case, then you may be disappointed. The eternal abyss is not affected by the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation. As long as we retreat, the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation will not expel us." As if to prove this to Ye Bufan, the demons in Shenwu continent were not worried about the Shenwu continent blocking the passage again, and all retreated. With their departure, the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation disappeared. After that, the 4 demons entered Shenwu continent again, and above the 9 heavens, the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation reappeared and gathered again. It was obvious that as long as they relied on the eternal abyss, the 4 demons could stay in Shenwu continent forever without being expelled. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. He originally thought that the members of the Heavenly Demon clan had suppressed their cultivation before, but he did not expect that the eternal abyss would not be affected by the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation. However, Ye Bufan didn't care about this. He looked at the 4 great demons, shook his head, and said, "I have made it very clear. I don't want to play tricks. I am really willing to surrender." "Are you sure?" a flying demon in the sky said with some disbelief. "Sure." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "Oh." After confirming, a flying sky realm sky demon sneered and said, "You said it yourself, your Shenwu continent is no match for us. If that's the case, it's only a matter of time before our race takes over the Shenwu continent. Why should we go to such lengths to agree to your so-called conditions? If we fight you to the death, we really have no chance of winning. But don't forget that with the 10 magical weapons, it should not be difficult for us to keep 1, or even 2 or 3 of you who are flying sky realm powerhouses at all costs, right?" Ye Bufan said with a smile. The 4 great demons were stunned, and one of them angrily asked, "Are you blackmailing us?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly, "I am just stating a fact." "You." The 4 great demons were furious. One of them gritted his teeth and asked in a cold voice, "Then tell me what your so-called conditions are." "Don't worry." Ye Bufan smiled calmly, then looked at the members of the Shenwu continent around him and said, "Now, all of you, retreat outside the Wangyao mountains." "What?" Ye Bufan's words stunned all the members of the Shenwu continent and even shocked them. If they all retreat outside the Wangyao mountains, who will resist the demons then? You know, the Tianmo Shenwu continent, which is only in the 4 flying realms, is already a little overwhelmed. If they retreat, more Tianmo will inevitably enter the Shenwu continent in the shortest time. How can the Shenwu continent compete with it then? In everyone's eyes, Ye Bufan was simply crazy. The Shenwu continent thinks so, and so do the Tianmo continent. Ye Bufan didn't care at all. He looked at everyone on the Shenwu continent and said sternly, "What are you still standing there for? Everyone, leave the Wangyao mountain range. What I'm about to say is extremely important, and you don't deserve to know it." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, all the members of the Shenwu continent couldn't help but be slightly dazed. But at this moment, Ye Bufan shouted again, "Uncle Long, if anyone does not retreat, I will kill them directly." After saying that, Ye Bufan immediately sent a message to Philong, "Uncle Long, do as I say. Don't worry, I will not launch a sneak attack. Not only will I not launch a sneak attack, but I will also make sure that they will not be able to return. Phylong was stunned by Ye Bufan's sudden message. Although he didn't know what Ye Bufan was going to do, he absolutely believed in Ye Bufan. Then, Phylong swept all the members of Shenwu continent and shouted coldly, "Everyone retreat." The members of the Shenwu continent were stunned again, but they did not dare to hesitate any longer and quickly retreated towards the outside of the Wangyao Mountains. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan looked at Phylong. "Uncle Long, you go out too." Phylong naturally cooperated with all his strength. Seeing the members of the Shenwu continent retreating one after another until they disappeared from their sight, the 4 flying realm sky demons looked at each other, and one of them said, "You all retreat back to the eternal abyss. I'm enough here." It was obvious that the sky demons were worried about being plotted against by Ye Bufan and perishing together with the 4 flying realm members. Unfortunately, they thought too much. Looking at the reaction of the demon clan, Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. After the 3 demons left, the remaining demon looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Can you tell me now? What are your conditions?" "Don't worry." As soon as Tian Mo finished speaking, Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "Before that, I will let you witness the birth of a miracle." Witness the birth of a miracle. The demon couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan did not hesitate, nor did he stop. He raised his right hand and said in a loud voice, "I, Ye Bufan, now summon the cemetery of gods and demons in the name of the Lord. Order the tomb of gods to descend upon the Shenwu continent immediately." Chapter 994 Xiao Fengji, Pay Back the Money. "I, Ye Bufan, now summon the cemetery of gods and demons in the name of the Lord, and order the cemetery of gods to descend upon the Shenwu continent immediately." The deafening sound echoed throughout the heaven and earth. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the flying demon high priest in front of him looked at him with a look of confusion and bewilderment. Behind the demon high priest, at the other end of the eternal abyss, the other demons were the same. The name of the master. Cemetery of gods and demons. God's tomb descends upon the Shenwu continent. What the hell are these? They can't understand anything at all. Before the Sky Demon clan could think more, there was a muffled bang, above Ye Bufan's head, in the sky above. All the members of the Sky Demon clan were startled, and then they all looked up, instinctively looking towards the sky above their heads. Above the 9 heavens, the wind was rising and the clouds were surging. In the sight of all the members of the Heavenly Demon clan, the clouds gathered quickly and finally converged into a huge vortex. Its speed was extremely fast, it only took a breath. After the cloud vortex was formed, it spread and grew rapidly around it. At the same time, the vortex was permeated with a terrifying aura, and even the flying sky realm demon in front of Ye Bufan felt his soul tremble because of it. That kind of aura seemed to be above all living beings. That kind of aura seemed to transcend between heaven and earth. That aura seemed to dominate everything in the world. Boom, boom, boom. In the huge vortex, within the clouds, purple lightning kept striking down. The wind rises, the clouds roll, the thunder roars, and the lightning flashes. The whole world seemed to be about to end, and the sky and the earth changed color. All members of the demon clan were stunned by the sudden change. Seeing the Heavenly Demon clan act like this, all the Saint Realm powerhouses and nearly 100,000 wolf gods of the wolf clan outside the Wangyao Mountains on the Shenwu continent were also dumbfounded. Not only them, but also the demons, humans, and wild beasts present here all looked horrified. What on earth is happening here? What is that black vortex? A terrified voice rang out, but no one was destined to answer. After all, no one present knew what it was. But they were sure that it was all related to Ye Bufan, but they didn't know what Ye Bufan wanted to do. The sky and earth on the Shenwu continent changed color. The same is true for the cemetery of gods and demons. At this moment, in the center, above the god's tomb, a black vortex also appeared in the clouds, and that black vortex enveloped the entire god's tomb. Feeling the sudden change and looking at the black vortex above the god's tomb, the members of the 7 killing army were all shocked, and Lang Ningshang also looked solemn. But at this moment, the voice of the gravekeeper suddenly sounded. "You don't need to be nervous, all this is just the palace master summoning the god's tomb to descend on the Shenwu continent." Summon the god's tomb, coming to the Shenwu continent. Everyone in the cemetery of gods and demons was suddenly in chaos. Such a big thing happened, and you still say it's no big deal. However, knowing that it was Ye Bufan who was summoning the god's tomb, everyone felt relieved and even more excited. After all, Ye Bufan had long said that the god's tomb could leave the cemetery of gods and demons, and he also said that when the god's tomb descended on the Shenwu continent, it would be the day when the heavenly palace would come into being and recruit disciples. Now that Ye Bufan has summoned the god's tomb, doesn't it mean that the heavenly palace is about to come into being? How could they not be excited? The 7 killers were like this, but Langning Sheng was different. After all, the 7 killers didn't know what was happening outside, but Langning Sheng knew. So, she raised her head and said solemnly, "Senior, is there something wrong outside?" Well, Langning Sheng's sudden words stunned everyone in Keisha. They all looked at Langning Sheng, somewhat confused. Before anyone could ask, the Gravekeeper's voice came from heaven and earth. "We have indeed encountered some unexpected events. To be exact, the Shenwu continent is no match for the Sky Demon clan, and is now just struggling to hold on." What? Hearing this, everyone in the 7 kills was shocked. Something happened in Shenwu continent. What about the demon? The members of the 7 killing army were in confusion, but Langning Sheng's heart trembled. "Senior, then." As soon as Langning Sheng's 3 words came out, she was interrupted by the Gravekeeper. "Don't worry, madam. They are just a bunch of clowns. Don't be afraid. When the god's tomb descends on Shenwu continent, they will collapse in a matter of minutes. With the arrival of the god's tomb, the opponent will collapse in a minute." Everyone was stunned. The Gravekeeper's words were full of domineering and unparalleled arrogance and conceit. Langning Sheng was still worried. However, before she could ask, everyone had already clearly seen that the towering tombstones in the cemetery of gods and demons before them suddenly and gradually sank into the ground. In less than a breath, all the tombstones had disappeared. When the tomb of the gods came into being, the gods gave way. When all the tombstones sank into the ground, everyone saw ancient palaces popping up from beneath the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These palaces, with the tomb of the god as the center, were spread throughout the cemetery of gods and demons. This is the real tomb of the gods. This is the former Tiangong headquarters. Luxurious, grand and majestic. At this moment, everyone discovered that the so-called god's tomb was actually buried under countless tombstones in the gods and demons cemetery. No, it should be said that all the tombs in the gods and demons cemetery were based on the god's tomb and were built on top of it. Not only that, everyone also discovered that all these palaces seemed to be just illusions and were not real objects at all, because these palaces actually passed directly through their bodies, soaring straight up into the sky. This scene is simply the work of nature, a miracle of nature. But at this moment, a series of violent voices suddenly sounded out of nowhere. "Ha ha ha, it's out, it's out. Dao Wuya, that bastard, actually buried the heavenly palace underground. He deserves to die. If he weren't already dead, I would have beaten him severely for 3 days and 3 nights. Wow, look over there, there are so many people there, I haven't seen so many people in a long time, I'm so excited, so shy." Among the rising palaces, one spirit after another appeared out of thin air. Seeing this scene, everyone in the 7 killing army was stunned. "Shut up, everyone," the Gravekeeper shouted angrily. All the weapon spirits were stunned. After a moment, the inner palace treasure spirit said viciously, "Xiaofengji, you are still alive. That's great. You still owed me 67,639,766 divine crystals. Now, pay me back quickly and give me back the divine crystals." As soon as the inner palace treasure house spirit finished speaking, the other spirits also spoke up. "Yes, pay me back. Xiaofengji, you still owe me 356 divine crystals. Don't even think about shirking your debt. Pay back the money." "Wow, Brother Feng, you are so cruel. I am a weak woman, how can you not pay me back for my debt? And it's been so long." Seeing this scene, Feng Hen was in a mess and the corner of his mouth twitched. This group of weird weapon spirits have been spoiled by Dao Wuya to the point of being beyond help. Feng Hen was like this, and the members of the 7 killing army were also confused when they saw these weapon spirits appearing out of thin air. What kind of monsters are these? Also, how could Feng Hen, this peerless great man, owe them so much money? How did he owe them that much money? The 7 killers were in a state of confusion, but Langning Sheng could not care less. She regained her composure and immediately asked, "Senior, can the tomb of the gods resist the invasion of the heavenly demons?" "Demon? Young lady, you think too highly of them, don't you? Just these ugly freaks, no matter if they are god lords or god emperors, even if they are primordial gods, I can kill them with one slap. How about it, do you want me to help you deal with them? Don't worry, I have a clear price, and I will not cheat anyone. For all levels below God Lord, I will only charge 1 billion God crystals, 10 billion for God Lords, 100 billion for God Emperors, and 1 trillion for primordial gods. It's very cheap, right? Bullshit, you are just taking advantage of the situation, little girl, don't trust him, this guy is too evil, come to me, I can help you once with 1 billion divine crystals, no matter what level, no matter how many demons there are, I can help you deal with them all at once. That's too shady, little girl. I only take 100 million divine crystals. 100 million is enough. 10 million. 3 million. I only want 100,000. You. Stop talking nonsense, beautiful lady. Just ask me for help. 10 divine crystals will be enough. As soon as Langning Sheng finished speaking, without waiting for the gravekeeper to reply, a group of weapon spirits surrounded Langning Sheng. They kept promoting themselves to her, and the price they offered dropped sharply. In just one breath, the price had dropped from 1 trillion divine crystals to 10 divine crystals. The speed of price reduction was frighteningly fast. This is absolutely vicious competition. Seeing this scene, Langning Sheng was dumbfounded, and everyone in the 7 killing army was stunned. What the hell are these monsters? Shut up. The gravekeeper was furious. He appeared out of nowhere beside Langning Sheng, glared at the weapon spirits and said, there should be a limit to your cheating. You think you can kill a god lord, a god emperor, or even a Hongmeng god with one slap? You are a bunch of weapon spirits, and you can't even beat a demigod. Can you stop bragging like that? A group of weapon spirits. Cheating and deceiving. Can't even defeat a demigod. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips as they looked at the group of monsters in front of them. The weapon spirits were furious. Feng Hen, don't go too far. What do you mean by bragging? Do you believe that I can slap you to death? That's right. Pay back the money, pay it back quickly. Little girl, come on, don't listen to him. This old man doesn't tell the truth. Let's get on with business. By the way, how many divine crystals do you have? Seeing that all the weapon spirits had ignored him, Feng Hen couldn't help but twitch his lips, and then he suddenly said, the big fat sheep in your eyes is called Langning Sheng, she is one of the wives of the current palace master. Buzz. As soon as the gravekeeper finished speaking, the bodies of the weapon spirits could not help but tremble, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Then they all looked at Langning Sheng. One of the wives of the current palace master. The devil's wife. Run. The next second, all the weapon spirits fled in all directions and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. They come quickly and leave even faster. There's no way. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Times have changed. The current palace master is obviously different from Dao Wuya. That guy is not easy to mess with. Call. Watching the group of weapon spirits leave, the gravekeeper finally breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Langning Sheng and said, Madam, the god's tomb is just the old site of the heavenly palace. It does not have any offensive capabilities, so we cannot rely on the god's tomb to resist the heavenly demon. That. Langning Sheng was about to speak, but was interrupted by the gravekeeper, but don't worry, madam. Although the god's tomb cannot resist the heavenly demon, it can block the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation. The palace master summoned the god's tomb to descend at this time only to prepare for the person who is about to come out of seclusion here. With the god's tomb in the first place, even if he appears in the Shenwu continent, he doesn't have to worry about being expelled. Someone is leaving the country. Feng Hen's words stunned Langning Sheng and others, and even shocked them. Currently, in the cemetery of gods and demons, the only ones in seclusion are those who have obtained the inheritance of the 72 concubines, 18 divine generals, and the 3 supremes. Who's leaving? Suddenly, Langning Sheng asked instinctively. The gravekeeper smiled and said, Don't worry, ma'am. You will know soon. After he finished speaking, the gravekeeper's expression suddenly changed. He looked in a certain direction of the god and demon cemetery and said, Here they come. Boom. Just as the gravekeeper finished his words, a horrifying aura suddenly surged out from somewhere in the cemetery of gods and demons, sweeping across the entire cemetery in an instant, and the sky and earth changed color. Chapter 995, Long Xiaobao, Demigod. That is, looking at the location where the huge noise was happening in the distance, everyone except Feng Hen was stunned and even shocked. Originally, in the eyes of everyone, the first ones to come out of seclusion and the most important ones were those who obtained the 72 inheritances. After all, in comparison, if the inheritance is a little inferior, then the time to obtain it will naturally be shorter. Therefore, even if the first person to come out is not the one who inherits the emperor's concubine's legacy, he should be the one who inherits the divine general's legacy. But what is the result? The place where the vast energy swept over was obviously the center of the cemetery of gods and demons, where the three supreme tombs were located. And now, there is only one person who has obtained the inheritance of the three supreme beings, Long Xiaobao. Senior, is this Xiaobao? After a moment, a member of the seven killers looked at Feng Hen and couldn't help but ask. The same is true for everyone else. The gravekeeper nodded. Is it really Xiaobao? Everyone was shocked. You know, Long Xiaobao obtained the supreme inheritance, but no one expected that he would be the first to come out. Senior, what realm is Xiaobao in now at this time? Lengning Sheng suddenly asked again. Everyone was shocked, their faces full of anticipation and curiosity. The gravekeeper smiled and said, Demigod. Boom. Never stop until your words shock people. The two simple words gravekeeper were like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. In the martial arts, there are the mortal transformation, condensation, return to the origin, divine essence, Zhou Tian, Shenwu, entering the sainthood, soul fusion, flying, and demigod. Under the divine realm, there are 10 realms, with the mortal transformation being the weakest and the demigod being the strongest. In the Shenwu continent, even in the outer heaven, the demigod is already the ultimate and can be called an absolute strong man. Unexpectedly, in just 3 years, Long Xiaobao actually became a demigod-level powerful being. How old is he? 3 years ago, he was not even 12 years old. 3 years later, he would be at most 15 years old. A 15-year-old demigod. Just thinking about it made everyone feel a tingling sensation on their scalp, but more of it was excitement. When the demigod appears, who can compete with him? Long Xiaobao alone is enough to make Qi Sha and Tian Gong the most powerful gods. Amidst the shock and excitement of the crowd, the entire tomb of the gods had already left the ground and was suspended in midair. The huge palace complex blocks out the sky. The size of the god's tomb, which is also the area of the heavenly palace headquarters, is comparable to the entire cemetery of gods and demons. Ancient buildings, magnificent everything. At this moment, the huge black vortex in the air above the cemetery of gods and demons shot out a 9-colored divine light, which instantly enveloped the entire tomb. Call out. The next second, the black vortex was like a giant beast, swallowing the entire tomb of God into its belly. Everything returned to peace in an instant. Long Xiaobao's demigod-like aura and pressure remained, and then slowly subsided. Outside the cemetery of gods and demons, in the Shenwu continent, deep in the Wangyao Mountains, is the place of the eternal abyss. Huff, huff, huff. In the air, the black vortex was still there, and its terrifying aura caused strong winds to blow between heaven and earth. The chief priest of the Sky Demon clan came back to his senses from the shock, looked at Ye Bufan with a serious and alert expression and asked, "What on earth did you do? What is this thing?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "I have already said that my Shenwu continent surrenders unconditionally. In order to show our sincerity, I will give you something before the negotiation." Give us something. The high priest was stunned for a moment, then frowned and asked, "What is it?" A palace. No, to be exact, it's a huge complex of palaces. Ye Bufan said with a smile. A palace complex. The high priest's expression changed slightly, he was a little shocked and even a little unbelieving. Ye Bufan sneered in his heart. He never thought that Long Xiaobao would be able to break out at this time, but since Feng Hen said so, it must be correct. 3 years, supreme inheritance. Feng Hen said that Long Xiaobao has advanced to the level of a demigod. Since he is a demigod, what is there for the demons to fear? Long Xiaobao alone can kill them all. Before Ye Bufan could think more, and before the demonic high priest could ask more questions, above the 9 heavens, the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation suddenly shook violently, and then the entire heaven and earth trembled as well. Immediately afterwards, a vast aura surged out from the black vortex above the 9 heavens, followed by an extremely sacred 9-colored light. This 9-colored light not only spread over the sky above the Wangyao Mountains, but also swept across the entire Shenwu continent. This sudden scene shocked not only the members of the three tribes of the Sky Demon clan and the Wangyao mountain range, but also all the living beings in the entire Shenwu continent. However, all this was just the beginning. Not long after the nine-colored divine light appeared, in the Wangyao mountains, above Ye Bufan's location, a series of ancient palaces appeared out of thin air, stretching across the sky. The aura was sacred and majestic. Not only that, the moment this huge palace appeared, it was projected onto the entire Shenwu continent, allowing all living beings on the Shenwu continent to see it clearly. For a moment, no matter whether they were staying in various places or rushing to reinforce the members of Wangyao mountain range, or the powerful saints of the three tribes and the army of the heavenly demon tribe outside Wangyao mountain range, they were all shocked. What on earth is this? Palaces, so many palaces. Where did these palaces come from? Why are they so strange? There doesn't seem to be a palace like this in the entire Shenwu continent, right? A miracle, this is definitely a miracle. Could it be that the heavens are blessing our Shenwu continent and have sent down such a miracle when we are in danger? A huge palace complex appeared out of nowhere, stretching across the sky. This scene can be called a miracle. The entire Shenwu continent was in an uproar because of this. Outside the Wangyao mountains. Looking at the projection of the palace above the nine heavens and the countless palaces looming in the depths of the Wangyao mountains, more than 200 powerful saints from the three tribes were also shocked. Look at that palace, why does it feel so familiar to me at this moment? A member of the Seven Killing Army pointed at one of the palaces and said in surprise. Yeah, it feels very familiar to me too, as if I've seen it somewhere before. I feel the same way. Me too, but where have I seen it before? I just can't remember it. Fuck, that's the tomb of the gods. God's tomb. Yes, I remember now. That palace is the tomb of the gods in the center of the cemetery of gods and demons. Fuck, why does it look so familiar? Why did the god's tomb appear here? Young Master Yi, it must be young Master Yi. This is the god's tomb descending upon the Shenwu continent. What is Yi Shao going to do? The members of the Seven Killing Army were all shocked, while the others looked bewildered and confused. God's tomb. What? Is the scene before us the so-called descent of the god's tomb, or was it created by young Master Ye Bufan? In the eternal abyss. Is this the palace complex you were talking about? Looking at the ancient palaces above his head, the Sky Demon High Priest was horrified. He swallowed his saliva, then looked at Ye Bufan again, his expression stern and alert. How did you do it? And what do you want to do? I don't believe that you just want to give this palace complex to my Sky Demon clan. Tell me, what do you want to do? Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, you guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. You. The high priest was immediately furious. Ye Bufan ignored him and just shouted, God's tomb, come. Call out. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the Tiangong headquarters in the sky began to fall rapidly. Buzz. Seeing this scene, the high demon priest's pupils shrank and his soul trembled violently. Run. Without any hesitation, in almost an instant, he had retreated to the other side of the eternal abyss. If such a huge palace falls down, even a strong person in the flying sky realm cannot withstand it. He didn't want to be smashed into pieces, and he wasn't stupid enough to be tricked by Ye Bufan. Looking at the high priest's reaction, Ye Bufan sneered. He knew what the high priest was thinking. It's a pity that all this is in vain. Run. Can you run away? The arrival of the god's tomb on the Shenwu continent is just a prelude and an appetizer. The real highlight is that the demigod Long Xiaobao descends on the Shenwu continent with the support of the Tiangong headquarters. When the demigod appears, who can compete with him? Chapter 996. I'll give you a gift. When the demigod appears, who can compete with him? As the pinnacle existence of the Shenwu continent and the strongest person under the divine realm, the demigod realm is definitely not something that the Fatian realm can contend with. What's more, Long Xiaobao's inheritance comes from the Tiangong Supreme, who was once the overlord of the divine realm. Ye Bufan firmly believed that with Long Xiaobao's current cultivation and strength, he could definitely fight against the four flying realm masters of the Sky Demon clan, and even kill them directly. The Tiangong headquarters descended very quickly. Almost at the moment Ye Bufan gave the order, the entire Tiangong headquarters had landed. Not only that, Ye Bufan was originally worried that the people on the ground would be seriously injured when the Tiangong descended. That was why he asked all members of the Shenwu continent to withdraw to the outside of the Wangyao mountains. But it was obvious that he thought too much. The current Tiangong headquarters was not a physical entity. In other words, Dao Wuya had thought of this a long time ago, so when the Tiangong descended, the entire headquarters was temporarily virtualized. This kind of ability is absolutely a gift from heaven and can be called the work of nature. However, Ye Bufan did not care about these. After the Tiangong headquarters landed, the area covered by it was suddenly filled with strong winds. Wherever it passed, all the flowers, plants and trees melted and disappeared. Not only that, the earth also underwent tremendous changes. The mountains melted, the pits collapsed, and the entire ground became unusually flat in a breath, and it was perfectly integrated with the Tiangong headquarters. When all this was completed, the originally virtual palaces and buildings became real again. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. 3 seconds later, with Ye Bufan as the center, the Tiangong headquarters occupied nearly 1/5 of the area of Wangyao Mountains. The Wangyao Mountains in front of them had undergone earth-shaking changes. Looking around, there were ancient and luxurious palaces everywhere. Not only that, there were small bridges, flowing water, plants and flowers, and a layer of light purple mist, which made this place look extremely mysterious, like a fairyland on earth. The changes in an instant, the 4 great priests of the Sky Demon clan were all dumbfounded. Even as the strong men of the Sky Demon clan, they could not understand the scene before their eyes, it was really too magical. This scene has overturned all their cognition and exceeded their ability to understand. The 4 great high priests of the flying realm are like this, and naturally the other members of the Sky Demon clan are no exception. The world was dead silent. All the demons opened their eyes wide, staring blankly at the heavenly palace headquarters in front of them. How about it? Are you satisfied with this gift from me at this time? Ye Bufan suddenly looked at the 4 flying demons opposite him and said with a smile. The 4 great demons returned to their spirits. You. One of the flying sky realm demons frowned and said with a wary look, are you really just planning to give this palace complex to us? And you have no other purpose? Originally, the Sky Demon clan thought that Ye Bufan wanted to take advantage of the power of the palace group when they descended to kill them, but it was obvious that this was not the case. In this way, they were a little confused about Ye Bufan's true intentions. Certainly. Facing Tianmo's question, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, how is it? Is this place majestic? Luxurious? Do you like it? The 4 great demons were stunned. Ye Bufan continued, but even if you like it, it's useless because you don't have the chance or the life to enjoy everything here. As he spoke, Ye Bufan's face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, today, you all have to die. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 4 flying demons became furious. Boy, are you kidding us? Court death. You want to kill us? That's just wishful thinking. Kill him, quickly and decisively. Hee hee. Facing the anger and clamor from the 4 flying demons, Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. Why are you laughing? A celestial demon asked instinctively. What do you think? Ye Bufan still smiled. Of course I am laughing at your stupidity and overestimation of your own abilities. Court death. The 4 flying demons burst into anger, and they instantly rushed into the Shenwu continent through the passage. It is such a shame and humiliation that a powerful Fatian realm warrior was actually toyed with by an ant in Jodian realm. Unfortunately, the moment they rushed into the Shenwu continent, Ye Bufan had disappeared out of thin air. Where are the people? Seeing this scene, the 4 great demons were stunned. Damn it, he got away. Run. After we take over the Shenwu continent and capture the people around him, we'll see where he can run. Etc. What's wrong? Don't you realize that something is wrong? What's wrong? It seems like something is missing. What's missing? Nonsense, the guy ran away, what do you say is missing? No, it's not him. This feeling it's the heaven-slaying formation of all things. Didn't you notice that there's no expulsion power this time? The all-seeing heaven-slaying formation, the power of expulsion. The other 3 demons were also greatly shocked. Only then did they realize that this time when they came to the Shenwu continent, the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation did not bring down the power of expulsion. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the 4 great demons all looked up. It's a pity that above the 9 heavens, there is not even a trace of the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation. Seeing this scene, the 4 great demons were dumbfounded and confused. How could the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation not appear? What's going on? They looked at each other, somewhat confused. After a moment, one of the demons shouted, it must be that kid. No, it must be because of this palace group. This palace group seems to have the ability to block the formation. Hearing this, the other 3 demons were stunned. Now that they thought about it, this was the only possibility. But what exactly is this place? It's okay that it fell from the sky, but it can actually block the heaven-slaying formation. Most importantly, why did the human kid come to such a place? There is no smoke without fire. The 4 great demons would never believe that Ye Bufan had no other purpose in doing this. Everyone, be careful and beware of fraud. What are you afraid of? How can we, the 4 ascendants, be tricked by a Jodian realm master like him? It's always better to be careful. I always feel that things are not that simple. HMPH, I think you're overthinking it. With the strength of the Shenwu continent, it's simply not enough to compete with us. I think this kid took out this place just to please us. If we hadn't just now. Call out. But at this moment, Tianmo had just said half of his words when Ye Bufan appeared out of thin air at his original position again. Seeing Ye Bufan suddenly appear, the 4 great demons were instinctively stunned. Ye Bufan smiled calmly and said, I'm sorry, I just played a little joke on you guys, so please don't blame me. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, how is it, are you satisfied with this place? Without waiting for the 4 demons to answer, Ye Bufan spoke again, it doesn't matter if you are not satisfied. After all, this is only my first gift. Now, I have another gift for you. Are you kidding? Another gift? The 4 great demons were stunned again. One of the demons said sternly, boy, what on earth are you trying to do? Don't worry. Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, you will understand when I take out the second gift. Will you understand when you take out the second gift? The 4 great demons were stunned again. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take it out. I want to see what you are up to. Okay. Ye Bufan responded, then stretched out his right hand and the burial heaven palace appeared out of thin air. What's this? A palace? Or a holy weapon? Are you kidding us? Looking at the heaven burial palace in front of them, the 4 great demons were stunned again, somewhat confused. Ye Bufan smiled and said, don't worry, everyone. This palace is called the Burial Heaven Palace, but it is not the gift I mentioned. It is just a container I use to hold gifts. The gift I want to give you is in the Burial Heaven Palace. Chapter 997 You are not worthy of my sword. Don't worry, everyone. This palace is called the Burial Heaven Palace, but it is not the gift I mentioned. It is just a container I use to hold gifts. The gift I want to give you is inside the Burial Heaven Palace. The gift is in the Burial Heaven Palace. Ye Bufan's words made the 4 flying demons stunned, but only for a moment. They looked at the Burial Heaven Palace, and then looked at Ye Bufan. One of the demons said coldly, human boy, in my opinion, you want to lure us into this so-called Burial Heaven Palace. After saying that, he snorted again and said angrily, do you really think we are so stupid that we can be easily fooled by you? Gifts. We don't want them. Hearing this, Ye Bufan smiled and shook his head, you think too much. I only said that the gift is in the Burial Heaven Palace, and I didn't say that you can enter the Burial Heaven Palace. In this case, how can it be said to be a deception? As for this gift, whether you want it or not, I will give it to you today. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 4 great demons became furious. Kid, who do you think you are? Are you sure you'll give me this gift today? With your ant-like strength, do you think you have the final say here? It's totally incomprehensible. Okay, stop wasting time talking to him. Business is more important. Just kill this guy. No, the heart of the world is still in his hands. If we kill him, will the heart of the world still be able to escape? Yes, then kill him. Facing a group of demons completely ignoring his words, Ye Bufan ignored them and didn't care. He just said to himself, I hope you can still be as confident as you are now. Remember, his name is Long Xiaobao. Long Xiaobao. What the hell? The 4 flying demons who were about to take action were all stunned when they heard this. Bang, bang. But at this moment, the door of the burial palace next to Ye Bufan suddenly opened automatically. The 4 great demons were shocked. Clatter. Inside the burial heaven palace, footsteps were heard. Immediately afterwards, there was another series of da-da-da footsteps. The voice was simple yet heavy, making people feel depressed. Weird atmosphere. The 4 flying demons all looked at the burial heaven palace, or rather, they stared at the open door of the burial heaven palace. Through the door, they could clearly see a dark shadow coming from the palace, getting closer and closer to the door. Everything seemed long, but it was only a few breaths. Finally, when the black shadow walked to the door of the temple, the four great demons also saw his true face. Wearing purple robe, of medium build. A head of long hair draped over the shoulders, with 3,000 silver threads, silky and soft, shining with silver light. Fair skin. It was an extremely comfortable face, with flying eyebrows, smiling eyes, a straight nose, and kind lips. Compared to 3 years ago, the 15-year-old Long Xiaobao now appears unusually handsome. Perhaps it is because he has advanced to become a demigod. His handsomeness contains a unique temperament, a unique aura that is enough to make most women fall for him. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, just standing there quietly, but making people feel as if they were about to sink. Not only that, after he appeared, it seemed as if everything in the world fell into endless silence, time stopped flowing, and space seemed to solidify. This feeling is very strange. The four great demons were stunned. They were distracted for a moment but then came back to their senses in an instant. Who are you? Looking at Long Xiaobao, one of the demons asked in shock, his expression extremely alert. The same is true for the other three heavenly demons. In their eyes, although Long Xiaobao in front of them seemed ordinary and even a little weak, he made the four Fatian realm powerhouses feel tremendous pressure. It was a kind of mental shock and pressure from the soul. Long Xiaobao. In response to Tianmo's questioning, Long Xiaobao's calm voice rang out. However, his voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, causing the four heavenly demons to tremble again. Clatter. At this time, Long Xiaobao took a step forward, walked out of the burial heaven palace, and stood proudly in the air. Buzz. Seeing this scene, the souls of the four great demons trembled, and they instinctively took a step back. Tension, but also vigilance. A demon wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely weird. Long Xiaobao did not hesitate. Looking at the four flying demons in front of him, he said calmly, "In the past 3 years, you have learned everything from my master. Now, I will use you to test the sword that I have learned in the past 3 years." Base. As soon as Long Xiaobao finished speaking, a sword sound was heard, and a purple sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Divine weapon. Looking at the purple sword in Long Xiaobao's hand, the four demons' pupils shrank. Long Xiaobao did not stop, holding a sharp sword, facing a demon, and swung the sword. There was no stunning sword light, nor was there any murderous intent. It was just a simple sword strike. The world remained the same, the space was the same as before, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, the four great demons looked at each other, and Ye Bufan also looked confused. What's going on? The 5 people around Long Xiaobao all looked confused and bewildered. Puff. But at this moment, blood spurted out from the neck of one of the four great demons. Bang. Then, the demon's head fell off and blood spurted out like a fountain. His body fell from midair. Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 demons were stunned, and Ye Bufan was also dumbfounded. What happened? This flying demon died just like that. Bang, bang. The demon's head and body fell to the ground, and 2 door sounds were heard, waking up Ye Bufan and the remaining 3 demons. They all looked at Long Xiaobao with horrified eyes. Long Xiaobao ignored everyone's reactions, just shook his head and said, "Flying Sky Realm. Too weak, you are not worthy of me using my sword. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in Long Xiaobao's hand disappeared out of thin air. He is crazy, but also arrogant. Hearing this, the 3 flying Sky Realm demons looked at each other. They were confused, they were mad, and their hearts were like thousands of alpaca horses galloping through them. Are we too weak? Damn it, we are strong people in the flying Sky Realm, okay. We are still weak, so what is considered strong? But even though they thought so in their hearts, they didn't know how to refute it, or rather, they couldn't refute it at all because the facts were right in front of them. With one sword, Fei Tian fell. The most important thing is that they don't even know how their companions died. It's not that they are too weak, but that their opponents are too strong. Die. Without waiting for the 3 demons to think more, Long Xiaobao blurted out 2 words. Call out. Before he finished speaking, he rushed straight towards the 3 flying Sky Realm demons, revealing a powerful aura. Demigod. Feeling the slight aura revealed by Long Xiaobao, the 3 demons couldn't help but tremble violently in their hearts. Run. Without any hesitation, they turned around and ran towards the other end of the eternal abyss. Weird and terrifying swordsmanship. A powerful demigod. No matter which aspect of these two, they are not able to contend with each other. Now they finally understood why Ye Bufan went to so much trouble to summon the god's tomb. Now they finally understood the purpose of this divine tomb in shielding the all-seeing heaven-destroying array. All of this is for the arrival of this powerful demigod before us. All below demigod are ants. Let me ask, who can compete with this divine land? Chapter 998, Vulnerable. Faced with a demigod warrior, and a demigod warrior who mastered terrifying swordsmanship, the three flying demons had no confidence in fighting at all, and they didn't even have the idea of fighting. The only thing they were thinking about at this moment was to run. After all, the long Xiaobao in front of them was no match for them at all. If they stayed, they would only die. However, the three demons wanted to escape, and Long Xiaobao would never let them do so. The moment the three flying demons were fleeing, Long Xiaobao had already rushed out. His speed was extremely fast, and before the three demons could escape back to the eternal abyss, Long Xiaobao had already arrived behind a demon. Feeling a strange sensation coming from behind, the flying sky realm demon couldn't help but shiver. "Take my palm," Long Xiaobao shouted loudly, and then slapped out with his palm. "No!" the demon high priest screamed, his soul trembling, not daring to hesitate for a moment. He turned around and instantly struck out with a palm, facing Long Xiaobao. Palms collide. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded, and a strong wind blew, shaking the entire space. Puff! In an instant, the high priest spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body turned into a stream of light and flew backwards rapidly like a kite with a broken string. In an instant, he surpassed the other two fleeing demons. In the blink of an eye, there was another boom, and the high priest of the demon crashed heavily into the abyss barrier. Puff! Then he spat out another mouthful of blood, his body slid down from the eternal abyss, and collapsed to the ground. After a twitch, he became unresponsive, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Seeing this scene, the other two flying realm demon high priests couldn't help but tremble in their souls. They were terrified and scared, and their speed of running increased a little. Everything seemed to take a long time, but it didn't even take a second. After Long Xiaobao defeated a demon with one palm, he attacked again without any hesitation. His figure flashed at an extremely fast speed and he disappeared out of thin air. When he reappeared, he was already at the eternal barrier, directly blocking the entrance to the passage between the two places. The two demons arrived a step later. When they saw Long Xiaobao blocking the passage, their souls trembled and their bodies suddenly stopped. Looking at Long Xiaobao, the two demons were filled with infinite fear. "Run, why don't you run?" Long Xiaobao sneered and shouted, "Come as you like, leave as you like. What do you think of the Shenwu continent? Since you are here, stay forever." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xiaobao rushed out. The two demons were frightened. They looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and rushed straight towards Long Xiaobao as if they had made up their minds. Since there is no escape and no avoidance, the only option is to fight. Looking at the two demons coming towards him, a sneer appeared on Long Xiaobao's lips. Trying to shake a tree like an ant is simply courting death. When he was less than 2 meters away from the two demons, Long Xiaobao slapped out with his palm. Huff! In an instant, the vital energy of heaven and earth gathered together, and the majestic vital energy instantly condensed into a giant vital energy palm several meters long, with a little golden light on the giant palm. Undoubtedly, this little bit of golden light is the gold element among the elements of heaven and earth. A demigod warrior can already initially call upon the power of the elements of heaven and earth. The power of thunder. With that palm strike like a raging storm, the two great demons could not help but shake violently. They wanted to hide and avoid it, but it was too late. Bang! In a breath, Long Xiaobao's condensed giant palm of energy fell from the sky and directly hit the two demons. Puff! The two great demons spurted blood at the same time. The power of the giant Yuanli palm remained undiminished, and it pressed the two demons towards the ground with unstoppable force. Boom! The next second, a giant palm of Yuanli fell to the ground, and the whole earth shook. The giant palm collapsed, and a giant handprint several meters deep appeared on the ground. In the middle of the handprint, two flying demons were lying on the ground, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. In midair, Long Xiaobao stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the two great demons below. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, flying heaven realm. Unable to withstand a single blow. While Long Xiaobao was doing this, the space around him was dead silent. Ye Bufan was stunned. The demon army on the other side of the eternal abyss was also stunned. In other words, whether it was Ye Bufan or the demon army, they only saw the result but did not see the whole process clearly. It was because everything happened too fast, so fast that they could not even catch the figure of Long Xiaobao. In less than 3 seconds, one of the 4 flying level high priests of the Sky Demon clan was killed and 3 were injured. Too fast, too strong. The strength of a demigod, or in other words, Long Xiaobao's strength has surpassed everyone's cognition. In his hands, Fei Tian was like an ant. All of the 4 flying realms of the Sky Demon clan, without exception, were defeated by him with a single blow. It's incredibly strong. In a brief moment, among the army of the heavenly demons, a group of Saint Realm experts were the first to come back to their senses. Did I see it wrong? Did the 4 high priests just lose like that? Defeated. The 4 high priests were defeated. Impossible, impossible, it's an illusion, it must be an illusion, all of this is fake. Yes, it's fake, all fake, how could the 4 high priests lose? The confused voices of the Holy Realm demons rose one after another. They simply could not believe that all this was true, or rather they simply could not accept this fact. Long Xiaobao ignored him. He flashed and came directly to Ye Bufan's side. He smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, what do you think? Am I awesome?" It may seem like showing off, but it is not. Because Long Xiaobao knew very well that everything he had now, including his strength as a demigod, was thanks to Ye Bufan. If Ye Bufan had not brought him into the cemetery of gods and demons, he would never have been able to obtain the inheritance of the Supreme Heavenly Palace. The most important thing is that Long Xiaobao knew very well that although Ye Bufan was only a Jodian realm warrior and was like an ant in front of a demigod like him, if he wanted to deal with him, he could easily suppress him with a backhand. This is true not only for Long Xiaobao, but also for all those who have inherited the Heavenly Palace. Dao Wuya had planned everything so carefully, how could he allow even the slightest change to occur? Therefore, no matter how high the cultivation level or how strong the strength of any inheritor of the Heavenly Palace is, as long as Ye Bufan wants, he can suppress anyone, or even kill him, even if he is just a transcendent warrior. If you want to get something, you must pay for it. Those who inherit the Heavenly Palace must be loyal to Ye Bufan and to the Heavenly Palace, without exception. Yes, very strong. Looking at Long Xiaobao, Ye Bufan smiled calmly and said, "It seems that I have to speed up my cultivation. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing to be left far behind by you guys." Hearing this, Long Xiaobao rolled his eyes at Ye Bufan. Is his cultivation strong? Powerful? This is true not only for Long Xiaobao, but also for all those who have inherited the Heavenly Palace. With one step, his strength changed dramatically. But this is all temporary. The reason why they were able to reach the top in one step was because they relied on the inherited power of the Heavenly Palace, but now the inherited power has been used, which means that in the future they can only rely on themselves to improve slowly like other people. But Ye Bufan is different. As the former Palace Master of Heaven, Dao Wuya's inheritance must be the strongest. The reason why Ye Bufan is only at the Jodian realm now is because all of Dao Wuya's inheritance power was used to help him build the foundation of martial arts, and did not directly help him improve his cultivation. Therefore, Ye Bufan needs to start practicing from scratch. But it is undeniable that Ye Bufan's martial arts foundation is definitely the strongest and most terrifying. With such a foundation in martial arts, his future practice will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and it will only be a matter of time before he catches up with and surpasses the others who have inherited the Heavenly Palace heritage. Without thinking about it anymore, Long Xiaobao looked at the army of the heavenly demons at the other end of the eternal abyss and said, "Young Master Yi, how do we deal with these heavenly demons? Kill them." Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned, as if he was thinking about something. The demons were greatly shocked. Long Xiaobao's casual words "kill him" made their bodies and even their souls tremble and shake. The 4 high priests of the flying realm were easily defeated by the other side, let alone them. Give it a try. Don't be ridiculous, that's just asking for death. In an instant, all members of the demon side came to their senses and woke up. Run. Chapter 999, Keep it for training. Run. Without the slightest hesitation, and even without waiting for the Saint Realm heavenly demons to speak, the heavenly demon army had already fled madly. However, the heavenly demon army, which was originally densely packed together, was now all fleeing madly for their own lives, so there was only one result, that is, you hit me, I hit him, the back hit the front, and the front hit the front even more, so that countless heavenly demons were knocked to the ground. After these heavenly demons were knocked to the ground, naturally, countless heavenly demons were tripped by them. Because of this, in just a brief moment, the entire demon army was thrown into chaos. Asshole, who stepped on me? Ah. You, whoever stepped on me, get out of here. Why are you bumping into something? Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Get lost. Run, run quickly. Devil, that guy is a devil, we can't fight him at all, run away. Wailing, cursing, and screaming. One after another. Not only that, except for those holy realm demons, other members of the demon clan cursed all the high priests of the demon clan in their hearts, even the demon lord was no exception. Shenwu continent, nothing but ants. Shenwu continent, within easy reach. Ant your sister. It's within your reach. Damn it, if the Shenwu continent is an ant, then what are we? Are we even worse than an ant? Damn it. He is a demigod, a ruthless character who even defeated the 4 great priests of the flying realm in minutes. I am afraid that he alone can slaughter us all. How can we fight him? Fighting a fart. Looking at the chaotic army of the heavenly demons, all the powerful Saint Realm warriors on the heavenly demon side were stunned. It was because everything happened too fast and too suddenly, so fast that they were overwhelmed, and so sudden that they didn't know what to do for a moment. Run. Where to run? Can you escape? It would be fine if the eternal abyss had not been broken. In that case, the heavenly demon clan would not be able to enter the Shenwu continent, and the people of the Shenwu continent would not be able to enter the eternal abyss. Even the human demigod is no exception. But unfortunately, a passage to the eternal abyss has been opened by their side, and this passage cannot be closed. It can at least last for 1 or 2 years. In other words, within 1 or 2 years, the demigod of the human race can enter and exit the eternal abyss at will. Nima. When they thought of this, the powerful saints of the Sky Demon clan couldn't help but feel crazy. Who invaded whom? This is just shooting oneself in the foot and digging one's own grave. Although the Sky Demon clan acted like this, Ye Bufan and Long Xiaobao just smiled indifferently. Aren't you going to invade the Shenwu continent? That's perfect, we will invade your eternal abyss in return. Previously, Ye Bufan was still worried about how to speed up the condensation of inheritance crystals in the cemetery of gods and demons. Now, all the problems have been solved. The eternal abyss has been shattered. Members of the Shenwu continent can enter and exit the eternal abyss at any time. Moreover, with the support of the demigod powerful Long Xiaobao, the Sky Demon clan is simply a turtle in a jar and cannot withstand a single blow. As long as he captured the members of the heavenly demon clan and brought them to the cemetery of gods and demons, he could speed up the condensation of the inheritance crystals. In this way, he would be able to find a successor for every inheritance in the heavenly palace as soon as possible. Fight to support the war. With this thought, Ye Bufan looked directly at Long Xiaobao and said, keep all these heavenly demons in the Saint Realm and Soul Fusion Realm. Remember, you must capture as many alive as you can, but never go deep into the eternal abyss. The reason why Long Xiaobao was not allowed to go deep into the eternal abyss was because there was still a demon lord in the Sky Demon clan who had not shown up. His strength was even more of a mystery, and apart from the 4 flying Sky Realm Sky Demons previously, Ye Bufan didn't know whether there were any other flying Sky Realm powerhouses in the Sky Demon clan. It would be bad if Long Xiaobao rashly went into the eternal abyss alone and was besieged by the heavenly demons. Therefore, in Ye Bufan's opinion, there is no rush to advance into the eternal abyss. It is necessary to make long-term plans and at least figure out the specific strength of the Sky Demon clan first. As for how to find out, that is too simple. Aren't there 3 flying demons here? Ye Bufan believes that as long as they are brought into the cemetery of gods and demons, the Gravekeeper, a super powerful man of the first level of God, will definitely have hundreds of ways to learn about the situation of the eternal abyss from them. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Long Xiaobao asked, what about the other demons? Kill them. Keep it. Ye Bufan said in 2 words. Keep it. Long Xiaobao couldn't help but be stunned. Right. Ye Bufan responded without hesitation, saying, keep them for training. 300,000 inheritances from the heavenly palace. The existing 2,000 people of the Seven Killings army are simply not enough. Although Ye Bufan has now selected the second batch of nearly 300,000 Seven Killings reserve members from the human race, not everyone can obtain the Heavenly Palace inheritance. In other words, the 300,000 people prepared now are simply not enough. Ye Bufan must select more reserve personnel from the human race. That is the third batch of the Seven Killing army. Now the demons in the Eternal Abyss can be used as a test to select the third batch of 7 Kills reserve troops. Not only that, Ye Bufan would not allow the second batch of 7 Kill army to enter the cemetery of gods and demons until the first batch of 7 Kill army, that is, the 2,000 people who came out of Tianwang's city with him, had tried every inheritance crystal. It just so happens that during this period of time, the second batch of the 7 Killing army can undergo the Eternal Abyss trial. After all, although the Heavenly Palace inheritance can improve strength and cultivation, it cannot improve combat experience. What Ye Bufan wants is not a group of losers who have cultivation but cannot exert their full strength, but a group of elite soldiers who can accompany him in his battles in the future. In short, the 7 Killing army must be a group of fighting maniacs and a killing army. To achieve this, you must keep fighting, fighting, and fighting again. Only fighting can make the 7 Killing army grow rapidly. Now that both the demon and barbarian tribes have surrendered to him, the Sky Demon tribe is undoubtedly the best choice. Of course, whether it is the trial of the second batch of 7 Killing army or the selection of the third batch of 7 Killing army, before they enter the Eternal Abyss, all the powerful saints of the Heavenly Demon clan must be eliminated without leaving a single one. After all, what Ye Bufan wants is assessment and trial, not death. Keep it for training. Ye Bufan's words made Long Xiaobao stunned and confused again. But he understood clearly that Ye Bufan wanted to keep these demons in captivity. That is why Long Xiaobao didn't say anything more. He just rushed through the passage and entered the Eternal Abyss. However, Long Xiaobao's arrival was definitely terrible news for the Sky Demon clan. Here it comes, the devil is coming, run, run quickly. The demon army, which was already in chaos, became even more confused after seeing Long Xiaobao's arrival. As they rushed into each other frantically and terrifiedly, not many demons actually escaped. Instead, the number of demons that were trampled to death continued to increase. At the same time, seeing Long Xiaobao coming, all the demons in the Holy Realm were terrified. They no longer hesitated and ran. Although you may not be able to escape, if you don't run, you will die. It's impossible to just sit there and wait for death. It's a pity that Long Xiaobao will never let them get their wish. Run. Can you run away? The cold voice was filled with endless mockery, amusement, and disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xiaobao took action. Call out. His figure flashed and he came directly in front of a Soul Fusion Realm demon. Without any hesitation or words, he slapped it with his palm. Bang! Long Xiaobao slapped the demon with one palm, and a dull sound was heard. Puff! The Soul Fusion Realm demon spat out a mouthful of blood and fell directly from midair. However, Long Xiaobao didn't even look at him and rushed directly towards another demon. Bang, bang, bang. In the Eternal Abyss, Long Xiaobao kept changing his position, knocking down the strong men of the Sky Demon clan from midair again and again. He was like an extremely ferocious wolf beast, entering the wolf pack and sweeping across without restraint. No Sky Demon could withstand his attack. Killing chickens and ducks is just like this. Nima. Seeing this scene, even Ye Bufan was a little confused. Is this a demigod? It's so strong that it's insane. Chapter 1000. What happened here? Become a saint, merge souls, fly to the sky, and become a demigod. As the strongest person under the God realm, the power of the demigod is beyond doubt, not to mention that Long Xiaobao is not an ordinary demigod. With the inheritance of the former Heavenly Palace Supreme and the Hongmeng God-level strongman, he is now the top existence even among the demigods, and some saints and soul-melting demons can't contend with him. The 5 words "killing them like killing chickens" are the most appropriate to describe the gap between Long Xiaobao and these demons. In Long Xiaobao's hands, they are not even as good as ants. In less than 10 seconds, dozens of Saint and Soul Fusion Realm warriors from the Sky Demon clan were shot down from midair by Long Xiaobao. Not only that, all of these Sky Demons were knocked unconscious by Long Xiaobao without exception. Faced with Long Xiaobao's strength, all the powerful saints of the demon clan were terrified and their souls trembled. Naturally, they would not sit and wait for death, but fled madly. It's a pity that Long Xiaobao would never let them escape so easily. The demons fled frantically, and Long Xiaobao chased them all the way. With the strength of a demigod, all the demons that were targeted by Long Xiaobao were unable to escape. In fact, in terms of strength, the Sky Demon clan has more than 200 people in the Soul Fusion realm alone, and thousands of people in the Saint realm. If they attack in groups, although Long Xiaobao is strong, he may not be their opponent. At the very least, the Sky Demon clan will not be as embarrassed as it is now. It's a pity that the 4 great high priests of the Flying Realm fell, and the Sky Demon clan was leaderless. Moreover, they were all frightened by Long Xiaobao and had no intention of fighting at all. They only wanted to escape, so how could they think of fighting back and competing with a demigod? The defeat was as severe as a landslide. These 5 words describe the current army of the Sky Demon clan. Long Xiaobao frantically hunted down the powerful saints of the Sky Demon clan, but at this moment the Sky Demon clan's army, which was in chaos, had also rested. They fled madly in a relatively orderly manner, running towards the depths of the eternal abyss. Long Xiaobao didn't care about this, and neither did Ye Bufan. As long as the passage between the eternal abyss and the Shenwu continent was still there, these demons were like turtles in a jar, with nowhere to escape. It is only a matter of time before they are wiped out. Watching Long Xiaobao chasing the powerful saints of the Sky Demon clan away, Ye Bufan no longer paid any attention to him, but looked at the 3 flying demons who were knocked out by Long Xiaobao. Coming in front of the 2 demons in the giant handprint, Ye Bufan kicked one of the demons. Seeing that the other party had no reaction, he shook his head. Then Ye Bufan took out the Heaven Burial Palace, grabbed one of the heavenly demons, and threw him into the Heaven Burial Palace. Ye Bufan was ready to hand them over to Feng'an for disposal. He believed that with Feng'an's ability, he could definitely find out everything about the eternal abyss from these heavenly demons. When Ye Bufan was about to grab the second demon, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from behind him. What the hell, what happened? Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Just as he was about to turn around, Hao Peng and more than 200 Saint Realm experts had already arrived in front of him. Looking at the scene in front of him, Hao Peng couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan, infinitely shocked, and said in a somewhat messy manner, Ye Xiao, what happened here? You dealt with these 3 flying sky demons. Not only Hao Peng, at this moment, the saint-level powerful men from the other 3 tribes of Shenwu continent also had a look of horror on their faces. One of the 3 flying demons died and 2 were injured, and the dead one even had his head chopped off. What on earth happened? Also, what about the Sky Demon army? Did they retreat? More than 200 Saint Realm experts looked at Ye Bufan with a confused look on his face, their minds were blank. How long has it been since they were driven out of Wangyao Mountains by Ye Bufan? It only took a few minutes. In just a few minutes, the originally desperate situation took such a big turn. This is too incredible. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, everyone still felt that it was also unreal. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "You came at the right time. Let's not talk about this for now. Go to the Eternal Abyss and bring all the unconscious demons here and throw them into the Heaven Burial Palace." Ye Bufan's words stunned the more than 200 Saint Realm powerhouses again. Bring the demon that was knocked out from the Eternal Abyss here and throw him into the Heaven Burial Palace. Instinctively, more than 200 Saint Realm powerhouses from the Shenwu continent turned their heads to look towards the Eternal Abyss. However, after just one glance, everyone was immediately dumbfounded. At the other end of the Eternal Abyss, many demons were lying on the ground and fainted. If it were just that, it would be fine, but not only are these demons in a coma, but the ground around them has also sunk. It was obvious that these demons had fainted after being shot down from midair, which was why there were these dents all over their bodies. Not only that, but these demons continued to spread towards the depths of the Eternal Abyss. It was obvious that they wanted to escape, but were chased all the way, and were shot down and knocked unconscious one after another. Although no one knew what had just happened here, at this moment, a picture instinctively emerged in everyone's mind. The army of the heavenly demons was fleeing madly, and behind them, an unparalleled powerful being was chasing them madly, and then shot down the heavenly demons one by one in the rout. It was also because of this that the army of the Sky Demon clan in front of them disappeared, and it was also because of this that the 3 flying realm high priests of the Sky Demon clan ended up with 1 dead and 2 injured. Hiss. When they thought of this, more than 200 powerful saints in the Shenwu continent couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. What kind of powerful person could defeat the demon army so easily? What kind of powerful person could kill one and injure two of the three flying demons in such a short time? Demigod. In almost an instant, two words appeared in everyone's mind. Except for demigods, the strong ones in the flying realm simply do not have this ability. Call. For a moment, everyone's breathing paused, and then they all looked at Ye Bufan. Fatty Hao even asked, Yi, Master Yi, what is going on? Although they guessed that it was a demigod who took action, it was just a guess after all, and where did the demigod come from in the Shenwu continent? If there was, how could they not know about it? Xiaobao is out of quarantine. Faced with Hao Peng's questioning, Ye Bufan was helpless and only said 5 words. However, it was Ye Bufan's simple 5 words that made Fat Hao's heart tremble. He opened his eyes wide and asked in shock, Boss, the boss has come out of confinement. Ye Bufan responded and said, Xiaobao is now a demigod. Everything here was done by him. What the hell? Hearing this, Fat Hao exclaimed in disbelief, the boss has advanced to a demigod. Hao Peng was like this, and everyone else was no exception. Demigod. No wonder the 3 flying demons caused 1 death and 2 injuries in such a short time, and no wonder the demon army disappeared without a trace. When the demigod takes action, who can compete with him? After a brief shock, everyone became excited and thrilled. Now that a demigod has appeared in the Shenwu continent, what does the mere heavenly demon clan have to fear? Before everyone could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. Okay, let's throw all these demons out of the Heaven Burial Palace first, they still have great use. Chapter 1001, The Power of the Flying Dragon. Long Xiaobao broke through the barrier and repelled the army of the Sky Demon clan with the ferocious power of a demigod. The Shenwu continent fought against the Sky Demon clan, and the Shenwu continent gained a temporary victory. About 20 minutes later, Long Xiaobao came back from the interior of the Eternal Abyss. If Ye Bufan hadn't told him not to take the risk alone, he would have chased all the Saint Realm powerhouses to death. But even so, Long Xiaobao still left behind more than 100 powerful soul fusion masters of the Sky Demon clan in just 20 minutes. Strong ones and more than 200 demons who have entered the Holy Realm. In this battle, the Sky Demon clan suffered heavy losses. It is no exaggeration to say that they lost more than they gained. The Eternal Abyss barrier, the passage between the 2 places. Fuck, you are the boss. Looking at the handsome and elegant young man in front of him, Fat Hao said with some disbelief. 3 years ago, Long Xiaobao was just a 12-year-old kid, but today, 3 years later Hao Peng believed that once Long Xiaobao went out, he would be able to charm thousands of girls. This change is really huge. Look at yourself again. 3 years ago and 3 years later, there was no other change except that I gained a few dozen pounds of weight. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Fat Hao is like this, but the other people around him are different. Long Xiaobao's elegant demeanor also made them lose their minds, but compared to his semi-god strength, his appearance was not that important. Demigod. Just thinking about it, everyone's mood was up and down, and it was difficult to calm down. As the strongest person under the realm of gods, the power of demigod is unquestionable. If it were someone else, people might not care too much, but Long Xiaobao is different. How old is he? Only 15. Just thinking about a 15-year-old demigod made everyone feel their scalps tingling. Compared with Long Xiaobao, they felt that all their previous training had been in vain. Without waiting for everyone to think about it, Long Xiaobao patted Hao Peng on the shoulder and said with a smile, Xiao Peng, I haven't seen you for 3 years. You've gained weight again. Hearing this, Hao Peng's mouth twitched and became messy. The others just smiled indifferently. At this time, Situ Nan suddenly asked, Little brother, as a demigod, your cultivation has far surpassed the peak of the sainthood, but why doesn't the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation have any reaction? Do you have any way to avoid the detection of the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation? Well, Situ Nan's words stunned everyone present except the 7 killing army. Yes, how could a strong man in the demigod realm appear in the Shenwu continent without triggering the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation? For a moment, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes when they looked at Long Xiaobao. Long Xiaobao smiled slightly, looked at Ye Bufan, and said, You'll have to ask young Master Yi about this. Ask Mr. Yi. Ye Bufan. In an instant, everyone looked at Ye Bufan with astonishment and curiosity. Ye Bufan did not hide anything and said, I believe you have already seen this palace complex. The reason why Xiaobao did not activate the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation is because it is ineffective in this palace area. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but look around at the endless palace in front of them. Can these palaces block the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation? Is it because of these palaces that Long Xiaobao, with his semi-god cultivation, can stay in the Shenwu continent? Everyone was shocked. Situ Nan looked at Ye Bufan and said, Little brother Yi, I wonder where these palaces came from. Just now everyone saw these palaces falling from the sky, but if they really appeared out of thin air, is that possible? It's impossible. Situ Nan was curious, and so were the others. Ye Bufan naturally wouldn't tell them anything about the heavenly palace, so he just smiled and said, This is the headquarters camp of my 7-killing army. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The headquarters camp of the 7-killing army. It was obvious that Ye Bufan did not want to mention the origin of this palace. In that case, it was not easy for everyone to ask any more questions. As for forcing him to answer, that was even more impossible. With Ye Bufan's current power, who else in the Shenwu continent can force him? What's more, there is a demigod standing next to him. At this time, the Snow Wolf Demon King suddenly looked at Fai Long and said excitedly, Master Long, since the Master said that this place is no longer affected by the 10,000 Things Heaven-slaying formation, then you don't have to suppress your cultivation anymore. Well, hearing this, everyone was stunned again, and then they all looked at Fai Long. Fai Long hid his cultivation. Before everyone could think about it, a flying dragon roared and then rushed directly into the air. The next second, a powerful aura surged out from the air, and Fai Long's cultivation level directly broke through to the peak of the Saint Realm, and then soared all the way. Soul Fusion Beginning Stage, Soul Fusion Intermediate Stage, Soul Fusion Advanced Stage, Soul Fusion Peak Stage. In the blink of an eye, Fai Long's cultivation level directly broke through to the level of Saint, surpassing the fusion of soul and entering the stage of flying. Flying Realm, Initial Stage. Gurgle. Seeing Fai Long's cultivation level, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva, even Ye Bufan was no exception. The flying dragon who had previously reached the peak of the Holy Realm was able to fight against the demon in the Flying Sky Realm, but what about him who is in the Flying Sky Realm now? I'm afraid he could directly destroy the demon high priest who is also in the Flying Sky Realm. No one had expected that Fai Long was hiding so deeply. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that he was the ultimate boss hidden in the Shenwu continent. As for why Fai Long did not unlock his cultivation in the previous battle, it was very simple. Although the 4 flying sky demons are strong, they are not the strongest in the Sky Demon clan. There is a demon lord behind them. If Fai Long unlocks his cultivation and fights the 4 flying sky demons, what will happen to the demon lord afterwards? It was obvious that he wanted to stay in the Shenwu continent to deal with the demon lord of the heavenly demon clan. But who could have thought that a powerful demigod would suddenly appear on Ye Bufan's side? After unlocking his cultivation, Fai Long transformed into a human form and came to Ye Bufan, saying with a smile, Boy, you are very good. I believe that my brother and sister-in-law will be very pleased to see you like this now. After a pause, Fai Long asked again, Also, when do you plan to completely wipe out the Sky Demon clan? Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment and said, Soon, it should be within 1 or 2 days. Ye Bufan believed that with the Gravekeeper's strength, it would not be difficult to make the 3 flying demons speak. A day or 2 is enough. A day or 2. Fai Long groaned and said, Then do it as soon as possible. As long as we destroy the Sky Demon clan, there will be no need for me to stay in the Shenwu continent. Then, according to the agreement, I can enter the heaven beyond heaven and fight alongside my brother. As agreed. Fai Long's words stunned Ye Bufan. The same is true for everyone else. Otherwise, do you think I would stay in Shenwu continent for so long? Fai Long said with a smile, I am not that miser Qian Duoduo, and I don't need to stay in Shenwu continent to take care of my daughter like her. The reason why I stayed in Shenwu continent is because my elder brother hoped that I could take care of the human race here, at least to prevent the human race from being exterminated. Of course, if you want to protect the human race, you need strength. That's why my elder brother sent people from the outer world to bring me a lot of resources over the years. It was with these resources that I advanced to the Fatian realm. Otherwise, with the resources of the Shenwu continent, it would be impossible for a Fatian realm expert to be born. It's not hard to see this from Qian Duoduo, the miser. As for wealth, he is second in the entire Shenwu continent. No one dares to claim to be the first. But even so, he has only cultivated to the point of half-step flying in these years. This is because, compared to the heaven beyond heaven, the Shenwu continent can only be regarded as a barren land. As soon as Feilong finished speaking, everyone was shocked. No one expected that General Yi Tianshong of the Flying Dragon Army had hidden such a killing weapon in the Shenwu continent. Especially the members of the Yao and Man tribes, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts at this moment. Previously they were even thinking about annexing the human race, but now it seems that this was just a foolish dream. For 3 years, the 4 tribes were fighting each other. The reason why Feilong did not take action was because the human race had not yet reached a desperate situation where there was no room for retreat. Once that point was reached, Feilong would definitely take action. Flying Sky Realm. If one can fight against the demon in the Flying Sky Realm with the cultivation base at the peak of the Saint Realm, then how terrifying will the Flying Dragon be if he unlocks his cultivation base and reaches the initial stage of the Flying Sky Realm? Just thinking about it, everyone felt their scalps tingling and their hearts trembling with fear. Chapter 1002 Puppet. One is Long Xiaobao who is in the semi-god realm, and the other is Feilong who is in the flying realm. Although both of them are at the initial stage of their current realm, their combat power is extremely amazing. I believe that with 2 such powerful men in charge of the Shenwu continent, the demon on the other side of the eternal abyss will not be able to cause any waves for the time being. Of course, even so, they still have to guard against the heavenly demon clan. After all, the Shenwu continent is still unclear about the current situation of the heavenly demon clan. Therefore, Ye Bufan left Long Xiaobao and Feilong at the entrance of the passage. With the 2 of them guarding it, he believed that even a demigod would not be able to break through their blockade and enter the Shenwu continent. As long as the heavenly demons cannot enter the Shenwu continent, they can be left alone. Of course, this is only temporary. Once Ye Bufan finds out about the situation of the heavenly demon clan and confirms that they have no demigods or that they cannot pose a threat to Long Xiaobao, Ye Bufan will send troops to the eternal abyss. But if the power of the Sky Demon clan is too strong, then it will be a different matter. However, it seems that there are not many high-level combat forces left in the Sky Demon clan. After all, if there were still some, they would not have been absent when the Sky Demon clan invaded the Shenwu continent this time. Nowadays, what Ye Bufan fears most in the entire heavenly demon clan is the mysterious demon lord. The 5 great demon priests encountered before the one before the eternal abyss was shattered, plus the 4 during the invasion of the demon clan were already at the Fatian realm level, and some were even at the high-level Fatian realm. So as the leader of the demon clan, the demon lord must be even stronger, at the very least at the peak of Fatian realm, and he might even be a demigod. But none of this matters anymore. Ye Bufan believes that the veil of this demon lord will be revealed soon. After arranging Long Xiaobao, Feilong, and a group of powerful saints from the Shenwu continent to guard the entrance of the passage, Ye Bufan led the Zhangtian palace directly into the cemetery of gods and demons. This time, Long Xiaobao took action and captured a total of 3 people in the Flying Sky realm, more than 130 people in the Soul Fusion realm, and more than 220 people in the Saint realm. It can be said that Long Xiaobao alone almost destroyed the most powerful force of the Sky Demon clan. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. This time, Ye Bufan did not alarm anyone. After entering the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, he directly found Feng Hen and placed more than 300 heavenly demon captives in front of Feng Hen. Looking at Feng Hen, Ye Bufan said slowly, "Uncle Feng, is there any way to explore their memories? Let me know everything about the Sky Demon clan." "This is easy." Feng Hen responded and said, "With their cultivation, I can search their souls directly," but after a pause, Feng Hen continued, "They are all Saint Realm warriors after all. For the current Palace Master, they are a great help. Instead of searching their souls and using them to assist in the condensation of the inheritance crystals, it is better to refine them into puppets directly." Turning into a puppet, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Hen nodded and said, "I have a secret technique called Heavenly Soul Seal. With this technique, I can tamper with the memories of other living beings. So, as long as I cast Heavenly Soul Seal on them and add a memory of loyalty to the Palace Master, they can all be used by the Palace Master. Even if the palace master asks them to die, they will not hesitate. Ye Bufan was shocked and even more horrified. Heavenly Soul Seal. This secret technique can actually tamper with other people's memories. It's incredible. In other words, this secret technique is terrifying. If even memories can be tampered with, then what else can't be done? I'm afraid that even the enemy who killed my father can become a die-hard fan, and the other party is completely unaware of it. Compared to the Heavenly Soul Seal, Ye Bufan felt that his previous soul-controlling technique was simply rubbish. Suddenly, Ye Bufan came back to his senses, looked at Feng Hen and asked, "Uncle Feng, will there be any problem with doing this?" What could be the problem? Feng Hen smiled calmly and said, "In fact, the palace master is overthinking it. For a divine realm cultivator, it is not difficult to tamper with the memory of a saint realm ant." Okay, holy realm ants. After hearing what Feng Hen said, Ye Bufan stopped asking questions and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Feng. It's just a small matter." Feng Hen said this and then took action. He waved his right hand towards the more than 200 demons in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, shadows of demons appeared one after another from these demons. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Hen said, "This is their soul that has not yet taken shape. The soul is the foundation of all living things. If you want to tamper with their memory, you must start with the soul." Well, it was too advanced and Ye Bufan couldn't understand it at all. Seeing Ye Bufan's reaction, Feng Hen smiled calmly. Then, while controlling the spirits of these demons, he said to Ye Bufan, "Although the Heavenly Soul Seal has infinite uses, it actually has no effect on the cultivators in the divine realm. In comparison, I have a secret technique that is more suitable for the palace master." What secret technique? Ye Bufan was stunned. Soul capture. Feng Hen said. Soul stealing. Ye Bufan was stunned again. That's right. Feng Hen responded, "This is a soul-based attack secret technique. If used in battle, it will be impossible to defend against and can completely achieve victory by surprise." Cut. But at this moment, Qin Shin's disdainful voice suddenly sounded in Ye Bufan's mind. "Master, don't listen to him. What soul-stealing secret technique is nothing compared to the god-slaying song. The heaven-slaying harp, the god-slaying song. One note can kill gods, one song can destroy the sky. This is the real soul-related attack. Compared with the god-slaying song, other soul-related martial arts, secret techniques, and magical powers are all trash." Well, Ye Bufan was stunned by Qin Shin's sudden words. Ever since accepting Dao Wuya's inheritance, Ye Bufan has been busy with the affairs of the Shenwu continent. If Qin Shin hadn't suddenly spoken at this moment, Ye Bufan would have really forgotten that he had a magical weapon hidden on him. But at this moment, Feng Hen suddenly said, "Palace Master, she is right. Compared with the god-slaying song, other soul-related secret arts, martial arts, and magical powers are really nothing. You know what you're talking about." Qin Shin said this proudly, and then changed her mind in an instant, saying in surprise, You can actually hear me talking. Why not?" Feng Hen smiled indifferently. Qin Shin was suddenly confused. Feng Hen smiled and said, "You are still a long way from your prime. With my cultivation level of the first heaven of Divine Lord, it is only natural that I can sense your presence." Well, hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned, and so was Qin Shin. Suddenly, Qin Shin asked, What do you mean? What do you mean I am still a long way from my prime?" He. Feng Hen smiled indifferently, but didn't say anything more. Qin Shin suddenly became furious. The gravekeeper ignored him and just waved his right hand, saying, "Palace Master, that's enough." Swish, swish, swish. The next second, more than 300 Saint Realm heavenly demons all returned to their bodies. Their eyes suddenly opened, and they jumped up. Then they faced Ye Bufan and shouted in unison. "My lord is eternal, with unrivaled magical powers and a long-lasting hegemony. Gods and demons give way to him, all races submit to him, and he is invincible." Chapter 1003 Reporting to my lord. My lord is eternal, with unrivaled magical powers and a long-lasting hegemony. Gods and demons give way to him, all races submit to him, and he is invincible. The sudden voices and neat slogans of more than 300 Saint Realm heavenly demons made Ye Bufan stunned. He twitched his mouth and looked at Feng Hen in a messy manner and said, "Uncle Feng, what are you doing?" "Palace Master, don't you think this is more imposing?" Feng Hen smiled calmly. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched again. Well, it is indeed quite imposing. Ye Bufan never thought that Feng Hen actually had such a side to him, but he obviously didn't care about it. Instead, he looked at Feng Hen and asked, "Uncle Feng, now no matter what I ask him, will he answer truthfully?" From now on, they are the palace master's personal property. In their hearts, the palace master is supreme, just like a secular emperor. They will never disobey the palace master's words or deeds, but will obey from the bottom of their hearts. Feng Hen said with a smile. Ye Bufan was shocked. In just 1 or 2 minutes, more than 300 powerful saints were surrendered so easily. The heavenly soul seal is truly terrifying. The divine realm is even more terrifying. Ye Bufan simply didn't dare to imagine it. He had even secretly made up his mind that he would never leave the Shenwu continent unless he entered the divine realm. Otherwise, if he accidentally encountered a powerful divine being from outer space in the future, he would most likely suffer as a result and be refined into a puppet like these demons. Rather than this, I would rather die. However, if that time really comes, I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to commit suicide. It's not that I can't, but I don't even want to think about it. This is tantamount to selling my soul to others. Call. Taking a deep breath, Ye Bufan stopped thinking about it and looked at the more than 300 powerful demons in front of him. He pointed at a high priest of the flying sky realm and said, "You, come here." Clatter. Tianmo took a step forward, put his right arm in front of him, bowed to Ye Bufan, and said, "Serve my master." Hearing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Without thinking too much, he looked at him and asked, "May I have your name?" Reporting to my lord, this servant Mozan. Mokshuan. How old is he? Reporting to the demon lord, I am 362 years old. Cultivation. Reporting to my lord, this servant is at the middle level of the flying sky realm. Position in the sky demon clan. Reporting to my lord, I am ranked 4th among the 7 high priests among the abyss heavenly demons. 7 high priests. So, the sky demon clan still has 2 high priests now. My lord, yes. The sky demon of the flying realm kept repeating, reporting to my lord, over and over again. It was fine at the beginning, but after a long time, Ye Bufan felt overwhelmed and couldn't help but yelled angrily, "Fuck you, can you stop adding, reporting to my lord, every time you answer my question?" Reporting to my lord, yes. Ye Bufan was messy. You've already said it's okay, why are you still reporting to my lord? In desperation, Ye Bufan glanced at Feng Hen. There was no doubt that this was definitely Feng Hen's masterpiece. Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Feng, can you?" Cannot. Ye Bufan had just finished speaking when Feng Hen shook his head. He looked embarrassed and said, "Palace Master, any living being can only have their memory tampered with once in their lifetime. If it happens a second time, they will become idiots. Well, these more than 300 so-called saints will only be like this from now on." Helplessly, Ye Bufan could only look at the flying sky realm demon and asked again, "What are the cultivation levels of the remaining 2 high priests? How are their combat capabilities?" Reporting to my lord, the 1st and 2nd high priests are both strong men at the peak of the flying sky realm. The peak of the flying sky realm. What about the demon lord? Reporting to my lord, the demon lord has reached the level of a god, and is already a powerful demigod at the initial stage. Really? Ye Bufan pondered in his heart, and then asked, "Then who do you think is stronger, Xiaobao, the demigod who captured you earlier, or the demon lord?" Reporting to my lord, with Master Xiaobao's strength, killing the demon lord is as easy as killing a chicken. Are you sure you're not flattering me? My lord, I dare not. Everything I said is true. Why didn't the demon lord and the 2 high priests come when you invaded Shenwu continent earlier? Reporting to my lord, the demon lord is in seclusion. As for the 2 high priests, in their opinion, the Shenwu continent is simply not vulnerable, so they are unwilling to take action. Don't bother to take action. Ye Bufan sneered and said. In the eternal abyss, your heavenly demon clan, besides the demon lord and the remaining 2 high priests, are there any other powerful people in the flying heaven realm or demigod realm? My lord, no. Is there anyone stronger than a demigod? My lord, no. Then how many soul fusion realm and saint entering heavenly demons are left? Reporting to my lord, excluding me and others, there should be 73 soul melting realm masters left in the great demon clan. As for the saintly realm, I am not sure about the exact number, but it should be between 3,600 and 3,800. If I attack the eternal abyss now, what do you think our chances of winning are? In other words, how many casualties will it cause us if we take down all the Saint Realm experts of the Sky Demon clan? Reporting to my lord, if Master Xiaobao is the vanguard, I guarantee that I can subdue the entire Great Demon clan with 0 casualties. Ye Bufan frowned, looked at the flying Sky Realm demon and asked, what can you guarantee? Reporting to my lord, my Great Demon clan has a strict hierarchy. As long as Lord Xiaobao can kill the demon lord, the 3 of his high priests will be able to capture all the demons. Besides the demon lord, don't you have 2 high priests in your heavenly demon clan? Reporting to my lord, the 7 high priests of my Great Demon clan are all equal, regardless of size. There are 3 of us who have one more than them, so any decision they make is invalid. Without the demon lord, the heavenly demon clan is ruled by the 3 of his servants. Do you still vote? Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he said, if that's the case, then I will attack the eternal abyss today. If it's really as you said, after I subdue the Sky Demon clan, I will make you the demon lord, and you will lead the abyss sky demons. Reporting to my lord, it is my honor to serve my lord. My lord is eternal, with unparalleled magical powers, and a long-lasting hegemony. Gods and demons avoid him, and all races submit to him. He is invincible. Listen, how humble, how loyal. Ye Bufan felt satisfied, but his expression became serious. He added sternly, if any accident happens, I will be the first to kill you. Reporting to my lord, it is a great honor for me to sacrifice my life for my lord. After hearing this, Ye Bufan was speechless. He had some doubts at the beginning, but now, Ye Bufan was completely impressed by Feng Hen's heavenly soul seal and could not help but admit it. The heavenly soul seal was absolutely powerful and absolutely terrifying. But that's a good thing. The current situation of the demon clan has basically been figured out. There is a demon lord at the initial stage of demigod and 2 demons at the peak of the flying sky realm. There are more than 70 soul-melting people and thousands of people who have entered the Saint Realm below. As for those below the Saint Realm, they are simply ignored by Ye Bufan. On his side, there was Long Xiaobao, a demigod, Feilong, a powerful flying god, 3 flying demons, more than 100 Soul Fusion Realm demons, more than 200 Saint Realm demons, and the Saint Realm powerhouses of the Shenwu continent. Although the strong men who have entered the Saint Realm are far inferior to the Sky Demon clan, the Fatian and demigods are enough to crush the Sky Demon clan. What's more, the Sky Demon High Priest of the Fatian realm said that as long as the Demon Lord is killed, they can easily subdue the entire Sky Demon clan without any soldiers. In that case, why wait any longer? Directly attack the Eternal Abyss, defeat the Heavenly Demon clan, eliminate the disaster, and completely unify the Shenwu continent. Chapter 1004, Star Soul Ring, Heavenly Palace Divine Order. With the semi-god realms Long Xiaobao, 4 flying sky realm experts, and more than 100 Soul Fusion realms heavenly demon puppets, Ye Bufan did not plan to wait any longer. After all, delay would lead to changes, and the sooner the heavenly demon clan's affairs were resolved, the better. Ye Bufan immediately looked at Feng Hen and said, in that case, Uncle Feng, we will leave first. Palace Master, please wait a moment. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Feng Hen said, Uncle Feng, is there anything else? Ye Bufan was curious. Feng Hen took out an ancient ring, handed it to Ye Bufan and said, Palace Master, take this. Ye Bufan did not hesitate. He took the ring from Feng Hen's hand, examined it, and then looked at Feng Hen again, somewhat puzzled. Uncle Feng, what is this? Star Soul Ring. Star Soul Ring. Yes, this was left by the Palace Master back then. The Tao is endless. Ye Bufan's heart trembled. He instinctively looked at the ring in his hand again and found that there was nothing special about it except that the ring itself looked a little rustic. Could Dao Wuya's exclusive item be an ordinary thing? It's impossible. That was why Ye Bufan asked directly, Uncle Feng, what is the function of this ring? Feng Hen smiled and said, for now, the Star Soul Ring is just like a large space Sumeru ring. Apart from that, there is nothing special about it. Just a Sumeru ring with a large space. Ye Bufan was stunned. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said, wait, Uncle Feng, what do you mean for now? Will this thing have other uses in the future? Yes. Feng Hen responded and said without hiding anything, the Star Soul Ring you see now is not actually the real Star Soul Ring. In other words, the Star Soul Ring in your hand has been sealed by the Palace Master. These seals will be gradually unlocked as your cultivation level improves. When you become a Hongmeng god, you will almost have a real star soul ring. Ye Bufan was instantly confused. Seal again. Well, it's fine that Dao Wuya left a seal on the inner palace treasury, but now he even wants to seal a ring. What the hell? In that case, what are you going to do for me now? Ye Bufan felt as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through his heart, and he felt so unhappy. But since Dao Wuya had arranged it this way, Ye Bufan naturally had no way to change it. After all, with Dao Wuya's strength, the seal he had planted could not be unlocked or broken even by Feng Hen, a powerful god-level figure, right? With the attitude that it is better to have something than nothing, Ye Bufan looked at Feng Hen and said, "Uncle Feng, this thing should recognize its master, right?" "How should I recognize its master?" Feng Hen nodded and said, "Palace master, just wear the star soul ring on your hand." "Is it that simple?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Hen smiled slightly. "It's that simple, but this is for the descendants of the palace master. Without the inheritance of the palace master, even the Hongmeng god cannot recognize the star soul ring." Because of the seal, the corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Feng Hen nodded. Ye Bufan was so confused that he didn't know what to say. Seal, nothing but seal, and more seal. He really couldn't imagine how many restrictions and seals Dao Wuya had left in the heavenly palace before his death. Now, Ye Bufan was too lazy to care about it. He directly put the star soul ring on the middle finger of his right hand. Buzz! In an instant, a purple light shot up into the sky from the star soul ring. Ye Bufan was shocked. "Call out!" The next second, the star soul ring disappeared out of thin air. It was also at this moment that Ye Bufan felt his soul tremble uncontrollably. Afterwards, the disappeared star soul ring reappeared on the middle finger of Ye Bufan's right hand. It was less than 0.01 seconds, as if nothing had happened. Ye Bufan was slightly distracted, because he found that he had an extremely subtle connection with the star soul ring in his hand. That feeling was as if the star soul ring was telling him that from now on, even if his soul disappeared, it would never betray him. Is this recognizing the Lord? It wasn't so exaggerated when Zhu Tianqian recognized his master, right? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Feng Hen said, "Palace master, the reason why I'm giving you the star soul ring now is because the previous palace master left 1 million heavenly palace divine tokens in the star soul ring. These divine tokens are the credentials for entering the god and demon cemetery. Anyone who drops a drop of blood on the divine token can freely enter and exit the god and demon cemetery through the space gate in the center of the square where the heavenly palace headquarters and the Tongtianwu Tower are located. The heavenly palace divine order. The space gate. Enter and exit the god and demon cemetery at will." Ye Bufan was stunned, then overjoyed. All along, ever since he recognized the god and demon cemetery as his master, he was the only one who could enter and leave the god and demon cemetery. If others wanted to enter the god and demon cemetery, he could only use the heaven burial palace as a medium to bring them in and out. This was inconvenient, and once Ye Bufan was in seclusion in the god and demon cemetery, he would not be able to know even if a major incident happened in the outside world, because outsiders could not inform him if they could not enter or leave. But it's different now. With the heavenly palace divine order, these problems will no longer exist. Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned again. "Uncle Feng, when did the space gate appear over at Tongtianwu Tower? Why haven't I seen it before?" Feng Hen smiled and replied, "The space gate was opened when the god's tomb descended on the Shenwu continent. These were all arranged in advance by the previous palace master. Well, Dao Wuya is indeed an old fox, and he has planned everything for him." Ye Bufan didn't think about it anymore, but directly checked the star soul ring in his hand. What the hell? However, after just one glance, Ye Bufan couldn't help but exclaimed. "Star soul ring, a Sumeru ring with a large space. This is not just big, it's incredibly big." When Ye Bufan took a look at the internal space of the star soul ring, he could not see the edge at all. The size of the space was so large that it was more than enough to fit the entire Shenwu continent. If it were just that, it would be fine. As Ye Bufan perceived, the space he saw was only a part of the star soul ring, because this space was occupied by some purple mist. Although Ye Bufan's spiritual sense was blocked outside, he could clearly see that the purple mist occupied a larger space inside the star soul ring. There is no doubt that this is definitely due to the restrictions set by Dao Wuya. Once Ye Bufan's cultivation level improves, the space here will continue to expand. Nowadays, the Star Soul Ring in its most initial state can hold the entire Shenwu continent, and it is more than enough. So in a perfect state, how big would the space of the real Star Soul Ring be? Ye Bufan simply didn't dare to imagine it. The size of the internal space alone is enough to make the Star Soul Ring incredible, worthy of being Dao Wuya's exclusive item. In addition, Ye Bufan saw that in the center of the Star Soul Ring, a number of purple tokens were floating in space. Each of these tokens was half the size of a palm and was crystal clear, just like a piece of crystal stone. There is a Chinese character, Tian, on the front of the token and a Chinese character, Ling, on the back. There is no doubt that this is the Heavenly Palace Divine Order that Feng Hen mentioned. A total of 1 million Heavenly Palace Divine Orders. This means that from now on, in addition to Ye Bufan, as long as they have the Heavenly Palace Divine Order, there are 1 million other people who can enter and exit the Cemetery of Gods and Demons at will. Chapter 1005, The Scam of the Weapon Spirits. The Cemetery of Gods and Demons is an independent space attached to the Shenwu continent. It can attack or defend. It can be said that with these 1 million Heavenly Palace Divine Orders, Ye Bufan can guarantee the absolute safety of 1 million people. Even if he is not in the Shenwu continent in the future and the Shenwu continent is subjected to a devastating invasion, the lives of these 1 million people will not be threatened. For Ye Bufan, 1 million Heavenly Palace Divine Orders completely solved his worries. As for how to distribute these 1 million Heavenly Palace Divine Orders, Ye Bufan has no answer yet. After all, even if the first and second batches of the 7 killing army are included, there are only about 300,000 people around him, and they do not need 1 million Heavenly Palace Divine Orders at all. So let's not consider these for now and solve the hidden danger of the demon clan first. After his divine consciousness left the internal space of the Star Soul Ring, Ye Bufan looked at Feng Hen and said, "Uncle Feng, besides the internal space, does this Star Soul Ring have any other functions?" Although the other functions of the Star Soul Ring are temporarily unavailable, this does not prevent Ye Bufan from learning about it. Unfortunately, facing Ye Bufan's question, Feng Hen shook his head and said, "The Star Soul Ring is the exclusive item of the previous Palace Master. I don't know what its function is. It's not just me, but also other people. It can be said that, for now, the function of the Star Soul Ring is only known by the previous Palace Master." So mysterious. Ye Bufan couldn't help but hum after hearing this. But since Feng Hen didn't know, there was no point in continuing to ask. Of course, Ye Bufan believed that he would know the function of the Star Soul Ring sooner or later. After all, the Star Soul Realm had already recognized him as its master. Ye Bufan collected his thoughts and stopped thinking about the Star Soul Ring and the Heavenly Palace Divine Order. Instead, he spoke a few words to Feng Hen and then left the Cemetery of Gods and Demons with more than 300 demons. Wangyao Mountains, Eternal Abyss, the entrance to the passage between the two places. At this moment, it was only about an hour since Ye Bufan entered the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. When Ye Bufan appeared again, he found that except for Long Xiaobao who was still guarding the passage, everyone else had disappeared. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at Long Xiaobao and asked, "Xiaobao, where are the others?" "Here." Long Xiaobao pouted and pointed to the left behind Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan turned around and looked in the direction Long Xiaobao pointed. The headquarters of the Heavenly Palace, in front of the Inner Palace Treasury. At this moment, Feilong, Hao Peng, Situ Nan, the Snow Wolf Demon King, the first Barbarian Lord and others, as well as all the powerful saints from the 3 tribes of demons and barbarians gathered in front of the door of the Inner Palace Treasury. Among them are the 13 spirit instruments in the Tiangong headquarters. At this moment, the 13 weapon spirits, led by the Panda, steward of the Inner Palace Treasury, faced all the Saint Realm powerhouses of the 3 clans and boasted, "I have just told you that after the Saint Realm is the Divine Realm, and the Divine Realm is divided into Attendant God, Mysterious God, Earth God, Heavenly God, Divine King, Divine Emperor, Divine Lord, Divine Emperor, and the highest level, Hongmeng God. The Divine Realm has 9 reincarnations, 9 levels of reincarnation, and the entire Divine Realm is divided into 99 and 89 small realms. In the eyes of the powerful gods, Saint Realm cultivators like you are simply vulnerable and are not even as good as ants. So, even if you are the top masters of this continent, you must not be complacent. After all, once you leave here, you may be killed in a matter of minutes." Do you know how many races in the God realm have newborns who are born at the God realm? Have you ever seen a star beast that relies on devouring stars for survival? No. But this is also normal, and you can't be blamed. After all, the God's domain is huge, and the entire galaxy is even bigger. In this Shenwu continent where you are, to put it bluntly, the people here are just slaves in the eyes of the strong in the God's domain. Fortunately, this place is far away from the God's domain. Otherwise, there would be no Shenwu continent now. Of course, although Shenwu continent is still safe now, don't be too happy too soon. After all, this is only temporary. You never know when a powerful god will descend on Shenwu continent. Even if it is just a servant god, you will definitely not be able to contend with him. So you have to have a sense of crisis. And just having a sense of crisis is not enough. You must also improve your strength as quickly as possible. If you don't enter the divine realm, you will always be an ant. But how can I improve my strength? It may be difficult for you, but it is a piece of cake for us 13 brothers and sisters. Do you know that the Tao has no boundaries? Yes, he is the previous lord of the heavenly palace, the strongest person in the divine realm of the 8th layer of Hongmeng. But do you know why he can achieve such great success? Haha, I'm not afraid to tell you that Dao Wuya's achievements back then were entirely due to the efforts of the 13 of us brothers. It was after he became our disciple and received our guidance that his strength improved by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, and he became the strongest person in the divine realm of the 8th layer of Hongmeng. What a pity he was too aggressive and didn't know how to restrain himself. In the end, he aroused public anger and was besieged to death by the various divine realms. Even the heavenly palace was destroyed because of this. As he spoke, the giant panda steward of the inner palace treasury shook his head with a look of regret. Forget it, forget it. Let the past be the past. It doesn't matter if you don't mention it or not. Why? Since you are also part of the heavenly palace, we will give you a hand. Although the 13 of us brothers and sisters have vowed not to accept any more disciples, for Dao Wuya's sake, we can still give you some pointers. That Asian dragon, the panda chief butler said, pointing at Philong. Philong was stunned. The panda chief butler continued, you are very lucky. You have awakened a part of the dragon bloodline. However, this alone is far from enough. As one of the 3 great star beasts, the Shenlong is the top existence even among the hundreds of races in the God realm. For ordinary Shenlongs, it is easy to cross a major realm to fight against an enemy. There are even many Shenlongs that can cross 2 or even 3 major realms to fight against an enemy and even kill the opponent. This is the power of the Shenlong clan. Although you have awakened part of the divine dragon bloodline, you are not yet a divine dragon. You can only be considered a sub-dragon. So, what you need to do now is to activate more of the divine dragon bloodline. How do I activate it? This is easy. Bang! As soon as the words, giant panda butler, came out of his mouth, he fell to the ground without any warning. Seeing this scene, Philong and the powerful men from the other 3 tribes of Shenwu continent were all stunned. Brother! The 12 weapon spirits standing nearby were greatly shocked. Flutter! A golden monkey fell directly on the giant panda and exclaimed, brother, what's wrong with you? Wake up quickly. As it spoke, the golden monkey kept shaking the giant panda's body. It's a pity that the other party didn't respond at all. In a hurry, the golden monkey turned his head and looked at the Saint Realm powerhouses of the 3 tribes, and said anxiously, who among you has a divine crystal? If you have one, please take it out and save my brother. Divine crystal. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. No. The golden monkey was very anxious. Yes, how can there be divine crystals in such a barren place as Shenwu continent? Suddenly, he looked at the 3 tribes' Saint Realm strongmen and said, if there are no divine crystals, then you must have yuanxi and natural treasures, right? What are you still standing there for? Take them out quickly, otherwise my eldest brother will die. If my eldest brother dies, don't even think about letting us brothers and sisters guide you anymore. In the distance, Ye Bufan saw this scene and heard the words of the golden-haired monkey, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. When Ye Bufan first heard the words from the spirit of the artifact in the inner palace treasury, he thought that they really wanted to give some advice to the members of the 3 tribes of the Shenwu continent. But now, how could a weapon spirit faint for no apparent reason? And still need to be treated with yuanxi and natural treasures. This is a complete scam. Chapter 1006, Departure. Although Ye Bufan had not come into contact with too many weapon spirits, he at least had Qinshan and Zhang Tian. Both Qin Shen and Zhang Tian were relatively normal. However, the 13 weapon spirits in the Heavenly Palace were simply completely shameless. Dao Wuya's master. Or they trained Dao Wuya to become the strongest person in the 8th level of Hongmeng in the Divine Realm. How could they say that? Damn, he lies and brags without even blushing. Not only that, these guys first elevated their own status and position, and then threatened to teach everyone a thing or two, but at this time the spirit of the inner treasury suddenly fainted. Finally, the golden-haired monkey stood up and asked for benefits from everyone, under the pretext of saving the spirit of the inner treasury. It is obvious that if it is not given, the spirit of the artifact in the inner palace treasury will not wake up. If the spirit of the artifact in the inner palace treasury cannot wake up, it will not be able to continue to guide everyone in their cultivation. In this situation, should people give it or not? This routine. Ye Bufan had no choice but to accept it. Hey, what are you still standing there for? My brother's life is already hanging by a thread, are you going to watch him die without helping? Hurry up, take out the yuanxi and other things, otherwise it will be too late. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the golden monkey looked at them and urged. Seeing this scene, everyone was slightly dazed, not because they were reluctant to donate some yuanxi and natural treasures, but because all this happened too fast, too suddenly, so suddenly that they could not react. Woo. At this time, the other 11 weapon spirits also entered the state. The magical koi with 7 colored scales cried and said, "Brother, you are so pitiful. Look, you wanted to help them out of Dao Wuya's kindness, but they actually watched you dying and did nothing to save you. Woo, how can people be so selfish, woo." Hearing this, everyone felt ashamed. Finally, Yiwa and the other girls looked at Hao Peng with some reluctance and said, "Xiao Peng, why don't you give him a few divine crystals? He looks like he's almost dying." The other girls also nodded. "Xiao Peng, why don't you give him a few? The young master has given us a lot anyway, so we don't need a few more." As the women spoke, the 12 weapon spirits all perked up, and even the unconscious weapon spirit in the inner palace treasury moved without anyone noticing. Divine crystal. Originally they thought that everyone only had yuanxi, but they didn't expect that they even had shenjing. Immediately, the golden monkey became even more excited, but unfortunately, just as he was about to speak, Ye Bufan's gloomy voice sounded in the distance. "You're sick, collapsed, and dying, right? Then you should lie down forever and never get up again. This group of spirits are cheating, deceiving, kidnapping and defrauding, it's simply outrageous." Ye Bufan's sudden voice startled all the members of the 3 tribes of Shenwu continent. Buzz. The 12 weapon spirits were shocked. Fuck, it's him. That evil star is coming. He can't see me. Run. Before the members of the 3 tribes of the Shenwu continent could react, the 12 weapon spirits in front of them had already scattered and disappeared. Not only that, even the weapon spirit of the inner palace treasury that was originally lying on the ground, dying, suddenly sat up, and the next second, he also ran into the inner palace treasury. In the blink of an eye, all 13 weapon spirits disappeared. Seeing this scene, the 3 tribes of Shenwu continent were all stunned. What's going on? Why are these spirits running? Also, wasn't the giant panda in the inner palace treasury fainted? Why is it now? Everything happened so fast and so suddenly that no one could understand the situation at all. At this time, Ye Bufan came from a distance and arrived at the door of the inner palace treasury hall in an instant. Looking at the 13 spirits who had escaped, he snorted coldly and said, "Can you run away? Where can you run to? This is the second time. If it happens again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Palace Master, you misunderstood. We just wanted to play a joke on them to liven up the atmosphere." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the trembling voice of the chief steward was heard in the inner palace treasury. Other artifact spirits in various locations at the Tiangong headquarters also responded. Yes, Palace Master, you misunderstood. We were just playing a joke on them. Brother Palace Master, I know I was wrong. Woo, Brother Palace Master, Ling will never dare to do that again. Snort. Listening to the words of the weapon spirits, Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, "Remember, this is not the past, and I am not Dao Wuya anymore. If you continue to cheat and deceive like this, don't blame me for being rude to you." Seeing this scene, members of the 3 tribes of Shenwu continent were all stunned, and then looked at each other. At this moment, they understood that they were deceived by the 13 spirit weapons. When they thought of this, the corners of everyone's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and they were extremely confused. What the hell is going on? Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to the 13 weapon spirits, but looked at the 3 tribes members of the Shenwu continent and said directly, "You all remember, these 13 weapon spirits are the 13 magic weapons in this palace complex. Although they each have their own uses, they belong to the heavenly palace, so you don't need to give them any benefits. If you need them in the future, just ask and use them at will. If they dare to ask you for favors, or pretend to obey you but actually disobey you, or are even slightly unwilling, then just come to me. I don't need a weapon spirit that doesn't obey my orders, and I won't allow such a weapon spirit to exist." As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the 13 spirit weapons wailed in their hearts. To cut off someone's source of wealth is like killing his parents. Ye Bufan is not giving them a way to live. From what he said, it seems that he intends to use his 13 spirit weapons as slaves. It is simply deceiving people. No, it is really deceiving souls. It's a pity that although they are unwilling, reluctant, and even angry, they can do nothing about it. After all, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. After all, everything about them is under Ye Bufan's control. The members of the 3 tribes of Shenwu continent were still a little slow to react. Ye Bufan did not hesitate and said again, "Now, everyone gather together, we will set out immediately to attack the Eternal Abyss and capture the Heavenly Demon Clan." Wow! As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the powerful men from the 3 tribes present were all in an uproar. "Attack the Eternal Abyss now." Filong even asked, "Xiaofan, have you figured out the situation of the Sky Demon Clan?" Ye Bufan nodded. Filong frowned, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "How sure are you?" The reason he asked this was not because Filong was afraid, but because he wanted to be prepared. After Filong said this, everyone looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan looked solemn, and as he glanced at the 3 tribes' strong men present, he said in a loud voice, 100%. Chapter 1007, Surrender. 100%. Ye Bufan's 2 simple words shocked everyone present. If Ye Bufan said that there was a 70% to 80% chance of winning, that would still be reasonable, but this 100%, in the eyes of everyone, it was a bit too absolute. After all, accidents could happen in anything. Of course, Ye Bufan's statement that he had a 100% chance of winning was not groundless. On his side, he had a demigod, 4 great flying celestials, and more than 100 soul fusion realm powerhouses. With this power alone, the Sky Demon Clan from the Eternal Abyss was simply unable to contend. However, in order to relieve everyone from worrying too much, Ye Bufan did not intend to hide the fact that he had already subdued a group of demons, but directly said, "Don't worry, this time when we attack the Eternal Abyss, in addition to all of you present, there are also more than 300 demon clan saints who were captured by us before and will join us in the battle." What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked, and they looked at Ye Bufan with shock and curiosity. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. "As you thought, more than 300 demons have been subdued." This. Everyone was slightly dazed and looked at each other in bewilderment. The 300 demons have been subdued. They seemed to find it a little difficult to accept this fact. After all, it had only been a short time and that person was a powerful saint. Set off. Ye Bufan did not hesitate any longer and spoke sternly. Everyone came back to their senses. Although they were still a little slow to react and hadn't even figured out the situation, they did not stop and followed Ye Bufan to the passage between the 2 places. After the group left, the 13 spirits appeared again and gathered together. The devil is finally gone. Yeah, I was scared to death. Dao Wuya is still the best. But why did he die? This useless thing is making me so angry. Oh, how am I going to live my life from now on? This demon is so abominable. It's not just abominable, it's simply inhumane. We should protest against him. Do you think protesting is useful? Wow, baby, why is his life so miserable? He just saw the light of day, but he happened to meet a demon. This is fate. I've made up my mind. What have you decided, monkey? I decided I'm going to curse him. Curse him. All 12 spirits looked at the golden-haired monkey, their expressions were stunned and confused. The golden monkey looked in the direction of the Eternal Abyss with a firm look on his face, and said in a resolute voice, "Yes, I will curse him. Isn't he going to retake the Sky Demon Clan? Then I will curse him to be killed by the Sky Demon Clan." As long as he dies, no one will be able to suppress us. Aren't we free? Well, when the golden-haired monkey said this, the other 12 spirit objects were all stunned. After a moment, they all came back to their senses, and became even more excited. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? If he is killed, won't we be free? Ha ha ha, curse him. Yes, curse him. Come on, sky demons. Kill the demons, liberate the heavenly palace, and give us our freedom. The 13 spirit weapons faced the eternal abyss, waving flags and cheering for the devil. That picture. I wonder if Ye Bufan will be so angry that he vomits blood after seeing this. The eternal abyss, the passage between the two places. Master Yi. Seeing Ye Bufan and his group coming, Long Xiaobao immediately came forward and looked at Ye Bufan and said. Ye Bufan nodded, then looked at the eternal abyss in front of him and said, what's going on? Not only Ye Bufan, but the strong men from the other 3 tribes also looked stunned. At this moment, at the other end of the eternal abyss, the army of the heavenly demons was gathering madly from afar. Facing Ye Bufan's question, Long Xiaobao shook his head and said, I don't know either. Just now, not long after you left, young Master Yi, they began to gather. As soon as Long Xiaobao finished speaking, Fatty Hao said, are they planning to attack Shenwu continent for the second time? Everyone was stunned. Judging from the current situation, there is indeed a great possibility that the Sky Demon clan will soon attack the Shenwu continent for the second time, but aren't they afraid of the demigod Long Xiaobao? They were just repelled, but they quickly gathered again. Could it be that the Sky Demon clan really has the strength to fight against the demigods? At this moment, not only the others, but Ye Bufan also frowned. It's because the actions of the demon clan are too abnormal, so abnormal that people have to think too much. But no matter what the reason, the Shenwu continent cannot retreat, and there is no way to retreat. With this thought, Ye Bufan's expression became serious and he said, everyone, enter the eternal abyss immediately. Everyone was stunned, but no one said much. Since a war is inevitable, the battlefield should naturally be placed in the eternal abyss rather than the Shenwu continent. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan took the lead in passing through the passage between the two places and entered the eternal abyss. Afterwards, the strong men from the other 3 tribes also entered the eternal abyss. Vast space, boundless earth. More than 200 powerful saints from the Shenwu continent entered the eternal abyss. Thousands of meters away, the army of the Sky Demon clan was gathering, and it was so dark that there was no end in sight. Before Ye Bufan and his group could make any move, a figure from the heavenly demon army in front of them rushed over and arrived in front of Ye Bufan and his group in an instant. It was a demon at the peak of the flying sky realm, undoubtedly one of the 2 remaining high priests of the demon clan. Facing Ye Bufan and the others, the flying sky realm sky demon bowed slightly and said respectfully, Dear human brothers, may I ask who is the leader of the human race? The simple words of the flying sky demon stunned everyone on the Shenwu continent. What kind of attitude is this? That's too polite. Also, respected human brothers. What is going on? What do the demons want to do? Everyone was stunned. Ye Bufan also frowned. He looked at the flying sky realm demon in front of him and asked, What do you want? Are you the leader of the human race? The flying sky realm demon looked at Ye Bufan, sized him up and said. I guess so. Ye Bufan said lightly. Respected leader of the human race, please accept my most sincere respect. The sky demon of the flying realm bowed to Ye Bufan and said very gentlemanly, and then spoke again. Excuse me for being presumptuous, this time, I am instructed by the Lord of Demons to bring all members of my Sky Demon clan to surrender to you. I hope you can accept the surrender of my Sky Demon clan. Well, when Tianmo said this, members of the 3 tribes of Shenwu continent were all stunned. Ye Bufan was no exception. The Demon clan, surrender. This. Chapter 1008 This is my only condition. The Demon clan, surrender. The simple words of the demon at the peak of the flying sky realm left Ye Bufan and his group dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that the heavenly demon clan assembled its army to prepare for a decisive battle with the Shenwu continent, but they did not expect that the other side actually came to surrender, and the entire clan surrendered. This result was really unexpected, or it was simply hard to believe. After all, compared to the Shenwu continent, the Sky Demon clan also had demigods and 2 high priests at the peak of the flying realm. Their strength was not weaker than that of the Shenwu continent, but now they surrendered without a fight. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. Looking at the peak sky demon of the flying sky realm, Ye Bufan frowned and said, "Are you sure that your sky demon clan is going to surrender to our Shenwu continent, and not have other plans?" Respected human leader, yes, our sky demon clan unconditionally surrenders to you. The sky demon at the peak of the flying sky realm said respectfully, then bowed, "I hope you can accept our surrender and submission." Ye Bufan ignored him and asked directly, "Since you are surrendering, then where is your demon lord?" Respected human leader, the demon lord will be here shortly. Please wait for a moment. How long is a moment? This. Are you guys playing a joke on me? Or are you guys deliberately stalling for time? No, 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 respected human leader, my demon race is truly sincere. The sky demon at the peak of the flying realm was stunned when he was halfway through his words. Then he continued, "Respected leader of the human race, the lord demon of my sky demon race is here." Ye Bufan frowned. At this time, a demon came rushing over from a distance, and in an instant it had arrived in front of the demon army and landed next to the demon at the peak of the flying sky realm. It was a demon with a purple body. Master Demon. Looking at the purple demon, the flying sky realm demon said something, then pointed at Ye Bufan and said, "This is the respected leader of the human race." As soon as the flying sky realm peak demon said this, the purple sky demon immediately looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan was also looking at the other party. Eyes met. After a moment, the sky demon at the peak of the flying sky realm spoke first. "Respected human leader, I am Mo Zan, the demon lord of my sky demon clan. Now, on behalf of the entire sky demon clan, I surrender to you, and I hope you can accept it." Then what? As soon as the demon lord finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly asked. Well, the demon lord was stunned, and looked at Ye Bufan in confusion. "The leader of the human race, who do you mean?" "After I accept your surrender, what should you do?" Ye Bufan said. This. The demon lord hesitated for a moment, then said, "We will naturally leave it to your excellency to arrange." "Good." Ye Bufan said, "If that's the case, then you should commit suicide." What? When Ye Bufan said this, all members of the Sky Demon clan were shocked. The demon lord was also slightly stunned. The members of the Shenwu continent had a playful look on their faces, but at the same time they were all on guard against the Heavenly Demon clan. After a brief moment, the demon lord said awkwardly, "Sir, your joke is not funny at all." Ha ha ha. Ye Bufan laughed loudly and said, "You figured this out." The demon lord frowned. "Are you really just joking? I'm afraid it's a test." However, he thought so in his heart, but obviously would not say it out loud. Instead, he looked at Ye Bufan and said, "In this case, I wonder will you accept our surrender?" "Accept? Why not?" Ye Bufan said calmly, "I have always advocated peaceful coexistence and hate fighting each other and risking life. It would be best if you and I don't have to go to war, but..." As he spoke, Ye Bufan paused. "But what?" the demon lord asked again. Ye Bufan said, "But I have one condition." The demon lord frowned slightly, raised his hand and said, "Please speak, sir." Ye Bufan said nothing more. He waved his right hand and directly summoned the Heaven Burial Palace. This. Looking at the Heaven Burial Palace in front of him, the demon lord was slightly stunned, and the other demons also looked confused. They really couldn't understand why Ye Bufan took out a holy weapon that was not even a second-rate divine weapon. At this time, Ye Bufan said, "To be honest, I don't trust you at all, and I will never accept your surrender. After all, I don't want to be on guard against a demigod-level strongman all the time." After a pause, Ye Bufan pointed at the Heaven Burial Palace and continued, "This thing is called the Heaven Burial Palace. It is a space-type holy weapon that has given birth to a weapon spirit. Now, I hope that all the Holy Realm powerhouses of your Heavenly Demon clan, including you, the Demon Lord, will enter the Heaven Burial Palace, and then I will send you away from the Shenwu continent. This will be good for both you and me. Of course, if you dare to mess around after entering the Shenwu continent, our Shenwu continent will not be afraid of you at all. If you want to fight, our Shenwu continent will fight you to the end." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the Demon Lord frowned. All the powerful saints of his own demon clan would enter the Heaven Burial Palace, and then they would send him and his group away from the Shenwu continent. Is it really just like that? The Demon Lord glanced at Ye Bufan, then looked at the Burial Heaven Palace nearby. There is no doubt that this is just a holy weapon. As a holy weapon, even if it has given birth to a spirit, it will definitely not be able to trap a demigod. After all, the power of a demigod cannot be suppressed by a mere space-type holy weapon. Unless it is a space-type magical weapon. But it is obvious that the Burial Heaven Palace has not yet reached the level of divine weapons. In this case, there is no way the other party would try to use this as an opportunity to suppress our side. But if it is not to suppress our side, what is the purpose of the other party's action? Is it really just to send his group away from the Shenwu continent? The Demon Lord was a little bit unconvinced. Without waiting for the Demon Lord to think more, Ye Bufan spoke again. This is my only condition. You can regard it as a request. If you cannot agree, then. As he spoke, Ye Bufan's expression became serious, and he said in a loud voice, let's start the fight. Boom. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Long Xiaobao beside him, without the slightest hesitation, immediately released the terrifying aura of a demigod and locked onto the Demon Lord. As long as Ye Bufan gives the order, he will definitely attack the Demon Lord. Seeing Long Xiaobao like this, the more than 200 powerful saints from the Shenwu continent no longer hesitated. Boom, boom, boom. The aura of powerful saints surged out. For a moment, dust flew everywhere and strong winds blew up where the two sides met. Shenwu continent, prepare for battle. Seeing this scene, the Demon Lord was slightly stunned. War, or not fight? He frowned, and after a moment he looked at Ye Bufan and said, is there nothing to discuss? No. Ye Bufan's expression was resolute. This is my only condition, either agree or fight. Chapter 1009 Send them to see Uncle Feng. This is my only condition. Either you agree, or fight. Ye Bufan's words made the demigod Demon Lord's body tremble instinctively. A desperate battle with the Shenwu continent. If it were before, the Demon Lord would have done it without hesitation. But now, the Demon Lord secretly glanced at Long Xiaobao who was beside Ye Bufan. Although they were both powerful demigods, at this moment, the Demon Lord actually felt a hint of dangerous aura from Long Xiaobao, and the feeling was very strong. Combined with the previous battle, the Heavenly Demon Clan's description of Long Xiaobao killing 4 high priests in seconds, the Demon Lord knew that if they fought, he might not be Long Xiaobao's opponent. That is why, if he can avoid fighting, the Demon Lord really does not want to declare war on the Shenwu continent again. After all, the chances of winning are slim. Dead space. Depressing atmosphere. At this moment, not only the Shenwu continent has entered a combat state, but even the Sky Demon Clan is no exception. It can be said that the two sides are on the verge of a war, and an all-out war may break out at any time. At the same time, all members of both sides fixed their eyes on the Demon Lord. After all, in the current situation, whether to fight or make peace is entirely up to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is naturally very clear about this. After a moment, he looked at Ye Bufan and said slowly, Human leader, is there really no room for negotiation? No. Ye Bufan shook his head and looked at the Demon Lord and said in a deep voice. The Demon Lord frowned. Are you really willing to let us leave Shenwu continent? If I don't let you leave Shenwu continent, why would I keep you here? Ye Bufan said with a smile, and added at the end, you and I are both clear about the current situation. Once the two sides go to war, it will not benefit any of us. In this case, it is the best choice for you to leave Shenwu continent. The Demon Lord frowned. Indeed, under the current circumstances, it is best for the Demon Clan to leave the Shenwu continent. After all, facing the Shenwu continent with Long Xiaobao, the Demon Lord had no chance of winning. Moreover, the Demon Lord had previously surrendered to the Shenwu continent in order to take the opportunity to escape from the Shenwu continent. It can be said that Ye Bufan's ideas coincide with those of the Demon Lord. But is this really the case? The Demon Lord doesn't know. But the Demon Lord knew that the Heavenly Demon Clan now had no choice. However, he would not just surrender and let Ye Bufan deal with him without making any preparations. Immediately, the Demon Lord looked at Ye Bufan and said, Human leader, can you allow me to consider it? Please. Ye Bufan raised his hand. The Demon Lord did not hesitate at all. He seemed to be thinking, but he directly sent a message to the peak demon of the flying sky realm beside him, saying, order all members of the Holy Realm to prepare for battle. Once they enter the Shenwu continent, no matter what the human race wants to do, all of them will scatter and prepare to escape. The Demon Lord knew that under the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation, with their cultivation base that had surpassed the peak of the Saint Realm, they would be expelled in 10 seconds. Once expelled by the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation, even a demigod would be unable to do anything to them. Moreover, with the strength of the Shenwu continent, it is simply impossible to keep them all within 10 seconds, especially as a demigod himself. The Demon Lord firmly believes that no matter how strong Long Xiaobao is, he can't kill him within 10 seconds. Therefore, entering the Shenwu continent now is the only choice for him and a group of powerful demons. After all, if the human race defends the passage and they are unable to enter the Shenwu continent, then by then they will be trapped in a jar and won't even have a chance to escape. That is why the Demon Lord thought of surrendering directly. As for those demons who have entered the Holy Realm or below the Holy Realm, the Demon Lord does not care about their life or death at all. Yes, at the Demon Lord's command, the Demon High Priest who was at the peak of the Flying Sky Realm transmitted the message to other demons in the Holy Realm without the slightest hesitation. Then the demons in the Holy Realm who received the message transmitted it to other demons, issuing the Demon Lord's secret order. Looking at the Demon Lord in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled without saying anything. Although he didn't know what the Demon Lord wanted to do, he knew that the Demon Lord was definitely not just thinking about whether to accept or reject his proposal. As for what the Demon Lord wanted to do, Ye Bufan didn't care at all. If the Demon Lord agrees, that would be the best. If the Demon Lord doesn't agree, the worst that can happen is a war. Of course, Ye Bufan would not sit still and wait for death. While the Demon Lord was thinking, he also sent a message to Long Xiaobao and others to be prepared. If the Demon Lord did not agree, there would be no more nonsense and they would take action directly. Time passes by every second. Both sides have their own calculations. About 10 minutes later, the Demon Lord looked at Ye Bufan again and said, "Dear human leader, I have made a decision. In that case, do you agree to my request or not?" Ye Bufan said calmly, "I accept." Demon Lord said, and added at the end, "But let me be frank, I hope you can keep your word and not make it difficult for us. After all, if we really want to fight, my heavenly demon clan may not be afraid of your Shenwu continent." Of course. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "If I really wanted to take action, I wouldn't have waited until now, and I wouldn't have said so much to you. After all, I have already said that once I take action, it will not be a good thing for both of us. Now I just want to defend the Shenwu continent. As for the heaven beyond heaven, that is not within the scope of my consideration." "Good," the Demon Lord said, "then please send us away from the Shenwu continent. Please." Ye Bufan raised his hand, pointed at the Zhangtian Palace and said with a smile. The Demon Lord did not hesitate at all and gave the order directly. "Now, all the Saint Realm heavenly demons listen to my order, enter the Heaven Burial Palace one by one, and prepare to leave. Remember, do not act rashly." "Yes." A group of Holy Realm demons responded in unison. Afterwards, led by 2 high priests at the peak of the Flying Realm, they all walked into the Burial Heaven Palace. The Demon Lord didn't care and kept looking at Ye Bufan, as if he was on guard against something. After all, even though the Burial Heaven Palace couldn't trap them, it always helps to be careful. Seeing the powerful Saint Realm warriors of the Sky Demon clan entering the Heaven Burial Palace one after another, Long Xiaobao frowned and couldn't help but send a message to Ye Bufan. "Young Master Yi, are you really going to let them leave like this? Isn't this a pity? If I take action, I am absolutely sure that I can keep the Demon Lord. Let them go." Ye Bufan sent a message to Long Xiaobao and said in a cold voice, "I will send them to the God and Demon Cemetery to see Uncle Feng. With so many outstanding fighters, wouldn't it be a pity to let them go so easily?" The reason why Ye Bufan allowed the Heavenly Demon clan to enter the Heaven Burial Palace was to send them to the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Once you enter the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, no matter if you are a demigod or have any other schemes, you will be doomed. Chapter 10:10 Uncle Feng, take them all down for me. Send them to the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Ye Bufan's simple words shocked Long Xiaobao. What is in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons? Apart from the hundreds of thousands of inherited tombs, there is only one tomb keeper, Feng Hen. Who is Feng Hen? He is a super powerful person at the first level of God. Not to mention that the Demon Lord is only a demigod. Even if he is a servant god, a mysterious god, an earth god, or even a god of heaven or a god king, he is still just an ant in Feng Hen's eyes. Send the Demon Lord to the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. By then, I'm afraid he won't even know how he died. Thinking of this, Long Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Young Master Yi was really too insidious. He was simply trying to trap the Demon Lord and the Sky Demon clan to death. It's a pity that the Heavenly Demon clan doesn't know, and neither does the Demon Lord. At this moment, the demon lord watched as one holy demon after another continued to walk into the burial heaven palace without caring at all. Instead, he kept paying attention to Ye Bufan. In his heart, he kept calculating what Ye Bufan wanted to do and calculating the retreat of his own demon clan. Time passes by every second. About 10 minutes later, dozens of Soul Fusion Realm and thousands of Saint Realm warriors of the Sky Demon clan all entered the Heaven Burial Palace. On the Sky Demon side, the only ones left outside were the Demon Lord and 2 high priests of the Sky Demon clan who were at the peak of the Flying Sky Realm. Seeing that all the Saint Realm experts of the Heavenly Demon clan had entered the Heaven Burial Palace, Ye Bufan looked at the Demon Lord, raised his hand, and said with a smile, "Demon Lord, please come in." The Demon Lord hesitated for a moment, then without any hesitation, he walked straight towards the Burial Heaven Palace. In his opinion, the Heaven Burial Palace was just a holy weapon and could not do anything to him. As for the remaining Heavenly Demon army, they were not within the Demon Lord's consideration at all. As soon as the Demon Lord walked out, 2 demons at the peak of the Flying Realm followed him. At the gate of the Heaven Burial Palace, the Demon Lord paused, turned around and glanced at the 3 tribes of the Shenwu continent, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Leader of the human race, don't you want to invite the 3 tribes of the Shenwu continent to join you?" Hearing this, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. It was obvious that the Demon Lord was always on guard against him, or rather, he was still worried. Ye Bufan immediately glanced at the 3 tribes members of Shenwu continent and said, "You can come too." Naturally, everyone would not have the slightest hesitation about this. After all, Ye Bufan would never cheat them. Hence, all the members of the Shenwu continent who entered the Eternal Abyss, led by Long Xiaobao, walked into the Heaven Burial Palace one after another. Finally, the Demon Lord looked at Ye Bufan, and also walked into the Heaven Burial Palace with the 2 peak demons in the Flying Sky Realm. Receive. The moment the Demon Lord and 2 demons at the peak of the Flying Sky Realm walked into the palace gate, Ye Bufan directly closed the Burial Heaven Palace. Then he immediately disappeared from the spot. Delay will lead to changes. Ye Bufan went directly into the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. As for the remaining Heavenly Demon army, just like the Demon Lord, Ye Bufan simply ignored them. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Ye Bufan disappeared from the Eternal Abyss and went directly into the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Call. It was not until this moment that Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In those few dozen minutes just now, Ye Bufan seemed relaxed, but he was actually very nervous. After all, if the Demon Lord does not agree to his request, the Shenwu continent will have no choice but to go to war with the Heavenly Demon clan. But this is definitely not what Ye Bufan wants to see. As for now that he has entered the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, Ye Bufan is naturally no longer afraid of anything. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan directly took out the Burial Heaven Palace. As soon as the palace door opened, Ye Bufan said, "Demon Lord, and everyone from the Sky Demon clan, please come out." Swish, swish, swish. The moment Ye Bufan finished speaking, figures rushed out from the Burial Heaven Palace. First came Long Xiaobao, Hao Peng and others. After that came the Demon Lord and a group of members of the Heavenly Demon clan, and finally the members of the other 3 clans of the Shenwu continent. When everyone walked out of the Burial Heaven Palace, except for the members of the 7 Killing Army, the other members of the Heavenly Demon clan and the Shenwu continent, when they saw the scene in front of them, especially the towering tombstones standing in the distance, they could not help but be stunned. They can be sure that this is definitely not the Shenwu continent, let alone the heaven beyond heaven. If so, then what is this place? In a brief moment, the Demon Lord looked at Ye Bufan, with a wary and somewhat dissatisfied expression. "Human leader, what do you mean? What is this place?" Following the Demon Lord's questioning, other members who did not know much about the Cemetery of Gods and Demons also looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said to everyone, "Welcome everyone to my world. This place is called the Cemetery of Gods and Demons." Your world. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Ye Bufan's simple words made everyone stunned and puzzled, and even a little curious. The human members were shocked. Is this the Cemetery of Gods and Demons? How is this possible? Doesn't the Cemetery of Gods and Demons only open once every 50 years? Gods and Demons Cemetery, Gods and Demons Cemetery, this is actually the Gods and Demons Cemetery. Confused voices, shocked looks. For the powerful human beings in the Shenwu continent, the Cemetery of Gods and Demons is not unfamiliar. After all, this place has a peerless inheritance that even saints covet. But now, looking at everything around them, they seem to understand everything in an instant. Why are there so many powerful saints under Ye Bufan's command? Why do these people have magical weapons in their hands? And why did Ye Bufan say that joining the 7 killing army was equivalent to having a chance to rise to the top in one step? All of this is because of the cemetery of gods and demons. An incredible idea emerged in their minds. Ye Bufan took over the cemetery of gods and demons. Call. As soon as they thought of this, everyone's breathing became a little rapid and suppressed. Cemetery of gods and demons. This mythical place is now taken over and occupied by one person. For a moment, the way they looked at Ye Bufan changed. Before, they were just wary of Ye Bufan, but now fear, excitement, and even excitement. In short, the emotions were very complicated. The human race acted like this because they knew about the cemetery of gods and demons, but the demon lord was different. He had never been to the Shenwu continent, let alone heard of the cemetery of gods and demons. At this moment, he only knew that this was not the heaven beyond heaven, and that he had obviously been fooled by Ye Bufan. Human leader, what do you mean by this? Are you kidding me? Looking at Ye Bufan, the demon lord asked without hesitation in an angry voice. As soon as the demon lord finished speaking, the members of the Sky Demon clan gathered together without any hesitation, guarding against the Shenwu continent and directly entering a state of preparation for war. Hee. Seeing the reaction of the Sky Demon clan, Ye Bufan smiled calmly, then looked at the demon lord and said calmly, playing tricks on you. Even if I play tricks on you, what can you do? You. The demon lord's face changed, and he was furious, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart, looked at Ye Bufan and said, if you do this, aren't you afraid that my heavenly demon clan will directly declare war on your Shenwu continent? While speaking, the demon lord looked directly at Long Xiaobao, and said, although I am a little afraid of him, we are all just the initial stage of demigods. If we really fight, it is not certain who will win and who will lose. What's more, in a battle between demigods, how many other people here do you think can survive? Afraid? Ye Bufan smiled calmly, why should I be afraid? Hearing this, the demon lord was stunned. Ye Bufan shook his head and continued, if we were in the Shenwu continent, in the eternal abyss, I might still be a little bit timid and afraid of you. But in this case, in the cemetery of gods and demons, do you think I would still be afraid of you? Changing the subject, Ye Bufan shouted sternly, let me tell you, here, you are worse than an ant. Killing you is like killing a chicken. You. The demon lord was furious, even furious, and roared, human, you are seeking death. Die. Ye Bufan sneered, a turtle trapped in a jar dares to talk nonsense about other people's life and death. After saying that, Ye Bufan shouted, Uncle Feng, take them all down for me. Chapter 10:11 Hum. Uncle Feng, take them all for me. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, all the members of the 4 tribes present except the Chuki killing army were stunned, and the demon lord was furious. Leader of the human race, since you don't keep your word and go back on your words, don't blame me for being rude. Do you really think that my heavenly demon clan is afraid of your Shenwu continent? As soon as he finished speaking, the demon lord raised his arm and said, I don't care if you are Uncle Feng or Uncle Yu, just kill them. A cold voice, endless anger. The demon lord was filled with murderous intent. His aura was directly locked onto Long Xiaobao, as if a king was fighting against another king. Kill. As soon as the demon lord finished speaking, thousands of powerful Saint Realm warriors of the Sky Demon clan rushed out without the slightest hesitation, especially the 2 high priests at the peak of the flying sky realm beside the demon lord, who rushed towards Ye Bufan at the first possible moment. Catch the leader first. They believed that as long as they could capture Ye Bufan, they would win the battle without fighting. The demons rushed over to kill them. The Shenwu continent was shocked. But at this moment, all the powerful saints of the 3 tribes knew that they had no choice but to fight. At the same time, they were also thankful that Ye Bufan had previously subdued more than 300 powerful heavenly demons. Even if they took action now, the Shenwu continent might not be defeated by the heavenly demons. However, this is only the opinion of the members of the 3 tribes of Shenwu continent who, except the 7 killing army, are unaware of the true situation of the cemetery of gods and demons, and do not know who Feng Hen is. As they did, the reactions of the members of the 7 killing army were completely different. Seeing the members of the Sky Demon clan charging towards them, their eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. The demon lord is such an idiot. Yeah, He actually dared to challenge Uncle Banfeng. I really don't know where he got the courage and bravery from. Ignorance is terrible. How long do you think these demons can last in Uncle Feng's hands? Needless to say, Uncle Feng will take action, and one move is enough. One move. You think too highly of them, don't you? In my opinion, Uncle Feng can scare them all to death just by standing anywhere. Hearing the discussion of the 7 killing army, the powerful men from the other 3 tribes of the Shenwu continent were stunned. The same thing happened to the members of the Sky Demon clan who were charging forward, and even their original offensive was stopped. The Demon Lord is an idiot. Is ignorance really scary? We can't even withstand a single move from Uncle Feng. Damn you. These people are extremely arrogant, they have no respect for the devil, and they are really going too far in bullying the devil. Angry. 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 The anger in the hearts of the members of the Sky Demon clan reached its peak, and their murderous intent also became stronger. Death, you arrogant bastard. Kill. You dare to insult my great demon clan, you simply deserve to die. Ants dare to compete with the sun and the moon, die. Kill them. There were sounds coming one after another, and endless anger. Thousands of powerful saints from the Sky Demon clan pounced on the people from the Shenwu continent like wolves and tigers, ready to fight them. The Demon Lord still locked his eyes on Long Xiaobao, as if he would not move unless Long Xiaobao moved. The demons rushed over. Except for the 7 killing army, everyone from the Shenwu continent looked at Ye Bufan. They are curious. They are confused. They really couldn't understand why Ye Bufan hadn't taken any action even at this point. But at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in the air, "Shut up." These 2 ordinary words seemed to carry some kind of magic, like a muffled thunder, exploding in the minds of all the members of the 4 clans present, causing the souls of every member present to tremble. In an instant, the fierce attack of the Sky Demon clan stopped instantly, the space was dead silent, and time seemed to have stopped. The demons, the monsters, and the humans, all members of the 4 tribes present looked up instinctively without exception. In mid-air, no one knew when Feng Hen had arrived. He stood with his body hunched, his hands behind his back, and his eyes quietly looked at the members of the 4 tribes below, neither sad nor happy. The moment they saw Feng Hen, everyone except the 7 kill army was stunned. Everyone here, whether they are from the Sky Demon clan or the 3 clans of the Shenwu continent, are powerful saints. But even so, they don't even know how and when this old man appeared in front of them. This scene is really too unbelievable. Especially the Demon Lord. At this moment, as a demigod, he looked at Feng Hen in the air with horror. Not for any other reason, but because he couldn't sense any cultivation ability from Feng Hen at all. Is this an ordinary old man? Fart. Can an ordinary old man stand in the air? Could an ordinary old man escape the perception of a demigod like him and appear out of thin air above their heads without being noticed? It's impossible. All of this indicated that the old man in front of him was very powerful. At least he had surpassed himself, a demigod, by far, which was why this situation occurred. Is he a servant of God? No, he is most likely a mysterious god. When the Demon Lord thought of this, his mind could not help but tremble and his soul was shaken. Mystical God. He is a powerful being in the divine realm who has surpassed the holy realm. Holy realm, divine realm. A difference of one word makes a world of difference. The Demon Lord really couldn't understand why a powerful person of this level would appear in the Shenwu continent. He couldn't understand why the Shenwu continent, which had such a strong man, had not taken any action. You have to know that a strong man at the level of Xuantian is simply not something that a demigod can contend with. It can be said that a Xuantian can kill a demigod with just one move, killing them as easily as killing a chicken. As far as the Demon Lord knows, there are no powerful people at the level of Xuantian among the heavenly demons in the heavenly world, and there are not even servant gods. In this case, the old man in front of him alone can make the heavenly demons collapse in an instant. However, the demonic clan and the Shenwu continent have been fighting for more than 100,000 years, but there is still no winner. Why is that? Why doesn't this old man in front of me take action? In that brief moment, the Demon Lord thought a lot in his mind, but in the end, all that was left was endless confusion and fear. No matter what the reason was why the old man in front of him had not been involved in the dispute between the heavenly demon clan and the Shenwu continent, there was one thing the Demon Lord could be sure of, that was now that the old man had appeared, he would definitely not stay out of today's events. He will definitely take action. Mystical God. The demon lord felt his scalp tingling when he thought about having to become an enemy of a mysterious god. His heart was in a mess, as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through it. But at this moment, a stern rebuke rang out from the Sky Demon clan. Where did you come from, old man? You were looking for death. Buzz. With just one sentence, the demon lord woke up instantly. He glanced at the demon who was speaking, and in his heart he wished he could cut him into pieces. It's hard to avoid such a strong man, but you actually dare to provoke him. Don't you think we're not dying fast enough? Unfortunately, before the demon lord could think more, and even before he could stop him, the already furious intermediate-level heavenly demon in the soul fusion realm directly flew up and rushed towards Feng Hen. Old man, die. As he spoke, the soul fusion realm demon slapped Feng Hen in midair with his palm. The murderous intent and anger gathered together and completely exploded at this moment. Seeing this scene, the demon lord couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and his face turned pale in an instant. Finished. 2 words rang in his mind. When the members of the 7 killing army saw this scene, they all looked at them with contempt and ridicule. You, a soul fusion realm expert, want to destroy Uncle Feng. You haven't woken up yet, are you dreaming? Snort. At this time, Feng Hen looked at the soul fusion realm demon that was charging towards him, and then snorted coldly. Boom. The next second, the body of the intermediate-level demon in the soul fusion realm exploded strangely and instantly turned into a ball of blood mist. With a cold snort, the mid-level soul fusion realm expert was completely wiped out, transformed into blood mist, and completely perished. For a brief moment, the world was in deathly silence. Chapter 10-12 All are slaves. With just a cold snort, he directly killed a strong man at the middle stage of the soul fusion realm, and made the opponent's body explode into a bloody mist and disappear directly between heaven and earth. How powerful and what kind of strength does one have to be able to do this? The scene before them stunned everyone, even the members of the 7 killing army who had long known that Feng Hen was extremely powerful were no exception. They knew that Feng Hen was very strong, but they didn't expect that he was this strong. It's simply too strong. This is the case for the members of the 7 killing army, not to mention the other members present. At this moment, the members of the 3 tribes of the Shenwu continent were stunned, and all the members of the heavenly demon side were dumbfounded. Feng Hen's power has exceeded their imagination and overturned their cognition. As the strongest of the heavenly demon clan in the Shenwu continent, the demon lord couldn't help but tremble in his heart again and again. Originally, in his opinion, Feng Hen should be a powerful person at the Xuantian level, but now, he found that he was wrong and had greatly underestimated Feng Hen's strength. Mysterious God. With just a cold snort, Xuantian could directly kill a powerful soul fusion expert and make him completely destroyed. It's impossible. With such strength, the demon lord can be sure that the old man in front of him is at least a god of earth or heaven, or even a god king level strongman. God king. With such strength, he would be considered a powerful figure even in the divine realm. He, or the heavenly demon lineage of the Shenwu continent, could not contend with him. It's ridiculous that my own demon clan has been dreaming of conquering the Shenwu continent for more than 100,000 years. Thinking about it now, this is simply a fairy tale and nothing more than a fool's dream. Once the King of Gods appears, it doesn't matter if you are a demigod or a servant god, with millions of troops, the opponent can be easily destroyed. The power of one person can turn the world upside down. In a brief moment, everyone came back to their senses, and the members of the 7 killing army cheered. Fuck, Uncle Feng is so awesome, he actually killed a soul fusion realm expert with just one word. This is a fucking idol. I've always known that Uncle Feng is very strong, but I didn't expect him to be so ridiculously strong. Look at the demon lord's expression. Haha, this kid is scared silly, right? He's a demigod, but he's so timid. It would be strange if he wasn't scared silly. I just want to know what this demon lord is feeling now. I think his heart must be so cold that he is about to cry. At least he didn't piss himself. Come on, Uncle Feng. Scare him again and try to scare him to death. Damn, the devil is going to scare himself to death. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil and my spirits get excited. Faced with the words of the 7 killing army, the members of the 3 tribes of the Shenwu continent were speechless. This is too much of a bully. However, this is definitely a great thing for the Shenwu continent. After all, with strong men like Feng Hen helping them, what does the mere Sky Demon clan have to fear? One sound kills and melts the soul. In Feng Hen's eyes, the demon army is no better than ants. They never imagined that Ye Bufan actually had such a terrifying and powerful person hidden in his hands. Because of this, the way they looked at Ye Bufan changed again. Before it was awe, now it is fanaticism. If they could get some guidance from a super powerful person like Feng Hen, could they make further progress? It is not impossible to advance to the divine realm during one's lifetime. The divine realm represents not only strength, but also a longer life. The members of the 3 tribes of the Shenwu continent are like this, but the members of the Sky Demon tribe are completely different. At this moment, their mood has sunk to the lowest point in history. Even when faced with the almost mocking words from the 7 killing army, they did not refute at all. After all, with strong men like Feng Hen helping them, any rebuttal or resistance on their part would be meaningless. This is true for all members of the Heavenly Demon clan, and the Demon Lord is no exception. Bitter, helpless, and sad, the Demon Lord knew that the outcome was determined from the moment Feng Hen appeared. Their side was defeated, and it was a defeat without any suspense or chance of winning. After a moment, looking at Feng Hen, the Demon Lord seemed to have aged hundreds or even thousands of years in an instant, and said weakly, "Senior, my Heavenly Demon clan is willing to surrender to the Shenwu continent, unconditionally." Surrender. Feng Hen glanced at the Demon Lord and said calmly, "My lord will not accept your surrender." Buzz. Hearing this, the Demon Lord couldn't help but tremble. His face turned pale. He was terrified. The Demon Lord said this, and the other demons and members of the 3 tribes of Shenwu continent were also stunned. Don't accept surrender. Everyone's eyes changed slightly when they looked at Feng Hen. Could it be that he wants to kill all these thousands of powerful saints from the Heavenly Demon clan? Isn't this a bit too cruel and wasteful? Before anyone could think about it, the Demon Lord looked at Feng Hen and said tremblingly, "So what the senior means is all slaves." Feng Hen's 4 words rang out, leaving no room for doubt. "For this life, for eternity, I will serve my lord faithfully." Boom. Hearing this, the Demon Lord's heart couldn't help but tremble again. For this life and eternity, all slaves. This was even more unacceptable to him than killing him. As the Demon Lord, how could he become a slave of others, even if the other party was an unparalleled powerful being? After all, the Demon Lord knew very well what a slave meant. Once one became a slave, he would be like a walking corpse, gasping for breath, and living would be worse than death. It is better to die than to live like this. You. In an instant, a hint of fierceness flashed in the Demon Lord's eyes as he looked at Feng Hen. He seemed to have gathered and exhausted all his courage. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Senior, please don't bully the demons too much. My Sky Demon clan can surrender and be killed, but we will never be slaves. I will never be a slave. I will never be a slave." As soon as the Demon Lord finished speaking, thousands of powerful Saint Realm warriors from the Sky Demon clan shouted in unison. They are very powerful. They were resolute. The demons can surrender, but they absolutely do not want to be slaves, let alone in this life. Never be a slave. Seeing this scene, Feng Hen sneered, "You are just an ant, you have no choice. Today, I ask you to be a slave, and you must be a slave, and you can only be a slave." Chapter 10-13 Shattering the Void, a Divine Emperor. You are just an ant. You have no right to choose. Today, I ask you to be my slave, and you must be my slave. You can only be my slave. Arrogant words, infinite dominance. This was the first time Feng Hen showed his domineering side, which inevitably shocked Ye Bufan and others. If you are asked to be a slave, you have to be a slave and you can only be a slave. Everything depends on my will, you have no choice. How arrogant, how arrogant, how overbearing. Of course, all of this is based on Feng Hen's powerful strength. Powerful strength. If he doesn't have the strength to suppress everything and look down on everything, everything will be just nonsense. You. As Feng Hen finished speaking, the Demon Lord clenched his fists, his face becoming extremely ferocious.